Chapter 3268 Lei Jun's Arrival. Oh, is that so? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Lu Jian's words. Senior brother. At this moment, a tall young man who was dressed in blue robes with a determined expression on his face arrived next to Lu Jian. He asked, "Were you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. He's Lord Shu Lang's newest and youngest disciple, Duan Ling Tian." Lu Jian glanced at Duan Ling Tian as he said to the young man. Based on Lu Jian's words, it was obvious the young man was none other than the prodigious disciple Duan Ling Tian would be facing in the prodigy arena today, Huang Lu Nan. Huang Lu Nan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. If Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat him, he would be kicked off of the prodigy ranking and become a prodigious disciple. Prodigious disciples were all given a special identity token that would grant them access to many places in the heavenly pool palace that ordinary disciples did not have access to. Moreover, the prodigious disciples' treatment was, naturally, better and would make most ordinary disciples go green with envy. It was not easy to become a prodigious disciple since there could only be 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. Moreover, the heavenly pool palace was a heaven-grade force. Oh. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Huang Lu Nan shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and asked nonchalantly, "I heard you managed to injure a senior of ours, a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage, during the disciple selections test." His gaze hardened at the end of his words. "You're quite well informed," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. "I hope you're as strong as the rumor says. Otherwise, I'd be greatly disappointed," Huang Lu Nan said as he shook his head and smiled. It was clear he was not intimidated at all even if Duan Ling Tian were as strong as rumored. "It seems like you're quite confident of your strength," Duan Ling Tian said. "I guess I should be slightly stronger than you," Huang Lu Nan replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian smiled noncommittally and did not say much in response, while Huang Lu Nan and Lu Jian continued to provoke Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Hong Fei. The voices of a few disciples could be heard. "The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder is here. It's him again." This Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was the same elder who had helped him and Huaner to challenge the prodigious disciples previously. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder hovered above the stone tablet in the prodigy arena with his hands resting on his back as he calmly asked, "Huang Lu Nan and Duan Ling Tian, are both of you present?" Although his voice was not loud, it contained a mysterious energy that allowed everyone to hear him clearly. "Junior brother, go on. I'd really like to see why Lord Shu Lang took a liking to this boy," Lu Jian said to Huang Lu Nan. Although Lu Jian and Huang Lu Nan were disciples of one of the celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, their teacher was weaker compared to Shu Lang. Lu Jian had wanted to join Shu Lang in the past and even took the initiative to speak to Shu Lang about it but was rejected in the end. Therefore, he hated Shu Lang's disciples who were weaker than him. Why would Shu Lang reject him but accept someone weaker than him? "Senior brother, today I'll teach him a lesson today and show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple," Huang Lu Nan said with a smirk. Then, he turned into a ball of flame as he shot toward the battle ring. "Elder." Huang Lu Nan greeted the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder and handed his identity token to the elder as soon as he landed in the battle ring. His identity token was the unique identity token of a prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace. There was no name engraved on the token since the token acknowledged its owner through blood. Although there was no name on the identity token, it was engraved with the owner's age group and ranking. His identity token naturally had the words, 200 to 300-year-old age group, and 10th place, engraved on it. The prodigious disciples in different age groups and different rankings had different identity tokens. Therefore, if someone who was lower in ranking defeated someone with a higher ranking in the same age group, they would have to switch their identity tokens. Duan Ling Tian teleported into the battle ring. Huaner followed suit and teleported as close as she could to the battle ring. Her eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian who was standing across from Huang Lu Nan. "Sister-in-law, Huang Lu Nan's strength is pretty good. In your opinion, what are the chances of little junior brother winning?" Hong Fei asked with a smile after he arrived next to Huaner. "It's impossible for brother Ling Tian to lose," Huaner said bluntly. Hong Fei felt that Huaner's unswerving confidence was due to her blind trust in Duan Ling Tian. However, he soon recalled Shu Lang's words. Teacher did say that it shouldn't be a problem for little junior brother to become a prodigious disciple. However, his opponent is Huang Lu Nan. Hong Fei might have doubted Huan'er's words, but he did not doubt Xu Lang's words. Nonetheless, he was still confused. However, Huang Lu Nan is also capable of doing what little junior brother did during the first test. Ah, there's no point thinking about this. I'll just wait and see. If little junior brother manages to defeat Huang Lu Nan, I want to see Lu Jian's humiliated and disappointed expression. A cold smile could be seen on his face at this moment. Lu Jian, who was also standing nearby, saw the smile on Hong Fei's face and asked contemptuously, "Hong Fei, do you really think your junior brother is a match for my junior brother? Lu Jian, I just hope you'll be able to smile at the end of this." At this moment, Hong Fei could only believe in Duan Lingtian. He refused to show his doubts in front of Lu Jian. Meanwhile, the crowd of disciples who had come to watch the battle was still growing. Suddenly, the elder who came to supervise the battle in the prodigy arena looked up into the distance. This, naturally, caught the other disciples' attention, and they instinctively turned to look as well. It's Lei Jun, senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun ranks in the top 3 in the 800 to 900-year-old age group. Not only is he a one basic celestial emperor, but he's also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, he's the only son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from our heavenly pool palace. Even among the 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, Lei Jun was like a brilliant star. Not only was he strong, but his family background was good as well. That aside, many of the disciples could not help but wonder why Lei Jun would come here. Normally, battles like the one between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lu Nan were not even good enough to attract his attention. "Young master," the elder greeted and bowed at Lei Jun when Lei Jun arrived. He did not dare to be negligent since Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. "Elder Qin, don't mind me. Carry on." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jun appeared next to Huan'er. Then, Lei Jun said with a smile, "Third junior sister. Second senior brother." Since Lei Jun had stood for Huan'er when Lingyu Huan deliberately looked for trouble with her, she had a good impression of him. Therefore, she had responded to his greeting. "Third junior sister, I heard that you've also challenged a prodigious disciple. When is your battle?" Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. "In 7 days, Huan'er replied curtly. She did not even look at Lei Jun when she replied to him. Her eyes were only fixed on the purple-clad young man standing in the prodigy arena. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was the only one in her eyes. Lei Jun's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he looked at the purple-clad figure standing in the prodigy arena. As soon as he saw Huan'er for the first time, he was attracted to her. Although she was wearing a veil, it did not conceal her beauty at all. Just the sight of her at that time caused his heart to thump wildly in his chest. Alas, she was with Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel jealous. Although he was aware that she was in love with Duan Lingtian, he did not care at all. This was because he could tell she was still a virgin. Since she had not been intimate with Duan Lingtian, he hoped to attract her interest. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart again when he turned back to look at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. You can only blame the fact that Huan'er likes you." Meanwhile, some of the disciples who were looking at Lei Jun could tell Lei Jun was interested in Huan'er. "Hey, it seems like senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle but for that woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun showing interest in a woman." At this moment, the elder's voice rang in the air, causing the disciples to shift their attention away from Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian and Huang Lu Nan. "Let the battle begin." Huang Lu Nan sneered as he said, "Duan Lingtian, right? I'll make you regret challenging me. You should attack now." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly without a change in his expression, "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack anymore if you don't attack now." Chapter 3269 Duan Lingtian becomes a prodigious disciple. Nonsense. Huang Lu Nan was enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. Flames surged out of his body immediately. He was a 6-combo celestial lord who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Therefore, he knew he was capable of doing what Duan Lingtian did during the first disciple selection test. "Duan Lingtian, today I'll teach you a lesson so you won't dare to challenge another prodigious disciple again," Huang Lu Nan said after scoffing. Then, charged toward Duan Lingtian. The disciples from the heavenly pool palace nearby could feel the scorching heat of Huang Lu Nan's flames. Many of them began to discuss among themselves when he started attacking. Although Huang Lunan ranks last among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300, he's only slightly weaker than those who ranked ahead of him. That's right, he doesn't always rank last. He has ranked 6th in the past. That's his highest rank so far. Huang Lunan is rather strong. It won't be easy to defeat him and become a prodigious disciple. Soon enough, the disciples saw a shocking scene unfold. Just as Huang Lunan was about to reach Duan Lingtian, he felt as though he had run into an invisible wall. He was forced to come to a stop. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance at all. He tried leaving in another direction, but it was futile. After a moment, Huang Lunan scoffed. "Do you think your restraining profundity is capable of restraining me?" It was obvious he knew Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity on him. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as the flames on Huang Lunan's body surged. Enraged, it collided with the invisible barrier from the restraining profundity unceasingly. Soon enough, the flames on his body rose and raged until they filled the space he was imprisoned in. With this, the barrier began to tremble violently as though it was going to shatter at any moment. The disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity is capable of withstanding Huang Lunan's attacks for such a long time. No wonder he has the courage to challenge a prodigious disciple. It seems like he's quite talented and strong. However, based on the current situation, it's only a matter of time before Huang Lunan breaks out from the restraining profundity. Just as the disciples had speculated, Huang Lunan soon broke free of the restraints with a smirk on his face. However, it did not take long before the expression on his face froze. Then it changed drastically as he watched Duan Lingtian disappear into thin air. Flames erupted from his body again and rose into the air like raging fire dragons. "Is this all you got?" Duan Lingtian had reappeared behind Huang Lunan. In just a blink of an eye, a powerful spatial energy surged as he pushed his palm out and easily extinguished Huang Lunan's raging fire dragons. After the fire dragons were extinguished, a loud explosion rang in the air. Soon enough, everyone saw Duan Lingtian send Huang Lunan flying back in the air when Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Huang Lunan's body. Huang Lunan tried with all his might to regain and stabilize his footing when Duan Lingtian teleported next to him. Duan Lingtian kicked Huang Lunan and sent him flying once again. The third time, Duan Lingtian teleported above Huang Lunan. His hand slammed down on Huang Lunan, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lunan was gathering. Huang Lunan struggled to retaliate. Whenever he tried to mobilize the celestial origin energy in his body, Duan Lingtian would teleport near him and attack him. He was helpless since he could keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed when mobilizing celestial origin energy. How's this possible? Huang Lunan was shocked and confused. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to guess that Duan Lingtian possessed 99 heavenly veins. In regard to the speed of mobilizing celestial origin energy, only those who possessed 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms were a match for him. Meanwhile, the disciples who were watching the battle were similarly shocked and confused. They were unaware of the predicament Huang Lunan was in. In their eyes, it seemed as though he was deliberately letting Duan Lingtian win. Huang Lunan is completely subdued by Duan Lingtian. Impossible. He can't retaliate at all. How's this possible? Is he deliberately letting Duan Lingtian win? Is this a staged fight? This doesn't make any sense. Should he already be defeated by now if he's deliberately letting Duan Lingtian win? That's right, even if he's acting, is it necessary to suffer so much beating? Chills ran up the disciples' spines as they watched Huang Lunan being beaten to a pulp. If they were in Huang Lunan's shoes, they would have long surrendered instead of enduring such a beating. At this moment, Hong Fei began to laugh. Then, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said mockingly, "Lu Jian, it seems like your junior brother is quite strong. He's already being beaten to such an extent by my junior brother, but he's still enduring it. In my opinion, he should change his name and call himself Mr. Strong or something. What do you think?" He was clearly in high spirits. On the other hand, Lu Jian's expression was rather unsightly as he watched Huang Lunan being beaten by Duan Lingtian. His expression turned even more unsightly when he heard Hong Fei's words. He snapped back, "That's enough." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan were unaware of the conversations in their surroundings. Huang Lunan refused to surrender, so Duan Lingtian could only continue. In fact, It was not his intention to beat Huang Lunan to such an extent. However, this was the first time he was able to freely use all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. At this moment, he was like a child who was just learning to speak and could not stop talking at all. How exhilarating! Duan Ling Tian felt adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was not in a hurry to end the battle at all. Therefore, he only inflicted shallow injuries on Huang Lunan to prevent him from retaliating. On the contrary, Huang Lunan was in a bad state. He would have surrendered if he had suffered serious injuries. However, he could not surrender because he discovered, despite the excruciating pain, the injuries Duan Ling Tian inflicted on him were not life-threatening at all. He was enduring so he could find an opening and strike Duan Ling Tian once before he surrendered. However, as time passed, he fell into despair. He was completely suppressed with no hope of retaliating. On top of all this, Lu Jian kept sending voice transmissions repeatedly asking to surrender. For all these reasons, he eventually gave in. I surrender. You're giving up so soon. Duan Ling Tian frowned, clearly discontented. Soon after, the sword trial pavilion announced loudly, Duan Ling Tian, from today onward, you're a prodigious disciple. You're now ranked 10th in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. After the elder finished speaking, he handed the identity token that Huang Lunan had handed over to him before the battle started to Duan Ling Tian. Then, he reminded Duan Ling Tian to claim ownership of the identity token by dripping his blood on the token. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded and wasted no time in claiming ownership of the identity token. Meanwhile, the crowd of disciples watching the battle was no longer shocked by the outcome of the battle after watching Duan Ling Tian beating up Huang Lunan without giving Huang Lunan a chance to retaliate at all. Before the sword trial pavilion elder left, he bade farewell to Lei Jun and Huaner since the pair was the only son and a student of Lei Ying, his pavilion master, respectively. Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out just when the elder was about to leave, "Elder." The elder knew Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had a close relationship, so he was courteous toward Duan Ling Tian. What's the matter, Duan Ling Tian? Elder, since I've replaced Huang Lunan as a prodigious disciple and rank 10 in my age group, can I challenge any of the 9 prodigious disciples regardless of rank, or do I have to follow the order? Duan Ling Tian asked. You're free to challenge whoever you want in your age group except for those in the top 3. You can only challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in ascending order. For example, someone who's ranked 5th can't challenge the person who's ranked 3rd. In order to do so, the person who's ranked 5th has to defeat the person who's ranked 4th first. Is there any other way around this? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through the trouble of fighting so many people. He just wanted to rise up the rank as quickly as possible to raise his status so he could help Huaner find her parents. When Lu Jian overheard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the elder, he sneered. What, don't tell me you want to directly challenge those in the top 3. He scoffed before he continued to say, it's not entirely impossible if that's what you want. If you're able to defeat me, not only will you be able to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in your age group, but you can also directly challenge the top prodigious disciple in your age group. At the end of his words, his lips curved up into a contemptuous smile. Chapter 3270 A Life or Death Battle. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Lu Jian's words. Then, he looked at the sword trial pavilion elder for confirmation. The elder's eyes widened slightly in surprise upon hearing Lu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, replied, indeed. It's as he said, except for the prodigious disciples between the ages of 900 to 1000, all prodigious disciples can directly challenge the top 3 disciples in their age group if they're able to defeat a prodigious disciple in a higher age group. If you win, you can even directly challenge the top prodigy in your age group. Moreover, he or she won't be able to refuse you. After the elder finished saying this, he shifted his glance to Lu Jian before he continued to speak. The prodigy who loses to the younger prodigy not only have to hand in their identity token, but they wouldn't be able to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years because they're prohibited to challenge a prodigious disciple during that time. A huge grin appeared on Lu Jian's face as he asked, what do you think? Do you want to fight me, Duan Ling Tian? Junior brother, don't fall for his provocations. Hong Fei hurriedly sent a voice transmission when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at Lu Jian, as though considering Lu Jian's words. His expression changed drastically, worried that Duan Ling Tian would truly challenge Lu Jian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and patiently explained, Duan Ling Tian, since this battle would rob the older prodigious disciple's chance of becoming a prodigious disciple for 100 years, it's a life or death battle. If the loser surrenders, then the other party won't be allowed to deal the killing blow. However, if one's unable to surrender for some reason, like being unable to speak, the end result is only death. This is also a rule of the Sword Trial Pavilion. A life or death battle. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow as he looked at Lu Jian intently. What, do you want to kill me, Lu Jian? Lu Jian said with a chuckle, it doesn't matter. What matters is if you have the guts to fight me. A provocative smile appeared on his face when he finished speaking. Junior brother, since you've obtained the identity token of a prodigious disciple, let's leave, Hong Fei said to Duan Ling Tian. He was worried his junior brother would really challenge Lu Jian out of anger. It was quite obvious his junior brother had quite the temper. Otherwise, his junior brother would not have beaten Huang Lunan to that extent. What's Duan Ling Tian going to do? Lei Jun, who was standing near Huaner, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he hoped that Duan Ling Tian would challenge Lu Jian so Lu Jian would be able to kill him. However, he knew he was expecting too much. There was no way Duan Ling Tian would really challenge Lu Jian since it was no different from seeking death. Lu Jian was somewhere between 600 to 700 years old. Moreover, he was an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. He was much stronger than his junior brother, Huang Lunan. Lei Jun turned to look at Huaner and said with a smile, third junior sister, I think your brother Ling Tian probably won't dare to challenge Lu Jian. Lu Jian's strength isn't that bad even though he's the weakest among his peers. He had deliberately used Lu Jian to put Duan Ling Tian down. He was aware that if he had directly insulted Duan Ling Tian, it would only make Huaner disgusted with him. At that time, the distance between him and Huaner would only increase. Huaner did not bother responding to Lei Jun. She was no longer as naive as before. After experiencing so many things, she had also understood many things. How could she not know Lei Jun was trying to undermine Duan Ling Tian by using Lu Jian? For this reason, whatever little good impression she had of him had vanished without a trace. She no longer wanted to pay any attention to him even if he was Lei Ying's son. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Elder, if I decide to challenge Lu Jian, can I do it without having to go through registration? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was the group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples nearby shocked, but even the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was shocked. Did Duan Ling Tian's question not mean he was planning to challenge Lu Jian? Was Duan Ling Tian tired of living? The Heavenly Pool Palace disciples nearby discussed among themselves and shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a fool. Can't Duan Ling Tian see that Lu Jian is intentionally provoking him? Is he really going to fight Lu Jian? Is he stupid? Lu Jian is a prodigious disciple in the 600 to 700-year-old age group. He's an 8-trigram celestial lord who has already comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Ling Tian possibly be a match for him? Well, Lu Jian's tactic to rile Duan Ling Tian up is clearly successful. Look, Duan Ling Tian's so angry that he's really going to recklessly challenge Lu Jian. On the other hand, Lu Jian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He really did not expect his provocation to work. After all, his intention was rather obvious. How could Duan Ling Tian not see through it? Junior brother. Hong Fei's expression was indescribable at this moment. He really did not expect his junior brother would fall for Lu Jian's provocation and challenge Lu Jian. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to dissuade his junior brother. Sixth senior brother, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian only reassured Hong Fei. It was obvious he was not going to back down. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder glanced at Lu Jian and said, if the person you challenge agrees to it, then there's no need for registration of any sort. Lu Jian hurriedly agreed, afraid that Duan Ling Tian would change his mind. Then, his eyes brimmed with disdain and ridicule as he said, clearly trying to further provoke Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, the only thing that matters now is if you have the guts to challenge me. Elder, I want to challenge him, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly to the elder. The elder's expression was grave as he warned, Duan Ling Tian, think about this carefully. Once he removes his ownership on his identity token and passes it to me, you won't be able to back out of this. If it had been an ordinary person, the elder would not have bothered giving such a warning. However, Duan Ling Tian clearly had a close relationship with Huaner, who was the student of Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. It was only for this reason he had warned Duan Ling Tian. I've thought it through. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jian wasted no time in bringing his identity token out and removing his ownership of them. Then, he hurriedly handed it over to the elder. Elder Qin, since he's so confident, there's no need for you to warn him. He probably won't even thank you for it. Lu Jian had readily handed his identity token to the elder. After all, as long as he beat Duan Ling Tian, it would return to him anyway. Naturally, if he lost, which he thought was impossible, he would not be able to become a prodigious disciple over the next 100 years, no matter how strong he was. This rule was created by the Sword Trial Pavilion to stop people from cheating and deliberately losing. After the elder accepted Lu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, you'll now enter a life or death battle with Lu Jian. Naturally, if you're able to surrender, he won't be allowed to kill you. As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder finished speaking, Lu Jian flew up impatiently toward the battle ring in the Prodigy Arena. Now that there was no way for Duan Ling Tian to back out, he was no longer anxious like before. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, but it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would surrender very early in the battle. Although many people would understand if Duan Ling Tian surrendered, Duan Ling Tian's reputation would take a huge blow in the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, there was a huge difference between surrendering as soon as the battle started and trying your best before surrendering at the last moment. Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush. He sent a voice transmission to the elder, Elder, for this life or death battle, you implied that no blame would fall on him if he kills me without giving me a chance to surrender. Does this hold true for me as well? The elder was momentarily stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he replied through voice transmission, that's correct. Inwardly, the elder really could not help wondering what Duan Ling Tian was planning to do. Did Duan Ling Tian really think he could kill Lu Jian? The elder was still in a daze when Duan Ling Tian teleported into the battle ring, standing across Lu Jian. Junior brother. At this moment, Hong Fei's expression was incredibly terrible. He had not stopped trying to dissuade his junior brother at all, but his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Apart from a short message telling him not to worry, his junior brother no longer replied to him. Duan Ling Tian actually challenged Lu Jian. Lei Jun's eyes widened imperceptibly in surprise. However, there was a hint of delight flashing in the depths of his eyes as well. After all, this was the outcome he wanted the most. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's death was certain the moment he challenged Lu Jian. I won't have to personally act now that Lu Jian is going to kill him for me. Despite his thoughts, Lei Jun, naturally, did dare to show it outwardly. He looked at Huaner and shook his head as he said, Huaner, your brother Ling Tian is too reckless. Why didn't you dissuade him? Lu Jian is rather strong, so your brother Ling Tian might not be a match for him. Alas, Lei Jun did not receive any response from Huaner at all. Her eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian as though Lei Jun and everyone else did not exist. Chapter 3271 Fighting Lu Jian. In the battle ring, Lu Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian calmly and said condescendingly, you're strong and courageous. You're truly worthy of being a disciple chosen by the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian ignored Lu Jian. His expression showed no changes, it was as though he did not care about Lu Jian at all. In fact, he really did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. Begin, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said at this moment under everyone's watchful eyes. At the same time, he reminded Duan Ling Tian again through voice transmission. If you're no match for him, surrender immediately. Otherwise, you might not have a chance to do so later. Many thanks for your reminder, elder. Duan Ling Tian appreciated the elder's repeated reminder even though he knew the elder had only done so in consideration of Huaner's feelings. Needless to say, he also appreciated the reminder from Hong Fei, his sixth senior brother. He did not respond to Hong Fei's reminder and warning because he knew it was futile. Hong Fei would not believe that he, who was not even 300 years old, was a match for Lu Jian. Moreover, Lu Jian was, in some ways, slightly stronger than Hong Fei. It would be best to convince Hong Fei of his strength through his actions. Duan Ling Tian, I won't bully you. You can make the first move, Although Lu Jian did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for him, he was not careless. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded his body immediately. He looked as though he had been plated with gold and shone dazzlingly. From afar, he looked like Buddha who illuminated everything with his golden light. A small smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face upon hearing Lu Jian's words. It was obvious Lu Jian did not think much of him at all. Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air immediately without saying another word. Then, Duan Ling Tian reappeared near Lu Jian. With just a thought, he cast the law of space's restraining profundity to restrain Lu Jian. This time, he had used the restraining profundity differently compared to when he used it against Huang Lu Nan. Against Huang Lu Nan, he had used it only to trap Huang Lu Nan alone in the spatial prison. However, at this moment, he was also in the spatial prison with Lu Jian. He was only about 10 meters away from Lu Jian at this moment. He didn't attack in a hurry and only stood across from Lu Jian silently. Meanwhile, the golden celestial origin energy that was boosted by the metal elemental profundity shone so brightly at this moment that it seemed as though it could burn Duan Ling Tian. The disciples in the surroundings were confused when they saw this and began to discuss among themselves. What's Duan Ling Tian trying to do? I think he's provoking senior brother Lu Jian by standing so close to senior brother Lu Jian. There are ripples in the air around them. This should be because they're imprisoned in the space from Duan Ling Tian's restraining profundity. Why did Duan Ling Tian enter the spatial prison with senior brother Lu Jian? Is he mad? To stand so close to senior brother Lu Jian, is he courting death? Senior brother Lu Jian is an 8 trigram celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. This means his strongest suit is his defenses. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian's advantage lies with the law of space's teleportation profundity. By doing this, isn't Duan Ling Tian throwing away his advantage? What the hell is he thinking? Similarly, the sword trial pavilion elder who was supervising the battle was also confused. He had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Not only did Duan Ling Tian throw away his advantage, but he even revealed his weakness to his opponent. On the other hand, Huang Lu Nan, who had just been brutally suppressed by Duan Ling Tian, felt as though his anger had been vented when he saw this. He sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian acting so arrogantly. Duan Ling Tian is really seeking death. Does he think senior brother Lu Jian's strength is like his? At the same time, Lei Jun turned to look at Huaner and said with a faint smile on his face, "Third junior sister, it seems like your big brother Ling Tian isn't very smart." Although Huaner did not pay any more attention to Lei Jun, he did not give up trying to engage her in a conversation. Although he did not receive any response from her, he was happy to amuse himself. After all, he was rejoicing inwardly at this moment. How could he not be happy that Duan Ling Tian was making such a stupid mistake? After all, this only meant that Duan Ling Tian's chances of dying had grown even higher. However, after a while, with the continuous lack of response from Huaner, Lei Jun could not help but feel slightly angry. Naturally, he would not direct his anger at Huaner, so he could only vent his anger on Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he sent Lu Jian a voice transmission. "Lu Jian, don't waste time, seize the chance and kill him immediately. If you succeed, I'll reward you with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon." A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in a heaven-grade force. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, one would only be granted a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon once one had become a celestial emperor. Apart from that, one would also be granted a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon if one contributed greatly to the Heavenly Pool Palace or performed extremely well during an assessment. However, it had to be said that although the Heavenly Pool Palace was selective when granting purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons to their disciples, it did not mean that the Heavenly Pool Palace lacked purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Needless to say, for someone like Lei Jun, who was the son of a titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not lacking in purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. His mother, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor and the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, had long given him a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. After he had broken through and became a celestial emperor, he was again given another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Apart from that, he was also given another one after performing brilliantly in an assessment 100 years ago. Therefore, as far as he was concerned, it was nothing to give Lu Jian a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It only meant that he had one less thing in his spatial ring. On the other hand, for someone like Lu Jian who did not own a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, owning one meant that he had another life-saving treasure in his arsenal. Therefore, his eyes brightened as soon as he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission. He had already planned to kill Duan Lingtian as long as the chance presented itself. However, upon hearing Lei Jun's voice transmission, he grew even more determined to kill Duan Lingtian. He had no idea how Duan Lingtian had offended Lei Jun, but it did not matter to him. What mattered the most now was to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon that he yearned for even in his dreams. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Lu Jian's face when he shifted his eyes back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, to think you threw away your advantage and choose to fight me in an enclosed space, you must be really confident about your strength. Although the restrictions in the restraining profundity's spatial prison would not affect Duan Lingtian much, it would still affect him slightly. This meant that his teleportation profundity, his advantage, would be affected as well. For example, if Duan Lingtian were to teleport out of the spatial prison now, it would take him 2 breaths to do so. 2 breaths were more than enough for Lu Jian to do many things, or so Lu Jian thought. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian only said indifferently, "You're worthy of being Huang Lu Nan's senior brother, you're both really similar. Earlier, your junior brother was also certain of his victory. Alas, what was his outcome?" Lu Jian sneered. "What, you think I'll share the same outcome as my junior brother? If my junior brother weren't careless and let you seize the opportunity, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to beat him." Earlier, Duan Lingtian had intentionally prolonged his battle with Lu Jian to test his profundities from the law of space. However, in Lu Jian's eyes, it seemed like the battle had dragged on because Duan Lingtian was not able to quickly defeat his junior brother. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was powerful at all. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "You're talking rubbish. Hurry up and make your move, if that's what you desire." Lu Jian seemed to have turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. When he drew closer to Duan Lingtian, the streak of golden light seemed to have transformed into a golden sword ray. It looked unstoppable and invincible. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly before his figure moved at the speed of lightning. A turbulent energy swept out immediately. At the same time, 9 spatial tiers appeared around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the space around Lu Jian's golden sword ray turned volatile. Spatial energies that seemed like little snakes attacked the golden sword ray as the golden sword ray reaped the lives of the little snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the spatial energies that resembled little snakes suddenly turned into huge pythons. Just a few bolts of the spatial energies struck the golden sword ray, but it was enough to cause the golden sword ray, which seemed unaffected by the spatial energies just a moment ago, to dim. Lu Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. It's quite surprising that Duan Lingtian had comprehended so many profundities to the mastery stage. Unfortunately, this ends now. Up until now, Lu Jian had only used a small portion of his strength. He had held back so he could deliver the killing blow when Duan Lingtian least expected it. Chapter 3272 Duan Lingtian spits out a flying sword. In Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely surrender if he unleashed all his strength from the beginning. If he killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian had surrendered, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. With his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he might even be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the palace, he was ranked at the bottom among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be impossible for the Heavenly Pool Palace to spare his life due to his low status. Therefore, he had hidden his true strength and waited for the opportunity to strike with all his might to kill Duan Lingtian when the opportunity presented itself. Most of the disciples who were watching could tell Lu Jian was holding back his strength. Duan Lingtian is quite strong. Even then, it's obvious senior brother Lu Jian is holding back his strength. He should be stronger than this, right? That's right. The strength he has displayed so far is, at most, comparable to Huang Lu Nan's strength. There's no doubt he's holding back his strength. Even the disciples could tell Lu Jian was holding back his strength, let alone Huang Lu Nan. He could guess his senior brother's intention. Killing intent glinted in his eyes as he watched the battle. Duan Lingtian had beaten him so badly in front of so many people, his reputation would definitely take a hit once word of it spread out. Everyone would be reminded of his humiliation when they saw him or Duan Lingtian. If Duan Ling Tian died, he no longer had to worry about this matter. Since the others could guess Lu Jian's intention, how could Hong Fei not understand Lu Jian's intention? He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, his voice laden with anxiety. Junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Jian is hiding most of his strength so far. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and surrender. As soon as Hong Fei's voice transmission ended, the golden sword ray that was dimming suddenly brightened as though it had received a boost. The golden sword ray suddenly split into tens of thousands of sword rays and shot toward Duan Ling Tian in the spatial prison from the restraining profundity like floodwater that surged out of a broken dam. Chills ran up the disciples' spines as the ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air. This is Lu Jian's true strength. Didn't I say he was holding back earlier? How terrifying. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, even his senior brother, Hong Fei, would be seriously injured if he didn't die from such an attack, right? Lu Jian truly intends to kill Duan Ling Tian. The disciples felt pity from Duan Ling Tian as they watched the tide of golden sword rays swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Huang Lunan's eyes lit up when he saw the golden sword rays. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive this attack. After all, if he were to face such an attack, there was no doubt he would die. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Ling Tian. The eyes of the Sword Trial Pavilion elder frowned slightly when he saw Lu Jian intended to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, there was no reason for Lu Jian to suddenly unleash all his strength at this moment. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to intervene for Huaner's sake, there was nothing he could do at this moment unless Duan Ling Tian surrendered, since it was clearly stated that it was a life-or-death battle. Nevertheless, he thought it was too late even if Duan Ling Tian wanted to surrender at this moment. Based on what he could see of Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to withstand the attack for long. Even the slightest distraction was enough to kill Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Die, Lei Jun thought to himself excitedly. However, he felt like something was amiss when he turned to look at Huaner and saw the calm expression on her face. It seemed like she was not the slightest bit worried that Duan Ling Tian was going to die. What's going on? Lei Jun thought to himself in confusion. Soon enough, he thought to himself incredulously, don't tell me she thinks Duan Ling Tian is able to survive this attack. He found this ridiculous. After all, even he would not be able to survive Lu Jian's attack when he was younger than 500 years old. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's eyes widened in fear. His chubby face twitched as he watched the tide of golden sword rays shot toward Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Lu Jian's sword rays were still continuously attacking Duan Ling Tian's defensive energy. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be capable of withstanding my attack for 15 minutes. Alas, he'll definitely die in another 2 breaths. Lu Jian, who was among the golden sword rays, glared at Duan Ling Tian. Although he was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's tenacity, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was hanging by a thread at this moment. He was confident he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian could even open his mouth to surrender. Unfortunately, Lu Jian was not aware that Duan Ling Tian had not used the full strength of the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Although he could kill Lu Jian if he had cast all of his profundities that were at the mastery stage, it would take some time for him to kill Lu Jian. At that time, Lu Jian would have time to surrender. How could he allow someone who wanted to kill him to live? Profound Divine Metal, lend me your strength. Duan Ling Tian called out to the 6th form Profound Divine Metal that was in his little world. The Profound Divine Metal that had evolved to its 6th form was not arrogant. It heeded Duan Ling Tian's call immediately. A terrifying energy from the Profound Divine Metal surged out of the little world into Duan Ling Tian's body in just an instant. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian thanked the Profound Divine Metal. Killing intentions flashed in his eyes as he stared at one of the golden sword rays. He could tell it was the golden sword ray that Lu Jian had transformed into. Did he discover me? Lu Jian could tell Duan Ling Tian had identified him among the other golden sword rays. However, he could not care less. After all, there was nothing Duan Ling Tian could do now. He was in full control of the situation. Die. A smug smile appeared on Lu Jian's face as the tens of thousands of golden sword rays breached Duan Ling Tian's protective energy. They were only a hairbreadth away from Duan Ling Tian at this moment. However, his smile suddenly froze. He saw the spatial energy around Duan Ling Tian pushing his golden sword rays away. His expression changed drastically when he realized Duan Ling Tian had been hiding his strength. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian seemed slightly stronger than him. He hid his true strength. Duan Ling Tian, you hid your strength well. Nevertheless, Lu Jian was not frightened and was not in a rush to surrender. In his opinion, even if he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he would still be able to surrender in time. After all, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than him at most. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, he saw a golden sword ray shot out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth at lightning speed. He was shocked when he saw the golden sword ray that seemed to be boosted by the law of metal that he was familiar with. How's he capable of using the law of space and the law of metal at the same time? Moreover, the strength of his law of metal is incredibly strong. No, Lu Jian cried out suddenly. He was just about to surrender, but before he could even utter a word, the golden sword ray had pierced his glabella. It's an honor for you to die under my flying sword. This was the voice transmission Duan Ling Tian had sent Lu Jian just moments before Lu Jian's death. As soon as Lu Jian died, the tide of golden sword rays disappeared into thin air immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's golden sword ray had disappeared as soon as it had done its job. Due to its appearance and nature, no one was aware that the golden sword ray belonged to Duan Ling Tian. Everyone assumed that it was one of Lu Jian's golden sword rays. Chapter 3273 The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Ji Yu Chong Zhong. As the tens of thousands of golden sword rays began to vanish, the group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples shook their heads. They were under the impression that the battle had ended now that Lu Jian killed Duan Ling Tian. Even Lei Jun and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder shared the same thoughts as the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. They were certain Lu Jian had won and had killed Duan Ling Tian. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Little junior brother." On the contrary, Huaner was the only one who remained calm. Nobody knew Duan Ling Tian better than her. After all, she knew Lu Jian was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all, so she was not even the slightest bit worried. Therefore, unlike everyone else, she was not surprised when she saw a purple figure after the golden sword rays completely disappeared. Duan Ling Tian, how is this possible? Everyone saw Duan Ling Tian appearing completely unharmed while Lu Jian's corpse fell from the sky before smashing into a pulpy mess in the battle ring of the Prodigy Arena. Lu Jian, a prodigious disciple below the age of 700, was an 8 trigrams celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage, and yet, he had been killed by a prodigious disciple from the 200 to 300-year-old age group. Duan Ling Tian. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian alive and well. A hint of disbelief could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. It was completely out of his expectation that Duan Ling Tian would survive the battle with Lu Jian. Moreover, not only did Duan Ling Tian survive unharmed, but Duan Ling Tian also managed to kill Lu Jian. When the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples regained their senses, their impression of Duan Ling Tian had undergone a 180-degree change. None of them thought he would be able to defeat Lu Jian, let alone kill Lu Jian. Moreover, he had just become a prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group today. One could imagine the uproar this news would cause once it spread in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although something like this was not unprecedented in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was rare. What happened? How did senior brother Lu Jian die? Did Duan Ling Tian use some celestial talisman to kill senior brother Lu Jian? Hey, do you think the Prodigy Arena is a joke? The Prodigy Arena can detect celestial talismans. The Sword Trial Pavilion was similarly stunned. He had been so sure Duan Ling Tian had been killed by Lu Jian. How could he not be surprised that not only did Duan Ling Tian survive, but he even killed Lu Jian? How did he do it? The elder wondered inwardly, perplexed. He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Lu Jian. Although they were both prodigious disciples, Duan Ling Tian was, at least, 300 years younger than Lu Jian. Moreover, the fact that Lu Jian did not even have to surrender proved that Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as he seemed to be. Impossible. How's this possible? Huang Lu Nan, the former prodigious disciple who had just been kicked out of the prodigious disciples ranking and suffered a huge beating from Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded. He was so sure his senior brother would avenge him by killing Duan Ling Tian. Not only did his senior brother fail, but his senior brother was killed by Duan Ling Tian as well. He could not accept this. He even thought he was dreaming for a brief moment. If it were not for the commotion in the arena, he would have continued to think he was dreaming. Little junior brother. This is crazy. The expression of despair on Hong Fei's face that appeared when he thought Lu Jian had killed Duan Lingtian froze. It was replaced with an expression of shock when he discovered not only was Duan Lingtian alive, but Duan Lingtian had also killed Lu Jian. When Hong Fei regained his senses, he laughed heartily as he made his way to Duan Lingtian after seeing Huaner teleport to Duan Lingtian's side, gently holding his arm. Lu Jian had been his rival and enemy for so many years, and there was nothing he could do to get the upper hand. How could he not feel delighted by Lu Jian's death? Due to how Lu Jian had antagonized him, he really hated Lu Jian to the bones. He said happily, "Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I really underestimated you." At the same time, Lei Zheng's gaze turned frosty when he saw Huaner affectionately holding Duan Lingtian, looking like a pair of lovers, while ignoring him earlier. He scoffed before he left the prodigy arena. Similarly, Huang Lunan did not linger in the prodigy arena. It would be too embarrassing to do so. As he left, he sent a message to his teacher to inform his teacher of Lu Jian's death. Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher was one of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name was Ji Yuchong Zhang, and his title was the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. When the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, he said with a sigh, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be strong." Although Lu Jian was not particularly outstanding, he wasn't weak either. "I didn't expect you to kill him." Duan Lingtian smiled and said modestly, "I was just lucky." Just lucky. The elders and the disciples who overheard Duan Lingtian's words, naturally, did not believe him. Duan Lingtian did not waste time and asked, "Elder, I can now challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group, right?" "That's right." The elder nodded. "When I return, I'll inform him that you want to challenge him through his soul pearl. I'll get back to you once he has decided on a date. He's not allowed to refuse your challenge. If the battle doesn't happen in 3 months, he will be considered to have forfeited the fight, and you'll automatically rank at the top of your age group." "Thank you, elder." Duan Lingtian nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," the elder said. Before he left, he nodded and smiled at Huaner. However, before he could leave, a thunderously loud noise from afar rang in everyone's ears. "Who killed my Ji Yuchong Zhang disciple?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly grave. He was no stranger to the name Ji Yuchong Zhang. He knew Ji Yuchong Zhang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He also knew Ji Yuchong Yang's title was the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Ji Yuchong Zhang actually showed up here. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ji Yuchong Zhang would personally make a trip here because of Lu Jian's death. Ji Yuchong Zhang. Upon hearing Ji Yuchong Yang's voice, Hong Fei did not hesitate and quickly sent a message to his teacher, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei knew how valuable a titled Celestial Emperor was to the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Ji Yuchong Zhang insisted on behaving shamelessly and killed Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Pool Palace would not sentence Ji Yuchong Zhang to death. At most, they would heavily punish him. He knew the best course of action was to inform his teacher, Shu Lang, about this matter. Ji Yuchong Zhang was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. His expression was as clear as jade. His expression turned grim when he saw the body that lay motionlessly in one of the battle rings. Although Lu Jian was not his most outstanding disciple, he was rather fond of Lu Jian due to Lu Jian's eloquence. For this reason, he was furious when he learned about Lu Jian's death. "Who's Duan Lingtian?" Ji Yuchong Zhang asked as he hovered in the air and swept his gaze across the crowd of people. It did not take long before his eyes finally rested on Duan Lingtian due to how conspicuous Duan Lingtian was. Not only was Duan Lingtian handsome and had an extraordinary bearing, but it was difficult not to notice Huaner, the peerless beauty, who was standing next to him. "You killed my disciple?" Ji Yuchong Zhang asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable aura surged out of his body, pressuring Duan Lingtian. "Since it was a life-or-death battle between us, I can only say his death is a result of his incompetence." Duan Lingtian remained calm despite Ji Yuchong Yang's domineering attitude. He was not afraid at all despite the pressure from Ji Yuchong Yang's aura. After all, although he could sense the pressure, he did not really feel it. He had been absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods, after all. How could he feel pressured by the aura of a mere titled celestial emperor? Lord Ji Yu Chong, the Sword Trial Pavilion. Elder stepped forward at this moment and said, I supervised a life or death battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian. I can explain the matter to you. Was I speaking to you? Ji Yu Chong glanced at the elder and raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out like tens of thousands of galloping horses and landed on the elder, sending the elder flying back. The elder spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, turning his face pale. He did not hesitate and quickly crushed the communication celestial talisman to inform Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, of this matter. There was no doubt that Ji Yu Chong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was behaving unreasonably. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let his pavilion master, who was also a titled celestial emperor, intervene. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples felt anxious when they saw how aggressive Ji Yu Chong was behaving. Is the martial dragon celestial emperor, Lord Ji Yu Chong, going to avenge his disciple, Lu Jian? I don't think so. Although it's easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian, I don't think he dared to do such a thing. Right, I agree. His reputation will be tarnished if he does such a thing. At that time, everyone will only say he's irresponsible and that his behavior is not befitting of a titled celestial emperor. Chapter 3274 The Titled Celestial Emperor's Attack. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. All of them had such high status that they could decide one's life or death. Although Duan Lingtian was the student of Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, he was just a newcomer who had yet to prove himself. Therefore, Ji Yu Chong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, decided to take advantage of this to avenge his disciple, Lu Jian. Incompetence. Well said, Ji Yu Chong said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an equally cold gaze. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian, you're just a newcomer. Shu Lang won't blame me even if I kill you. You have 2 choices now, die or leave Shu Lang and become my disciple. If you take Lu Jian's place and become my disciple, I guarantee that your treatment will be much better than his. Although Ji Yu Chong was clearly eager to kill Duan Lingtian, his voice transmission was clearly persuading Duan Lingtian to abandon Shu Lang and follow him. Upon hearing Ji Yu Chong message, Duan Lingtian smiled. Ji Yu Chong expression darkened. What are you smiling about? If I leave my teacher, Shu Lang, and become your disciple, who knows if you'll take advantage of the situation and kill me before I join you, Duan Lingtian said calmly. At that time, even teacher Shu Lang won't protect me. It doesn't matter which choice I make since both choices lead to death. It's truly a good plan. Am I, Ji Yu Chong, someone who reneges on my words? As long as you join me, I won't kill you. Before Ji Yu Chong finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duan Lingtian had responded out loud, exposing him to everyone. Bastard, how dare you play tricks on me? At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples looked at Ji Yu Chong with a strange expression on their faces. The martial dragon celestial emperor was so shameless that he tried to force Duan Lingtian under the threat of death to join him even though his disciple had just died. Boy, you have a death wish. Ji Yu Chong knew his reputation would be tarnished once this matter spread out. At this point, he decided it was best to kill Duan Lingtian as quickly as possible. Upon sensing Ji Yu Chong killing intent, Duan Lingtian wondered. Inwardly, teacher Shu Lang should be arriving soon, right? Similar to Hong Fei, as soon as Ji Yu Chong appeared, Duan Lingtian had sent a message to Shu Lang. Shu Lang had also replied, saying that he would come over immediately. At this moment, a sword cry rang in the air just as Ji Yu Chong was about to make his move. A green sword ray that seemed like it had appeared out of thin air transformed into the figure of a person. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's teacher, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Shu Lang glanced at Ji Yu Chong indifferently as he said icily, Ji Yu Chong, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to disrespect me by attacking my student? Based on his tone, it was obvious Shu Lang was furious. His terrifying aura rippled into the surroundings as though he was about to attack any moment. Seeing the 2 titled celestial emperors in a confrontation, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They furtively sent messages to their peers about the incident. With this, it did not take long before a growing crowd formed outside of the prodigy arena. Shu Lang, your disciple didn't even bow to me when he saw me. How disrespectful. I was just trying to teach him a lesson so he learns to respect his elders. Since Shu Lang had appeared, Ji Yuchongjiang knew he would not be able to attack or kill Duan Lingtian. If he made a move, Shu Lang would definitely intervene before he could even lay a finger on Duan Lingtian. After all, Shu Lang was much stronger than him. In just a few moments, another figure appeared in the prodigy arena. It was none other than Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, who was also known as the Merciless Celestial Emperor. Lei Ying's gaze was cold as she stared at Ji Yuchongjiang and flatly said, Ji Yuchongjiang, how dare you touch a member of my Sword Trial Pavilion? Pavilion Master Lei Ying, it's a misunderstanding. Ji Yuchongyang's expression turned unsightly when he saw Lei Ying appearing next to Shu Lang. He forced a smile on his face despite his frustration of having to face two titled celestial emperors at the same time. Although Shu Lang was stronger than him, he was not too afraid. However, how could he not feel afraid faced with two titled celestial emperors? A misunderstanding. My Sword Trial Pavilion elder is injured. How's this a misunderstanding? Lei Ying's gaze grew even colder. Meanwhile, Shu Lang sent a voice message to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces today and teach Ji Yuchongjiang a lesson today. Alright, Lei Ying agreed easily. The two titled celestial emperors did not waste words and swept toward Ji Yuchongjiang, flanking him on both sides. As soon as Shu Lang and Lei Ying swept toward Ji Yuchongjiang, the disciples in the arena could naturally tell a fight was about to break out. Moreover, they could sense the formidable auras in their celestial origin energies. No one was curious about the outcome at all. After all, Shu Lang alone was stronger than Ji Yuchongjian. Now that Lei Ying had joined forces with Shu Lang, was there a need to guess Ji Yuchongyang's outcome? Lord Lei Ying and Lord Shu Lang are attacking Lord Ji Yuchongjiang. Heavens! A fight between three titled celestial emperors. Meanwhile, the disciples who just arrived were confused when they saw the two titled celestial emperors making a move. Aren't they the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor? Hey, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is here as well. A disciple laughed before he replied to his friends who had just arrived, you came just in time. I wonder how many moves the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor will be able to endure from the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing these words, the newly arrived disciples' eyes lit up in anticipation. Meanwhile, even Duan Lingtian and the Sword Trial Pavilion elder did not expect Shu Lang and Lei Ying to attack Ji Yuchongjiang. The elder's eyes shone with reverence as he looked at Lei Ying. Shu Lang, Lei Ying, what are you doing? Ji Yuchongjiang was shocked when he saw Shu Lang and Lei Ying joining forces to deal with him. There was nothing he could do but to defend himself at this moment. Lei Ying's raging energy surged out like a ferocious beast as bolts of purple lightning flashed around it. A thunderous explosion rang in the air as the energy shot toward Ji Yuchongjiang. Based on this, it was obvious that she had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He could tell Lei Ying had comprehended. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised that Lei Ying had comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. However, he was surprised by Lei Ying's seemingly crude and simple attack that seemed strange to him. All the profundities from the law of thunder are so in sync when she cast them. No wonder, the power of the attack is much stronger than it seems. Duan Lingtian finally figured out what was different about the seemingly simple attack. A titled celestial emperor was, indeed, extraordinary. Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude approach, the chilling sword rays that revolved around Shu Lang shot out as he pointed at Ji Yuchongjiang. Their auras were so cold that the disciples in the arena felt as though they were in an ice cave. As the sword rays shot out, the void in the air seemed to freeze in their wake. Obviously, Shu Lang had comprehended the law of ice. Shu Lang, Lei Ying, don't cross the line. Ji Yuchongyang's expression was unsightly. He was panicking as he tried to defend himself against the attacks of two titled celestial emperors. Don't cross the line, Shu Lang sneered. His sword rays froze and destroyed Ji Yuchongyang's attack as soon as they collided. With just a strike, it was exceedingly clear that Shu Lang's strength far overwhelmed Ji Yuchongyang's strength. Nevertheless, it was clear that Shu Lang and Lei Ying were not done with Ji Yuchongjiang. After Shu Lang attacked, it was now Lei Ying's turn to attack. Her energy that was flashing with purple lightning bolts swept toward Ji Yuchangjiang like the raging sea. Her attack was like the wrath of a thunder god. Ji Yuchangyang's expression changed drastically. His body began to shine as he hurriedly mobilized his energy to erect a strong defensive barrier around himself. At the same time, the silhouette of protective armor appeared on his body. At this moment, he was like a coward, no different from a tortoise hiding in its shell. Lei Ying's energy landed on Ji Yuchangyang's defensive barrier. The attack finally breached the barrier after exhausting half of its strength. The remaining energy from Lei Ying's attack landed on Ji Yuchangjiang and sent him flying in the air like a rag doll. Ji Yuchangjiang tried to stabilize his footing as he flew in the air. Although he was not severely injured, with his torn robes, he looked incredibly miserable. Chapter 3275 Fan Qi. After Ji Yuchangyang's attack was destroyed by Xu Lang, Lei Ying breached his defenses and injured him. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples regained their senses, they saw Ji Yuchangjiang in a wretched state. Blood was even trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured, just a single strike, and he's already in such a miserable state. Lord Xu Lang and Lord Lei Ying are so powerful. That's not a surprise, since the martial dragon Celestial Emperor is no match for the verdant prairie. Celestial Emperor and the merciless Celestial Emperor respectively, how could he stand a chance if both of them join forces? They've gone easy on him as well. After all, it's not difficult for them to kill him now that they've joined forces. Well, they have to go easy on him. No matter what, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor is still one of our Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. They know not to go overboard when fighting. While the disciples discussed the three titled Celestial Emperors, some of them began to discuss Duan Lingtian. Speaking about going overboard, don't you think Duan Lingtian went overboard for killing Lu Jian? That's probably why the martial dragon Celestial Emperor was so furious that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. It seems like you just arrived. Huh, how do you know that? If you were here earlier and saw the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian, you wouldn't have said such things. Lu Jian was the one who provoked Duan Lingtian first. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Alas, Duan Lingtian ended up killing him. If someone wanted to kill you, and you're capable of killing him, don't tell me you're not going to kill him. That's right, Lu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. He probably didn't expect that Duan Lingtian's strong enough to kill him. The disciples who had just arrived looked at Ji Yuchangjiang with an unnatural expression on their faces after learning that Lu Jian only had himself to blame for his death, but Ji Yuchangjiang came to the prodigy arena with the intention to avenge Lu Jian. How shameless! I didn't expect a titled Celestial Emperor in our Heavenly Pool Palace to be such a person. Didn't you see the verdant prairie Celestial Emperor and the merciless Celestial Emperor joining forces to deal with the martial dragon Celestial Emperor? If he's not shameless, the other two wouldn't have joined forces to deal with him. Shameless. If this matter spreads out, the Heavenly Pool Palace will become a laughingstock. That's right, the other heaven-grade forces will definitely ridicule our Heavenly Pool Palace, saying the titled Celestial Emperors in our Heavenly Pool Palace don't know how to discern right from wrong. Although the disciples were discussing among themselves in a low voice, Ji Yuchangjiang still heard their words. His expression turned unsightly immediately as he began to fume in anger. Xu Lang, Lei Ying, Ji Yuchangjiang, will never forget what happened today. Ji Yuchangjiang said as he glared at Xu Lang and Lei Ying before he left. Due to his speed, it looked as though he had disappeared into thin air. Xu Lang and Lei Ying did not chase after Ji Yuchangjiang. After all, they only wanted to teach him a lesson. Since Ji Yuchangjiang was a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, one of the pillars of the Heavenly Pool Palace, they knew it was not a good idea to kill him. It did not take long before what happened in the Prodigy Arena spread like a wildfire. People began to realize that Duan Lingtian was highly valued by Xu Lang, the verdant prairie Celestial Emperor, based on the way Xu Lang had defended Duan Lingtian. As for Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, some people speculated that she had acted against Ji Yuchangjiang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, for her subordinate's sake, and some people speculated she had done it for the sake of her new student. After all, although her new student was not involved in the matter, everyone knew her new student was in a relationship with Xu Lang's new student. With this, Duan Lingtian and Huaner also became famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian, in particular, was now famous for his feat of defeating a prodigious disciple between the age of 600 to 700 years old when he was not even 300 years old. There were more than 300 years of difference in age between the two opponents. Little junior brother, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace is now on par with first senior sister and second senior brother now, Hong Fei said. Since Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Jian a month ago, he had been visiting Duan Lingtian frequently. However, before his visits, he would always send a message to Duan Lingtian to make sure Duan Lingtian was not cultivating. This time, Duan Lingtian was not cultivating when Hong Fei sent a message asking if he could visit. He had not forgotten his purpose of joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had taken time off from cultivating for a month now to investigate Huaner's parents' whereabouts, but he did not find anything useful at all. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although my reputation is on par with first senior sister and second senior brother, my strength is still a far cry from theirs. Duan Lingtian's first senior sister and second senior brother were Shu Lang's strongest students. His two eldest seniors aside, he was confident he would be able to defeat his third senior sister, who may, if he had the help from the 5 divine elements. You're crazy. How can you compare yourself to first senior sister and second senior brother? Think about it. How old are you? Hong Fei said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet abruptly. Hong Fei stood up and asked curiously, what's wrong? Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it was obvious that something had happened. I just received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The top prodigious disciple in my age group has replied to my challenge. The battle is this afternoon in the Prodigy Arena, Duan Lingtian replied. This afternoon, Hong Fei looked up at the sky. It's almost noon now, we can head over to the arena in a while. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, I'll inform Huaner about this. Sixth senior brother, why don't you return for now? If you're interested in watching my battle, I'll see you in the Prodigy Arena later. After Hong Fei left, he sent Duan Lingtian a message to brief him about his opponent. Your opponent's name is Fan Qi. He's a 5-element celestial lord who's comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Apart from that, he's not human. It's said that he's a celestial plant. Needless to say, his powers increase tremendously when he reverts to his true form. Not human. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Hong Fei's message. He was impressed that Fan Qi was able to comprehend 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage even if he was not human. After all, it was not an easy feat for someone below the age of 300 to comprehend so many profundities to the mastery stage. After a while, Duan Lingtian went to look for Huaner so he could wake her up. Huaner. Over the past month, Huaner had not been cultivating. She had been sleeping mostly to comprehend the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity since she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. This was an aspect where she was weaker than Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, although he had already comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he could still use the supreme powerhouse divinity to gain more insights on how to use the law of space effectively. However, his progress had been quite slow in regard to this. After comprehending all of the profundities to the mastery stage, the next step was to familiarize oneself with the profundities, learn the best way to apply them during a battle, and make sure the profundities were in sync. For example, most of the titled celestial emperors had comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage. Therefore, if the titled celestial emperors had the same cultivation base and comprehended all of the profundities to the mastery stage, the deciding factor of a battle was determined by their effective use of their profundities. A month ago, when Lei Ying and Shu Lang dealt with Ji Yu Chongzhong, Duan Lingtian had observed how they used their profundities. He saw their strength increase tremendously due to how in sync their profundities were. At the same time, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace had seen the announcement of Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi's battle and learned that the battle would take place in the afternoon in the Prodigy Arena. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Palace had heard of Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, only those who were in closed-door cultivation had not heard of him. As for Fan Qi, he was, naturally, famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. After all, he was the strongest prodigy in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. Moreover, Fan Qi had also defeated a prodigious disciple from the 700 to 800-year-old age group in the past. Although the prodigious disciple he defeated was ranked at the bottom of his age group, it still stirred up a huge commotion at that time. After all, There was no doubt it was an amazing feat. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian caused a huge stir in the Heavenly Pool Palace when he killed Lu Jian. News of Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi's impending battle spread like a wildfire, and it did not take long before a huge crowd had gathered outside of the Prodigy Arena. Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian, a prodigious disciple in the 600 to 700-year-old age group, a month ago. There's no doubt he's strong. If he's going against anyone else in his age group, I'd be certain of victory. However, his opponent is Fan Qi, who's also a monstrous talent. That's right. Similarly, Fan Qi had also defeated a prodigious disciple in the 700 to 800-year-old age group. Although his opponent was ranked at the bottom, there's no doubt that Fan Qi is really strong. It's hard to tell who's stronger between the two of them. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian's stronger. Fan Qi only defeated his opponent, but Duan Lingtian killed his opponent. There's a huge difference between defeating someone and killing someone. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian only managed to kill Lu Jian at that time because Lu Jian was careless. Apart from that, it has been 30 years since Fan Qi defeated his opponent from a higher age group. There's no doubt he has grown even stronger since then. Chapter 3276 in the Prodigy Arena again. Similar to Duan Lingtian's previous opponent, Huang Lunan, Fan Qi was also a 5-element celestial lord. However, Huang Lunan was definitely no match for Fan Qi. Even if Huang Lunan could disregard the rule and directly challenge Fan Qi, it was likely that he would not do so. Duan Lingtian challenged Fan Qi. Fan Qi is stronger than senior brother Lu Jian, and he's also the top prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. I'm sure that he has more than a few tricks up his sleeve. Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, no one knew whether it was to watch Duan Lingtian getting beaten by Fan Qi or to see if Fan Qi had mastered any new techniques. Huang Lunan decided to leave his cultivation place and go to the Prodigy Arena to watch the battle. Fortunately, teacher didn't blame me when he returned injured a month ago. Fear rose in his heart when he thought about this. At that time, he had prepared himself to be punished. At this time, many people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, like Huang Lunan, were making their way to the Prodigy Arena. Among these people, there were many prodigious disciples as well. Previously, due to Duan Lingtian's unknown strength as a newcomer and Huang Lunan's rank at the bottom of his age group, their battle did not pique the interest of the other prodigious disciples at all. Similarly, Huaner's battle with the prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group who was ranked second to last did not attract much attention as well. Nevertheless, those who were present were shocked when Huaner defeated her opponent with just one strike. After 2 battles, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace, naturally, paid more attention to Shu Lang and Lei Ying's new students. The pair was both talented and well-matched. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, every titled celestial emperor, including the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had prodigious disciples under them. For instance, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Shu Lang, had 7 prodigious disciples under him, while the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying, had 5 prodigious disciples under her. Similarly, the martial dragon celestial emperor, Ji Changjiang, had 6 prodigious disciples under him before Duan Lingtian killed one and kicked another one off the prodigious disciples ranking. 5th junior brother is truly useless. I can't believe he was killed by someone who's not even 300 years old. Apart from Huang Lunan, the other prodigious disciples under Ji Changjian were all stronger than Lu Jian. Moreover, 2 of the prodigious disciples were younger than Lu Jian. One of them was a little over 500 years old while the other was a little over 600 years old. The one who had just spoken was Ji Changjian's prodigious disciple who was in the 600 to 700-year-old age group like Lu Jian. He was a few decades younger than Lu Jian, but he was ranked 3rd in his age group while Lu Jian was ranked 2nd to last. Therefore, Lu Jian had to address him as 3rd senior brother when they met. He was Ji Changjian's 3rd disciple. His appearance was that of a skinny young man, and he was dressed in fine robes. Although his features were ordinary, his gaze was piercing. 3rd senior brother, I think 5th junior brother was just careless. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have died even if Duan Lingtian's capable of defeating him. Apart from Huang Lunan who had gone to the Prodigy Arena, 2 of Ji Changyang's prodigious disciples had also gone to the Prodigy Arena. One of them was Yu, and the other one was Ji Changyang's 4th disciple, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was a little more than 500 years old, and he was ranked 4th in the 500 to 600-year-old age group. Although he was younger than Lu Jian, he was much stronger than Lu Jian. Similar to Lei Ying, the seniority of Ji Yu Chongyang's prodigious disciples was decided based on their strength. In fact, this was how all of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, except for Shu Lang, decided the seniority of their prodigious disciples. Since Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, decided the seniority of his prodigious disciples based on when they joined him, no one knew which of Shu Lang's disciples were the strongest or the weakest. As Duan Ling Tian and Huaner prepared to leave their cultivation place and make their way to the prodigy arena, they saw Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, who had been waiting for them for quite a while. Hong Fei was not alone, there were another two people standing next to him. One of them was Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister, and Wen Wanner, Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and greeted his two senior sisters. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. After that, he turned to greet Hong Fei, little junior brother, you're not being fair. Why did you greet me last? Do you look down on your sixth senior brother? Hong Fei said dramatically. Fatty, your seniority is lower than both of us. Isn't it natural that he greets you last? If you're dissatisfied, you can challenge me or your fourth senior sister. If you're able to defeat any of us, I'll address you as senior brother. What do you think about that? Hu Mei's blunt words successfully shut Hong Fei up. Initially, when Duan Ling Tian first joined Shu Lang, Hong Fei had thought there was finally someone weaker than him in the group. When Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian a month ago, he finally realized even his little junior brother was stronger than him. In the end, nothing had changed, he was still the weakest among the prodigious disciples under Shu Lang. Fortunately, their seniority was not decided based on strength. Otherwise, he would definitely be everyone's little junior brother now. Wen Wanner said with a faint smile on her face, sixth junior brother, you really have to work harder. Even little junior brother is stronger than you. If you don't work hard, who knows if you'll get kicked off the prodigious disciples ranking. Fourth senior sister, even you are joining third senior sister to bully me. Hong Fei said as he sulked. Wen Wanner did not reply to Hong Fei. Instead, she looked at Huaner and said with a smile, Sister Huaner, congratulations on becoming a prodigious disciple. Thank you, fourth senior sister, Huaner replied with a smile. She had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister. On the contrary, she completely ignored Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister. What, are you still mad at me, Sister Huaner? With Hu Mei's personality, just because Huaner ignored her, it did not mean she would do the same. She moved closer to Huaner and said with a bright smile on her face, Hey, I was just joking at that time. You're taking it too seriously, silly girl. Although little junior brother seems like a good man, I have no interest in stealing another person's lover. So don't worry, he's all yours. After she finished speaking, she laughed heartily. While Hu Mei laughed, Hong Fei seemed transfixed by her alluring figure. When Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Mei and Wen Wanner, he had already guessed their intentions. Nevertheless, he still asked, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, are you going to the prodigy arena as well? That's right, Hu Mei nodded. I really regret I wasn't there to watch you kill Lu Jian a month ago. Now that you have another battle, how can I miss it? Moreover, your opponent this time is the top prodigious disciple in your age group. Wen Wanner chimed in with a smile on her face, little junior brother, after listening to sixth junior brother constantly praising you, I'd like to watch your battle to see how powerful you are as well. Alright, shall we go now? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Following that, the five of them made their way to the prodigy arena. During their journey to the prodigy arena, they saw many people making their way to the arena as well. Since the arena was not located far away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, it only took a few moments before Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the arena. Currently, the prodigy arena was already crowded. From afar, one could only see a sea of black heads. Meanwhile, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion had already arrived and was hovering in the center of the arena. It did not take long before his eyes found Duan Ling Tian and the others. He smiled faintly at Duan Ling Tian before he bowed at Huaner. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared in the prodigy arena, many of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples discovered him. Almost everyone was staring at him at this moment. Duan Ling Tian is here. Upon seeing everyone's attention on Duan Ling Tian, Hong Fei said, little junior brother, you're getting a lot of attention. Today, you must defeat Fan Chi and make us proud. Hey, don't you know how to speak properly? Hu Mei said as she glanced at Hong Fei. You should tell little junior brother to go easy on Fan Chi instead. Do you think there'd be another outcome apart from little junior brother defeating Fan Chi? And no, Hong Fei only smiled bitterly when he heard Hu Mei's words. Inwardly, he could not help but grumble that he definitely could not compare with Hu Mei in regard to flattery. For this reason, even their first senior sister had a close relationship with Hu Mei. They were like sisters. After a moment, Hong Fei's keen eyes spotted Ji Yu Chongyang's disciple whom Duan Ling Tian defeated a month ago. Who could have guessed Huang Lu Nan would come as well? After discovering Huang Lu Nan, Hong Fei saw another two of Ji Yu Chongyang's prodigious disciples. Yuan Gang, they're here as well. Why, sixth junior brother, are you worried Yu and Yuan Gang will cause trouble for our little junior brother? Hu Mei asked as she rolled her eyes. Then, without waiting for Hong Fei to reply, she knocked his head and continued to say, Hey, do you think your fourth senior sister and I are just for show? Indeed, with Hu Mei and Wen Wanner's strength, Hong Fei thought there was no need to be afraid of Yu and Yuan Gang. Thus, he scratched his head and said sheepishly, My bad. I forgot about both of you. Hey, how could you forget we're here? Are we invisible to you? Hu Mei said as she raised her hand again to knock Hong Fei's head. Hong Fei shook his head vehemently. He really felt like crying at this moment. Chapter 3277 Han Yunjin. While Hu Mei was teasing Hong Fei, a husky voice rang from afar. Junior sister Wanner. A few moments later, a blue-clad young man appeared near Duan Ling Tian and the others. There was another young man trailing behind the blue-clad young man as well. The blue-clad young man was handsome. He had an air of arrogance around him as though he was superior to everyone. Initially, Duan Ling Tian assumed Wen Wanner, his fourth junior sister, had a good relationship with the blue-clad young man. However, he soon realized he was mistaken when he saw Wen Wanner responding indifferently to the blue-clad young man's greeting. It was obvious Wen Wanner had no intention of engaging in a conversation with the blue-clad young man. Upon seeing Wen Wanner's cold response, the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man said indignantly, Wen Wanner, senior brother Jin is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Wen Wanner did not respond to the young man, but Hu Mei could not endure it. She sneered and said to the young man, Since when did the second disciple of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor become a lackey? What an embarrassment to all prodigious disciples. The sneer on her face grew deeper and deeper as she spoke. Hu Mei, you have a death wish. The young man's expression darkened upon hearing Hu Mei's words. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at her. What, Shao Kong Yi, are you going to fight me? Hu Mei sneered. It is an opportunity for me to see if you've improved. Don't forget how you failed the last time you challenged me. How dare a loser like you talk such a big game in front of me? The more Hu Mei said, the darker the young man's expression became. At this moment, the blue-clad young man interjected, Hu Mei, you should know when to stop. He did bother concealing the threat in his words. Despite the blue-clad young man's threats, Hu Mei did not seem frightened. Instead, she continued to say, Han Yunjin, if I were you, I'd never show myself in front of Wanner again. Duan Ling Tian was watching the scene before him in slight confusion when Hong Fei, his sixth senior brother, sent a voice transmission to him. Little junior brother. The person standing behind the blue-clad young man is Shao Kong Yi, the second disciple of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor before this. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his strength was similar to Ji Yu Chongjong, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Therefore, similar to Ji Yu Chongjong, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was also weaker than his teacher, Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei continued to say through voice transmission, he's in the same age group as third senior sister. Both of them are between 800 to 900 years old. Third senior sister ranks second while he ranks third in their age group. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Hong Fei's words. Hu Mei, his third senior sister, was ranked second in her age group. He could not help but look at Hu Mei. He did not expect his bold and carefree third senior sister to be such a powerful prodigious disciple. Shao Kong Yi has challenged third senior sister a few times now but was defeated every single time, Hong Fei explained through voice transmission. As for the blue-clad young man, he's one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, like our second senior brother. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was surprised that Han Yunjin, whom Hu Mei was scolding, was as famous as his second senior brother in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only outstanding disciples below the age of 1000 were qualified to become prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace referred to the 5 strongest people below the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name's Han Yujin, and he's the eldest disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response. He had heard that the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was stronger than Shu Lang. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, after all. After a moment, he asked Hong Fei curiously through voice transmission, 6th senior brother, why do I get the feeling that 3rd and 4th senior sister really dislike Han Yunjin? Even as a third party who knew nothing, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense Hu Mei and Wen Wanner's dislike of Han Yunjin. It's not just them, 2nd senior brother, 5th senior brother, and I hate him as well. In fact, even our teacher doesn't like him. You don't hate him now because you're still unaware of what he had done. Hong Fei said angrily, that Han Yunjin is a bastard. Back then, when he pursued 4th senior sister, he seemed devoted and loyal. However, behind her, he was always flirting with other female disciples and would stay over at their places. Fortunately, 2nd senior brother found out about this before 3rd senior sister married him. Otherwise, 4th senior sister would have lost more than her feelings for him. Fortunately, 4th senior sister had never been physically intimate with him. Nevertheless, she was truly broken-hearted. It took her almost 100 years to heal from her heartbreak. After all, he was the only one she had ever loved, and yet, he cheated on her. Currently, she no longer has any feelings for him except for hatred. After listening to Hong Fei's words, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as well. He had a good impression of Wen Wanner since they had first met. How could Han Yujin hurt someone as gentle as Wen Wanner? No wonder all of the prodigious disciples under Shu Lang hated Han Yujin. Hong Fei continued to say through voice transmission, 2nd senior brother even challenged Han Yunjin because of that matter. However, Han Yunjin tried to avoid 2nd senior brother because he knew he was not a match for 2nd senior brother. Nonetheless, 2nd senior brother went to look for him and beat him up. 2nd senior brother even injured him several times. Naturally, 2nd senior brother was punished for his actions every single time as well. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel moved when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although he was just listening to Hong Fei's words, he could imagine the anger his 2nd senior brother must have felt at that time. Although his 2nd senior brother knew he was going to be punished for his actions, he did not hesitate to stand up for his 4th junior sister. Based on this, it could be seen that their 2nd senior brother was a really protective person. After learning about this, he felt his respect for his 2nd senior brother, whom he had only met once, grow. 4th senior sister had pleaded with 2nd senior brother to stop, but he didn't listen and went to beat Han Yunjin up. 2nd senior brother said he should protect us, especially when 1st senior sister isn't around. In the end, 2nd senior brother only stopped because 4th senior sister threatened him with suicide. This was Hong Fei's last voice transmission regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Han Yujin stared at Hu Mei and smiled icily as he said, Hu Mei, do you want to fight me? Do you think you stand a chance against me? Hu Mei said mockingly, well, I don't mind if you really want to fight. I'm only worried about you. After all, my 2nd senior brother might beat you up again. Moreover, if you injure me, my 2nd senior brother would have a valid reason to beat you up. It doesn't matter if he beats you until you become disabled. The Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him as long as he doesn't kill you. Han Yunjin stared at Hu Mei and smiled coldly, do you think you can win against me? I don't mind if you want to fight. I'm just worried about you. You might get beaten up by my 2nd senior brother again after this. If the disciples under the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were injured in an unsanctioned fight, the fellow disciples of the injured prodigious disciple were allowed to avenge him or her. In the past, Han Yujin had hurt Wen Wanner. Unfortunately, her broken heart was not a physical injury. Therefore, Lu Ji was punished whenever he beat Han Yunjin up. If Wen Wanner had sustained physical injuries, he would not have been punished for beating Han Yun-jin up since it would be within the Heavenly Pool Palace rules. Han Yun-jin's expression turned unsightly when he heard Hu Mei's words. He glared at Hu Mei and asked, "You think I'm afraid of Lu Ji?" Upon hearing these words, Hu Mei's smile widened as she said, "If you're not afraid, then you're welcome to attack me now." Han Yun-jin only scoffed. He did not respond to Hu Mei's words and changed the topic instead. "I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you. I'm only here today because of my fourth junior brother. Not interested. I think you're just afraid." Hu Mei continued to mock Han Yun-jin. Han Yun-jin ignored Hu Mei's provocations again. Instead, he swept his gaze across the group of people in front of him. "Who's Duan Ling Tian? You're quite courageous for challenging my fourth junior brother." When Han Yun-jin's eyes finally found Duan Ling Tian, he said, "Ah, you must be Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian stepped forward. His gaze was icy as he said, "So Fan Chi is your fourth junior brother?" Then, a grin appeared on his face as he continued to say in a voice that grew colder and colder, "You better ask him to watch out. Sometimes, I can't control my strength, so I can be a little bit heavy-handed when I hit." Although Duan Ling Tian did not spend much time with his seniors, they made him feel like he was home, as though he was among family members. Naturally, he would not be courteous to those who had bullied his family members. "Since when did Fan Chi become your fourth junior brother?" Hu Mei asked with a frown. Clearly, she was not aware that Fan Chi had become the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. "This happened about 2 months ago. It's not surprising that you didn't hear about it," Han Yun-jin said with a faint smile on his face. When he turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian, he said with a sneer, "A battle between prodigious disciples can be just a normal battle or a life-or-death battle. If my fourth junior brother challenges you to a life-or-death battle, do you dare to accept his challenge?" "A life-or-death battle?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "I'm only worried he's afraid of challenging me to a life-or-death battle. If he dares to challenge me to a fight to the death, I, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely accept his challenge." "Very good." Han Yu-jin's smile widened upon hearing these words. "Let's hope you don't get killed. Otherwise, it'd be someone else standing next to this beautiful lady beside you." At this moment, Han Yun-jin's eyes were trained on Huoner. His desire for her was apparent in his eyes. Although Huoner wore a veil to hide her appearance, it was not enough to conceal her peerless beauty. As soon as Han Yun-jin finished speaking, the killing intent flashing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes intensified. If it were not for the crowd in the surroundings and his consideration for the bigger picture, he would have killed Han Yun-jin at this moment even if it meant he had to borrow the strength of all the 5 divine elements and used up all the trump cards in his possession. Regardless, just because he could not kill Han Yun-jin now did not mean he could not kill Han Yun-jin later. In his eyes, Han Yun-jin was already a dead man walking. Chapter 3278 Why Should I Be Worried? Huoner was the apple of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. How could he not be angered by Han Yun-jin's words? He was so angry that he had already sentenced Han Yun-jin to death in his heart. In the end, he only said with a sneer, "The only thing you need to worry about is your fourth junior disciple dying later." "Is that so?" Han Yun-jin maintained the smile on his face as he said, "It seems like killing Lu Jian really boosted your confidence. However, Lu Jian wasn't in the same league as my fourth junior brother. If he dares to choose the life-or-death battle, then death is what he will get," Duan Ling Tian replied icily as his eyes flashed. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in the prodigy arena. "Elder Qin." At the same time, a skinny figure appeared in the prodigy arena, staring at the sword trial pavilion elder who would be supervising the battle today. The figure belonged to a skinny and ordinary-looking young man. His aura was icy as he announced loudly, "I, Fan Chi, accept Duan Ling Tian's challenge. In return, I challenge him to a life-or-death battle. No surrender or rest until one of us is dead." With these words, his identity became clear to those who might not recognize him. Who else could he be but Fan Chi, the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group? He's Fan Chi. He wants the battle to be a life-or-death battle. There are 2 types of life-or-death battles. One is where either one of the opponents are allowed to surrender. The other one is where there's no surrendering at all. The battle only ends when one of the 2 opponents dies. What enmity does he have with Duan Ling Tian? Why would he choose this type of battle? Fan Chi's words stunned the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the prodigy arena. Most of them speculated that there must be some deep-seated grudge between Fan Chi and Duan Ling Tian for Fan Chi to choose such a battle to the death where surrendering was not an option. In Heavenly Pool Palace, the challenger, in this case, Duan Ling Tian, did not have the right to choose the type of battle. He only had the power to reject the battle. Conversely, the person who was challenged, in this case, it would be Fan Chi, would be given the right to choose the type of battles. The types of battles were battles that would end once there was a clear winner and one was not allowed to kill one's opponent, life or death battles where one was allowed to surrender, and life or death battles where the battles would only end once one of the two opponents was dead. If Duan Ling Tian rejected the life or death battle that Fan Chi proposed, he would have to forfeit his challenge as well, making Fan Chi the winner. However, if Duan Ling Tian accepted the life or battle, there was no stopping it until one of them was dead. No one was allowed to intervene at all. How could the others not be shocked by Fan Chi's choice of battle? Fan Chi, you're certain you want to a life or death battle with no option of surrendering? The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was similarly shocked by Fan Chi's choice that he instinctively confirmed again with Fan Chi that he really wanted a life or death battle without the option to surrender. After all, he had to be certain in matters like this. If there were any misunderstandings, he would have to bear the blame for it. Yes, Fan Chi replied. Then, he continued to say in a loud and clear voice, all our senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters can be the witnesses. Fan Chi's words caused another uproar in the arena. Perhaps, some might have passed off Fan Chi's earlier words as a casual remark. With these words, there was no more doubt about his intention. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you're not only good at talking, Han Yunjin said before he left with Xiao Kongyi. His gaze was brimming with disdain as though he was intentionally trying to provoke Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian could tell Han Yunjin was trying to provoke him into accepting the life or death battle. Nevertheless, it did not matter to him. After all, he was not afraid of Fan Chi. Hong Fei's expression was grim as he said in a low voice, little junior brother, don't accept the challenge. Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, was aware of Han Yunjin's character. Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Han Yunjin was so confident about Fan Chi, it meant that he was certain Fan Chi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have other opportunities to fight him in the future, Wen Wanner, Duan Ling Tian's 4th senior sister, said with a dignified expression on her face. Among everyone present, she knew Han Yunjin best. After all, she was truly in love with Han Yunjin back then. The only thing was they had not taken that last step in their relationship. She knew Han Yunjin was a cautious person and would not simply take risks if he were not certain of his victory. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior sister, who was as furious as a fire-breathing dragon, tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from accepting Fan Chi's challenge. Her expression was solemn when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although she really hated Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not a simple person. Since Fan Chi had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a life or death battle with no option to surrender, it was clear Fan Chi wanted to seize the opportunity to openly kill Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the incident between Wen Wanner and Han Yunjin, those under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor firmly stood on opposing sides. It was not difficult for Shu Lang's prodigious disciples to figure out why Fan Chi wanted to kill their little junior brother. Their grudge aside, those under the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor just did not want another outstanding prodigious disciple among their ranks. After all, based on the strength their little junior brother had displayed, it was obvious that he would not be any weaker than their 2nd senior brother in the future. In fact, their little junior brother might even surpass their 1st senior sister in the future. In conclusion, Han Yunjin just could not stand watching someone with such great potential like Duan Ling Tian grow stronger and stronger in case Duan Ling Tian became a threat. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, what's your answer? You're allowed to reject him, but you'll be considered as failing the challenge. If you accept, you'll have to fight Fan Chi until one of you dies. For Huaner's sake, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian, since Fan Chi proposed the life or death battle without the option to surrender, it means he's highly confident about winning. I'm sure he has a hidden trump card. I advise you to reject him. I appreciate the thought, Elder, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Then, he disappeared into thin air before he reappeared across from Fan Chi. With this, although Duan Ling Tian did not verbally answer the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder's question, his actions spoke clearly of his intention. He accepted the life or death battle with no option to surrender. I didn't expect you to have the guts to accept this, Fan Chi said with a cold expression. When he saw Duan Ling Tian teleporting into the arena, a smile that looked worse than if he were crying appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin, why would you think I don't have the guts to accept the challenge? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Earlier, he had heard from Hong Fei that Lu Ji, his second senior brother, had challenged Han Yunjin to the two different types of life or death battles on several occasions, but Han Yunjin rejected all of them. Before Fan Chi could reply, Duan Ling Tian smirked as he said mockingly, in fact, I should say I didn't expect you to have the guts to challenge me to a life or death battle with no option to surrender. I was under the impression that all of you are cowardly like your senior brother, Han Yunjin. This brat really has a death wish. Han Yunjin, who was standing nearby with a gloating smile on his face, froze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His expression turned incredibly unsightly in just a blink of an eye. He felt so humiliated he almost wished he could dig a hole to hide in when he felt the burning stares on him. When Han Yunjin returned his gaze to Duan Ling Tian, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Chi. His voice was cold and furious. Fourth junior brother, end it quickly. I don't want him alive for a second longer. Don't worry, he'll surely die, Fan Chi replied confidently, clearly assured of his victory. Duan Ling Tian stared at Fan Chi indifferently, clearly not intimidated by Fan Chi at all. So what if Fan Chi was a celestial plant that was highly talented and had high comprehension skills? Moreover, Fan Chi had probably only gained a human form roughly 300 years ago. If he was afraid of someone like this, how could he continue on his journey? How could he save his wives, Ka and Li Fei, his family, and friends in the Divine Offering Land? At this moment, Fan Chi said nonchalantly, Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you 10 breaths to say your last words before I attack. Once I attack, you'd have 20 seconds to live at most before you die. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's appearance in the battle ring. This means Duan Ling Tian accepts the life or death battle, right? He seems very confident of his victory. Confident? So what if he's confident? Isn't Fan Chi confident as well? Otherwise, would he have chosen a life or death battle? A death duel between two prodigious disciples. It has been a while since this happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? Back then, Lu Ji, the second disciple of Shu Lang, the verdant prayer celestial emperor, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the profound heaven celestial emperor as well. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the spectators discussed among themselves, Shu Lang's 3 prodigious disciples only smiled wryly. Why is little junior brother so headstrong? Hong Fei said, slightly exasperated. At this moment, Wen Wanner glanced at Huaner. She discovered that Huaner was as calm as usual, as though she was not concerned about Duan Ling Tian at all. She could not help but ask, Sister Huaner, aren't you worried? Hu Mei turned to look at Huaner with a complex expression. Her little junior brother's lover should be the most worried at this moment, but she seemed completely fine. Why should I be worried? Wen Wanner, Hu Mei, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded when they heard Huaner's reply. Chapter 3279 Fan Chin's True Form. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fan Chi became a blur as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a gust of wind. The sound of wind whistling in the air resounded in the prodigy arena. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples could not keep up with Fan Chi's movements since he was too fast for them. On the other hand, those who had higher cultivation bases had already discovered something. Fan Chi, did he break through and become a 6-combo Celestial Lord? Fan Chi's a 6-combo Celestial Lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stages. Is he really less than 300 years old? His talent and aptitude for cultivation are heaven-defying. I think even others like him who are celestial plants would have a difficult time to achieve as much as he did in such a short time, right? With this discovery, the expressions of those Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who had discovered Fan Chi's recent breakthrough grew increasingly sympathetic when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on the strength Fan Chi had shown so far, it was incredibly easy for him to kill Lu Jian, whom Duan Ling Tian killed a month ago. Most people were convinced that Duan Ling Tian only managed to kill Lu Jian due to Lu Jian's recklessness. In their opinion, now that Fan Qi's strength had increased another level after becoming a 6-combo Celestial Lord, he could easily kill Lu Jian even if Lu Jian was on guard. Meanwhile, Hong Fei's expression changed drastically when he discovered Fan Qi's recent breakthrough. Fan Qi actually had a breakthrough recently. He did not expect that Fan Qi, who was ranked first in the 200 to 300-year-old age group, was no longer a 5-elements Celestial Lord, but a 6-combo Celestial Lord. Similarly, Hu Mei and Wen Wanner's expressions turned solemn. Both of them felt as though their hearts were in their mouths. On the contrary, Huaner was the only one who remained calm. In fact, she seemed completely indifferent to it all. Duan Ling Tian, you'll definitely die today, Han Yunjin sneered. Apart from Han Yunjin, those who were filled with glee at the thought of Duan Ling Tian's impending death were Huang Lunan, the disciple of Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, and Lei Jun, the disciple and son of Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, who had just arrived. These people could not wait for Fan Qi to kill Duan Ling Tian. Is this the extent of your capability? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian vanished from where he stood and reappeared in the sky using the teleportation profundity from the law of space. At the same time, raging spatial energy rolled off his body as his gaze turned frosty. This was going to be the first time he was going to publicly show the 7 out 9 profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage, not counting the transportation profundity that he had yet to use openly and the space elemental profundity. 9 sword rays silently shot out of the spatial tears that appeared after Duan Ling Tian cast the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Boosted by the other profundities that he had comprehended to the mastery stage, the power they carried was terrifyingly destructive, restraining profundity. The void around Fan Qi rippled, restraining him. Fan Qi scoffed. Then, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body. The wind seemed as sharp as a blade as it blew in the air, trying to help Fan Qi break free of Duan Ling Tian's restraint. Alas, it was suppressed by the force of the other profundities from the law of space that Duan Ling Tian had cast. Duan Ling Tian, who had cast 8 of his profundities from the law of space, which had been comprehended to the mastery stage, cut off Fan Qi's advances completely. In just a moment, the violent wind was easily quelled by the force from Duan Ling Tian's law of space. His suppression of Fan Qi was overwhelming. The 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional slash profundity, in particular, seemed invincible. No matter how powerful Fan Qi's attacks were, the sword rays easily destroyed them. Duan Ling Tian completely overpowered Fan Qi. Am I seeing things? Apart from the transporting profundity that Duan Ling Tian had yet to cast, it seems like he has comprehended all the other profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space is no weaker than Fan Qi's comprehension of the law of wind. However, the profundities that Duan Ling Tian comprehended have high offensive power while Fan Qi has yet to comprehend the main offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It makes no difference even if Fan Qi has comprehended the main offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, after all. Even if Duan Ling Tian hasn't comprehended the transportation profundity to the mastery stage, he should still be able to easily overpower Fan Qi based on what we've seen so far. That's right. Moreover, out of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space is acknowledged as being the hardest to comprehend. And yet, Duan Ling Tian managed to comprehend at least 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, excluding the space elemental profundity. It's possible that he has also comprehended the transportation profundity to the mastery stage and just hasn't shown it yet. Needless to say, everyone was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, they did not think he would be so powerful. As it turns out, it wasn't due to luck that he managed to kill Lu Jian. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it would be difficult for Lu Jian to survive unless he knew about Duan Ling Tian's strength beforehand. The law of space is really domineering. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended all of the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. He's definitely stronger than Fan Qi. It seems like Fan Qi is going to run out of luck today. I wouldn't say that. After all, Fan Qi hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. He still has his special techniques as a celestial plant that he has yet to use. You should know all these non-humans have many tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to challenge Duan Ling Tian to a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength is surprising, I'm sure Fan Chi had expected it as well. While the other Heavenly Pool Palace discussed among themselves, Hu Mei, Wen Wanner, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed. Little junior brother is actually so powerful. No wonder it was so easy for him to kill Lu Jian. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian's three fellow disciples were still worried even though it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had completely overpowered Fan Chi at this moment. After all, Fan Chi was not human. There was no doubt he had many other techniques he gained as a celestial plant. On the other hand, Han Yunjin's eyes glinted coldly as he watched the battle. This is rather surprising. If given enough time, Duan Ling Tian will definitely become another Lu Ji. We have to kill him and nip this potential threat in the bud. Despite the strength Duan Ling Tian had shown, Han Yunjin's confidence in Fan Chi did not waver. Although Duan Ling Tian is stronger than we expected, it still shouldn't be difficult for fourth junior brother to kill him once he reverts to his true form. Similarly, Huang Lu Nan and Lei Jun were shocked and displeased. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Nevertheless, they were still rather confident Fan Chi would win. Who would have thought he's so strong? Even the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Similar to the others, he no longer thought it was due to luck that Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Lu Jian. Back in the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian's onslaught of attacks firmly put Fan Chi in a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, Fan Chi said calmly, "Duan Ling Tian, I have to say, your strength took me by surprise. However, it's time to end this." As soon as everyone heard Fan Chi's words, their eyes lit up. They knew Fan Chi was going to reveal his true strength now. I only know that Fan Chi is a celestial plant. To be precise, I know he's a celestial tree. However, I don't know what kind of tree he is. If he's just an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid he doesn't stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian. Hey, can't you see how confident Fan Chi looks? Do you really think he would be an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace speculated about Fan Chi's true form, a burst of green energy surged out of Fan's Chi body amidst Duan Ling Tian's onslaught of attacks. Following that, Fan Chi disappeared before everyone's eyes. In his place was a tree that was in the process of growing. Initially, the tree was just Fan Chi's height. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew so tall that it broke Duan Ling Tian's restraint. At first glance, the tree looked like a huge pine tree. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that its leaves and branches resembled those of a willow tree. Is he a pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is sacred among celestial plants. Its status is equivalent to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not at the level of a divine beast, it's still close enough to one. Apparently, each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains enormous strength. Moreover, he's able to compound the strength of all his branches into a single attack. Fan Chi's true strength is rather obvious. Didn't you see how he broke free of Duan Ling Tian's restraint as soon as he reverted to his true form? He couldn't break free in his human form. I didn't expect Fan Chi's true form to be that of a top-tier celestial plant like the pine willow divine tree. Duan Ling Tian is in a precarious situation now. The strength of Fan Chi's true form isn't inferior to the strength of two offensive profundities from the Law of Wind at the mastery stage. With such strength, it'd be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to win even if he has completely mastered the Law of Space. Duan Ling Tian is only human, how can he possibly win against a pine willow divine tree? Unsurprisingly, there was an uproar as soon as Fan Chi revealed his true form. Most people easily identified his true form as a pine willow divine tree. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pine willow divine tree began to whip its branches around before they formed a cage to trap Duan Ling Tian. The pine willow divine tree towered in the air with its numerous branches that looked like tentacles. In just an instant, the tide of the battle had turned, and Fan Chi had regained the upper hand. Chapter 3280 King of 10,000 Trees. Duan Ling Tian, I have to admit you're quite powerful. To comprehend the law of space to this level at your age, as a human, your talent is peerless. A gnarly face appeared on the tree trunk when Fan Chi's voice rang in the air. If one looked closely enough, one would be able to see its resemblance to Fan Chi's face. Fan Chi continued to speak in his true form. Regardless, you're destined to be killed by me. I, Fan Chi, am the pine willow divine tree. With the strength from my true form and the profundities from the Law of Wind that I've comprehended, there's only a handful of prodigious disciples below the stage of a celestial emperor who are capable of defeating me. In any case, there's no way a human like you who isn't a celestial emperor would be able to defeat me. Fan Qi's voice was thunderously loud now that he had reverted to his true form. He spoke confidently as though he had no doubt at all that Duan Lingtian would die. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lu Nan's eyes shone brightly at this moment. He could already see the scene where Fan Qi killed Duan Lingtian in his mind. Similarly, Lei Jun's eyes lit up as well. When Duan Lingtian had the upper hand earlier, he had felt slightly anxious. However, upon seeing Fan Qi's true form, he was certain there would only be one outcome: the battle would end with Duan Lingtian's death. Duan Lingtian is as dead as a doornail, Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure standing in the distance. The desire in his eyes as he looked at the white figure could not be concealed at all. On the other hand, Hu Mei, Wen Wan'er, and Hong Fei who were standing close to Huaner were horrified. Their expressions that had just eased up changed for the worst again. Although they were aware that Fan Qi was a celestial tree, they had no idea what kind of celestial tree he was. How could they not be shocked when Fan Qi revealed himself to be a pine willow divine tree that was equivalent to a top-tier celestial beast? Fan Qi's strength was definitely not inferior to that of a top-tier celestial beast in its human form. He's a pine willow divine tree. No wonder Fan Qi is so confident. His true form is the pine willow divine tree, Hong Fei said bitterly as he shuddered slightly. Send a message to teacher. Who knows if he might have a way to solve this matter. Although the trio did not really think Xu Lang could do anything about this battle, Hu Mei and Wen Wan'er still could not help but send a brief message to Xu Lang, recounting what had happened. They, naturally, did not fail to mention the number of profundities from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the mastery stage. Apart from the transportation profundity that he has yet to use, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Xu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, was in the midst of cultivating when he received the messages from his third and fourth prodigious disciple. His expression changed instantly when he heard about his newest disciple's achievement. It was truly unexpected. Without any hesitation, Xu Lang left his cultivation place immediately and made his way to the prodigy arena. It did not take long before Xu Lang arrived at the prodigy arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was already standing next to Hu Mei and the others. Hong Fei said as soon as he saw Xu Lang, "Teacher, you came just in time. You have to stop the battle. If it goes on, little junior brother will likely die here." With his innate talent and aptitude for cultivation, there's no doubt he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the future. It'd be a waste if he dies here. A life or death battle with no option to surrender. Xu Lang frowned as soon as he learned that Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi were fighting a life or death battle with no option to surrender. Generally, even titled celestial emperors could not interfere once this battle had started. Meanwhile, Han Yujin had already noticed Xu Lang's presence. Xu Lang is here. He did not hesitate and sent a message as well. However, it was not to his master, the profound heaven celestial emperor, since his master was away from the Heavenly Pool Palace at this moment. Instead, he sent a message to Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor. Ji Yu Chongzhong was, in fact, Han Yujin's junior uncle. Ji Yu Chongzhong was the profound heaven celestial emperor's junior brother. Following that, Han Yujin said to Xiao Kongyi, "Invite your master here. Tell him I invited him over." Xiao Kongyi, naturally, obeyed Han Yujin's order. It did not take long before Ji Yu Chongzhong and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor arrived one after another. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in all black. His appearance was so ordinary that it would be difficult to pick him out from a sea of people. As soon as Ji Yu Chongzhong arrived, his eyes found Xu Lang, and he loudly said, "Xu Lang, this is a life or death battle with no option to surrender. Surely, you're not thinking of intervening, right?" Since Ji Yu Chongzhong had spoken so loudly, his words, naturally, attracted many people's attention. Did the verdant prairie celestial emperor really come to stop the battle? I think he wants to save Duan Lingtian. However, many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples only looked at Xu Lang briefly before they returned their attention to Duan Lingtian, who was fighting Fan Qi in his true form. In their opinion, Xu Lang would not be able to stop the battle no matter what, since Ji Yu Chongjian and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were present. Ji Yu Chongzhong looked at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze back to Xu Lang and said mockingly, Shu Lang, your newest disciple is rather talented. It's a pity you have to lose such a rare talent today. The smoke-wave celestial emperor smiled faintly as he chimed in, Shu Lang, you're lucky to have such a talent under you. However, it's really unlucky that he doesn't have long to live. In fact, there was no enmity between the smoke-wave celestial emperor and Shu Lang. He was not really familiar with Shu Lang, after all. However, he had a good relationship with the profound heaven celestial emperor. This was the only reason he came to the prodigy arena. Otherwise, he would not have been bothered. Shu Lang's expression soured as soon as he saw the two titled celestial emperors who were clearly here to stop him from intervening. He knew that with the duo around, it was even more impossible for him to stop the battle. At this time, Hong Fei said grimly, why did the two of them come at this time? I don't even need to guess. It must be Han Yunjin's doing. He wants Fan Qi to kill little junior brother, after all, Hu Mei said in a low voice. Brother Ling Tian. Huaner looked at the slightly disheveled Duan Ling Tian who was constantly teleporting to avoid Fan Qi's attacks. She knew he had yet to use the power of the 5 divine elements. After all, he could not use the power from the 5 divine elements lightly. If the existence of the 5 divine elements was exposed, it would surely bring disaster to him. Up until now, none of Fan Qi's fierce attacks had landed on Duan Ling Tian even though he had managed to cage Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian kept teleporting, successfully avoiding all of Fan Qi's attacks, causing them to fall into a stalemate. With this, Fan Qi grew impatient and yelled, Duan Ling Tian, all you know how to do is dodge. Is that all? As soon as Fan Qi stopped speaking, Duan Ling Tian abruptly came to a stop and said indifferently, well, if you're so eager to die, I won't make you wait any longer. You think you can kill me? Great, I really want to see how you're going to kill me. Fan Qi said with a scoff. As soon as Fan Qi's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian teleported to one of the thicker branches at the side. It seemed like he was really not going to avoid Fan Qi's attacks anymore. Fan Qi reacted and moved his branches around like a whip to strike Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a force brimming with vitality surged out of Duan Ling Tian's little world. As soon as it swept over Fan Qi, it seemed to have turned into an insatiable beast that kept devouring the energy from Fan Qi's true form. So what if the Pine Willow Divine Tree is on par with a top-tier celestial beast? Duan Ling Tian sneered inwardly. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that I have the Divine Tree of Life in my little world. The Divine Tree of Life is the uncontested king of 10,000 trees. What's a mere Pine Willow Divine Tree in comparison to the Divine Tree of Life? The force from the Divine Tree of Life in Duan Ling Tian's little world continued to rapidly devour the nutrients of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. As the Pine Willow Divine Tree continued to lose its nutrients, his strength, naturally, fell drastically. Soon enough, his attacks had lost their momentum. The branches fell limply to the ground, causing the ground to crack. The cracks spread quickly on the ground, looking like spider webs. At some point, Fan Qi had returned to his human form. His face was ashen, and he looked as though he was on the brink of collapse. He stared at Duan Ling Tian, terrified. Duan Ling Tian's force that had swept over him earlier was horrifying. There was nothing he could do at all apart from helplessly watch as it devoured his nutrients. His nutrients were like blood essence to him in his true form. Once his true form was drained of nutrients, it was not a stretch to say that he was already half dead. At this moment, he could hardly even mobilize his celestial origin energy. In the end, Fan Qi asked in a tone that was a mixture of anger and fear, You are. What was that? Duan Ling Tian teleported to a spot behind Fan Qi as he replied through voice transmission, the Divine Tree of Life. Fan Qi's eyes widened to the point that they looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. Horror, shock, and disbelief appeared on his face. How? So that's why I. Chapter 3281 The Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. Fan Qi was in shock and disbelief after learning the truth. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to his eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin. He stuttered, eldest senior brother. D Duan Ling Tian has life. Before Fan Qi was done with his message to Han Yunjin, Duan Ling Tian casually struck with his palm. It was a simple and direct attack, but Fan Qi failed to dodge it. It was not that he did not want to dodge it, but his current state prevented him from doing so. As soon as the palm strike landed on him, the raging space energy tore Fan Qi into pieces. In just a blink of an eye, only a pool of blood remained where Fan Qi was standing. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that it took the heavenly pool palace a moment to react. When they regained their senses, only a purple figure was left hovering above the battle ring like a majestic warrior. Fan Qi is dead. Heavens! Not only was Fan Qi a six-combo celestial lord who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage, but he was also a pine willow divine tree. And yet, Duan Ling Tian still managed to kill him. Based on the strength Fan Qi displayed earlier, apart from the 5 strongest prodigious disciples, there should only be a handful of people in the heavenly pool palace who are able to stand their ground in a fight with Fan Qi, right? Why is Duan Ling Tian so strong? It's quite strange. I wonder what technique Duan Ling Tian used to force Fan Qi back to his human form. That's right, it has to be some special technique. Otherwise, how could he have killed Fan Qi? Due to the unexpected outcome of the battle, there was a huge commotion among the onlookers. All of them were certain of Fan Qi's victory, especially when Fan Qi revealed he had recently become a 6-combo celestial lord at the start of the life or death battle. Following that, their conviction began to waver slightly when Duan Ling Tian showed his mastery over the law of space, putting Fan Qi in a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, they were still rather confident of Fan Qi's victory since they knew Fan Qi had yet to unleash all his strength. When Fan Qi finally reverted to his true form, and they discovered he was a pine willow divine true, they grew even more certain that Duan Ling Tian would die. In the end, something beyond their imagination happened. Duan Ling Tian had only casually touched Fan Qi, but Fan Qi was forced back into his human form. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian had even killed Fan Qi with a casual palm strike. Little junior brother killed. Fan Qi. When Hong Fei regained his senses, he smiled widely, making his small eyes look even smaller. He had been drenched in cold sweat the entire time he watched Duan Ling Tian's battle. If something happened to his little junior brother, he would have blamed himself for it. After all, it was his conflict with Lu Jian that led to his little junior brother's battle with Fan Qi today. Little junior brother is so strong. Hu Mei was thoroughly shocked. Although she knew her little junior brother was talented, she did not think he was capable of killing Fan Qi, who had reverted to his true form. After all, she, herself, was not absolutely confident she could defeat Fan Qi if Fan Qi reverted to his true form. Perhaps, at best, she would fight to a draw with Fan Qi if he reverted to his true form. Little junior brother. Even the usually placid Wen Wanner was thoroughly shocked by the outcome. Shu Lang was the only one among the group who did not show his shock outwardly. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian thoughtfully. He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian forced Fan Qi to return to his human. However, when Duan Ling Tian touched one of the branches before Fan Qi was forced into his human form, he could sense that Fan Qi's energy was rapidly vanishing and weakening. Fan Qi's energy had weakened so much that even his weakest prodigious disciple, Hong Fei, could have easily killed Fan Qi at that time. On the other hand, the expressions of those who were waiting to watch Duan Ling Tian die were, naturally, rather bad. How's this possible? Han Yun-jin, who had received half of Fan Qi's message, was dumbfounded. His expression was unsightly, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. What technique did Duan Ling Tian master that allowed him to achieve such a feat? Then, Han Yun-jin fell deep into his thoughts, mulling over Fan Qi's unfinished last words. Before fourth junior brother died, he said Duan Ling Tian has life. What life? What does it mean? What was he trying to say? Similarly, Xiao Kongyi, Ji Yu Chongzhong, the martial dragon celestial emperor, and the smoke wave celestial emperor were shocked by the outcome of the battle. The two titled celestial emperor, especially Ji Yu Chongjian, who had come here solely to stop Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, from intervening in the life or death battle, were at a loss. After all, like everyone else, they were convinced Duan Ling Tian would certainly die in that life or death battle. They felt like a joke now that Duan Ling Tian survived without even needing Shu Lang to intervene. Damn it, why is Duan Ling Tian so strong? Huang Lu Nan's expression darkened. He finally realized that Duan Ling Tian was not just a little stronger than him, but Duan Ling Tian was superior to him in all aspects. Apart from disappointment, he felt a sense of relief as well. Cold sweat trickled down from his forehead when he recalled his battle with Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian had been merciful to him during their battle. Lei Jun scoffed before he turned to leave. He had come here solely to watch Fan Qi defeat Duan Ling Tian. He had been delighted when he heard Fan Qi challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. He was convinced Duan Lingtian was going to die. How could he not be happy? Alas, not only did Duan Lingtian survive, but Duan Lingtian managed to easily kill Fan Qi even after Fan Qi reverted to his true form in such a short time. Most importantly, he was aware that even he was not capable of killing Fan Qi in such a short time once Fan Qi reverted to his true form. Duan Lingtian clearly used some special technique that Fan Qi was vulnerable to. His technique might be incredibly effective when used on Fan Qi, but it might not work on me. I'm sure I can kill him in 3 breaths, Lei Jun speculated inwardly. Despite evidence showing that Duan Lingtian was, perhaps, stronger than him, Lei Jun did not see Duan Lingtian as a threat at all. In his opinion, it was impossible for a puny celestial lord like Duan Lingtian to cause him real harm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had returned to stand with Xu Lang and the others, turned to look at Han Yunjin and said airily, Han Yunjin, your 4th junior brother was quite mediocre. Didn't you say I'd die if I faced him? It seems like your eyesight is pretty bad. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. If there were no one else around, he would have used every technique available to him to kill Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples nearby shifted their eyes to Han Yunjin immediately. Senior brother Han Yunjin said that to Duan Lingtian. It's understandable. After all, senior brother Han Yunjin probably didn't expect that Duan Lingtian's capable of killing Fan Qi. Someone snickered. Han Yunjin has to eat his own words now. Meanwhile, Han Yunjin's expression turned even more unsightly when he heard the whispered conversations in his surroundings. He looked at Duan Lingtian frostily as he said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, I still haven't figured out how you killed my 4th junior brother. Regardless, you're still not qualified to talk to me. Is that so? Duan Lingtian met Han Yunjin's eyes and the corners of his lips lifted slightly before he said, well, why don't both of us enter a life-or-death battle as well? Duan Lingtian glared at Han Yunjin before the corner of his mouth slightly opened, well. How about a life-or-death battle between you and I? Han Yunjin sneered. Fine, you asked for this. Han Yunjin was afraid of Duan Lingtian's potential. He had no doubt Duan Lingtian would definitely pose a threat to him in the future. He was not certain he would still be able to defeat Duan Lingtian after a few hundred years. Nevertheless, the current Duan Lingtian was as puny as an ant in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's smile widened as he asked, let's set our life-or-death battle for a year later in the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. Do you dare accept the challenge? The Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory was a training ground in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only the 2 opponents could enter the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory to fight, no one else would be able to enter. Moreover, the battle would not be visible outside of the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. Apart from that, external items such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons, including purely defensive celestial weapons, were prohibited in the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. The Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. Han Yunjin's eyes narrowed upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to choose the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory as the venue of their life-or-death battle. Although he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian at this moment, he was not someone who acted impulsively. It was clear to him that Duan Lingtian had used some secret technique to kill his 4th junior brother earlier. He had spoken to the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor as well, and both titled Celestial Emperors could not figure out the technique Duan Lingtian had used as well. Therefore, he was certain that there had to be a reason why Duan Lingtian chose the Heavenly Palace Extreme Territory for their battle. Chapter 3282 The Godly Image Phenomenon. As one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was naturally more astute compared to the other ordinary prodigious disciples. He knew something was amiss as soon as Duan Lingtian suggested the Heavenly Territory Extreme Territory as the venue for their life-or-death battle. Naturally, he also thought that there was a possibility that it was just a feint. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was trying to confuse him and make him overthink the matter, in hopes that he would not accept the challenge. Nevertheless, he had always been a cautious person, therefore, it was impossible for him to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to fight a life-or-death battle in the Heavenly Pool Extreme Territory. Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunjin at this moment. They were anticipating his reply. Finally, Han Yunjin asked nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, why is it necessary for us to fight in the Heavenly Pool Extreme territory? We can just fight here in the Prodigy Arena where our junior brothers and junior sisters can watch. This is something that will benefit the Heavenly Pool Palace, after all. Han Yunjin did not reject Duan Lingtian's challenge to a life-or-death battle, but he wisely tried to change the venue by justifying it was for the sake of the other disciples. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly when he heard Han Yunjin's response. It seems like Han Yunjin's rather clever, he knows something is amiss. However, it's not too surprising. After all, he's one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would have been even more shocking if he was easily fooled. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's silence, Han Yunjin continued to use his words to turn the situation in his favor. It's not necessary for us to have a battle in a year. Why don't I give you 3 years? After 3 years, we'll fight here in the Prodigy Arena. What do you think? 3 years? Duan Lingtian's mood darkened. 3 years? He was confident he could kill Han Yunjin now with the 5 divine elements power. It was unfortunate that using the 5 divine elements power would expose their existence in his being. That was the reason he had suggested to battle in the Heavenly Pool Extreme territory. If he fought in the Prodigy Arena and killed Han Yunjin with the 5 divine elements power, it would definitely bring disaster upon him. Let alone the other titled Celestial Emperors, he was not even certain that his teacher, Shu Lang, the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, would not be tempted by the 5 divine elements. With just 3 years, I don't think I'll be able to kill him with my strength alone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, disappointed. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water in Duan Lingtian's body said, "Little Tian, agree to his suggestion." Duan Lingtian was stunned by these words. However, he was certain the world-cleansing divine water would not harm him. Therefore, he did not hesitate as he confidently replied to Han Yunjin, "All right. After 3 years, both of us will fight a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena. I hope you won't pull out at that time." Han Yunjin narrowed his eyes upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. He had expected Duan Lingtian to refuse him, but Duan Lingtian only hesitated for a second before agreeing to his suggestion. His expression darkened immediately. There must be a reason for Duan Lingtian's confidence. When Duan Lingtian did not receive a reply from Han Yunjin, he laughed before he said mockingly, "What's wrong? I've already agreed to your suggestion. Are you regretting your words now? Are you afraid to accept the challenge?" The disciples in the surroundings looked at Han Yunjin with a ridiculing gaze when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. No way, Han Yunjin's intimidated by Duan Lingtian. He's the one who suggested this. It'd be embarrassing if he refuses Duan Lingtian now. It seems like he's afraid of Duan Lingtian. How ridiculous. Han Yunjin's expression darkened even more when he heard the hushed conversations in his surroundings. "Senior brother Han, there's no need to hesitate. This brat is just putting on a front. I bet he's only doing this in hopes that you'll refuse him. However, if you refuse him, your reputation will definitely take a hit," Xiao Kongyi, who was standing next to Han Yunjin, said through voice transmission. How could Han Yunjin be unaware of the points that Xiao Kongyi had stated? However, he could not recklessly agree to it even if it meant his reputation might take a hit. What if he was no match for Duan Lingtian 3 years later? Would he not die? He was in a dilemma at this moment. If he did not agree, his reputation would be tarnished, and if he agreed, his life might be at stake. After inhaling deeply, he decided to consult Ji Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, through voice transmission. After speaking to Ji Changjiang, Han Yunjin ruminated over Ji Changyang's words. It's likely that Duan Lingtian's secret technique only works on plants. Moreover, it seems like he has to have contact with his target in order to use the technique. Although the 2 titled celestial emperors could not tell that Duan Lingtian had used the divine tree of life to drain the life of the pine willow divine tree, they could vaguely sense his technique was only effective on plants. Han Yunjin felt much more assured after listening to the 2 titled celestial emperors' opinions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said derisively, "Hey, why don't you refuse if you're afraid? Is there a need to waste time? Refuse?" Han Yunjin scoffed, "Is there a reason for me to refuse? I agree. After 3 years, I, Han Yunjin, will fight you in a life-or-death battle here in the Prodigy Arena. Everyone present today will stand as our witnesses. Whoever pulls out at the time of the battle will have to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Good. Duan Ling Tian no longer looked at Han Yunjin. His expression was calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he would maintain his composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian's fellow disciples, Hong Fei and Hu Mei, could hardly remain calm after Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin confirmed their life or death battle. 3 years. That's too soon. Why did little junior brother do this? Initially, Hong Fei and Hu Mei were under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was only trying to intimidate Han Yunjin. At that time, the intimidation seemed to work, and they could not wait to rub this in Han Yunjin's face. However, since Han Yunjin had agreed to the battle, it was clear to them that Duan Ling Tian's plan had failed. Although Duan Ling Tian had performed brilliantly in his previous battles, Duan Ling Tian was still far from being able to kill Han Yunjin. As the eldest disciple of the profound heaven celestial emperor and one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, Han Yunjin was not only a celestial emperor, but he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. As such, he was only a little weaker than Lu Ji, Shu Lang's second prodigious disciple. Although Duan Ling Tian was very talented, he was not even 300 years old. Someone at that age who was capable of defeating Han Yunjin was rare even in all 81 Devata realms. How could Duan Ling Tian's fellow disciples not be worried? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled as he greeted Shu Lang. Teacher. Shu Lang asked, are you confident? I wouldn't have challenged him if I'm not confident, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Although Hong Fei and Hu Mei did not know where Duan Ling Tian got his confidence from, they felt more at ease after hearing his reply. After all, during his match with Fan Qi today, they thought it was impossible for him to win either. In the end, he had proven them wrong. Huaner, let's go, Duan Ling Tian called out before he left the prodigy arena with Shu Lang and the others. A commotion broke out as soon as Duan Ling Tian and the others left. Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin are going to have a life or death battle here in the prodigy arena after 3 years. Someone laughed. It's going to be an amazing show. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to challenge Han Yunjin, he must be confident. That might not be the case. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian is just a human who hasn't even reached the age of 300. It's almost impossible for him to defeat senior brother Han at such a young age. News of Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin's life or death battle that would happen after 3 years spread like a wildfire in the heavenly pool palace after everyone left the prodigy arena. Moreover, today's battle had firmly established Duan Ling Tian's position as the top prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. No one doubted his strength anymore. After returning to his cultivation place, Duan Ling Tian sat down and crossed his legs. After Huaner had entered her cultivation state, he could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water in Little World, Sister Water, are you really confident that I'll be able to defeat Han Yunjin after 3 years? I wouldn't have asked you to agree to him if I'm not confident, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. I wouldn't let you sacrifice your life in vain just because you were consumed by anger at that moment. Sister Water, with my current strength, I'm only capable of killing him now with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, doing so will expose your existence. I think it'd still be difficult for me to kill him without the help from the 5 divine elements after 3 years. Duan Ling Tian voiced his concern to the world-cleansing water. I know, the world-cleansing divine water replied, you'd be right if this were before your battle with Fan Qi. Fortunately, now that the divine tree of life has absorbed the life of the pine willow divine tree, you've inherited the godly image phenomenon from the pine willow divine tree. 3 years is enough for you to refine the nutrients and energy from the pine willow divine tree and master the godly image phenomenon. At that time, when you use this technique, everyone would think you had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the godly image phenomenon. In this realm, there are various ways to master the godly image phenomenon technique. Each way is unique to each person and impossible to imitate. Hence, you don't have to worry about other powerhouses coveting it. Chapter 3283 to the Title Temple. The Godly Image Phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. What's that, Sister Water? It's difficult to explain it right now. You'll understand for yourself once you're done refining the energy from the pine willow divine tree and mastering the godly image phenomenon, the world-cleansing divine water replied. How do I refine the pine willow divine tree's energy? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Normally, through ordinary means, it'll take a person at least 10 years to completely refine the energy if they don't eat and sleep. However, There's a place that will help you refine the energy within a year, the world-cleansing divine water said. What is that place? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. He only had 3 years before he had to meet Han Yun Jin in a life-or-death battle. Therefore, it was not an option for him to refine the pine willow divine tree's energy through ordinary means. The title temple, the world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's answer. His mind traveled back to the time when he was in the 6 southeastern regions, the borders of the overarching spirit heaven's southern heaven territory. The overarching spirit heaven was the first Devata realm he had ascended to in the past. It was there that he had first learned about title temples. In order to become titled celestial lords or celestial emperors, one would have to go to the title temple and pass a test before one would be bestowed a title. The importance of a title was not to be taken lightly. There were a few celestial emperors in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nan-Do territory who opted not to go to title temple to obtain a title. Due to their lack of titles, many did not think they could stand on equal grounds with titled celestial emperors even if their strength was equal. Duan Ling Tian remembered the words that others had said to him. Ordinary celestial lords can't compare to titled celestial lord. In order to become a titled celestial lord, you'll have to go to the sacred and mysterious place in the Devata realm, the title temple, and compete against 9 contenders in a life-or-death battle. The last one standing will be bestowed a title. At that time, the name and title of that celestial lord will be recorded in the title temple's records and announced in the entire Devata realm. How can an ordinary celestial lord be capable of defeating 9 of his peers? Therefore, there's no doubt that those who are capable of becoming a titled celestial lord are monstrously talented. Duan Ling Tian learned about all these things when he was at the border region of the Southern Heaven territory in the overarching spirit heaven. It was also at that time that he learned the title temple not only reigned supreme over other forces, but it was superior to a heavenly emperor's force. Title temples are the most sacred and mysterious place in their respective Devata realms. They're a neutral force, so they never intervene in disputes in the cultivation world. And yet, they're acknowledged as the most terrifying force in Devata realms. Naturally, with so many Devata realms, there were a few top-tier forces that tried to challenge title temples and destroy their legacies. Alas, all of these forces were annihilated without exception. Duan Ling Tian had heard that there were at least 10 heavenly emperors who tried to destroy title temples in the past. Alas, all of them perished. Title temples had existed since time immemorial and were the oldest forces in their respective Devata realms. Rumor had it that there were many elites in title temples. Some of them were said to be even stronger than a 10-direction celestial emperor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Sister Water, I've heard in the past that title temples have connections to supreme powerhouses. Is that true?" He remembered the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned that the mysterious title temples were related to supreme powerhouses. Yes, the world-cleansing divine water replied, however, it's not as simple as just a small connection. A title temple is founded by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply upon hearing the world-cleansing water's reply. As expected, Sister Water, how's going to the title temple going to help me refine the pine willow divine tree's energy and master the godly image phenomenon in 1 year? By successfully obtaining a title in the title temple, the world-cleansing divine water explained, to obtain the title and become a titled celestial lord, you'll have to compete or battle 9 other celestial lords. There are many trials and tribulations in the secret realm. It's a place fraught with danger and contains the will of a supreme powerhouse. Therefore, as you go through the tests, your speed in refining the energy from the pine willow divine tree will increase tremendously. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it seemed like it was familiar with the trials in the title temples. Duan Ling Tian was not particularly surprised by the world-cleansing divine water's knowledge. After all, it had lived for who knew how long in the ruins of a realm of gods. It was within reason that it was privy to secrets in the realms of gods and Devata realms like the title temples. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become a titled celestial lord. Obtaining a title is secondary. Your main purpose for going to the title temple is to refine the energy of the pine willow divine tree and master the godly image phenomenon in a year, the world-cleansing divine water reminded Duan Ling Tian. When Huaner awoke from her cultivation state, Duan Ling Tian brought her along as he went to look for Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. When Duan Ling Tian saw Shu Lang, he said without beating around the bush, "Teacher, I want to go to the title temple." You want a title? Shu Lang asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although that was not his main priority, it was best to let his teacher believe this since it would be difficult to explain how he obtained the godly image phenomenon. With your strength, it should be relatively easy for you to become a celestial lord. I'll be honest with you, a title might be able to intimidate those in small places, but in places like heaven-grade forces, it doesn't have any intimidation factor at all. Apart from that, the test would last for somewhere between half a year to 2 years. It's going to be a waste of your time. It's better for you to spend that time cultivating to prepare for your battle with Han Yun Jin after 3 years. Based on Shu Lang's words, it was clear that he did think it was wise for Duan Ling Tian to go to the title temple. Teacher, I'm not afraid of Han Yun Jin. I'm confident I can defeat him even if I have to fight him now, let alone 3 years later. Duan Ling Tian knew it was best to tell partial truths now to convince Shu Lang of his intention to go to the title temple. As expected, Shu Lang was rather taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian said again, Teacher, please direct me to the title temple. I'd like to go out and explore. Let me take you there. Shu Lang no longer tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian after seeing how resolute Duan Ling Tian was. He even volunteered to bring Duan Ling Tian to the title temple. Let me see if your senior brothers and senior sisters are interested in a fun trip to the title temple. Let's go together if they're interested, Shu Lang said as he sent messages to his prodigious disciples. Shu Lang sent out messages as he spoke. Aside from Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother, Liu Ji, he had sent messages to Hu Mei, Wen Wan Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei because they were celestial lords among. Fun trip. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth could not help but twitch when she heard Shu Lang's words. It seemed like the test for celestial lords in the title temple was merely child's play to a titled celestial emperor. Nonetheless, he knew Shu Lang used that specific words because it was, indeed, easy for his senior brothers and senior sisters to obtain a title if they so wished. After a moment, Shu Lang shook his head as he said with a faint smile on his face, Your sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, didn't respond to my message, he must be in closed-door cultivation. However, your third senior sister and fourth senior sister will be joining us. Just a few moments had passed when two figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. One of them was a red-clad beauty with an alluring curvaceous figure while the other was a beauty who looked as gentle as a dove. The two were none other than his third and fourth senior sister, Hu Mei and Wen Wan. As soon as Hu Mei arrived, she winked and said with a smile, Little junior brother, teacher said you want to go to the title temple to have some fun. Your fourth senior sister and I have never been to the title temple, so let's go together and have fun. At the same time, Wen Wan greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Little junior brother, junior sister Huaner. There won't be a dull moment during our trip with third senior sister and fourth senior sister's presence, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Hu Mei turned to look at Huaner and asked with a smile, Junior sister Huaner, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to obtain a title. Why don't you try to get a title? Huaner only nodded slightly in response to Hu Mei. She clearly still held a grudge against Hu Mei. The title temple is quite far from the heavenly pool palace. However, we should be able to arrive within 2 days if I bring everyone there, Shu Lang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword ray appeared under his feet immediately. Following that, using his energy, he brought Duan Ling Tian and the others with him and left his cultivation place. In a blink of an eye, the sword ray sped out of the heavenly pool palace's estate. Duan Ling Tian watched the scenery sped by in a blur. They were traveling at such a high speed that it was difficult to see their surroundings clearly. He exclaimed, How fast! Despite moving at such a high speed, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not feel unstable. This was because Shu Lang had kept the wind at bay with his energy since it could make the others feel unstable. Chapter 3284 The Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. The title temple had branch temples located in the core territory of each Devata realm. The title temple in the Boundless Heaven was located in the Boundless Territory where the Heavenly Pool Palace was also located. However, there was a long distance between the two places. The title temple was located in the far west of the Boundless Territory. The heaven and earth spirit energy was here thin, so not many people would come to this place. The title temple is right in front. Shu Lang's calm and soothing voice rang in everyone's ears at this moment. Duan Ling Tian discovered their flying speed was decreasing as soon as Shu Lang finished speaking. At this moment, a majestic palace appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It looked like a behemoth in the desert. Since the time he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven until now, it was his first time seeing such a large palace. Not only did it occupy a vast area, but its height was terrifyingly tall as well. Although they were still a distance away from the palace, it did not lessen the majesty of the palace. Most importantly, when he set eyes on the palace, he felt a resonance in his heart and soul. It felt as though he was experiencing a sacred purification ritual. Hume exclaimed, "The rumors are true. There's really a terrifying power in the tidal temple. When I look at it earlier, it feels like my heart and soul were purified." "Me too," Wen Wanner chimed in. Upon hearing his senior sister's words, Duan Ling Tian realized he was not the only one who had experienced that strange feeling. "That's not surprising," Shu Lang said. "The tidal temple has been around for so long that it's impossible to trace its origin. Most people only know that it has existed since the beginning of Devata realms. The tidal temple has been around for so long that it reigns supreme in all Devata realms, even the heavenly emperor's force reveres it." Duan Ling Tian had already learned of this matter in the past, so he was not surprised when he heard Shu Lang's words. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw a few figures flying from different directions toward the tidal temple. At this moment, a loud and energetic voice rang from the distance. "Shu Lang." Two figures flying at top speed in the distance suddenly changed course and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others in just a blink of an eye. One of them was a muscular old man who was dressed in a blue robe, while the other was a skinny young man dressed in a brocade robe who held a fan in his hand. The person who had called out to Shu Lang seemed to be the muscular old man. "Zheng Yuyi." Shu Lang raised his eyebrows slightly before he greeted the old man. Then, he looked at the skinny young man standing next to the old man and asked, "Is this the disciple you accepted 100 years ago?" "That's right." The old man nodded with a wide smile on his face. "I brought this useless disciple of mine here so he can take the test to become a titled celestial lord. Although he's not even 400 years old, he's more than capable of passing the tidal temple's test." He could barely conceal the pride he felt when he spoke. After a moment, he looked at Shu Lang meaningfully and asked, "Shu Lang, from what I know, your youngest disciple who's under 700 years old and can barely pass the test to become a titled celestial lord, right? Are you talking about my sixth disciple, Hong Fei?" "Yes, he's barely able to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord." Shu Lang nodded. The old man swept his gaze past Duan Ling Tian and the others before he asked, "He's not here?" "That's right, he's not here." Shu Lang nodded again. "Then which disciple did you bring here?" The old man asked. "I brought my third disciple, fourth disciple, and seventh disciple who just joined us, and his partner," Shu Lang said. Upon being introduced as Duan Ling Tian's partner, Huaner's cheeks turned red. However, since she was wearing a veil, no one could tell she was blushing. "Seventh disciple, a new disciple." The old man furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. "Which one among these two is your new disciple?" Shu Lang glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he said with a smile, "It's him. Old 7, this is Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. He's an old friend of mine." The corners of Shu Lang's lips lifted into a disdainful smile when he said the words, "old friend." Shu Lang continued to say, "Zheng Yuyi, this is my youngest disciple, Duan Ling Tian." "How old is your youngest disciple?" the old man asked. He knew the seniority of Shu Lang's disciples was decided based on the time they joined Shu Lang. Therefore, he was of the opinion that the purple-clad young man might be quite old even if he was the youngest disciple. At the very least, the purple-clad had to be older than his disciple. Shu Lang's smile widened slightly before he replied, "He's not even 300 years old." "Not even 300 years old?" The old man was stunned. Even the skinny young man seemed taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's age. After a moment, the old man shook his head and laughed before he said, "Shu Lang, I didn't expect you to learn to exaggerate since the last time we met more than 100 years ago." Shu Lang said lightly, "Exaggerate? You don't believe my youngest disciple is younger than 300 years old? How can someone under the age of 300 be capable of passing the test to become a titled celestial lord? Such a person is rare even in the entire boundless heaven, right? Moreover, would such a person join you, Shu Lang?" The old man sneered when he finished speaking. Before Shu Lang responded, Hume said with a bright smile on her face, "Senior Uncle Zheng, whether my little junior brother is really under the age of 300 or not, won't you know if you ask your friends in the Heavenly Pool Palace?" His name is Duan Ling Tian. It seems like this was not her first time meeting Zheng Yuyi. Little Hu Mei, you know very well your teacher is the only one I know in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Is that why you suggested this? Zheng Yuyi said as he scoffed softly. Following that, Zheng Yuyi brought a formation compass out and asked, "Boy, do you dare to place your hand on this formation compass?" The formation compass shot out and hovered in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the round face of the formation compass that was divided into 10 sections. Hu Mei promptly said, "Little junior brother, this is a formation compass that measures one's age. It'll reveal your age once you put your hand on it. Each of the 10 sections represents 100 years of age. It provides a rough estimate of one's age instead of one's precise age." After Hu Mei finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian put his hand on the formation compass. A surge of energy shot out of the formation compass and wrapped itself around Duan Ling Tian's hand immediately. He felt a chilly energy circulating in his body before it returned to the formation compass. Soon after, 3 sections on the formation compass lit up. He's really under 300 years old. Zheng Yuyi frowned slightly as he put his formation compass away. He really did not expect Shu Lang's newest disciple to be less than 300 years old. After a moment, he asked skeptically, "Shu Lang, earlier, you said your youngest disciple is going to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. Is he capable of passing the test at such a young age?" Shu Lang replied with a faint smile on his face, "How's it possible that he's incapable of passing the test to become a titled celestial lord? Would I bring him here otherwise?" As soon as Shu Lang finished speaking, the skinny young man standing next to the old man stepped forward immediately. He stared at Duan Ling Tian pointedly as he said, "I, Nan Lu Feng, challenge you to a duel." Zheng Yuyi was startled. It was obvious he did not know his disciple was going to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Nevertheless, he had no intention of stopping his disciple. He looked at Shu Lang and asked with a faint smile on his face, "Shu Lang, since you're confident of your youngest disciple's strength, you should have no objection to my useless disciple challenging your disciple, right?" Shu Lang frowned slightly. He did not know how strong Zheng Yuyi's disciple was, but he was certain Zheng Yuyi's disciple was no match for Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Hu Mei spoke up again. She shook her head and said, "Senior Uncle Zheng, I don't think that's necessary." "Why, are you afraid?" Zheng Yuyi laughed heartily. "It's okay to be honest. We're not the type to force people to do things if they're unwilling." Hu Mei shook her head again and said with a straight face, "Well, you're not wrong to say I'm afraid. However, I'm only afraid it'll be humiliating for you." Humiliating. Zheng Yuyi's expression soured while Nan Lu Feng's expression darkened as soon as Hu Mei finished speaking. "Boy, show me what you've got." Nan Lu Feng stepped forward immediately. His robes and hair began to flutter in the air as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Lightning bolts flashed around his body immediately. At this moment, his gaze was icy when he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3285 Duan Ling Tian crushes Nan Lu Feng. "Little junior brother, please show mercy," Hu Mei said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of helplessness. There's always a slight friction between teacher and senior Uncle Zheng whenever they meet, but they've been friends for many years. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Nan Lu Feng grew even more irritated. He looked like the god of thunder as the lightning bolts around him flashed violently. "Boy, hurry up." Nan Lu Feng stirred up a thunderstorm as he stepped forward. The purple lightning bolts crackling and flashing around him looked like ferocious purple serpents baring their fangs at this moment. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head slightly before he suddenly vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was only a few feet away from Nan Lu Feng. Teleportation profundity. Zheng Yi widened his eyes upon seeing this. He said to Shu Lang in shock, "Shu Lang, your disciple comprehended the law of space. How unexpected." However, the law of space is famously known for being the hardest to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. Your disciple isn't even 300 years, I bet he hasn't even comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, right? 2 profundities. Shu Lang was slightly taken aback by Zheng Yuyi's words. After a moment, he shook his head and only said, "Just continue watching." Meanwhile, Nan Lu Feng stared at Duan Ling Tian and said gravely, "Boy, I'd like to see how strong you can be when you're not even 300 years old. If you can't even defeat me, it's best that you dismiss the idea of entering the title temple. Not only would you embarrass yourself by doing so, but it might even cost you your life." Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, let's just fight. Duan Ling Tian's indifference and calmness from the beginning infuriated Nan Lu Feng. It made him feel as though Duan Ling Tian was not taking him seriously. He scoffed as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian as the purple lightning bolts around him continued to flash. Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for him, apart from not using his celestial weapon, he did not hold back at all. He planned to swiftly gain the upper hand and suppress Duan Ling Tian. Is this the extent of your strength? As soon as Nan Lu Feng made a move, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that Nan Lu Feng was even weaker than Lu Jian, whom he had previously killed. Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared above Nan Lu Feng. With just a thought, he confined Nan Lu Feng in a huge space. Nan Lu Feng sneered. Do you think you'd be able to restrain me? Purple lightning bolts flashed as they struck the invisible cage that Duan Ling Tian had formed around Nan Lu Feng. The void rippled and distorted, and the cage seemed as though it was going to break under the assault from the purple lightning bolts. After a moment, Nan Lu Feng was shocked when he discovered the cage was not damaged at all. Let's end this, Duan Ling Tian said airily before he cast all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. In just a moment, 9 spatial tiers appeared before 9 sword rays shot out toward Nan Lu Feng. The destructive force of the cross-dimensional profundity collided with Nan Lu Feng's attack and easily overwhelmed Nan Lu Feng's attack. Explode, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. With the magnetic storm profundity, Duan Ling Tian detonated the energy of his attack, completely destroying Nan Lu Feng's attack. The 9 formidable sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity shot toward Nan Lu Feng, leaving 9 cuts on his body before sending him flying in the air. Nan Lu Feng coughed before he spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. A hint of fear flashed in the depth of his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He did not expect the young man before him to be so formidable. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed, apart from the transportation profundity that Duan Ling Tian did not cast, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the other's profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor and also Nan Lu Feng's master, was equally shocked. Xu Lang's newest disciple, who was not even 300 years old, had comprehended, at least, 7 profundities from the law of space. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use the transportation profundity, there was a chance he had also comprehended it to the mastery stage. He felt his cheeks burn in embarrassment when he recalled his earlier words to Xu Lang, as though someone had slapped his face. At the same time, he was green with envy. He glared at Xu Lang and asked through gritted teeth, Xu Lang, did you intentionally do this? Intentionally? Xu Lang was slightly taken aback by Zheng Yuyi's words. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, if I recall correctly, my 3rd disciples and I were against your disciple fighting with my 7th disciple. You and your disciples were the ones who doubted my 7th disciple's strength and insisted on challenging him to a duel. Zheng Yuyi was rendered speechless by Xu Lang's words. Indeed, it was his 3rd disciple in him who insisted on the duel. Xu Lang and his disciples had tried to dissuade him and his disciple, but they paid no heed to the advice and thought Xu Lang was trying to fool them. At this moment, he realized Xu Lang and his 3rd disciple were telling the truth. The young man who was not even 300 years old could, indeed, easily crush his 3rd disciple. Zheng Yuyi gradually regained his senses after he took a deep breath. He looked at Nan Lu Feng and rebuked Nan Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you should thank your junior brother Duan for showing mercy. In the past, Zheng Yuyi was rather fond of Nan Lu Feng and rarely rebuked Nan Lu Feng. However, after watching Nan Lu Feng being soundly defeated by someone who was not even 300 years old, he felt that Nan Lu Feng was useless and a disgrace to him, even though he knew it was an unfair comparison since Xu Lang's newest disciple was considered a rare genius even in all 81 Devata realms. Thank you, junior brother Duan, for showing mercy. Although Nan Lu Feng was arrogant, he had always been respectful toward those stronger than him. His respect for Duan Ling Tian grew even more when he remembered not only was Duan Ling Tian stronger than him but Duan Ling Tian was also younger than him. Xu Lang is too lucky. Zheng Yuyi thought to himself. His eyes flashed with envy as he looked at Xu Lang and asked, Xu Lang, where did you meet your 7th disciple? He came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to participate in the disciple selection. Before he even became a disciple of the palace, I already had my eyes on him. After that, he decided to join me, Xu Lang said. Zheng Yuyi fumed angrily upon hearing Xu Lang's words. He would have felt better if Shu Lang had a difficult time recruiting his newest disciple. However, based on Shu Lang's words, it seemed like it did not take much for Shu Lang to convince Duan Lingtian to join him. He could not help but lament that he was not as lucky as Shu Lang. Let's enter the title temple. After a moment, Shu Lang beckoned Duan Lingtian and the others over before leading them to the title temple. At the same time, Zheng Yuyi and his disciple, Nan Lufeng, followed closely behind and made their way to the title temple as well. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked, "Teacher, are there celestial lords trying to obtain titles from the title temple all year round?" Shu Lang nodded. There are always celestial lords trying to obtain titles in the title temple. On the other hand, for celestial emperors, they would have to wait before they could compete with each other to obtain a title. It's also for this reason that there are many celestial emperors who are unwilling to obtain a title from the title temple. Apart from that, for both celestial emperors and celestial lords who wished to obtain titles, the participants during the test set by the title temple aren't limited to those from the same Devata realm. This means, not only will you be competing with people from the boundless heaven but people from other Devata realms as well. It was only at this time that Duan Lingtian learned his opponents would be from different Devata realms. Shu Lang continued to explain, usually, most of the celestial lords who want to obtain a title are 8 trigrams celestial lords, 9 palaces celestial lords, or 10 directions celestial lords. Whether it's due to a lack of confidence because they feel the laws they comprehended were not remarkable, it's rare for those with cultivation bases lower than those I mentioned to try to obtain a title. However, it's more than possible for someone who has comprehended at least 5 profundities from ordinary elemental laws to obtain a title even if he or she is just a 1 basic celestial lord. Shu Lang paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Just because the opponents you met in the Heavenly Pool Palace have comprehended most of the profundities from a law to the mastery stage at a young age, you shouldn't assume that's the case for the others. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force. It's only natural that our prodigious disciples are highly talented in the boundless heaven. In reality, there are many 10 directions celestial lords who haven't even comprehended 1 profundity to the mastery stage. Perhaps, there are only a few who managed to comprehend 1 or 2 profundities to the mastery stage." Duan Lingtian fell silent and mulled over Shu Lang's words. According to Shu Lang, a 1 basic celestial lord had almost similar chances as a 10 directions celestial lord in obtaining a title. This was because the latter's level of comprehension of a law could be the same, or even inferior, as the former. Chapter 3286 The Testing Ground. As Duan Lingtian and the others drew closer and closer to the title temple, Duan Lingtian could feel the pressure from the title temple increasing as well. He thought to himself, those who aren't celestial lords with only a mediocre comprehension of the law won't be able to withstand this pressure and enter the title temple. The pressure was not only physical, but Duan Lingtian could feel the pressure on his soul as well. Even Shu Lang could not help him bear this pressure. Huaner, Humei, and Wen Wanner's expressions were solemn as well due to the pressure from the title temple. Shu Lang said, "For the titled celestial lord's test, all of you will be sent to the same testing ground. As long as you manage to eliminate 9 participants, you'll be considered to have passed the test. Apart from that, the testing ground is actually a good cultivation place as well. If you're on the brink of a breakthrough, it's a good idea to consider cultivating there to expedite your breakthrough." When Shu Lang finished speaking, they had already arrived in front of one of the main entrances of the title temple. The title temple had 2 main entrances, each of them looked like an abyss with no end in sight. A wide stone platform was erected in front of the 2 main entrances. One of them was devoid of people while the other one had people gathering around it. Shu Lang looked at the empty stone platform as he explained, "That's the entrance for celestial emperors who are here to obtain a title. I entered through that entrance when I came to take the test to become a titled celestial emperor. After I passed the test, my title and name were recorded in the record of titled celestial emperors." The title temple kept a record of all titled celestial emperors and titled celestial lords. An announcement would also be made for a new titled celestial emperor and a new titled celestial lord. Although not many were capable of obtaining a title, the names listed in the records were still numerous. Some people had resorted to copying the names into celestial talismans, but due to the countless names, sometimes people would still have to come to the title temple if they wanted to have a look at the records of titled celestial emperors and titled celestial lords. As you've guessed, this is the entrance for celestial lords who are here to obtain a title. Needless to say, Those who aren't here to obtain a title are forbidden to enter, they'll definitely die if they enter the temple without due cause. I'm not familiar with the other title temples in the other Devata realms, but in the history of the boundless heaven, there were a few ignorant titled celestial emperors who disregarded the rule and tried to enter. All of them died in the title emperor, there was no exception, Shu Lang said as his expression turned slightly grim. Therefore, this is where I'll part ways with all of you. You're on your own now. At the same time, Nan Lu Feng, who had been briefed by Zheng Yuyi, had already entered the title temple. Go now, Shu Lang said to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Little junior brother, junior sister Huaner, let's go, Hu Mei said as she held Wen Wanner's slender hand upon seeing Nan Lu Feng entering the title temple. Soon enough, both of them vanished into the darkness behind the entrance of the title temple. Huaner, let's go. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner walked side by side as they entered the title temple. He could clearly feel a gentle energy shrouding him and Huaner when they ventured deeper into the temple. Soon enough, he felt his vision go black. When his vision was restored to him, he discovered he was standing on a platform. At this moment, there were many people around Duan Ling Tian who were standing on the platform as well. Suddenly, Hu Mei's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little junior brother, we are here. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian discovered Hu Mei was standing only 10 meters away from him. Third senior sister. Duan Ling Tian was about to walk toward Hu Mei when Huaner suddenly stopped him. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner in confusion. Brother Ling Tian, this is an illusion, Huaner explained. She narrowed her eyes as her celestial origin energy surged out in all directions, causing a tremendous change in the scene before their eyes. In just a few moments, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was standing in a main hall. When he looked up, he saw people standing around him, looking as though they were in a daze and completely unaware of the people around them. They're still trapped in the illusion, Huaner said. What a powerful illusion. I couldn't tell it was an illusion at all, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. Then, he asked, Huaner, was the illusion deadly? No, Huaner shook her head. It's just an illusion that briefly confuses people. Third senior sister. Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Mei at this moment. She was standing next to Wen Wanner with a frown on her face as though she was faced with a difficult problem. As Duan Ling Tian and Huaner drew closer to his senior sisters, he saw Wen Wanner, who was usually gentle, currently wearing a dark expression on her face. It seemed like she was greatly upset by something. Little junior brother, you've already come out of the illusion. Hu Mei seemed surprised when she saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Then, she turned to look at Wen Wanner with a bitter smile and said, It seems like fourth junior sister is still trapped in the illusion. Third senior sister, didn't both of you enter together? You should be in the same illusion as her, Duan Ling Tian said curiously. Indeed. However, in our illusion, we saw you and Huaner being separated, so we parted to help both of you. I know a thing or two regarding illusory techniques, so it didn't take long for me to break free of the illusion. However, I don't know what happened that caused fourth junior sister to still be trapped in the illusion. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he looked at Huaner and asked, Huaner, is there a way to help fourth senior sister? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner narrowed her eyes before two beams of white light entered Wen Wanner's body. Soon enough, Wen Wanner's expression began to ease and she returned to her senses. She said in confusion, Little junior brother. Junior sister Huaner. Third senior sister. That was just an illusion. Hu Mei shocked her head as she said, I've never heard anything about illusions in the title temple. As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, an indifferent voice rang in the air. You passed. With this, those who were still trapped in the illusion gradually regained their senses. A black mist converged in the air before a black-clad woman with a curvaceous figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The cold beauty swept her eyes across Duan Ling Tian and the others with an icy expression on her face before she said with a scoff, Hey, all of you are here to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord, but it took so many of you almost half a day just to break free of the illusion. Some of you couldn't even free yourself from the illusion. Are you sure you want to participate in the test? I really hope you don't embarrass the title temple in the boundless heaven. Without further explanations and before the participants could react, the main hall was suddenly plunged into darkness. As soon as darkness fell, the black-clad woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You're all being sent to the testing ground now. After killing 9 people in your group, you'll be sent back to the main hall. After that, you'll obtain a title. When Duan Ling Tian could see again, he discovered he was in a valley surrounded by majestic mountains with a crystal-clear stream snaking through it. The valley was tranquil with birds chirping in the air. So this is the testing ground. Duan Ling Tian studied his surroundings. He was alone. Huaner and the others were nowhere to be seen. Now that he had arrived at his destination, Duan Ling Tian called out to the world-cleansing divine water. "Sister Water, I'm here. What should I do next?" The world-cleansing divine water replied immediately, "I thought all 10 participants would be transported to the same place. I didn't expect all of you would be transported to different locations. This means you'll have to look for the other 9 people before you can kill them in order to leave this place. This testing ground, a secret realm, has obstacles that were left behind by various supreme powerhouses. You should attempt to overcome the obstacles. They'll allow you to improve your strength and absorb the energy from the pine willow divine tree before mastering the godly image phenomenon." Alright, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and extended his divine consciousness to scan the valley. After confirming there was nothing out of the ordinary, he left the valley. "I wonder where Huaner and my senior sisters are transported to," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. His heart could not help but skip a beat as a thought appeared in his mind. The celestial lords from 81 Devata realms are all gathered here. The only way to leave this place is to kill 9 celestial lords. Chapter 3287 Meng Haozan. The world-cleansing divine water was unfamiliar with the layout of the testing ground for celestial lords. It only knew that it was a secret realm with many obstacles left behind by the supreme powerhouse who created it. These obstacles could be considered fortuitous encounters. Although one would be rewarded with material items, they would increase one's cultivation base or one's comprehension of the law. Duan Ling Tian wandered the testing ground after leaving the valley. He searched thoroughly for the obstacles mentioned by the world-cleansing divine water with his divine consciousness. The days continued to pass. After a week, Duan Ling Tian finally met someone. The person flew toward Duan Ling Tian as soon as he discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. In order to leave the testing ground and obtain a title, one had to kill 9 celestial lords. Therefore, his guards were up as soon as he saw the person flying toward him. Soon enough, a skinny young man dressed in a blue robe with golden trimmings came to a stop a distance away from Duan Ling Tian. He was handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. It was clear his background was not simple. He said, "I came to invite you to enter an obstacle I discovered. There has to be 5 people to enter the obstacle. A trial." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly upon hearing the young man's words. This was the main objective he had entered the title temple. If it were not for the fact that he had to kill 9 people in order to leave, he would not be bothered with killing anyone at all as long as they did not provoke him. Moreover, he was also not interested in becoming a titled celestial lord. His priority was to find obstacles that would allow him to refine the energy from the pine willow divine tree and master the godly image phenomenon. With that, his strength would be raised to another level. At that time, he would be able to hold his ground and kill Han Yunjin, a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace, during the life-or-death battle that had been set to happen after 3 years in the Prodigy Arena. Despite being happy, Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, "Why should I trust you? Who knows if you'll launch a sneak attack on me once I follow you?" "My friend, I understand why you're guarded. Since we still need to find another 3 people to enter the obstacles, why don't we maintain a distance from each other during this time?" The blue-clad young man suggested sincerely, clearly not offended that Duan Ling Tian was wary of him. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. As he followed the young man, he maintained his distance and observed the young man. Although he was confident of his strength, he was not certain if they were being monitored in the testing ground. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use the power from the 5 divine elements in fear of exploding their existence. If there was truly someone monitoring them, it was likely that person would covet the 5 divine elements in his body. After all, even a titled celestial emperor would covet the 5 divine elements. As Duan Ling Tian continued to follow the young man from a distance, he grew certain that the young man in front of him could not be weak due to his extraordinary bearing. After 2 days, the young man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile on his face, "My friend, how should I address you? We've spent 2 days together, but I still don't know your name." "My name's Meng Haozan, and I'm a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." Solitary destructive heaven, the heaven-grade Heavenly Sword Mountain. Duan Lingtian would not have paid any mind to the young man's words if he were from another Devata realm or another heaven-grade force. However, the young man was not only from the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also from the heaven-grade heavenly sword mountain. After all, he remembered Huan'er's father was from the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven before he was sent to the heavenly pool palace. Although he despised the heavenly sword mountain's actions for giving in to the heavenly pool palace, he understood their fear of the heavenly pool palace due to the palace's connection to the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. There was no doubt at all that the heavenly pool palace had the full support of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven due to the relationship between the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian replied, Duan Lingtian from the heavenly pool palace. Meng Haozan's eyes widened immediately as he asked, Heavenly pool palace? The heaven-grade heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven? Duan Lingtian stared at Meng Haozan pointedly as he said, previously, the heavenly sword mountain sent someone over to the heavenly pool palace, right? Do you still have any doubt as to which heavenly pool palace I'm from? Meng Haozan smiled wryly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. It seems like you're really from the boundless heaven's heavenly pool palace. You're right, the heavenly sword mountain did send someone to the heavenly pool palace. Moreover, that person is my first senior brother. After a sigh, his expression turned frosty as he said angrily, I don't understand what went through those old men's minds. It was just the cancellation of an arranged marriage. Was it necessary to send my first senior brother there to appease the heavenly pool palace? How embarrassing. Are you trying to justify your first senior brother's action when he took the initiative to break the arranged marriage? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Haozan. I don't deny my senior brother's actions, and I don't blame the heavenly pool palace. However, I blame the old men in our heavenly sword mountain for being pushovers. Meng Haozan shook his head and said, although the palace master of the heavenly pool palace is closely related to the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, did they really think a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would really go to another Devata realm to make a scene over a small matter? And, if the heavenly emperor of the boundless really came looking for trouble, did they think the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was going to just sit and watch without doing anything? Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven might not necessarily be a match for our solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor. Duan Lingtian was not familiar with the other heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms, but he was rather familiar with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the heavenly emperor was the progenitor of the fog rain progeny in the 7 absolute sect in the Saint Province realm, a mundane realm. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is said to have disappeared briefly. When he returned, he killed the person who usurped his throne and regained his title as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you talking about him? When Duan Lingtian was in the mundane realm, he had inherited the legacy of the progenitor of the fog rain progeny. From the legacy, he had mastered the sovereign heart sword that helped him to reign supreme in the mundane realm before he ascended to a Devata realm. He had to stop using the sovereign heart sword because the legacy was incomplete, leaving much to be desired in regard to strength. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Haozan's eyes lit up with reverence as he said, that's right. Lord Feng Qingyang is the current heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian felt nostalgic when he heard Feng Qingyang's name. He asked curiously, is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven a titled celestial emperor? I don't know, I've not heard anything about that before. He might have a title, and he might not have a title, I really don't know. Meng Haozan shook his head. However, the heavenly emperor normally addresses himself as the fog rain hermit to the public. The fog rain hermit. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly as his heartbeat quickened. It seemed like the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, still remembered the fog rain progeny in the 7 absolute sect even though he was now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, why would he refer to himself as the fog rain hermit? When I have the time, I should really visit Senior Feng Qingyang. After all, it was all thanks to his legacy that I had a relatively easy time in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian had always been a grateful person. He wished to thank and apologize to Feng Qingyang. I'm certain Senior Feng Qingyang didn't expect the legacy he left in the mundane realm would bring him so much trouble just because I inherited it. He even had to escape into the Asura hell. Thank the heavens he managed to escape from the Asura hell. Otherwise, I'll never be able to live with myself for the rest of my life. Duan Ling Tian had always felt guilty about Feng Qingyong having to enter the deadly Asur hell because of him. At this moment, Meng Haozan asked with a smile, "My friend, you seem very interested in our heavenly emperor. Is it possible that you're also a sword celestial?" In the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor, Feng Qingyong, was revered by at least 90% of sword celestials. After all, Feng Qingyong was widely acknowledged as a peerless sword celestial. In their opinion, there were no sword celestials in all 81 Devata realms who were a match for their heavenly emperor. When they found out he was trapped in the Asura hell, most people did not think he would survive. On the contrary, the sword celestials believed he would return eventually. As expected, he did return and even killed the person who usurped his throne, reclaiming his title as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "I used to be but not anymore." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. When he first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had relied on the sovereign heart sword that he inherited from Feng Qingyong. However, as his cultivation base improved, he gradually neglected the sovereign heart sword. "My friend, our heavenly emperor is a legend in the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Haozan's voice grew excited as he recounted Feng Qingyang's feats and achievements to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian listened attentively. He was always interested to learn more about Feng Qingyong. Chapter 3288 Jizan from the Blood Dragon Clan. Perhaps it was due to Duan Ling Tian's genuine interest in listening to Meng Haozan talking about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Haozan's impression of Duan Ling Tian was rather favorable, and he grew more familiar with Duan Ling Tian as well. It was also for these reasons that he asked tentatively, "Brother Ling Tian, my first senior brother is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousands Chains prison. Do you know how he's faring?" Thousands Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. It was his first time hearing about such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace. During his investigations on places where Huaner's parents might be imprisoned, he did not hear anything about the Thousands Chains prison at all. Since he did not dare to ask the high-ranking officials in the Heavenly Pool Palace about this matter, he could only ask those who did hold high positions in the palace. These people, naturally, did not know much. He had planned to ask Xu Lang about this matter after they had grown more familiar. Since Xu Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, it stood to reason that he should be privy to Huaner's parents' whereabouts. He had assumed he would only be able to obtain useful information from Xu Lang. He did not expect he would be able to obtain such useful information from a Heavenly Sword Mountain disciple in the titled temple's testing ground for celestial lords. "Are you sure your first senior brother is imprisoned in the Thousands Chains prison?" Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed briefly. "That's what my master told me," Meng Haozan said. "My master is the Hidden Sword Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Many people know him as the Hidden Sword Old Man. My master was associated with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the past." A hint of pride could be heard in Meng Haozan's voice when he spoke. "Oh." Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Haozan in surprise. "Tell me all about it." In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, since Meng Haozan's master was acquainted with Feng Qingyong, it probably meant that they were friends. Before the Heavenly Emperor took over the position of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he used to wander the lands to fight sword celestials. "My teacher was defeated by him," Meng Haozan said. Duan Ling Tian hesitated for a beat before he asked, "So you're saying your master is associated with Feng Qingyong because he was once defeated by Feng Qingyong?" Meng Haozan nodded as he smiled and said, "Doesn't that count as being associated with the Heavenly Emperor?" Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Meng Haozan's words. If such a thing could be considered as being associated with Feng Qingyong, then what was his relationship with Feng Qingyong, whose legacy he inherited in his hometown in the mundane realm? Another 2 days passed before Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan encountered another person. The other person was a tall and muscular young man, and he was dressed in a long gray robe. His eyes were big, framed by a pair of bushy eyebrows. There was a sinister air around him that made one feel as though he was not human. As Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan flew toward the gray-clad young man, Meng Haozan said through voice transmission, "He's not a human." I sensed it as well. As the duo drew closer and closer to the young man, the feeling that the young man was not human grew stronger and stronger. The young man stood still and waited for the duo. It was clear he had no intention of running away. Before the duo came to a halt, the young man scoffed before he raised his hand for a preemptive strike. a chilling energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan in just an instant. The law of ice. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the wall of ice that appeared in front of him. With just a thought, he teleported to the other side of the ice wall. Meanwhile, golden sword rays revolved around Meng Haozan as he ran into the ice wall. In just a blink of an eye, the ice wall shattered. Following that, he continued making his way toward the gray-clad young man. "Not bad," the young man said in a raspy voice. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Meng Haozan. Since Duan Ling Tian had used the law of space's teleportation profundity, he could not accurately gauge Duan Ling Tian's strength. For this reason, he paid more attention to Meng Haozan, who displayed his extraordinary strength. When the young man was about to attack again, Meng Haozan hurriedly said, "My friend, we're not here to attack you. We only want to ask if you're interested in joining us to enter one of the obstacles we found." Upon hearing Meng Haozan's words, the young man stopped attacking. However, he remained vigilant and kept a distance from the duo. Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan stopped moving immediately and no longer moved toward the young man. "My name's Meng Haozan. I'm from the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the solitary destructive heaven," Meng Haozan said as he looked at the young man. Following that, he introduced Duan Ling Tian to the young man. "This person next to me is from the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. His name is Duan Ling Tian. We only met a few days ago. I discovered the obstacle and invited him to join me then." The young man responded lightly, "Jizan from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven." These words confirmed Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan's speculations about him not being human. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a Devata realm inhabited mostly by celestial beasts. The celestial beasts there were rather hostile to humans, so it was rare to see humans there. "Meng Haozan, as it turns out, you're a friend from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. My friend, are you interested in joining us to overcome that obstacle?" "Sure." Jizan nodded slightly in response. With that, Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan found their third member. Meng Haozan said, "Let's continue to search this place for the remaining two members." The trio wandered around in search of the two remaining members while they maintained a safe distance from each other. "What's the Blood Dragon clan?" Duan Ling Tian asked Meng Haozan through voice transmission. "I know the Dragon clan is a heaven grad force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, but I've never heard of the Blood Dragon clan." "Brother Ling Tian, the Blood Dragon clan is independent of the Dragon clan, even if they can be considered to be like a branch clan of the Dragon clan. Despite that, they have 5 powerful titled celestial emperors among their ranks. Their relationship with the Dragon clan is rather hostile since the Dragon clan doesn't acknowledge the members of the Blood Dragon clan as one of them." Another 5 days passed before the trio found another 2 people to join them. One of them was also from a heaven grade force while the other person was a sectless cultivator. Meng Haozan said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, "Since there are 5 of us now, it's time for us to challenge the obstacle." Now that there were 5 of them, they no longer bothered maintaining a safe distance. They had all come to an agreement that whoever tried to make a move would have to contend with the remaining 4 people in the group. Meng Haozan led them into the lake and brought them to the depths of the lake. There it is. At the bottom of the lake, 5 gateways appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "We need 5 people to open the 5 respective gates. I tried using a cloning technique, but it didn't work. It requires a real person to open it. The energy from the gate is capable of detecting if one's real or just a clone," Meng Haozan explained as he stood in front of one of the gates. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 took their positions in front of the gates. The moment 5 of them stood in front of the gateways, the water in the lake began to stir violently. If someone were to look at the lake from outside, they would see the originally calm surface of the lake boiling at this moment. In just an instant, an energy shrouded the 5 people before they vanished into thin air. When the darkness receded, Duan Tian found himself in an enclosed space that looked like a small sealed room. The pressure in the room was immense and fell on him immediately. He tried to ease the pressure by using his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity. Alas, it was futile. The pressure easily overwhelmed his energy. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "This place is very suitable for you to refine the energy of the pine willow divine tree." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. "How do I refine it?" "Calm down and focus. I'll guide the energy of the pine willow divine tree that was absorbed by the divine tree of life into your body." At that time, Just follow my instructions to refine the energy, the word cleansing divine water said. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian was completely shrouded in white light. At the same time, the pressure continued pressing down on him. The white light that shrouded his body seemed to merge before surging into his body. Amazing. The energy from the pine willow divine tree can be refined in such a way. I can feel my body is going through a transformation. Duan Ling Tian was fascinated by the sensation he felt when he was refining the energy from the pine willow divine tree. Chapter 3289 Working Together. Sister Water, what kind of obstacle is this? Duan Ling Tian asked as he refined the energy from the pine willow divine tree. As soon as he entered this enclosed space, he felt a mounting pressure crushing him. Although the pressure had yet to cause him any harm, it was growing heavier by the minute. If I'm not mistaken, to clear this obstacle, you have to withstand the crushing pressure and break free from this place, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, since you're able to use the pressure here to refine the pine willow divine tree's energy, there's no need for you break free from this place in a hurry. You can wait until you can no longer endure the pressure or until you're done refining a small portion of the energy from the pine willow divine tree, whichever comes first, before you leave this place. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian after he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like he would not be able to stay here until he had completely refined the energy from the pine willow divine tree. He sighed inwardly as he continued to refine the energy. It seems like I've gotten ahead of myself. I thought I'd be able to completely refine the energy from the pine willow divine tree in this place. As it turns out, I'll only be able to refine a portion of it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the vital energy from the pine willow divine tree converging in his body. He was not unfamiliar with the energy. Previously, Fan Qi, whom he had killed, had emitted such energy as well. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had used the divine tree of life to absorb the energy from Fan Qi, a pine willow divine tree who had gained a human form. Although Duan Ling Tian still did not know much about the godly image phenomenon at this moment, he could not help but grow excited when he thought about mastering the technique once he refined the energy from the pine willow divine tree. The world-cleansing divine water did not reveal much to him and only said that he would understand when the time came. Sister Water, will I be able to summon the godly image phenomenon of the divine tree of life? Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked. The divine tree of life in his little world had long acknowledged him as its owner. He wondered if he could summon the godly image of the divine tree of life with this technique. If you want to use the godly image phenomenon to summon the godly image of the divine tree of life, you'll have to completely refine the vital energy of the divine tree of life in your little world. Even a supreme powerhouse isn't capable of that. In my opinion, it should have something to do with the restrictions in this world, the world-cleansing divine water said. After a moment, it added, hence, you should stop thinking about it for now. Even if you can summon the godly image of the divine tree of life, do you dare to use it? Out of fear of supreme powerhouses, no one dares to have thoughts about the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. However, if you summon the godly image of the divine tree of life, it would prove that you have successfully refined the vital energy from the divine tree of life. At that time, people would try to kill you to obtain the vital energy for themselves. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the divine tree of life is unlike celestial trees. Generally, others wouldn't be able to obtain the vital energy of ordinary celestial trees after you refine their energies. The energies would dissipate upon your death. However, it's different for the divine tree of life, its vital energy wouldn't dissipate after your death. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent and no longer continued that topic. What a joke! Let alone the fact that it was impossible to refine the vital energy from the divine tree of life. Even if he could do it, he was not interested in doing so. Would he not be painting a big target on himself if he did such a thing? As time passed while Duan Ling Tian continued to refine the vital energy from the pine willow divine tree, the pressure did not stop increasing. I wonder how the others are doing. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He knew Meng Haozan and the others must be trying to break free from this place as they endured the mounting pressure. If they could not break free, they would only be crushed by the pressure in the place, the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Senior brother Han Yunjin. At this moment, an unexpected visitor had made an appearance at Han Yunjin's cultivation place. Lei Jun. Han Yunjin frowned slightly when he saw the visitor. He was not unfamiliar with his visitor. He knew Lei Jun was not only the second disciple of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, but Lei Jun was also Lei Ying's only son. Han Yunjin was rather confused by Lei Jun's sudden visit. After all, they did not have many interactions in the past. Moreover, it seems like Duan Lingtian's lover was Lei Jun's third junior sister. For this reason, Lei Jun could be considered a foe and not a friend to a certain extent. At this moment, Han Yunjin looked at Lei Jun and asked icily, "Is there something you need?" Lei Jun chuckled before he asked, "Senior brother Han Yunjin, do you see me as an enemy as well?" Han Yunjin sneered, "Duan Lingtian is my enemy, and your third junior sister is Duan Lingtian's woman. How can I not treat you, his woman's second senior brother, as an enemy? Don't tell me you haven't heard about my life or death battle with Duan Lingtian that will take place 3 years later." Lei Jun only smiled faintly in response. Seeing Lei Jun's lack of response, a frown appeared on Han Yunjin's face. At this moment, Lei Jun finally said, "Are you worried about your life and death battle?" He looked at Han Yunjin knowingly as though he was privy to Han Yunjin's thoughts. Han Yunjin scoffed. "What a joke, how can I, Han Yunjin, one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, be afraid of a brat who isn't even 300 years old? Senior brother Han Yunjin, there's no need for you to fake your confidence in front of me." Lei Jun shook his head and said, "If I were you, I'd be worried as well. It's only human to feel this way. After all, who can tell for sure if he was bluffing or if he was truly confident when he accepted your challenge?" Lei Jun continued to say, "Based on what I know about Duan Lingtian, it's likely that he's not bluffing. Therefore, there's a chance that you're in danger. Although I have no clue as to what tricks Duan Lingtian has up his sleeve, it's best that you keep your guard up. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you were pressured into accepting the life or death battle." Han Yunjin's expression darkened immediately. He was about to refute Lei Jun's words when Lei Jun spoke up again. "Senior brother Han Yunjin, there's no need to deny it. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. You help me?" Han Yunjin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "How? I want to work with you to get rid of Duan Lingtian," Lei Jun said bluntly through voice transmission as his eyes flashed. Oh, Han Yunjin's interest was piqued after he heard Lei Jun's words. "Why do you want to get rid of him? Based on what I know, he's your third junior sister's lover. Moreover, he just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not too long ago. How did he offend you to the extent that you want to get rid of him?" "He didn't offend me. I want to get rid of him because I want my third junior sister to myself," Lei Jun said as his eyes gleamed with unconcealable desire. Han Yunjin did not respond to Lei Jun. Instead, he held Lei Jun's gaze for a few moments. After a few moments, he determined Lei Jun was not lying to him. The eyes were the windows to one's soul, after all. After a while, Han Yunjin finally said, "Speaking of her, there's no doubt she's a beauty even if she tries to hide it with a veil. It would be amazing if one could spend a night with her. It's obvious she's still a virgin. I really wonder how Duan Lingtian manages to restrain himself with such a beauty by his side. Senior brother Han Yunjin, watch your words." Lei Jun's voice turned cold as he looked at Han Yunjin with a piercing gaze. "I came to you in good faith. If you continue acting this way, don't blame me if I decide to call off our agreement." Lei Jun had already regarded Huaner as his. Therefore, he would not stay idle and listen to Han Yunjin speak badly of her. Han Yunjin chuckled. "I'm just joking." Based on Lei Jun's reaction, he was certain Lei Jun truly liked Huaner. "How surprising. I've never heard of any rumors about you with women. To think you've fallen for your junior sister in the end." Han Yunjin no longer continued on that topic. Instead, he asked directly, "Tell me, how do you propose we get rid of Duan Lingtian?" "We ask someone else to do it," Lei Jun said. "Ask someone else to do it?" Han Yunjin frowned. "There's a titled celestial emperor around him most of the time. Even if the assassin is a titled celestial emperor as well, it won't be easy to assassinate him." "What if there are 2 titled celestial emperors?" Lei Jun asked as he looked at Han Yunjin. 2 titled celestial emperors? Han Yunjin was taken aback by Lei Jun's words. Then, his eyes widened as he asked, "Lei Jun, are you thinking of hiring those 2 people?" In the boundless heaven, there was a pair of famous assassins. They worked alone and did not belong to any assassin organization. They were known to be powerful and had never failed a single job they had accepted. Most importantly, the pair of assassins was also titled celestial emperors. Naturally, the cost of hiring someone like them would not be cheap at all. Chapter 3290. You can try. It seems like you know what I'm talking about. Lei Jun knew Han Yunjin knew what was in his mind when he saw the shocked expression on Han Yunjin's face. He said frankly, "That's right. I plan to hire them. I'm sure you know it won't be cheap. Therefore, I came to look for you so we can share the cost." It was too costly to hire the two titled celestial emperors to assassinate someone. If Lei Jun could afford it on his own, he would not have revealed his plan to Lei Jun. Han Yunjin scoffed. "It's your idea to hire someone to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. I have nothing to do with it, so why should I bear the cost of hiring the assassins?" "I'll leave then since you are not interested," Lei Jun replied indifferently through voice transmission. As he turned around to leave, he added, "After all, I'm not the one who has to fight Duan Ling Tian in a life-or-death battle in 3 years. Han Yunjin's expression changed when he saw Lei Jun was about to leave. He called out, "Wait." It was as Lei Jun had said. Han Yunjin was not completely certain he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian during their life-or-death battle in the future. This was because Duan Ling Tian was too strange and unpredictable. Regardless if it was his battle with Lu Jian or his junior brother, Fan Qi, no one had thought Duan Ling Tian would win. Nevertheless, he ended up winning both battles gloriously. What if Duan Ling Tian continued on his winning streak? He had no wish of becoming a stepping stone for Duan Ling Tian to achieve greater fame. "What? Did you change your mind?" Lei Jun turned around and stared at Han Yunjin intently. "Think about it first. The price of hiring those two is high. Even you might not be able to afford the price of hiring them." Han Yunjin said in a deep voice, "To think of hiring those two, it seems like you're really determined to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. To do all this for a woman, is it worth it?" "As long as he dies, it's worth it no matter the price," Lei Jun replied indifferently. Duan Ling Tian's talent and aptitude for cultivation frightened Lei Jun and brought him a sense of crisis. Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 300 years old, managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Even if Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was not particularly high at the moment, his comprehension of the law was enough to prove his talent. At this moment, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in a battle. Given time, Duan Ling Tian would only grow stronger and stronger. He was certain of this since Duan Ling Tian dared to enter a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin in 3 years. Even he, himself, did not dare to do such a thing. Therefore, he knew it was imperative for him to get rid of Duan Ling Tian now. Otherwise, it would be impossible once Duan Ling Tian had grown strong enough. At that time, he could only watch helplessly as his third junior sister continued to stay by Duan Ling Tian's side. He was not willing to see something like that happening as long as there was something he could do about it. "Even if we pool our resources together and manage to hire those two, they still won't have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian if stays hidden in the Heavenly Pool Palace." Han Yunjin gave voice to his concerns. Based on his words, it seemed like he was willing to go along with Lei Jun's plan of hiring the two titled celestial emperors to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Lei Jun's concern was valid. The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force, after all. Not anyone could simply break into the Heavenly Pool Palace. If the two titled celestial emperors tried to break in, it was likely that they would be killed by the palace's titled celestial emperors before they could even get to Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, if Duan Ling Tian remained in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, the two titled celestial emperors would not be able to assassinate him. "Naturally, I've thought about this as well," Lei Jun said with a smile. "I wouldn't have come to you nor would I have thought of this plan if Duan Ling Tian was in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, I know for a fact that he has left the palace's estate for the Tidal Temple with the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. He has probably gone there to obtain a title." Lei Jun's eyes shone with killing intent as he said viciously, "The plan should work if the two titled celestial emperors assassinate him during their journey back to the estate. One of them can hold off Shu Lang while the other kills Duan Ling Tian. The odds are in our favor." He went to the Tidal Temple. Han Yunjin was stunned. He did not expect his opponent would go to the Tidal Temple instead of cultivating in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, now that he knew Duan Ling Tian was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he no longer hesitated. He asked, "Lei Jun, how are you going to contact those two?" "Since I came to you and proposed this plan, I, naturally, have a way of contacting them," Lei Jun said with a faint smile on his face. "I only looked for you because I need someone to share the cost with me." If you agree, I'll contact them immediately and have them intercept Duan Lingtian during his journey back to the palace's estate. All right, Han Yunjin gritted his teeth and agreed to Lei Jun's plan even if his heart ached at the thought of having to spend so much. Although there was a tidal temple in every Devata realms, all of them shared the same testing ground for celestial lords and celestial emperors. The testing ground was a secret realm that was independent of all the Devata realms. I've reached my limits. After a month, Duan Lingtian could no longer withstand the crushing pressure. He could only temporarily stop refining the energy from the pine willow divine tree for now. Duan Lingtian wasted no time in attacking so he could break free of the place. He wielded the seven orifices exquisite sword and used the space energy to attack, easily freeing himself. As soon as Duan Lingtian broke free of his imprisonment, his vision went dark for a moment. When he recovered his sight, he discovered he was standing on a platform with 4 other people around him. You're finally here, Jizan from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven scoffed as he said coldly, you must be an ordinary disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There's no way you're a prodigious disciple. How dare you enter the title temple or even think about obtaining a title when you're so weak? You truly have a death wish. If we didn't agree to work together, I would have killed you a long time ago. It was not surprising that Jizan assumed Duan Lingtian was weak since Duan Lingtian took such a long time before he managed to break free. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jizan before he said indifferently, you can try. It was not difficult for him to figure out what was in Jizan's mind. I will. What? Did you think I'll be afraid of you? Jizan sneered. Anyway, we've already completed the obstacle so there's no need to maintain our number. Coincidentally, I only need to kill another 2 people to leave this place. After killing you, I only need to kill 1 more person before I can leave and obtain a title. As soon as Jizan finished speaking, an explosive blood-red energy surged out of his body immediately. A thunderous explosion rang in the air as the platform began cracking near Jizan. As Jizan charged toward Duan Lingtian, he began to form numerous blood-red saber rays that emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, a cold air began to permeate the surroundings, causing the temperature to fall. Die! Jizan cried out as he struck. At this moment, a saber appeared in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, the blood-red saber rays shot into the saber and merged with it. A piercing saber cry rang in the air as Jizan brought his saber down toward Duan Lingtian. Everything happened so quickly that Meng Haozan, who was standing at the edge of the altar, had no time to stop the fight. As for the other 2 people in the group, their expressions changed drastically when they saw Jizan attacking. They hurriedly moved out of the way to avoid getting injured since they knew they were slightly weaker than Jizan. However, after seeing the strength Jizan displayed, they realized Jizan was not only slightly stronger than them. The gap between their strength was rather wide. In fact, even if both of them joined forces, they were not certain they would be able to defeat Jizan. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, hey, just revert to your true form. As he spoke, his celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins. The space elemental profundity boosted his celestial origin energy as it surged out of his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had used the mysterious transportation profundity and moved some of Jizan's attacks away, decreasing the attack's force by half. Duan Lingtian raised his right hand before a 7-color sword ray shot out of his palm. As it hovered in the air, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with 7 colors. After Duan Lingtian wielded the 3-foot-long sword, 9 gray sword rays shot out of spatial tiers and merged with a 7-colored sword ray after he cast the cross-dimensional slash profundity. It crashed against Jizan's onslaught of attacks. A crisp noise rang in the air as everyone watched Duan Lingtian's attack cleave Jizan's blood-red sabers into 2. Following that, before the blood-red sabers could even draw close to Duan Lingtian, it exploded into pieces. In comparison, the 7-colored sword in Duan Lingtian's hand only dimmed a little. Meanwhile, after crushing Jizan's attacks, the 7-color sword ray continued shooting toward Jizan. How powerful! Meng Haozan exclaimed in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to win after all. Similar to Jizan, since Duan Lingtian was the last break free, he assumed Duan Lingtian was the weakest among them. However, he realized how wrong his assumption was after watching Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a hint of fear could be seen in Jizan's eyes as he looked at the incoming 7-colored sword ray. Soon enough, an angry roar escaped from his throat. Chapter 3291 Killing a 9-clawed blood dragon. Jizan let out a deafening roar as his body began to twist. Soon enough, he reverted to a divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. The scales on his body were blood red, and he had 9 claws in each of his paws. His eyes glinted dangerously, and his body emitted the metallic scent of blood. He's a 9-clawed blood dragon. Meng Haozan and the other 2 people widened their eyes in shock and horror when they saw Ji Zan's true form. A 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top-tier celestial beast in the Devata realms. Barring any mishaps, most of them were able to easily become 10-direction celestial emperors, even if it was not the case if they wanted to become a god. Perhaps, only the legendary 10-clawed divine dragon would stand a chance to become a god. However, 10-clawed divine dragons were not considered celestial beasts. It would be more accurate to classify them as divine beasts. Their status was the same as the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. However, unlike the Thousand Phantoms ice fox that would only appear once every 1,000 years, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear in the dragon clan once every 100,000 years. Boy, I will tear you into pieces. The 9-clawed blood dragon's eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian at top speed. At the same time, he brandished his front claws that glinted under the light. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian's 7-colored sword ray was deflected by Ji Zan in his true form. A 9-clawed divine dragon. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Ji Zan was a 9-clawed blood dragon, he began to take the fight seriously. 9-clawed divine dragons that had become celestial lords possessed claws that were equivalent to emperor-grade celestial weapons. Once they became celestial emperors, their scales would be as tough as purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. Apart from that, they have extraordinary comprehension skills as well. There was a reason 9-clawed divine dragons were known to be blessed among top-tier celestial beasts. After all, as the 9-clawed blood dragon danced in the air, snowflakes began to fall in the air. Soon enough, even the air seemed to freeze as a wall of ice appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had just teleported away, was frozen into a statue of ice. Ji Zan, the 9-clawed blood dragon, pointed his claws at Duan Ling Tian before 2 deadly icicles shot out. Go! With just a thought, the air around Duan Ling Tian twisted and rippled violently before the ice that encased him shattered. Nevertheless, as soon as it shattered, ice began to form again. So you comprehended the law of ice? Not bad, but it's not good enough, Duan Ling Tian said coldly before he teleported 10,000 meters away, leaving the freezing range in an instant. He has comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Meng Haozan and the others exclaimed in unison. They could easily tell Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, since he was able to teleport out of the range of Ji Zan frozen profundity that had been comprehended to the mastery stage as well. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to escape the range of the frozen profundity that had been comprehended to the mastery stage if his teleportation profundity was still at the initial stage. Is this all you've got? Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of disdain. Although Ji Zan was rather strong after he reverted to his true form, he was only almost comparable to the Heavenly Pool Palace's Lu Jian. How could he be a match for Duan Ling Tian, who had easily killed Lu Jian? Brat, don't get cocky. Ji Zan roared and attacked again. His 10,000-meter-long body seemed to occupy all the space in the air as he flew toward Duan Ling Tian. It's time to end this. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned frosty. He no longer held back as he cast the profundities from the law of space and shot a 7-colored sword ray out of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Just like before, after Duan Ling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity, 9 gray sword rays shot out of 9 spatial tiers respectively. Ji Zan's eyes widened in fear. He could clearly sense Duan Ling Tian's attack was much more terrifying than the one before. Despite sensing the overwhelming force of the attack, he did not give up. A buzzing noise rang in the air as he cast a formation on himself. Blood-red scripts appeared on the sides of his body in just an instant before he was shrouded with a blood-red energy. Following that, the blood-red energy from the formation merged with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of ice before shooting toward Duan Ling Tian. It seems like I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. This technique should be unique to a 9-clawed blood dragon, right? Duan Ling Tian said, his voice was still as indifferent as ever. With this technique, Ji Zan was now stronger than Lu Jian. Nevertheless, it did not make a difference to Duan Ling Tian, who was significantly stronger than Lu Jian. When Ji Zan's attack collided with Duan Ling Tian's attack, a huge shockwave rippled out, forcing Meng Haozan and the other two to quickly erect a shield for protection. No, a cry laden with despair, disbelief, and regrets rang in the air at this moment. At that same time, the seven-colored sword ray pierced the dragon's head without any resistance, destroying Jizan's soul. Following that, the 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity shredded Jizan's body into pieces. The platform seemed to shake when pieces of Jizan's body fell on it. Just like that, Jizan, the prodigious disciple from the heaven-grade blood dragon clan in the 10,000 beast heaven, was dead. He's too powerful. Meng Haozan only regained his senses when Jizan's body parts began to fall around him. He could barely conceal the shock in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He truly did not expect the unassuming young man would possess such impressive strength. Even he, himself, was not sure he would be able to withstand Jizan's final attack. However, Duan Lingtian not only destroyed Jizan's destructive attack, but he also killed Jizan. At this moment, the 7-colored sword in Duan Lingtian's hand disappeared into his body. The others did not think much of this and assumed it was just an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ever since Wanzhou had fused with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and became its sword soul, she was able to disguise the sword as an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Let alone Meng Haozan and the others, even titled celestial emperors would not be able to tell it was a Devata artifact as long as Duan Lingtian did not exert its strength beyond that of an emperor-grade celestial weapon. After Duan Lingtian collected Jizan's spatial ring and celestial weapons, Meng Haozan stepped forward and said, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to comprehend all of the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage when your cultivation base is only average. I'm just slightly stronger than Jizan, that's all," Duan Lingtian said modestly. Meanwhile, he nodded in satisfaction after he had collected Jizan's corpse as well. The corpse of a 9-clawed divine dragon was incredibly useful. It could be refined and forged into an emperor-grade celestial weapon among other things. Adding other materials, one could even forge a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. In terms of value, Jizan's corpse was much more valuable than all the treasures in his spatial ring combined. Just his claws alone could be used to forge many emperor-grade celestial weapons. The corners of Meng Haozan's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. After a moment, he changed the topic and said, "Duan Lingtian, this platform is strange. We couldn't figure out a way to leave. Do you have any idea?" Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian began to investigate with his divine consciousness. However, he did not find anything unusual. "Sister Water," Duan Lingtian called out. At a loss, he could only ask for help from the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water was like an encyclopedia to him. After all, the longer one lived, the more knowledgeable one would be. "This is a test on your ability to deactivate formations," the word-cleansing divine water replied after observing Duan Lingtian's surroundings. "Deactivate formations? There are formations here." Duan Lingtian was surprised. "Yes," the world-cleansing divine water said, "however, they aren't offensive, defensive, or illusory formations. They're just minor formations layered together to prevent you from leaving. You can think of them as a kind of restraining formation." "How do we render the formations useless?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It's simple. With the world-cleansing divine water's instructions, Duan Lingtian only took 15 minutes to deactivate the formation that prevented them from leaving the platform. In just a blink of an eye, an open door appeared in the air above the platform. However, it was pitch black behind the door so no one knew where it led to. At this moment, Meng Haozan and the other 2 people were filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian. Previously, they, along with Jizan, had looked around the platform for a long time, and yet, they could not figure out how to leave the platform. However, it only took Duan Lingtian 15 minutes or so to dispel the formation that prevented them from leaving. Chapter 3292 The Blood Dragon Clan. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the Blood Dragon Clan was part of the Dragon Clan, they were not acknowledged by the Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, due to their strength and the number of the titled celestial emperors in the clan, they were considered a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Over the years, the Blood Dragon Clan's overall strength had developed to a frightening point. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the Dragon Clan in some aspects. The Blood Dragon Clan was a mutant dragon clan, and they were known as the Fallen Dragon Clan by the Dragon Clan. This was due to the need for a large amount of blood essence for a blood dragon to grow. Blood dragons would devour the blood essence of low-level celestial beasts or even top-tier celestial beasts to improve their strength. Up until now, there was no 10-clawed divine dragon in the blood dragon clan. Those with the purest in the clan were 9-clawed blood dragons. Even then, there were no more than 59-clawed blood dragons in the clan. Therefore, the clan placed utmost importance on every 9-clawed blood dragon. Every 9-clawed blood dragon was given the best treatment and resources in the clan. When the soul pearl of a 9-clawed blood dragon that was kept in the blood dragon clan's hall of soul pearls suddenly shattered, it immediately drew the attention of the elder on guard. Isn't this the soul pearl of Jizan, the Grand Elder's direct disciple? The Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan was the second strongest powerhouse in the Blood Dragon clan. He was only second to the patriarch of the Blood Dragon clan. It seems like there's going to be chaos in the Blood Dragon clan. The Hall of Soul Pearls elder sighed as he hurriedly sent a message to inform their patriarch of the incident. However, he did not inform the Grand Elder about this matter. He knew if informed the Grand Elder of this, it was likely that the Grand Elder would vent his anger on him. It was best to let the patriarch inform the Grand Elder about this matter. No matter how furious the Grand Elder was, he would not vent his anger on the patriarch. Apart from that, he was certain the Grand Elder also had one of Jizan's soul pearl. If the Grand Elder still did not know Jizan had died, it would not be long before the Grand Elder found out about it. As expected, it did not take long before a deafening roar resounded in the Blood Dragon clan. Jizan, it seems like the Grand Elder just found out. The Hall of Soul Pearls elder smiled bitterly. It did not take much to guess the roar was from the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan. Jihu, the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan, was an old man with curly and unkempt hair that looked like snakes. He was dressed in a blood-red robe. At this moment, he was hovering in the air with an unsightly expression on his face. After a few moments, a tall and muscular middle-aged man appeared. His complexion was jade-like, and his long hair rested on his back. His aura was that of someone who was used to being superior to everyone else. "My condolences, Ji Feng, the patriarch of the Blood Dragon clan and the strongest powerhouse in the clan," said as soon as he arrived. "You've heard about it?" Jihu asked Ji Feng. "Yes." Ji Feng nodded. "I just received a message from the Hall of Soul Pearls." "What happened? How did Jizan die?" Jizan went to the title temple with the third elder to try and obtain a title. "When I spoke to the elder earlier, he said Jizan was still in the title temple," Jihu said as his eyes glinted coldly as he said, "This means Jizan was in the midst of his test when he died." After a moment, Jihu asked in a deep voice, "Patriarch, can you accompany me to the title temple? I want to look for Jizan's murderer." Grand Elder, Ji Feng frowned slightly as he said, "Those from the title temple might know what happened, but the rules of title temple clearly state they're not allowed to reveal what happened in the title temple. Only a few people had successfully discovered what happened during a test in the title temple. It doesn't matter if only a few had succeeded," Jihu said, "I'm willing to pay any price to find out who killed Jizan. I don't think they'd be able to resist this offer." "All right," Ji Feng sighed, "if you insist, I'll go with you." From their conversation, it was clear that those from the title temple could see what was going on during a test. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 9-clawed blood dragon he killed had such a formidable background. Naturally, even if he knew about Jizan's background beforehand, he still would not hesitate to kill Jizan. After leaving the platform, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the test in the obstacle. Similar to earlier, they were divided and sent to a space with crushing pressure. The difference was the pressure this time came from gravity. "I'll just continue refining the pine willow divine tree's energy." Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy from the pine willow divine tree with the guidance from the world-cleansing divine water. Just like before, Duan Lingtian only stopped when the gravity had grown so strong that he could no longer endure it. He quickly broke free and left the place. Duan Lingtian expected to meet Meng Haozan and the others again after he left the imprisonment. However, he discovered he was alone on an empty and cold stone platform. The stone platform radiated a chilling aura that made one feel as though one was in an ice cave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed movements from the corners of his eyes. With this, he discovered another person standing at the other side of the stone platform. When he turned to have a better look, he discovered the other person was an exact replica of himself. Without any warning, the other Duan Lingtian scoffed before he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian assumed his opponent would use the law of space as well. However, to his surprise, his opponent used the law of water, which Duan Ling Tian had never comprehended. Instead, at this moment, two water tornadoes spun out toward Duan Ling Tian. Is this it? Duan Ling Tian had expected his clone to be as powerful as him, but he soon discovered his clone was even weaker than Jizan. Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared behind his clone. Then, he cast the cross-dimensional /profundity. Soon after, 9 sword rays shot out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. When his clone finally fell to the ground, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw his clone's appearance had changed to someone else. In fact, he was familiar with the person lying on the ground. That person was one of his and Meng Haozan's teammates. All of a sudden, 2 loud explosions rang in the air, and Duan Ling Tian felt the stone platform begin to shake. When he looked up, he saw another stone platform was now connected to the stone platform he was standing on. He saw another person standing on the other platform with a figure lying by his feet. The person who was standing was Meng Haozan while the person lying by his feet was their other teammate. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan were the only survivors in their original group of 5. Duan Ling Tian, Meng Haozan seemed shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian and the body lying by his feet. He could not help but ask, "Did he look like you before you killed him?" "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "It's the same for me as well." Meng Haozan smiled bitterly. "Where are we? Something doesn't feel right. Our stone platforms are connected now. Don't tell me we're supposed to fight." "It's possible, but we don't have to necessarily do that." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Let's see if we can find another way out." "All right." Meng Haozan nodded. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. He could tell Duan Ling Tian had no intention of fighting him. Perhaps, if he did not witness Duan Ling Tian fighting Jizan, the 9-clawed blood dragon, he might have been confident about defeating Duan Ling Tian. However, at this time, he was certain he was no match for Duan Ling Tian even if he was much stronger than Jizan. If Duan Ling Tian insisted on fighting him, he knew he would die. At this time, Meng Haozan was unaware that Duan Ling Tian would not kill him unless he attacked Duan Ling Tian first. After all, he was Huaner's father's junior brother. How was Duan Ling Tian supposed to face Huaner's father in the future if he killed Meng Haozan? Moreover, Meng Haozan had provided him with an important lead regarding Huaner's parents' location in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Although Meng Haozan had only spoken about where Huaner's father was imprisoned, he was sure Huaner's mother must be imprisoned in the same place as well. When faced with another problem, Duan Ling Tian sought out the world-cleansing divine water again. After he studied his surroundings, he still could not find anything. Therefore, he called out, "Sister Water." "Only one person can leave this place," the world-cleansing divine water said. Although Duan Ling Tian had prepared himself for this possibility, his heart still sank when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. In the end, he still had to fight Meng Haozan to death. He really felt like he was caught between a rock and hard place. He asked with a bitter smile on his face, "Must I really kill him to get out?" "Not necessarily," the world-cleansing divine water said. "After looking around, I determined that only one person can leave this place. However, you can circumvent this rule by letting the other person hide in your little world. Naturally, not many people are willing to let others into their little worlds. It's very risky after all. Although there's no way he can destroy your little world, you have too many secrets in your little world that you can't let him find out." Chapter 3293 The 100-Variant Celestial Emperor and the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Ling Tian told Meng Haozan about the way to leave. They could leave if one of them died or one of them entered the other person's little world to leave. "Duan Ling Tian, you can enter my little world," Meng Haoxuan said tactfully. He knew Duan Ling Tian could have just killed him and left if that was what he wanted. Since Duan Ling Tian had suggested an alternative, it was only right that he took the initiative to invite Duan Ling Tian into his little world. Put aside the fact that he was weaker than Duan Ling Tian, based on the current situation, it was obvious Duan Ling Tian would not wreak havoc in his little world. After all, Duan Ling Tian could easily kill him if Duan Ling Tian wanted to. Why would there be a need for Duan Ling Tian to destroy his little world? All right, Duan Ling Tian was glad Meng Haozan was tactful enough to invite him into his little world. This would save him the trouble of having to persuade Meng Haozan. He allowed the force from Meng Haozan's little world to pull him in. Meng Haozan's little world was like a barren land. The heaven and earth spirit in the little world was similar to that in devout realms. The only difference was it was not as rich. Amazing. After Duan Lingtian entered Meng Haozan's little world and hid his aura, he heard Meng Haozan's exclamation. He asked, "What happened?" Since Duan Lingtian was hiding his existence, he could not use his divine consciousness as well. Therefore, he was unable to see what was happening outside. My surroundings began to change as soon as you entered my little world. I think we've left the place, Meng Haozan said. We've left. After a moment, Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haozan to send him out of the little world. Although he was capable of leaving the little world without help, it would take some effort and it might hurt Meng Haozan. Therefore, it was best for Meng Haozan to send him out. After sending Duan Lingtian out from his little world, Meng Haozan thanked Duan Lingtian sincerely. "Thank you, Duan Lingtian." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian surveyed his surroundings and discovered they had, indeed, left the obstacle that could even prevent supreme powerhouses from leaving. After a moment, he asked curiously, "Did you gain anything there?" Duan Lingtian's biggest gain was refining almost 30% of the energy from the pine willow divine tree. Although he had other gains as well, they were insignificant in comparison. Yes. Meng Haozan nodded with a faint smile on his face as he said, "My cultivation base improved a little. Apart from that, my comprehension of the profundities has deepened as well. However, they're nothing compared to your comprehension of the law." When he finished speaking, he shook his head. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was lower than his, Meng Haozan knew Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all of the profundities from the law of space to the master stage. Moreover, the law of space was notorious for being difficult to comprehend. "I see." Duan Lingtian nodded with a faint smile on his face. "I guess this is where we part. I hope there's a chance for us to meet again in the future." "Okay." Meng Haozan nodded. He was not surprised. After all things must come to an end. If I have the chance, I'll definitely visit the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. At that time, let's have a drink together. If you happen to come to the solitary destructive heaven's solitary destructive territory, come visit me on Heavenly Sword Mountain if you have the time. Here's my soul pearl." Before leaving, Meng Haozan exchanged soul pearls with Meng Haozan. Following that, Duan Lingtian teleported a few times in the secret realm. He sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, "I still need to overcome a few obstacles. I've only refined 30% of the energy from the pine willow divine tree, after all. To completely refine it, I'd have to overcome another 2 obstacles at least." At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless. However, since he still had time, he knew he still had chances to continue refining the energy from the pine willow divine tree. Somewhere in the boundless heaven's boundless territory, in a barren desert, there was the ruins of a human settlement. Amidst the ruins, a perfectly intact palace stood in the center. The palace looked dusty from the outside, but one would realize the floor was spotless if one paid attention. It seemed like the dust was being repelled by some force. At this moment, 2 figures hovered about the ruins. One of them asked, "Are you sure this is it?" The 2 figures belonged to 2 young men who were dressed in long gray robes. They were covered head to toe, and only their eyes and forehead could be seen. "Yes," the other person replied. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would be able to recognize the voices of these 2 people. They were Han Yunjin and Lei Jun, the prodigious disciples of the profound heaven celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor respectively. The person who had spoken first was Han Yunjin. Lei Jun suddenly made a move. An orb formed from celestial origin energy shot out of his hand and landed on the bell in front of the entrance to the palace. After about 10 breaths, someone walked out of the palace. It was a teenager who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. He flew into the air as soon as he stepped out of the palace and looked at Lei Jun and Han Yunjin from afar as he said, "You must know the rules since you're able to find this place. Leave the payment, the information about the target, and one of your soul pearls behind. After that, you may leave and wait for the good news." "You are?" Han Yunjin was stunned by the boy's sudden appearance. Although the boy looked to be around 14 years old, he did not have the aura of a teenager. It was rather obvious that despite his young appearance, the boy was definitely more than 100 years old. "I hate repeating myself," the boy said coldly as soon as he heard Han Yunjin's question. A terrifying aura surged out of his body in just an instant. Han Yunjin and Lei Jun shuddered when they felt the boy's terrifying aura. Lei Jun hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Dugu." Upon seeing this, Han Yunjin hurriedly followed suit. Based on the teenage boy's aura, it was obvious that he was a titled Celestial Emperor. Therefore, it was obvious that the boy was one of the two assassins who were titled Celestial Emperors. "Senior Dugu, this is the payment." Lei Jun waved his hand and brought out the spatial ring they had prepared beforehand. Then, he said without beating around the bush, "The person we want you to assassinate is called Duan Lingtian. He's a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace." The Heavenly Pool Palace. The boy took the spatial ring and established ownership on it before he took a look inside the spatial ring. Then, he nodded before he said indifferently, "All right. However, I have to tell you that we won't be able to do anything if he stays hidden in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Therefore, if I accept the mission, you'll have to inform me immediately if he leaves the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate." The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force, after all. Its sect-guarding formation was so powerful that even a titled Celestial Emperor could not enter without permission. If they tried to forcefully enter the estate, their presence would be discovered immediately. "Don't worry about it, Senior," Lei Jun said with a smile. "The target is now in the title temple to obtain a title. He has a titled Celestial Emperor next to him. The titled Celestial Emperor by his side is the Heavenly Pool Palace's Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor." The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The boy cocked an eyebrow upon hearing Lei Jun's words. "Is that why the reward is so generous?" "It doesn't matter. We'll accept the job since he's not in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate." After a moment, he continued to say, "Give a description of the target and the person he's traveling with. It's best if you have a portrait of him." "Yes, we've prepared his portrait." Lei Jun handed the portrait to the boy. After a while, Lei Jun exchanged soul pearls with the boy. "We'll contact you if there are any changes," the boy said before. After he finished speaking, he seemingly disappeared into thin air. During their journey back to the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin asked, "Lei Jun, everything should be fine, right?" "Of course." Lei Jun smiled confidently. "That boy should be the Dugu Wen, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor who has many physical forms. It's said that he's not human but 100 colors flower. He's even more famous than your mother and the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. I'd say his fame is on par with your master, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, it's also said that Dugu Wu, his brother, is stronger than him. Dugu Wu's true form is a tenacious heavenly bamboo. His title is the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. If Dugu Wen's strength is on par with Shu Lang, then Dugu Wu is definitely stronger than Shu Lang." Upon hearing this, Han Yunjin said in a low voice, "I hope everything goes smoothly. After all, we paid such a hefty price for this." Indeed, the cost of hiring the two titled Celestial Emperors was incredibly high. It was not a stretch to say that the duo had become penniless overnight after hiring the two titled Celestial Emperors to assassinate Duan Lingtian. "The high price we paid ensures we get the result we want," Lei Jun replied indifferently. Not long after Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left, two figures flew out of the palace that stood in the midst of the ruins in the direction of the title temple. Chapter 3294 Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. The Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Dragon Clan was the main clan for divine dragons. The Blood Dragon Clan aside, Golden Dragons, Devil Dragons, White Dragons, Green Dragons, and Red Dragons were all members of the Dragon Clan. Among the divine dragons, the Golden Dragons and the Devil Dragons bloodlines were considered as the noblest, followed by the White Dragons, Green Dragons, and the Red Dragons. The Dragon Clan did not acknowledge the Blood Dragon Clan due to their heretical practice. Needless to say, the Dragon Clan's estate was much bigger than the Blood Dragon Clan's estate. At this moment, in the Dragon Clan's Prodigy Valley. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai. A young man dressed in long golden robes stood across from a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman. His eyes shone brightly like the twinkling stars in the night sky as he glared at the duo in front of him. Apart from that, he had a commanding air about him as well. The black-clad young man standing in front of the golden-clad young man was tall and muscular with a handsome appearance. However, his aloof expression and chilly aura made him seem unapproachable. On the other hand, the white-clad young woman was beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her limpid eyes shone brightly. She looked innocent and pure like untainted fresh snow. At this moment, the white-clad woman asked with a smile, "Ji Yan, are you really going to challenge me and Xiaohe?" If I remember correctly, you were defeated by us 30 years ago, right? Upon hearing this, the golden-clad young man scoffed. As you said, that was 30 years ago. There's no saying who will be defeated today. The white-clad woman smiled and said, it seems like you've become very confident of your strength after going to the titled temple and becoming a titled celestial lord. Cut the crap and make your move. Killing intent rose from the golden-clad young man's body. His eyes glinted sinisterly before he charged out at lightning speed toward the white-clad young man and black-clad young man. The black-clad young man and the white-clad young woman moved away, leaving afterimages in their wake. The air rippled and a series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as the trio collided, shaking the earth. At this moment, one of the disciples of the dragon clan watching from the side shook his head and said, Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai always gang up on their opponents. Not only are they siblings, but they're inseparable as well. It's to be expected that they would join forces. Moreover, don't forget they're not even 300 years old. It doesn't necessarily mean they have an advantage over Ji Yan just because they've joined forces. You have a point. Even if you add both of their ages together, Ji Yan is still slightly older. However, you shouldn't take Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobei lightly. Although they're from the mundane realm, after arriving in the clan and soaking in the ancestor pool, they've transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon respectively. This is rare even in the history of our dragon clan. Before that, when they were in the mundane realm, it's said that they were purified by the legacy blood pool in Blood Moon Ridge and were transformed into an 8-clawed devil dragon and an 8-clawed white dragon. With that as a foundation, they easily transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. I heard that the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge came to the clan to receive his reward after the duo's successful transformation in the mind. That's right, it caused quite a commotion back then. Rumor had it that the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge threatened to take the duo away if our clan didn't reward him. Despite coming from the mundane realm, Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai had become prodigious disciples in the Dragon Clan 200 years after joining the clan. They became highly sought after they transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. Currently, both their strength was comparable to a titled celestial lord. When they joined forces, those who were below the stage of a celestial emperor were no match for them at all. At this time, the golden-robed young man, Ji Yan, said in a thunderous voice, Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai, revert to your true forms. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar rang in the air. At the same time, the golden-clad Ji Yan had also reverted to his true form, a 9-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. His body was covered with dazzling golden scales that glinted coldly under the light. Following that, another 2 thunderous roars rang in the air one after another. The black-clad young man and the white-clad young woman had also reverted to a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon respectively. The scales of the 9-clawed devil dragon were black and shiny. Its aura was even more chilling than the golden dragon's aura. On the other hand, the 9-clawed white dragon's white scales shone with a pure and brilliant light. The disciples of the dragon clan looked at the 9-clawed white dragon with bright eyes. There are only 2 9-clawed white dragons in our clan, right? Apart from Duan Xiaobai, the 4th elder is the only other white dragon in the clan, one of the members of the dragon clan said. Why do you think 4th elder treats Duan Xiaobai like one of her own? Didn't you see that the 4th elder has been here since the beginning? She's here. Where's she? Look, over there. A white-clad figure hovered in the air as she watched the 3 divine dragons battling in the Prodigy Valley. She was a beautiful woman who was both graceful and elegant. Her eyes were gentle as she looked at the 9-clawed white dragon. She was none other than Ji Ningyun, the 4th elder of the dragon clan. After a moment, one of the disciples exclaimed, Elder Ji Shang is here as well. Ji Shang, the young woman standing next to Ji Ningyun, was the youngest elder in the dragon clan. Mother, Xiaobai seems to be stronger than you when you were young, Ji Shang said with a smile to Ji Ningyun. Duan Xiaobai, a 9-clawed white dragon from the mundane realm, was Ji Ningyun's only disciple. Ji Ningyun treated Duan Xiaobai so well that even Ji Shang, Ji Ningyun's daughter, felt envious. That's right, I didn't expect a 9-clawed white dragon at her age would achieve such feats. Ji Ningyun nodded. Fortunately, you met her and Xiaohe and brought them back. If they had continued staying at Blood Moon Ridge, that old man definitely wouldn't let them come to the dragon clan once he discovered their innate talents. Ji Shang continued to say, Ji Yan obtained his title from the title temple a month ago. It's said that he had a fortuitous encounter in the tidal temple, hence, his strength had increased tremendously. With his current strength, apart from Xiao Bai and Xiao He joining forces, nobody below the stage of a celestial emperor is a match for him in the dragon clan. He's still no match for Xiao Bai and Xiao He even if they don't join forces. Ji Ning Yun shook her head. This pair of siblings are fast learners. They even mastered the dragon clan's joint strike technique. When they become celestial emperors, it's likely that they'll be unrivaled in the dragon clan, Ji Shang said with a sigh. There are many people in various Devata realms who have mastered the joint strike techniques. The most prominent ones are the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. That pair of siblings, strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. When they join forces, they're even capable of killing ordinary titled celestial emperors. Similar to them, Xiao He and Xiao Bai are fraternal twins as well. Moreover, they're nine-clawed divine dragons. Their future achievements will at least be on par with those two from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Based on these words, it was obvious Ji Shang was very confident about the future of the nine-clawed devil dragon and nine-clawed white dragon. I have no doubts about that, Ji Ning Yun said as her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. What I'm concerned about is if they're capable of transforming into 10-clawed divine dragons. It has been almost 100,000 years since a 10-clawed divine dragon appeared in our dragon clan. These two have the highest chances of becoming 10-clawed divine dragons, Ji Shang said in disbelief as she watched the three nine-clawed divine dragons battling from afar. After a few rounds, it was clear that the nine-clawed devil dragon and the nine-clawed white dragon had the upper hand. When Ji Shang regained her senses, she murmured, "Are they really capable of that? Your father, the patriarch, and I have discussed this matter previously. Their chances are high," Ji Ning Yun said. "Father and the patriarch think so as well." Ji Shang inhaled sharply. Ji Zhang's father was the dragon clan's grand elder. The patriarch of the dragon clan and Ji Zhang's father were part of the clan's three strongest powerhouses. There were 16 titled celestial emperors in the dragon clan. One could imagine how strong Ji Zhang's father and the patriarch were as the two of the three strongest powerhouses in the dragon clan. Meanwhile, after a dozen rounds, Ji Yan roared in frustration, "Duan Xiao He, Duan Xiao Bai. Challenge me to a one-on-one battle if you dare. Ji Yan, you're becoming more and more shameless." The white-clad young woman looked at Ji Yan with a smile on her face and said, "Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to challenge us to a one-on-one fight considering our huge age gap? Consider this, were you as strong as us at our age?" Ji Yan's expression turned unsightly upon hearing the white-clad young woman's words. He could not refute her words at all since he knew clearly he was nowhere as strong as they were at their age. Chapter 3295 The Fog Rain Celestial Lord. In the testing ground of the Tidal Temple, 20% left. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had been in the testing ground in the Tidal Temple for a year now. Apart from the obstacle Meng Haozan discovered, he had discovered another 3 obstacles on his own. After refining the energy from the Pine Willow Divine Tree in the 3 obstacles, he had already refined roughly 80% of the energy. After completely refining the energy, he would be able to master the godly image phenomenon, and his strength would improve to another level. "Sister Water, what have you been teaching the Ning dragons? Why do I feel that they're becoming more and more similar?" Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. He discovered that the world-cleansing divine water had been educating the Ning dragons. In the beginning, the Ning dragons looked identical, but their auras were different. However, currently, even their auras were indistinguishable from one another. "I'm teaching them the joint strike techniques through a combination of formations and the bloodline connection between them," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "Thankfully their aptitude for it is rather good. Currently, their combined strength has risen to another level." Duan Ling Tian knew 2 people with a close bond would be even more powerful if they joined forces. For example, the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were fraternal twins. With their combined strength, they could easily kill an ordinary titled celestial emperor. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "It's been a year now. I wonder how's Huaner doing? She should have already left the testing ground, right?" In his opinion, it would not be difficult for Huaner to kill 9 people and leave the testing ground. Duan Ling Tian was right. Out of the disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace who had entered the Tidal Temple, he was the only one left in the testing ground. Huaner, Hu Mei, Wen Wan'er, and even Nan Lu Feng, the disciple of the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had left the testing ground. Not only that, but they had also obtained their titles from the Title Temple and became titled Celestial Lords. Huaner's title was the Tian Huan Celestial Lord. The words, Tian, and Huan, were derived from Duan Ling Tian and her name respectively. Outside of the Title Temple, after the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor and his disciple left, Hu Mei wondered out loud with a frown on her face, why hasn't little junior brother come out yet? Hu Mei's expression was one of confusion. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian should have come out the earliest due to his strength. However, up until now, he was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but wonder if anything had happened to him. Since she had his soul pearl, she was not afraid that he had been killed. She only wondered if he was delayed by some difficult obstacles in the testing ground. Since little junior brother's soul pearl is intact, let's just wait for him, Wen Wan'er, who was more patient, said. Maybe little junior brother ran into a fortuitous encounter. After all, with his strength, it should be easy for him to pass the Title Temple's test for Celestial Lord. On the other hand, Shu Lang stood at the side quietly with his eyes closed. He did not express his opinion. However, after a few moments, he opened his eyes and looked at Huaner. He saw that there were no ripples in her eyes, and she looked very calm. He could not help but think to himself, either she's really confident about the boy's strength or she knows the reason why he isn't out yet. Another 3 months passed before the group from the Heavenly Pool Palace received a message from Duan Ling Tian. I'll be coming out soon. I'm following the elders of the Title Temple to record my title. Upon receiving this message, Hu Mei and Wen Wan'er heaved a sigh of relief. In the Celestial Lord's training ground, celestial weapons were allowed but celestial talismans, including communication celestial talismans, were prohibited. Therefore, those who were in the testing ground would not be able to communicate with those who were outside and vice versa. After leaving the testing ground, Duan Ling Tian followed an elder of the Title Temple to the main hall. The Title Temple elder was cloaked from head to toe in black. His face was barely visible. At this moment, the elder's raspy voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Think about the title you want so I can record it for you once we arrive at the main hall. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian replied, I already have a title in mind. It's Fog Rain. When Duan Ling Tian entered the main hall of the Title Temple, he looked around and discovered the pillars, the walls, and even the ceilings were densely packed with names and titles. Clearly, the Title Temple had been around for a long time. Intrigued, Duan Ling Tian asked, Elder, are all of these the names of titled celestial lords in the boundless heaven? While waiting for the elder, who was engraving his name and title on the ceiling, to reply, Duan Ling Tian suddenly saw Huaner's name next to where his name was being engraved. This little girl. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. He, naturally, knew the meaning of Huaner's title. That's right, the elder replied indifferently. After he was done, he brought Duan Ling Tian away and left using another route. While he was being led out of the Title Temple, Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts. When we return to the Heavenly Pool Palace, I must find out where the Thousand's Chains prison is located. According to Meng Haozan, that's where Huaner's father is imprisoned. As for her mother, if she's in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she should be imprisoned in that place as well. Duan Ling Tian never forgot the reason they had joined the Heavenly Pool Palace was to rescue Huaner's parents. Duan Ling Tian left the Title Temple and joined Huaner and the others. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, Hu Mei sighed in relief before she asked, Little junior brother, you finally came out. What happened in there? Why did you take so long? I came across some obstacles while I was in there. I only looked for celestial lords to kill after overcoming all the obstacles. Duan Ling Tian had already thought of this excuse earlier. Moreover, he was telling the truth. He only withheld the reason he had intentionally looked for obstacles. You came across a few obstacles. How lucky, Hu Mei said in shock. The entire time in there, I only came across one obstacle. How did you manage to find so many obstacles? Since I was in there for so long, it's only natural that I'd come across more obstacles, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. After giving it some thought, Hu Mei thought Duan Ling Tian had a point. Then, she asked, how did they go? Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since Old 7th is out, let's leave, Shu Lang said at this moment before he began to lead the others away. During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Huaner, did you gain anything in there? However, Before Huaner could reply, two figures suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the group from the heavenly pool palace. One of them looked like a teenager who had not even reached the age of 20 while the other person was an old man. The teenager stepped forward and looked at Shu Lang before he said, "The verdant prairie celestial emperor." Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "You must be Duan Ling Tian, right?" The killing intent flashing in the teenager's eyes did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. His expression turned grave immediately. These two people were undoubtedly hostile. These two people clearly knew his teacher was a titled celestial emperor, and yet, they still dared to block their path. This could only mean that they were not afraid of titled celestial emperors, or at the very least, they were not afraid of his teacher. "Who are you?" Shu Lang furrowed his brows as he looked at the teenager in front of him who seemed like he had not even reached the age of 20. Nevertheless, the teenager's aura and bearing were not that of someone who had not even reached the age of 100. "Dubu Wen," the teenager replied as a smirk appeared on his face. "Dubu Wen." Shu Lang's expression changed drastically upon hearing the teenager's reply. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the teenager and the old man standing behind the teenager. If he's Dugu Wen, then that old man must be Dugu Wu. Apart from Shu Lang, Hu Mei and Wen Wanner's expressions had turned grim as well when they heard the teenager's reply. They had heard about Dugu Wen. After all, Dugu Wen was a titled celestial emperor. His title was the 100-variant celestial emperor. His true form was 100 colors flower. His defenses were strong, and he could transform into many other forms. Dugu Wu. The same thought appeared in Hu Mei and Wen Wanner's minds as they instinctively shifted their eyes from the teenager to the old man standing behind him. Chapter 3296 The Titled Celestial Emperor's Attack. The 100-variant celestial, Dugu Wen, the indestructible celestial emperor, Dugu Wu. These two were famous in the boundless heavens' boundless territory. They were even more famous than those titled celestial emperors who were stronger than them. They were not famous for their strength or talent, but they were famous for being assassins. Their fame grew even more due to their killing of many titled celestial emperors. For the duo to show up in front of them, Hu Mei and Wen Wanner naturally knew someone had hired the duo to assassinate one of them. Based on Dugu Wen's words, it was clear that his target was Duan Ling Tian. Their titled celestial emperors and assassins. Duan Ling Tian finally discovered the duo was here to kill him after receiving the voice transmissions from Hu Mei and Wen Wanner. "The assassins are here for me. Who did I offend in the boundless heaven?" Questions began to appear in Duan Ling Tian's mind. One could only imagine the cost of hiring two titled celestial emperors as assassins. "Did you offend anyone?" Hu Mei asked through voice transmission. "Third senior sister," Duan Ling Tian replied, "Huaner and I are not from the boundless heaven. Apart from the people in the heavenly pool palace, I have no contact with the people outside. The only people I offended are a few prodigious disciples from the heavenly pool palace. I can only think of them. However, it shouldn't be easy to hire two titled celestial emperors to get rid of someone, right? Perhaps, out of everyone, only Han Yun Jin has the resources to hire these two assassins." Han Yun Jin. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hu Mei replied dismissively, "Little junior brother, you've overestimated Han Yun Jin. To be precise, you've grossly underestimated the cost of hiring Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Even if Han Yun Jin gives up everything he owns, he would only have half of what's needed to hire these two people. There's no way he's able to afford them on his own. In the heavenly pool palace, apart from the 9 titled celestial emperors, I don't think anyone has the means to employ the service of these two titled celestial emperors. Saying that, I don't think the martial dragon celestial emperor and the profound heaven celestial emperor would hire assassins to kill you just because you killed their disciples. If they really wanted to kill you, they would do so personally. After all, after killing you, at most, they would be expelled from the heavenly pool palace. With their strength, even after leaving the heavenly pool palace, other heaven-grade forces would gladly welcome them into their ranks." Duan Ling Tian grew confused after listening to Hu Mei's words. If it was not Han Yun Jin or any of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, who could it be? After pondering on the matter for a moment, he still had a feeling Han Yun Jin was behind this matter. At this time, Dugu Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor, looked at Shu Lang and said, "Shu Lang, we came for your 7th prodigious disciple. Hand him over to us, and we won't act against you. Otherwise, we'll have to see how strong the verdant prairie celestial emperor is today." Nearing the end, His voice turned cold and threatening. As soon as Du Bu Wen finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air. Du Bu Wen's eyes glinted coldly as he turned into a streak of light and gave chase. With his divine consciousness, he had locked onto Duan Ling Tian as soon as he had ascertained Duan Ling Tian's identity. On the other hand, Du Bu Wu remained where he was standing, looking at Shu Lang menacingly. It was clear he would make a move if Shu Lang tried to intervene. "Let's return," Shu Lang said faintly as he glanced at Du Bu Wu. Then, he continued to lead Huaner and the others back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although it might seem like he was heartless, having no intention to help Duan Ling Tian, the fact was that he was helpless. There was nothing he could do. Rumor had it that Du Bu Wen's strength was not inferior to his, after all. He could send a message back to the Heavenly Pool Palace to ask for reinforcement, but he knew Du Bu Wen would have killed Duan Ling Tian before reinforcement arrived. Du Bu Wu followed Shu Lang for half a day before he finally decided to leave. He had no intentions of attacking Shu Lang as long as Shu Lang did not try to save Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, if he engaged in a fight with Shu Lang, it would take a while for him to defeat Shu Lang. Now that half a day had passed, he was certain Shu Lang would intervene anymore, so he decided to leave. "You're leaving." However, just as Du Bu Wu was about to leave, Shu Lang suddenly made his move. A sword ray shot out toward Du Bu Wu. "Shu Lang, how dare you attack me?" Du Bu Wu sneered. "It requires at least a day for the titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace to arrive. Do you think you'll be able to endure my attacks for so long?" The old man, Du Bu Wu, had white hair, and he was dressed rather sloppily. Nevertheless, it did not dampen the bloody and sinister aura he emitted. "I've long heard about the indestructible celestial emperor. Since we have the chance to meet today, I'd like to learn a thing or two from you." Shu Lang's eyes glinted as a 3-foot-long green saber shot out of his hand. He emitted a formidable aura as he charged toward Du Bu Wu along with his saber. Du Bu Wu scoffed before he made a move as well. Du Bu Wu let out a grunt and headed straight for it. Meanwhile, Huaner, Hu Mei, and Wen Wan'er retreated to the distance to watch, although Du Bu Wu was slightly stronger than Shu Lang. It was impossible for him to gain the upper hand in a short time. Both of them were titled celestial emperors, after all. Moreover, Shu Lang was not an ordinary titled celestial emperor. For these reasons, the three women were not worried Du Bu Wu would attack them. After all, Du Bu Wu would fall into a disadvantageous position if he shifted his attention away from Shu Lang to them. An ear-piercing sword cry suddenly rang in the air. Soon after, a sword ray shot down from the sky toward Du Bu Wu. Du Bu Wu, who was in the midst of fighting Shu Lang, was caught off guard. There was nothing he could do even if he was aware of the incoming threat. An ear-piercing sword howl suddenly rang in the air. "Shu Lang, you tricked me!" Du Bu Wu roared furiously. His body trembled for a moment as the sword ray descended and severed one of his arms. However, he was quick to reattach his severed limb. His celestial origin energy surged and knitted his flesh together. As a tenacious heavenly bamboo, he had comprehended the law of wood. These two factors were the reason why a severed limb was nothing to him. In just a blink of an eye, his limb was as good as new. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and stood next to Shu Lang. It was none other than Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, who had left the titled temple ahead of the group from the Heavenly Pool Palace. "Who are you?" Du Bu Wu's expression darkened as he looked at Zheng Yuyi. It was out of his expectations that reinforcement would arrive within half a day. Moreover, this person was also a titled Celestial Emperor. On the other side, another figure appeared near Huaner, Hu Mei, and Wen Wan'er. It was none other than Nan Lu Feng, Zheng Yuyi's disciple. He asked, "Where's Duan Ling Tian?" Little junior brother had lured Du Bu Wen away, Hu Mei said grimly. Although Duan Ling Tian had sent them a message to inform them of his intention before he teleported away, Hu Mei could not help but worry. After all, he was only a titled celestial lord while Du Bu Wen was a titled celestial emperor. At this time, a hint of worry could be seen in Huaner's eyes. She had always been confident and managed to remain calm in the past, but it was different this time. How could Du Bu Wen, a titled celestial emperor, be compared to their past opponents? Du Bu Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor. Then, this old man must be Du Bu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor. Nan Lu Feng exclaimed in shock when he heard Hu Mei's words. His eyes were trained on the old man that was confronting his master and Shu Lang. He had followed his master here, not knowing anything. He only found out about their opponents, identities after listening to Hu Mei's words. Who did Duan Ling Tian offend? To think that person hired these two famous assassins just to get rid of him. Nan Lu Feng was still in shock. Du Bu Wen and Du Bu Wu were famous. It was no secret that the cost to hire them was incredibly high. Moreover, just celestial crystals were not sufficient to hire them. One had to offer up something precious and rare as well. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuyi responded to Du Bu Wu's question, Zheng Yuyi. On the other hand, Zheng Yuyi lightly replied to Du Bu Wu's inquiry. The Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. Du Bu Wu frowned and asked solemnly, why are you here? He knew the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, Zheng Yuyi, and the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Shu Lang, were good friends. As an assassin, he knew the connections between the titled Celestial Emperors in the Boundless Heaven very well. Chapter 3297 The Godly Image Phenomenon of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. As the Boundless Heaven's titled Celestial Emperors who were assassins, Du Bu Wu and Du Bu Wen did not simply accept assassination jobs. They only dared to kill those without extraordinary backgrounds, connections, or powerhouses. If it was not absolutely necessary, they would not kill Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, in fear of offending the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, even killing an ordinary disciple or a prodigious disciple carried the risk of offending the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, accepting the job to kill Duan Ling Tian came with certain risks. Who knew if the Heavenly Pool Palace would send all their titled Celestial Emperors after them? Apart from that, there were other titled Celestial Emperors the duo was unwilling to provoke as well. One of them was Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. Although he did not belong to a heaven-grade force, his biological elder brother was one of the three strongest titled Celestial Emperors in a heaven-grade force. If they killed Zheng Yuyi, there was no doubt they would offend his eldest brother. Zheng Yuyi's appearance caused Du Bu Wu to completely lose interest in the battle. He only wanted to leave at this moment. Unfortunately, it seemed like Zheng Yuyi had no intention of letting him leave. Since you're already here, you should just stay, Shu Lang said with a scoff before he and Zheng Yuyi attacked. In the end, Du Bu Wu was forced to revert to his true form, a tenacious heavenly bamboo. His aura was terrifying as he shot through the sky toward Shu Lang and Zheng Yuyi. Shu Lang, Zheng Yuyi, since you insist on this, don't blame me for not holding back. Du Bu Wen, who was being suppressed, was furious. He unleashed all his strength in hopes of turning the tide of the battle. However, despite his words, he did not continue to attack after gaining the upper hand. Instead, he seized the chance to run away instead. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to fend off Shu Lang and Zheng Yuyi's joint attacks for long. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged out, the higher the risk of the reinforcement from the Heavenly Pool Palace arriving. At that time, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. After Du Bu Wu left, Zheng Yuyi asked curiously, Shu Lang, who did your seventh disciple offend? I have no idea. Shu Lang shook his head with a dark expression on his face. Before Duan Ling Tian teleported away, Duan Ling Tian had sent him a voice transmission. For this reason, he knew Duan Ling Tian had no contact with people in the Boundless Heaven except for those in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The biggest suspect was Han Yunjin, the disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. However, since this was an internal matter in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not reveal this to Zheng Yuyi. Zheng Yuyi asked again, does it mean Du Bu Wen is chasing after your seventh disciple? Shu Lang nodded. A hint of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes at this moment. Although Duan Ling Tian had told him he was confident facing Du Bu Wen, he still could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. After all, despite how talented Duan Ling Tian was just a titled celestial lord. On the other hand, Du Bu Wen was not just an ordinary celestial emperor, he was a titled celestial emperor. In the end, Shu Lang said to Zheng Yuyi, thank you for helping me. We should return now. After bidding farewell to Zheng Yuyi, Shu Lang led Huaner and the others back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he really wanted to help Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing he could do now. When Huaner said, let's wait for little junior brother's message. He said he'll notify us once he's safe. Before Duan Ling Tian left, he had told them he would contact them again once he was safe. Although they were eager to send Duan Ling Tian a message, they did not do so because they were afraid it would distract him. A slight distraction was the difference between life and death when hunted by a titled celestial emperor after all. Therefore, even Huaner dared not send Duan Ling Tian a message. She could only fervently pray for Duan Ling Tian to be safe, somewhere in the boundless heaven territory. Boy, you can't run from me even though you've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. The teenager was like a phantom as he trailed closely behind the person ahead of him. As time passed, the distance between them began to grow closer and closer. As expected of a titled celestial emperor, he really is fast. Duan Ling Tian, who was being chased, kept casting the teleportation profundity. However, his expression was turning grimmer and grimmer as time passed. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's almost time. You will overexert yourself if you continue like this. I'll take something for Dugu Wu to arrive. I believe Shu Lang is able to keep him occupied. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Shu Lang had sought help from Zheng Yuyi and that they were successful in delaying Dugu Wu. After Duan Ling Tian responded to the world-cleansing divine water, he stopped casting the teleportation profundity. He turned to look at the teenager who had just arrived in a blink of an eye. You should have just come to a stop earlier, Dugu Wen said as the corners of lip lifted. Since you didn't obediently cooperate with me, there's no need for me to leave you an intact corpse. Based on his words, it was obvious he had no doubts Duan Ling Tian would die. How arrogant, you're just a puny flower. Duan Ling Tian said before he smiled disdainfully. Die. Dugu Wen's eyes shone with killing intent as his green celestial origin energy surged out violently. Soon after, vines shot out in the air like dancing dragons toward Duan Ling Tian. Dugu Wen was a 7-star celestial emperor, to be precise. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of wood weighed down on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when his expression changed slightly. All of a sudden, a translucent small tree appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. In just a short time, the tree grew rapidly into an enormous tree. At first glance, the tree looked like a giant pine tree. However, upon closer inspection, one could see its branches and leaves were that of a willow tree. A pine willow divine tree. You're not human. Dugu Wen's eyes narrowed when he saw the tree. After a moment, he added, no, you're not a pine willow divine tree. It's the godly image phenomenon. In just a brief moment, Dugu Wen discovered Duan Ling Tian was using the godly image phenomenon to manifest the pine willow divine tree. The pine willow divine tree was similar to his true form, the 100 colors flower, in the sense that they were comparable to top-tier celestial beasts. He scoffed before saying contemptuously, boy, so what if you're capable of using the godly image phenomenon? You're a mere titled celestial lord, don't tell me you think you can go against a titled celestial emperor like me. At this moment, the vines reached Duan Ling Tian, ready to reap his life. However, he remained unfazed. Gray energy rose from his body before merging with the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. Concurrently, a 7-color sword ray shot out of his body as well, merged with the godly image of the pine willow divine tree, giving colors to the tree's branches and leaves. Clear heavens divine wood. With just a thought, the clear heavens divine wood in Duan Ling Tian's body sent its energy into the godly image of the pine willow divine tree. With this, the godly image of the tree began to solidify and turned into a real pine willow divine tree. The branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree shone with 7 colors as they collided with the vines. A huge shockwave from the collision rippled out into the surroundings and many small mushroom clouds bloomed in the air as thunderous explosions rang out. The backlash from the collision caused the ground to quake violently. Soon enough, cracks began to appear on the tall and huge mountain beneath Duan Ling Tian and Dugu Wen's feet. The mountain shook for a moment before it collapsed, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack. Your strength is not any weaker than that of an ordinary celestial emperor. Dugu Wen said in shock as the huge mountain collapsed. Chapter 3298. The Devata artifact is exposed. Although Dugu Wen was shocked, his eyes were still brimming with disdain when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was only natural since Duan Ling Tian's shocking strength was not a threat to him at all. He was a 7-star celestial emperor, and a titled celestial emperor. He was far superior to ordinary celestial emperors. If he were to strike with all his might, an ordinary celestial emperor might not even be able to withstand it, let alone a mere titled celestial lord like Duan Ling Tian. He said, Duan Ling Tian, there's no doubt your strength is remarkable. You should be proud of yourself for possessing such strength as a mere celestial lord. At this time, Dugu Wen was unable to see Duan Ling Tian, who was inside the pine willow divine tree. The tree was so real that one could hardly tell it was a godly image phenomenon. However, it's unfortunate that you won't be able to withstand even a single strike from me. Du Bu Wen said again before a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his raised hand. The spear that shot out of his body and complemented his youthful appearance was undoubtedly an emperor-grade celestial weapon at the very least. You talk too much nonsense. Duan Ling Tian's provocative words rang from inside the pine willow divine tree. Du Bu Wen's eyes narrowed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. His expression turned frosty in just an instant. You're seeking death, Du Bu Wen said as he brandished the spear in his hand. In the next moment, a wave of green energy surged out of the tip of the spear, transforming into countless spear rays. As the spear rays shot out, they seemed to solidify into bamboo spears like how water would turn into icicles. Their speed increased tremendously after turning into green bamboo spears, destroying everything in their path. Du Bu Wen sneered as he manipulated some of the green bamboo spears to attack from the front while the others surrounded Duan Ling Tian before they shot toward him. To be precise, they were shooting toward the godly image of the pine willow divine tree. Once the godly image phenomenon shattered, Duan Ling Tian would be forced to face Du Bu Wen and the numerous bamboo spears. The sky full of green bamboo spears looked terrifying. It was as though they would impale Duan Ling Tian over and over again without rest. Kid, let's see you withstand this attack of mine. I've used all the profundities from the law of wood in this attack. No one who's not a titled celestial emperor will be able to withstand this attack. Du Bu Wen said confidently with a sneer on his face. Upon hearing Du Bu Wen's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. He called out to 4 of the 5 divine elements in his little world since he was already using the clear heaven divine wood's power to solidify the pine willow divine tree. Faced with this attack from Du Bu Wen, he felt an unprecedented pressure. He knew the slightest mistake at this moment would result in his death. Go! The world-cleansing divine water's voice rang. Almost immediately after Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, its power surged out toward Duan Ling Tian. Following that, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth lent their powers to Duan Ling Tian without holding back at all. After all, the time these 3 divine elements spent with Duan Ling Tian was much longer compared to the world-cleansing divine water and the clear heaven divine wood. Kid, get rid of him. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He was naturally rooting for Duan Ling Tian. After choosing Duan Ling Tian as its host, it had already reaped many benefits. Apart from itself, there was no other chaos divine earth that managed to evolve from the 3rd form to the 6th form in just a month. If he had chosen another host, it would have been considered good if it could evolve to the 4th form. The profound divine metal scoffed before saying coldly, so what if he's a titled celestial emperor? How can a mere titled celestial emperor be a match for someone the 5 divine elements have acknowledged? One's bound to leave a trail of corpses in one's wake on the road to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Even titled celestial emperors aren't an exemption to this. The chaos divine flame added. The energies from the 4 divine elements entered the 7-colored pine willow divine tree and merged with the energy from the clear heavens divine wood. Since the 7 orifices exquisite sword had also boosted the tree, giving it dazzling colors as a result, the presence of the energies from the 5 divine elements could not be seen at all. Moreover, their auras were also hidden by the aura of the pine willow divine tree. Duan Ling Tian had obtained this godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree by refining the energy from the true pine willow divine tree. Therefore, after being powered by the clear heaven divine wood, it was no different from a real pine willow divine tree. Meanwhile, the sky full of green bamboo spears continued shooting toward Duan Ling Tian, looking as though they were going to leave a corpse riddled with holes behind. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's contemptuous voice rang from the pine divine tree again. You say that nobody apart from titled celestial emperors can withstand your strike. What a pity they're only empty words. Today, I'll let you see how I, a titled celestial lord, easily withstand your attack. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the branches from the pine willow divine tree began to move. At this moment, Wanzhe, the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. With a flick of her sleeve, she transformed into a streak of 7-colored light before shooting into the pine willow divine tree as well. With this, the strength of the pine willow divine tree rose tremendously once again. After all, the strength of a Devata artifact with and without a soul was in completely different leagues. Huh. Du Wen's eyes widened imperceptibly as the seven-colored light shining from the pine willow divine tree grew even more vivid and dazzling after Wanger had entered it as well. An A- artifact soul. This kid possesses a Devata artifact. It did not take long before Du Wen discovered Duan Ling Tian's weapon was not an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, but a Devata artifact. Moreover, it was a Devata artifact with a soul. With this discovery, Du Wen began to laugh heartily. Who would have thought Du Wen, would be so lucky to come across a Devata artifact? However, in just a moment, his laughter faded until only a stiff and frozen smile was left on his face. He watched as his green bamboo spears clashed with the branches of the pine willow divine tree like two troops of 10,000 soldiers. His expression was one of disbelief as he watched his green bamboo spears being shattered one after another by the branches of the pine willow divine tree. Although the green bamboo spears' momentum was terrifying, they were all shattered by the branches from the pine willow divine tree. How's this possible? Du Wen said in a daze. At the same time, the greedy expression intensified on his face. His Devata artifact isn't just an ordinary Devata artifact. Du Wen was convinced the only reason Duan Ling Tian was able to shatter his attacks was due to the Devata artifact. He assumed the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength was his law of space that had been comprehended to the mastery stage, the godly image phenomenon, and the Devata artifact. He said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to possess such a powerful Devata artifact. However, it's an insult to the Devata artifact to be wielded by someone like you. Soon, your Devata artifact will belong to me." As he brandished the Emperor-grade celestial spear in his hand, he said coldly, "Although the strength you displayed with the help of the Devata artifact is shocking, this is as far as you go." At the same time, beams of green light shot out of Du Wen's body as a tyrannical energy surged out. "I'll let you have a taste of the power of my fused profundities. Although you've comprehended the law of space, one of the four supreme laws, to the mastery stage, it's not comparable to the power from a fusion of profundities. It's unfortunate that you won't have a chance to learn how to fuse your profundity since I'm going to kill you." Chapter 3299 Profundity Fusion. In fact, comprehending the profundities of a law to the mastery stage did not mean one had completely mastered a law. In a way, one could say that comprehending all the profundities to the mastery stage was only the beginning. Even after comprehending all of the profundities from a law to the mastery stage, although one could cast them all at the same time, the power was not as strong as if one had fused them into a single powerful technique. For example, before Du Wen, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, became a Celestial Emperor, he did not master all the profundities from the Law of Wood to the mastery stage. However, after becoming a Celestial Emperor, he managed to comprehend all of them to the mastery stage. Following that, he began to study the way to fuse the profundities from the Law of Wood. His greatest achievement so far was fusing 3 profundities from the Law of Wood. The 3 profundities from the Law of Wood that he managed to fuse were the Vine Profundity, the Twining Profundity, and the Regeneration Profundity. At this moment, the green streaks of light from Du Wen were swiftly solidifying into long vines that resembled huge pythons as they shot toward Duan Ling Tian. "Brat, have a taste of the fusion of 3 of my profundities from the Law of Wood." Du Wen sneered as he looked at the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon in front of him that just destroyed his previous attacks. The pine willow divine tree was, naturally, not his target. His target was Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pine willow divine tree. The numerous python-like vines lashed unceasingly from Du Wen's body. There were so many of them that they covered the entire sky, causing the entire place to turn dark. Fused profundities. Upon hearing Du Wen's words and his attacks that intensified, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grave in the pine willow divine tree. Previously, when he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage using the Supreme House Divinity, he had confirmed that comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage was not the end of mastering the law of space during a conversation with the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. He had learned that he could further his comprehension by learning how to fuse his profundities. Apart from that, he learned that he could fuse 2, 3, or even 4 profundities from the law of space. When one could finally fuse all of the profundities together, one would be able to utilize the full power of a law. Even in the realms of gods, those who accomplished this feat were incredibly scarce. In the realms of God, those who managed to fuse 8 profundities from a law were all without an exception top powerhouses in the realms of gods. As for those who managed to fuse all the profundities from any of the 4 supreme laws, they would directly become supreme powerhouses. Therefore, it was not surprising there was no one who managed to achieve such a feat in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, fusing profundities from a law would get more difficult as one progresses. In Devata realms, those who manage to fuse 4 profundities are as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Even among all the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there isn't one who managed to fuse 4 profundities. Nevertheless, most heavenly emperors have managed to fuse multiple triple profundity fusions. This is also why they're much stronger than ordinary titled celestial emperors. Therefore, ordinary titled celestial emperors who have fused 3 profundities are considered quite powerful. If Dubu Wen becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor and mastered another 3 profundity fusion, he would definitely enter the upper echelon of titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. While Duan Ling Tian was pondering on this matter, the python-like vines from Dubu Wen's triple profundity fusion had already arrived near the pine willow divine tree. Upon seeing the python-like vines, Duan Ling Tian scoffed as his gaze turned frosty. At the same time, the branches of the pine willow divine tree began to swing around again. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air when the branches and the vines collided. In the beginning, the vines seemed to be destroyed by the branches, but in just a blink of an eye, they would regenerate and coil themselves around the branches of the pine willow divine tree. In the end, not only did the pine willow divine tree that Duan Ling Tian manifested fail to destroy the vines, but it was even bound by the vines, rendering them immobile. Even after the vines bound the pine willow divine tree, the vines shooting out from Dubu Wen's body did not stop and continued to attack and bind the pine willow divine tree. Inside the pine willow divine tree, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned incredibly grim. So this is the might of a fusion. He only fused 3 profundities, but its might far exceeds that time when he cast all 7 profundities at the same time. Moreover, this shouldn't be the extent of his strength. If he uses the other 5 profundities he has yet to fuse along with this triple profundity fusion, it's likely that he'll be able to easily crush me. At this moment, Dubu Wen said indifferently, "Brat, you, an insignificant celestial lord, managed to make me, a titled celestial emperor, unleash my triple profundity fusion. You can feel proud even in your death." Despite the indifference in Dubu Wen's voice, he was inwardly shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength even if he had attributed it to the power of the Devata artifact in Duan Ling Tian's possession. After a beat, he added, "After your death, I'll make sure to unleash the full potential of your Devata artifact." Based on Dubu Wen's words, it was clear that he was certain of Duan Ling Tian's death. In his opinion, the Devata artifact was already his. At this moment, the attacks from the python-like vines intensified, causing the pressure on Duan Ling Tian to increase by many folds. At this moment, another series of explosions rang in the air as the branches of the pine willow divine tree suddenly erupted with energy. Following that, the tree's life force soared before new branches began to grow on it. At the same time, the branches continued to swing around, deflecting the vines that were attacking them. "Let me see how many more branches you're able to grow." Dubu Wen smiled coldly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's desperate struggle. Green streaks of light continued to shoot out of his body, forming new vines before attacking Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like there was no end to these vines at all. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water's voice promptly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Little Tian, the divine tree of life can help you grow a little more than 100 branches at most." He has yet to use his other profundities along with this triple profundity fusion. It's clear he thinks this move is sufficient to kill you. If he uses his other profundities along with this fusion, your chances of surviving wouldn't have been good. Therefore, this is a chance for you. As the situation stands, although your chances aren't high, I wouldn't say it's small as well. Then, she paused for a moment before she said, "The preparation on my side has been completed." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's last sentence, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as his expression turned cold. "Good, let's begin then." With just a thought, the air around Duan Ling Tian began to ripple and distort as he used the teleportation profundity. In just an instant, the 2 celestial beasts in his little world were transported behind Dubu Wen. Dubu Wen, who was looking at the pine willow divine tree coldly, waiting for his attack to destroy it, suddenly felt chills run up his spine. His expression changed drastically. His instincts helped him sense the threat at his back almost immediately. Even as a titled celestial emperor who had experienced many things, he could not help but shudder slightly. the streaks of light stopped shooting out from Du Wen's body as he tried to change his position when a force that was equivalent to the power of a double profundity fusion landed on his back. Although his purely defensive Emperor-grade weapons protected him in a timely manner, its light dimmed as soon as it blocked that destructive force. Chapter 3300 The Death of Du Wen. The two celestial beasts that appeared at Du Wen's back were none other than the Ning dragons. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Genius secret realm located in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Huaner had promised the Ning dragons to bring them out of the Genius secret realm in exchange for letting them pass unimpeded into the remnant of a realm of gods. Eventually, the world-cleansing divine water managed to convince the Ning dragons to temporarily Duan Ling Tian and promised that Duan Ling Tian would set them free when the time came. Their joint attacks are not inferior to the attacks of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. However, they could only unleash such an attack 3 times. Duan Ling Tian remembered the world-cleansing divine water's words as though she had just said them yesterday. After the Ning dragon's first attack landed successfully, Duan Ling Tian charged out with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in hand without any hesitation at all. A series of sword cry rang in the air as the 7-colored sword rays rained down on the vines that bound the pine willow divine tree before severing them. Under normal circumstances, the vines would regenerate. Strangely, at this moment, the vines Duan Ling Tian severed did not regenerate at all. Moreover, Du Wen seemed to be severely injured at this moment. The backlash from the attack caused his qi circulation to deviate, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression darkened when looked up and saw Duan Ling Tian had successfully severed his vines. He said frostily, "Brat, you tricked me." At this moment, if Du Wen still did not realize he had been tricked, he would have lived for such a long time in vain. Du Wen's body flashed, avoiding the Ning dragon's onslaught of attacks. However, as he was about to make his next move, the branches from the pine willow divine tree that had been released from their restraints suddenly moved toward him and trapped him in just a blink of an eye. Constrict, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly. At this moment, Du Wen was still entangled with the branches from the pine willow divine tree in the air. Even the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon uprooted itself flew toward Du Wen. Attack! At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian and the Ning dragons' minds. The Ning dragons flashed away before they unleashed their joint attack again at top speed. In just an instant, a ferocious energy swept toward who was still trying to free himself from the branches of the pine willow divine tree. No, Du Wen cried out. He had just mustered up all his energy to break free of the restraints from the pine willow divine tree when the Ning dragon's joint attack landed on him. The sounds of explosions rang in the air as the severely injured Du Wen that was still being restrained was hit with another joint attack from the Ning dragons. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, staining his face red. He looked extremely wretched at this moment. Damn it, a puny celestial lord managed to reduce me to such a state. This is unforgivable. Du Wen was furious. His body flashed before he seemed to turn into a thread of silk, easily escaping the branches of the pine willow divine tree. This was one of the 100 transformations he mastered that was unique to the 100 colors flower. Finally managed to free yourself. Duan Ling Tian was already waiting for Du Wen when Du Wen escaped. Brat, without the pine willow divine tree, you wouldn't have been a match for me even if I'm severely injured. The thread of silk flashed before Du Wen's teenager form appeared. He stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he charged toward Duan Ling Tian with his emperor-grade celestial spear in hand. He knew it was imperative he killed Duan Ling Tian before the branches and the Ning dragons attacked again. Otherwise, the severity of his injuries, he would surely die. Du Wen felt incredibly humiliated that he was pushed into such a desperate situation by a celestial lord even if he knew Duan Ling Tian was no ordinary celestial lord due to his mastery of the godly image phenomenon and the 2 Ning dragons that were as strong as titled celestial lords after joining forces. In fact, his severe injuries were caused by the 2 Ning dragons. Duan Ling Tian, I want to see how you're going to fight me without the Ning dragons and the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. As Du Wen spoke, his weakened celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the triple profundity fusion from the law of wood shot into the long spear in his hand. As his first attack swept toward Duan Ling Tian, he prepared to unleash his other techniques. After sustaining such serious injuries, your celestial origin energy now is only comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor at most. That's not enough to kill me. Duan Ling Tian remained unfazed by Dugu Wen's attack as he smiled disdainfully. The seven orifices exquisite sword returned to his body before a seven-colored sword ray shrouded by five powerful energies shot out of his mouth toward Dugu Wen. Dugu Wen could clearly sense the energy from the five divine elements as the sword ray drew closer to him. Alas, before Dugu Wen could react, the seven-colored sword ray breached destroyed his attacks. His comprehension of the law of wood was undoubtedly rather high, but it did not matter if his celestial origin energy was weak. At this moment, his celestial origin energy strength was so greatly weakened that its force was no better than Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian and Dugu Wen's celestial origin energies were the same at this moment. However, due to Dugu Wen's higher comprehension of the law of wood, he thought he had a slight advantage. In Dugu Wen's opinion, even if he was severely injured he would still be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. As long as he killed Duan Ling Tian, he would be able to survive. Alas, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian still had hidden trump cards. He has the five divine elements. This was the last thought in Dugu Wen's mind before he died. When Duan Ling Tian's seven-colored sword ray destroyed his attacks, apart from the law of space, he could sense the power of the five divine elements. Moreover, he could sense all five divine elements had evolved to a rather high form. After killing Dugu Wen, Duan Ling Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. Since the energies from the five divine elements were only exposed that split second before his death, he shouldn't have had time to disclose this matter to anyone through a message. Indeed, Dugu Wen had discovered the presence of the five divine elements too late. He did not have any time to inform anyone about this matter. However, after he transformed into a thread of silk to escape the restraints from the branches of the pine willow divine tree, he had sent a message to his brother, Dugu Wu. "Brother, I might die in the brat's hands. I was too careless. Not only does he possess a Devata artifact with a soul, but he also has a pair of Ning dragons at his beck and call. The combined strength of the two Ning dragons is comparable to that of a titled celestial emperor. Due to the Ning dragon's sneak attack, I'm seriously injured. The only way for me to survive is to kill him. However, even if I kill him, the Ning dragons might still kill me after that. Come here as fast as you can." This was Dugu Wen's final message to Dugu Wu. Duan Ling Tian was right about it. Dugu Wen had only discovered the five divine elements at the final moment before his death, hence, he did not manage to send a message. However, when he transformed into a thread of silk to escape from the willow branches, he managed to send a few messages to Dugu Wu. "Let's go," Duan Ling Tian said after claiming Dugu Wen's spatial ring and putting them away. After the Ning dragons returned to his little world, he teleported away. Although he was sure Dugu Wen did not manage to expose the fact that he possessed the five divine elements, he knew there was a chance Dugu Wen had disclosed the location of their battle to Dugu Wu. There was no doubt Dugu Wu was on his way here. Even with Shu Lang helping him stall for time, it was impossible for Shu Lang to stall for such a long time. Therefore, after killing Dugu Wen, Duan Ling Tian left as fast as he could. At the same time, he sent messages to Huaner and the others to inform them of his safety. "I'm safe now. I'll see all of you in the Heavenly Pool Palace." When Huaner and the others received Duan Ling Tian's message during their journey back to the Heavenly Pool Palace, all of them were filled with relief. The silence and heave atmosphere that followed them finally eased now that they knew Duan Ling Tian was safe. Humei could not help ask curiously, "Little junior brother, how did you escape?" "I killed him," Duan Ling Tian replied to Humei. At the same time, he was also conversing with Shu Lang and Wen Wanner. All three of them had asked him the same question. Huaner was the only one who did not ask him this question. Needless to say, Shu Lang, Humei, and Wen Wanner were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's reply. Was it really possible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Dugu Wen? Meanwhile, Dugu Wu, who was rushing toward Dugu Wen, was suddenly overcome with a sense of unease. He stopped dead in his tracks before he brought something out. When he saw the shattered soul pearl in his hand, his expression changed greatly. Brother. Chapter 3301 Lei Jun. Most people knew Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu were brothers. They had grown together when they were still 100 colors flower and a tenacious heavenly bamboo respectively. Their bond was incredibly strong. Dugu Wu's celestial origin energy erupted from his body as he rushed to the battle site with all his might. Alas, when he arrived, he only saw the place was in ruins. There was no one around. Even after extending his divine consciousness in all directions, he did not discover anyone's presence at all. Duan Ling Tian, Du Bu Wu said through gritted teeth as an unsightly expression appeared on his wizened face. His long white hair fluttered in the air like venomous snakes despite there being no wind. Brother, I'll definitely avenge you. Hatred flashed in the depths of Du Bu Wu's eyes. At the same time, he was also filled with wariness. How could Duan Ling Tian, a mere celestial lord, have so many tricks up his sleeve? Was Duan Ling Tian even human? If Brother Wen's judgment is right, then Duan Ling Tian's Devata artifact has to be a top-tier one even in the realms of gods. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable powers? Du Bu Wu muttered to himself as greed flashed in his eyes. Moments before his death, Du Bu Wen finally realized that he had been wrong to assume Duan Ling Tian's strength came solely from the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword. At that time, he had finally realized the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon was not only strong because of the Seven Orifices sword, but it was mostly due to the 5 divine elements. Alas, since he only discovered this right before his death, he did not have time to divulge this piece of information to Du Bu Wu. For this reason, Du Bu Wu also assumed Duan Ling Tian's strength came solely from the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword and did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian even though Duan Ling Tian had killed Du Bu Wen. Moreover, his strength was superior to Du Bu Wen's strength. If he fought with Du Bu Wen, he could kill Du Bu Wen faster than Du Bu Wen could have killed Duan Ling Tian if Du Bu Wen was not careless. Duan Ling Tian must be on his way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace after leaving this palace. I'll make my way to the Heavenly Pool Palace as well to see if I can intercept him. After leaving, Duan Ling Tian used a different route to return to the Heavenly Pool Palace, therefore, he successfully avoided Du Bu Wu. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity can help me learn how to fuse my profundities from the law of space, but I've yet to grasp how it works. Moreover, it seems to be related to my cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He recalled when he was still a celestial duke, he could not progress in his comprehension of the law of space due to his cultivation even with the help from the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. It was only when he had a breakthrough and became a celestial lord that he managed to comprehend the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage from the initial stage. Based on my experience, it seems likely that I'll only be able to fuse my profundities once I have a breakthrough and become a celestial emperor. What do you think, Sister Water? Duan Ling Tian asked for the world-cleansing divine water's opinion. That should be the case, the world-cleansing divine water replied. At the very least, I've not met anyone who had successfully fused their profundities before becoming a celestial emperor. Perhaps, this is a restriction set by the heavens. After this, you should temporarily stop focusing on the law of space and concentrate on raising your cultivation base instead. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Although he had a breakthrough when he was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was just a 5-element celestial lord. There was still a long way to go before he became a celestial emperor. I should try my best to raise my cultivation base using any means possible once I return to the Heavenly Pool Palace so I can learn how to fuse my profundities. Du Bu Wen's strength increased tremendously after only fusing 3 profundities. Based on this, one can see how powerful fused profundities were. After witnessing Du Bu Wen's strength, Duan Ling Tian was obsessed with fusing his profundities. Shu Lang arrived at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate in just a short time. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was chased by Du Bu Wen to a distant place and had to use a longer route to avoid Du Bu Wu, only arrived after 3 months. Before arriving, he had sent a message to Shu Lang, requesting Shu Lang to wait for him at the entrance. When he arrived, he saw that Shu Lang did not come alone. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, was there as well. Under normal circumstances, Lei Ying would not have agreed to Shu Lang's request. However, due to Huaner's relationship with Duan Ling Tian, Lei Ying easily agreed to Shu Lang's request. After all, at this time, Huaner was as important to her as her son, Lei Jun. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, one of the divine beasts, Huaner's future was limitless. Therefore, she knew it was important for her to establish a good relationship with Huaner. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lei. After entering the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, Duan Ling Tian thanked Lei Ying before he parted ways with her. Lei Yin replied amiably with a faint smile on her face, "There's no need to thank me. When you're free, just bring Huaner with you to my cultivation place. My cultivation place isn't inferior to Shu Lang's cultivation place." After Lei Ying left, Duan Ling Tian followed Shu Lang back to Shu Lang's cultivation place. As soon as he arrived in the main hall, he discovered not only was Huaner waiting for him, but his senior brothers and senior sisters were present as well. Even Lu Ji, his second senior brother who rarely made an appearance, was present. Brother Ling Tian, although Huaner had already news that Duan Ling Tian was safe, she still could not help herself from running into his arms as soon as she saw him. When Duan Ling Tian held her tightly in his arms, he could feel her rapid heartbeat. He patted her gently on the back and said, "Silly girl, I'm fine." When Duan Ling Tian released Huaner from his embrace, he suddenly discovered everyone was watching them, causing him to feel embarrassed. At this moment, Shu Lang solemnly said, "Before you arrived, I asked them to help me investigate this matter. Someone saw Han Yunjin and Lei Ying's son, Lei Jun, together recently. If they're working together, it's possible that they're able to pool their resources and hire Dugu Wen and Du Zhu." Shu Lang, naturally, did not stay idle after returning to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. He had sent his prodigious disciples to investigate this matter. Lei Jun, Duan Ling Tian frowned as he instinctively turned to look at Huaner. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son and her second disciple. He was also Huaner's second senior brother. "That's right," Shu Lang nodded. At this moment, Hu Mei chimed in, "Little junior brother, Lei Jun and Han Yunjin rarely interact before this. In fact, they're rarely seen together. It's strange that they were seen together when we were in the Tidal Temple. A few people saw them meeting secretly. We wouldn't have found out about this if we didn't thoroughly investigate the matter. They were rarely, if ever, seen together." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, this matter was highly suspicious. However, from what he knew, he had no conflicts with Lei Jun. He said, "There isn't any conflict between Lei Jun and me. I don't understand why he'd work with Han Yunjin to kill me. Moreover, he's even willing to pay such a high price." At this moment, Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, spoke up. He narrowed his eyes as he said, "What you said right. However, sometimes, you don't have to have conflicts with someone for them to want to kill you. There are many things that can motivate a person to kill someone. For example, I might be motivated to kill you because I'm jealous of your handsome appearance. This is a normal motivation for women to kill." Duan Ling Tian asked, "Sixth senior brother, what are you trying to say?" Hong Fei looked at Wen Wanner before he said, "Before you return, fourth senior sister and Huaner went to the merciless Celestial Emperor's cultivation place a few times, and they met Lei Jun twice. According to fourth senior sister, although Lei Jun tried to conceal it, she could tell Lei Jun is fond of Huaner. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now?" After he finished speaking, his eyes glinted coldly. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that shone with killing intent. If Lei Jun liked Huaner, he would have a motive of trying to kill him. After all, everyone could see how close Huaner was to him. It was as though she could not live without him. It was only natural that Lei Jun wanted to get rid of Duan Ling Tian if he had designs on Huaner. Although he was not like Lei Jun, he understood what some men were like. Chapter 3302 Duan Ling Tian displays his strength. At this moment, Yang Fei, Duan Ling Tian's fifth senior brother, said, "Second senior brother, third senior sister, sixth junior brother, and I had asked around. A few days before you met Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, someone saw Lei Jun looking for Han Yunjin before both of them left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate together. I suspect that was when they looked for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Shortly after they returned, Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu tried to assassinate you. I don't think there'd be so many coincidences. Unfortunately, these are all our speculations, and we don't have any evidence. Even if we're 100% certain they're the culprits, there's no way the Heavenly Pool Palace will punish them since we're lacking evidence." Upon hearing this, a gloomy expression appeared on the face of Hong Fei, who always had a smile on his chubby face. Second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Ling Tian felt warm in his heart when he discovered his senior brothers and senior sisters did not spare any effort to investigate this matter. Hu Mei said, "Teacher even went to look for Pavilion Master Lei to test the water. That's why he asked her to accompany him to wait for your return today. However, based on teacher's observation, it's likely that she's not aware of this matter." "That's right," Shu Lang said, "if Lei Ying was aware of this and supported Lei Jun's decision, he wouldn't have looked for Han Yunjin to share the cost of hiring Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He agreed with Xu Lang. If Lei Jun had Lei Ying's support, there was no need for him to expose his motive to Han Yunjin at all. It was clear that Lei Jun had only looked for Han Yunjin because he could not bear the cost of hiring titled celestial emperors alone. His eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself, Lei Jun, Han Yunjin. Brother Ling Tian, I'll look for Lei Ying now and ask for an explanation, Huaner suddenly said at this moment. Prior to this, she was not aware of this information. Duan Ling Tian's senior brothers and senior sisters did not tell her anything about their investigation. After listening to all of them, she finally realized why Wen Wanner had suddenly decided to follow her to Lei Ying's cultivation place. Now that it was almost all but confirmed that Lei Jun had a hand in the assassination attempt, her celestial origin energy surged out violently as anger burned in her eyes. If Lei Jun were present, she would not have been able to hold back from attacking him. Huaner, don't act rashly. Duan Ling Tian grabbed Huaner's hand. Brother Ling Tian, he wants to kill you, Huaner said icily as she suppressed her anger. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time seeing the always gentle Huaner losing her composure. He knew it was because of him, so he did not blame her. In fact, he was rather moved. Finally, he shook his head and said, Huaner, we don't have evidence. Even if we have evidence, we still have to have a strategy to resolve this matter. If it won't do us any favor if we act recklessly. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Huaner, I've found out where your father is being imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I suspect your mother is there as well. Now is not the time for you to get into a conflict with Lei Ying and Lei Jun. Your identity as Lei Ying's disciple is valuable for us to rescue your parents. Huaner replied angrily, Brother Ling Tian, although I want to rescue my parents, I can't just ignore what he did. Don't worry, I'll find a way to deal with Lei Jun and Han Yunjin, Duan Ling Tian replied as his eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, Humei looked at Duan Ling Tian with hints of curiosity and skepticism in her eyes as she asked, Little junior brother, how did you manage to escape? Did you really kill Dugu Wen? Third senior sister, you don't believe me? Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of helplessness. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just too unbelievable, Humei replied with a wry smile. Xu Lang and his other prodigious disciples shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian as well upon hearing Humei's question. They were, naturally, curious as well. He was very strong but also careless. I teleported 2 Ning dragons, whose combined strength is on par with that of a titled celestial emperor's, from my little world to his back. With the help of the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon I mastered in the title temple, I managed to kill him, Duan Ling Tian explained patiently. He had long come up with this excuse before arriving at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. He did not fear the consequences of people finding out about the existence of the Ning dragons in his little world and the godly image phenomenon. Even people coveted the Ning dragons, there was nothing they could do since it would be nigh difficult for them to take the celestial beasts away from his little world. Even if they succeeded in taking the Ning dragons away, there was no guarantee they would be able to get the Ning dragons to listen to them. As for the godly image phenomenon, similarly, it was not something that others could snatch from him. Ning dragons whose combined strength is comparable to that of a titled celestial emperor. The manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. Everyone, including Xu Lang, seemed to be in a daze when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Upon seeing their reactions, Duan Ling Tian said, It seems like teacher, senior brothers, and senior sisters want to have a look. I don't mind showing it to all of you. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian held onto Huaner and brought her out of the main hall like a gust of wind. The others, naturally, followed suit. Duan Ling Tian hovered high in the sky, and with just a thought, he brought the Ning dragons in his little world out. Teacher, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xu Lang and asked, Do you want to test their strength? Xu Lang's eyes widened imperceptibly when he saw the pair of Ning dragons. He said skeptically, Old Seventh, I know a thing or two about Ning dragons. At most, their strength should only be comparable to a 3-talent celestial emperor or 4-phenomenon celestial emperor, right? Are they really capable of killing Dugu Wen with their combined strength? Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face, Teacher, you'll know after you've tested their strength. Teacher, hurry, I want to see the strength of little junior brother's Ning dragons as well. Hong Fei said excitedly. Without hesitation, Shu Lang moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Teacher, I'm ready. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he teleported the Ning dragons behind Shu Lang. Although Shu Lang had hastily retreated, the Ning dragon's joint attack was only a hair's breadth away from. All he could do at this moment was to deflect the attack. Although he had used all his strength to deflect the attack, he was still sent flying back, looking rather miserable. Although Duan Lingtian had given him a reminder, he was still careless. If he were not careless, he would not have ended up in such a state. The impact from the collision rippled out in waves. The others could feel the scorching heat from the waves of energy and had no choice but to erect a barrier around themselves using their celestial origin energies. As Duan Lingtian returned the Ning dragons to his little world, he said with a faint smile, "Teacher, you were careless." Following that, the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon appeared before everyone's eyes. The pine willow divine tree. I remember little junior brother's opponent, Fan Chi, was a pine willow divine tree, right? Hu Mei, Wen Wanner, and Hong Fei looked at each other in disbelief. At that time I thought little junior brother's methods were too simple and straightforward to deal with Fan Chi. It seems like there's more than meets the eyes with little junior brother, Hu Mei said. After a beat, she asked, "Little junior brother, you only mastered the godly image phenomenon after killing Fan Chi, right?" As the pine willow divine tree slowly faded away, Duan Lingtian nodded. Hu Mei said with a sigh, "It's great that you benefited from Fan Chi's death. I'm sure not even in his wildest dreams would he expect that not only are you capable of killing him, but you would even go on to master his godly image phenomenon. If he was privy to these things, I'm sure even if someone held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't have dared to challenge you to a life-death battle." After a while, her eyes lit up as she continued to say, "It's really unexpected that apart from eldest senior sister, we have someone else in our ranks who's capable of killing a titled celestial emperor as well." Eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard Hu Mei mentioning their eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet and learned that she was capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Chapter 3303 Duan Lingtian's plan. Duan Lingtian only knew his mysterious eldest senior sister was Shu Lang's daughter. He had heard that she was even stronger than his second senior brother, Lu Ji. However, he did not expect her to be capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Since her cultivation base was weaker than that of a titled celestial emperor, this meant that she had other techniques up her sleeve to be able to kill a titled celestial emperor just like him. "Little junior brother, you better not think you're the strongest among us just because you managed to kill Dugu Wen." Eldest senior sister didn't get a title from the title temple, but she had killed a titled celestial emperor in the past. In fact, her current strength is comparable to our teacher's strength, Hu Mei said teasingly. When she finished speaking, she glanced at Shu Lang. Meanwhile, a hint of affection and warmth could be seen in Shu Lang's eyes when Hu Mei mentioned her eldest senior sister. It was only natural since she was his daughter after all. Hong Fei laughed before he said, "Little junior brother, eldest senior sister always call us a useless bunch, even second senior brother gets criticized by her. Now that we have you, eldest senior sister can't scold us anymore once she finds out you killed Dugu Wen." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Chi-Fei shook his head and said with a smile, "Sixth junior brother, that's impossible. Even if she finds out about little junior brother, she won't scold him, but she'll still continue to scold us." Lu Ji, who had remained silent since the beginning, nodded at the end of Ouyang Chi-Fei's words. The corners of lips curled up into a rare smile as he said, "Little junior brother, I'll take my leave first. There's something I need to attend to." After bidding farewell to everyone, he left in what seemed to be the direction of the cultivation ground. After Lu Ji left, Hu Mei glared at Ouyang Chi-Fei and Hong Fei as she said, "Look at what both of you have done. Second senior brother has always been pressured due to eldest senior sister's strength. It seems like little junior brother's presence has increased the pressure on him. He must have left to cultivate," Wen Wanner said casually. Hong Fei shook his head. "Second senior brother is too hard on himself. If I were him, I wouldn't bother comparing myself to eldest senior sister and little junior brother. They're both monsters." Ouyang Chi-Fei smiled and said, "Sixth junior brother, it's because of this mentality you can't compare to little junior brother. Fifth senior brother, it's not just me. Can you compare to him?" Hong Fei retorted. Ouyang Chi-Fei was rendered speechless by Hong Fei's words. When he recovered from his embarrassment, he said with a smile. Indeed, I can't compare to little junior brother, but I'm at least stronger than you. You, Hong Fei cried out indignantly. Alas, he could not refute Yang Qifei's words. It was a fact that he was the weakest among Xu Lang's prodigious disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the side, smiled as he watched his 5th senior brother and his 6th senior brother teasing each other. He had begun to treat them like his family. He did not expect his teacher, senior brothers, and senior sisters to expend so much effort for his sake. As he had found out through voice transmission, even Huaner was unaware of everything they had done for him. After he ascended to the overarching spirit realm, there was only a handful of people he cared about in the Devata realm before he joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, he discovered there were more people he cared about now, such as his teacher, Xu Lang, his senior brothers, and his senior sister. As though she had just recalled something, Hu Mei suddenly exclaimed at this moment, "That's right." Everyone shifted their attention to her immediately. Hu Mei looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, "Little junior brother, Dugu Wu will most certainly inform Han Yunjin and Lei Jun of Dugu Wen's death. Do you think Han Yunjin will still have the guts to go through with the life or death battle in 3 years after finding out you killed Dugu Wen?" Duan Ling Tian fell silent. Indeed, if Dugu Wu informed Han Yunjin and Lei Jun about this matter, Han Yunjin would most likely refuse to fight him. It was only natural that Han Yunjin would choose to preserve his life over his reputation. At this moment, Xu Lang asked, "Old 7th, did you collect Dugu Wen's spatial ring?" From what I know, Dugu Wen had always been in charge of liaising with their clients. Therefore, it's likely that Han Yunjin and Lei Jun's soul pearls are in his spatial ring. Upon hearing Xu Lang's words, Duan Ling Tian quickly brought out Dugu Wen's spatial ring before he brought out 3 soul pearls. Then, he said, "I've gone through his spatial ring previously. There are only these 3 soul pearls in there." Wen Wanner narrowed her eyes as she looked at the soul pearls. She pointed at one of the soul pearls as she said, "That's Han Yunjin's soul pearl." She knew this because she was familiar with Han Yunjin's energy. After that, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Huaner and asked, "Huaner, I remember Lei Jun had exchanged soul pearls with you, right?" Huaner nodded as she brought out a soul pearl from her spatial ring. As soon as Huaner brought the soul pearl, Duan Ling Tian and the others could sense the energy from it was similar to another one of the soul pearls in Duan Ling Tian's hands. "This confirms our suspicion," Hong Fei said solemnly. Xu Lang's eyes glinted coldly upon hearing these words. At the same time, Huaner's emitted a chilling energy that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop. Her eyes shone with killing intent as though she was going to kill Lei Jun right away. Earlier, she had been enraged when she heard Lei Jun was the culprit behind this matter. However, with this confirmation, she grew even more enraged. How could she endure this? This evidence isn't sufficient to prove Lei Jun and Han Yunjin hired assassins to kill me. After all, they can easily deny this and accuse me of framing them, Duan Ling Tian said to the others as he held Huaner's hand. He could sense her fury and was trying to calm her down. Hong Fei said with a dark expression, "Han Yunjin and Lei Jun have really gone too far." Hu Mei, Wen Wanner, and Yang Qifei's expressions were rather unsightly as well. After a moment, Yang Qifei said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, "It seems like what our teacher said is true. Han Yunjin and Lei Jun must still be unaware of Dugu Wen's death since Dugu Wu doesn't have their soul pearls. Under these circumstances, Han Yunjin is likely to proceed with the life or death battle. Since Dugu Wen had their soul pearls, it's likely that they have Dugu Wen's soul pearl." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Therefore, it's likely that they already know that Dugu Wen is dead. Saying that, it probably didn't cross their minds that I'm the one who killed Dugu Wen." After a beat, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xu Lang and asked, "Teacher, you didn't tell Pavilion Master Lei Ying that we met Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, did you?" "No," Xu Lang shook his head. "Initially, I planned to ask for reinforcement from the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace of this matter. However, considering that by the time they arrive it'd be too late, I called Zheng Yu Yi instead." Zheng Yu Yi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He only discovered at this time that Xu Lang had asked Zheng Yu Yi for help. When he regained his senses, he speculated out loud, if that's the case, those two are probably unaware that Dugu Wu and Dugu Wen had already come looking for me. When they saw Dugu Wen's shattered soul pearl, it's likely they assumed Dugu Wen was killed by someone else. As long as they don't meet Dugu Wu, they won't find out that I killed Dugu Wen. After a brief pause, Duan Ling Tian looked at Shu Lang and said, I think it's necessary for us to spread the news that we were attacked by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu and say that we were lucky that two titled celestial emperors appeared at the crucial moment and killed Dugu Wen. Shu Lang could guess the thought in Duan Ling Tian's mind as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You're trying to deter Han Yunjin and Lei Jun from boldly meeting up with Dugu Wu after learning that you're alive. That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. If they were unaware that Dugu Wu and Dugu Wen had already looked for me, they'd definitely look for Dugu Wu to find out what happened and to make sure Dugu Wu would still complete the mission. However, if they hear the news we spread, it's unlikely that they'll take the risk to seek Dugu Wu out. Since Han Yunjin hired assassins to kill me, he won't dare to look for Dugu Wu for fear of being found out. Lei Jun won't act recklessly as well if he's not stupid. With this, Han Yunjin would remain unaware and proceed with the life or death battle. Then we'll do as you say, Shu Lang said as he nodded. After that, he sent a message to Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. In the message to her, he said, Lei Ying, it wasn't convenient for me to reveal this to you previously due to my investigation. However, I can tell you now that during our journey back, we were intercepted by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Lei Ying was quick to reply. A hint of curiosity could be heard in her voice as she asked, did you find out anything from your investigation? Yes, although I don't have concrete evidence, the culprit with the greatest motive should be Han Yunjin, the disciple of the profound Sky Celestial Emperor. Chapter 3304 The Day of the Battle. Han Yunjin. Lei Ying was shocked by Shu Lang's words. Are you sure? Shu Lang responded, do you think I'd tell you this if I'm not sure? We've known each other for so long now, you should know what kind of person I am. Lei Ying asked, Han Yunjin is fighting your seventh disciple in a year, right? That's right, he probably resorted to this because he's not confident he'd win, Shu Lang said. Meanwhile, after conversing with Shu Lang, Lei Ying fell deep into her thoughts. After a while, she finally shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. At this moment, Lei Jun was coincidentally by Lei Ying's side. Upon seeing his mother's behavior, he asked curiously, Mother, what's the matter? Lei Jun had not been in a good mood recently because he had discovered Dugu Wen's shattered soul pearl not too long ago. Lei Ying replied, I just spoke to Shu Lang through voice transmission. He told me they were attacked by the Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor and the indestructible Celestial Emperor respectively. It seems like someone's targeting Duan Ling Tian, and Shu Lang suspects it's Han Yunjin. Since Lei Jun was Lei Ying's son, she did not feel the need to conceal this matter from him. She did not notice that his eyes had widened briefly when she mentioned Shu Lang suspecting Han Yunjin. Lei Jun asked curiously, how did they escape? Lei Jun had assumed Dugu Wen had died before he could even carry out his mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. His heart sank when he realized Dugu Wen was killed while he attempted to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Coincidentally, Zheng Yuyi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had brought his disciple to the Tidal Temple as well. Therefore, Shu Lang asked for Zheng Yuyi's help. Lei Ying said, apart from that, Shu Lang said that another titled Celestial Emperor who escorted his granddaughter to the Tidal Temple had helped as well due to his enmity with Dugu Wu and Dugu Wen. Apparently, Shu Lang and Zheng Yuyi weren't a match for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. However, when that powerful titled Celestial Emperor joined them, the scale tipped in their favor. Although they managed to kill Dugu Wen, Dugu Wu managed to escape. After that, I think there was another titled Celestial Emperor heading to the Tidal Temple with their granddaughter who knew and held a grudge against Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Thus, they joined in the fight. When it was only Shu Lang and Zheng Yuyi, they were no match for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. However, the titled Celestial Emperor who happened to pass by was very powerful. Not long after they joined the fight, Dugu Wen was killed. Nevertheless, Dugu Wu managed to escape. Duan Ling Tian is really lucky, Lei Jun said as his eyes glinted with a vicious light. However, it was gone before Lei Ying could see it. Lei Ying nodded. He wouldn't have survived if the other two titled Celestial Emperors weren't around. Although they suspect Han Yunjin and are highly certain their suspicion is right, they have insufficient evidence to prove it. Nevertheless, Shu Lang has said that he'll continue investigating the matter. I didn't expect Han Yunjin to lack so much confidence to the extent of hiring someone to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. After Lei Ying finished speaking, She shook her head as contempt flashed in her eyes. Lei Jun said, "Mother, the culprit might not even be Han Yunjin. This is just their speculation, after all." Lei Ying shook her head. "It's not just a baseless suspicion. I said they had insufficient evidence to prove their suspicion. I didn't say they have no evidence to prove their suspicion." After Dugu Wen died, the titled celestial emperor who joined them last collected Dugu Wen's spatial ring. After searching in the spatial ring, Shu Lang found 3 soul pearls. Shu Lang's 4th prodigious disciple identified one of the soul pearls as Han Yunjin's soul pearl. I'm sure you know Shu Lang's 4th prodigious disciple, Wen Wan'er, used to be a couple with Han Yunjin. Although they did not get married, they were together for such a long time. It's not surprising she could identify Han Yunjin's soul pearl. Soul pearls. Lei Jun's eyes widened imperceptibly. He knew one of the 3 soul pearls was his. Previously, he had given Dugu Wen his soul pearl. Han Yunjin had also handed his soul pearl to Dugu Wen in case he needed to contact Dugu Wen. "What's the matter?" Lei Ying asked in confusion when she saw her son's abnormal behavior. "Nothing." Lei Jun shook his head after he inhaled deeply. Then, he said, "Mother, I just remember I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." Lei Jun did not even wait for a response from his mother and left as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin. "Han Yunjin, Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu actually did meet Duan Ling Tian. We were wrong when he thought he died before he could even carry out his mission." Han Yunjin was shocked when he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission. What happened? If Dugu Wen found Duan Ling Tian, how did he fail the mission and die? It is because Lei Jun recounted everything he heard from his mother to Han Yunjin. After listening to Lei Jun, Han Yunjin fell silent for a long time. In the end, he said, "Even if they know I'm the culprit because of my soul pearl in Dugu Wen's spatial ring, it's not enough to prove anything. I know. However, I'm worried about my soul pearl. They managed to identify your soul pearl because of Wen Wan'er. They didn't recognize my soul pearl, but who can guarantee they won't find out it's my soul pearl in the future? So what, even if they identify your soul pearl, it's insufficient to prove that you're the culprit," Han Yunjin said nonchalantly, clearly unafraid. "Han Yunjin, we're in different situations," Lei Jun said, "based on how much junior sister Huaner cares about Duan Ling Tian. If she finds out the soul pearl belongs to me, she definitely won't accept me even if Duan Ling Tian dies. Therefore, she can never find out the soul pearl belongs to me." Han Yunjin said in a leisurely tone, all right. So in the end it's all for a woman. Don't worry, I'll help you kill him during our life or death battle." After a moment, he asked, "Hey, since they failed the assassination attempt, will Dugu Wu return us the price we paid?" "You're dreaming," Lei Jun said with a sneer. "Do you really think that's possible? Put aside the fact that the treasures we used to hire them were probably with Dugu Wen and were probably taken away by someone else after he was killed. Even if the treasures were with Dugu Wu, do you really think he'll return them to us now that Dugu Wen is dead? If you dare ask him for a refund, he'll probably kill you in a fit of rage." Han Yunjin was frightened by Lei Jun's words. After a moment, he said with a sour expression, "If that's the case, we shouldn't ask for a refund. However, we still need to find out if he's still going to continue with the mission." Upon hearing this, Lei Jun reminded, "I think it's best you wait for some time to pass before you head out. Shu Lang already suspects you. If I have to wait, it'd probably be the time for my life or death battle with Duan Ling Tian. If that's the case, what's the point of us hiring an assassin?" Han Yun said in a deep voice. "We have no choice. Don't act rashly unless you have a death wish. If Shu Lang finds evidence that you met Dugu Wu, it's over for you. That's all the evidence they need. Colluding with outsiders to harm fellow members of the Heavenly Pool Palace is a heavy crime. If you're convicted, even your master, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, won't be able to help you." Lei Jun said icily. Naturally, he did not care about Han Yunjin's well-being. He was only worried he would be implicated if Han Yunjin acted rashly. If Han Yunjin was caught, it was not impossible for Han Yunjin to sell him out in exchange for a lighter punishment. Moreover, he was also worried that his soul pearl would be identified. Han Yunjin mulled over Lei Jun's words before he said, "I know what to do. I won't act unless I'm 100% confident I won't be discovered." Han Yunjin discovered that every time he planned to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, Shu Lang's disciples would be nearby, keeping an eye on him. Apart from Wen Wanner and Shu Lang's first disciple, it seemed like all of Shu Lang's prodigious disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, were taking turns keeping an eye on him. With this, he naturally did not dare to leave. In the end, he could only give up. After all, at this time, the life or death battle was just a little more than 2 months away. Although Han Yunjin had given up on meeting Dugu Wu, Shu Lang and his prodigious disciples did not stop keeping an eye on him. During the last 2 months before the battle, it was only Hu Mei, Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei were the only ones left keeping an eye on him, leaving Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. Although they were confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength and knew he had extraordinary means to defeat his opponents, Duan Ling Tian could hardly bring out the named dragons during the battle, after all. Therefore, they wanted him to continue cultivating his godly image phenomenon to increase his strength so that he would be able to face Han Yunjin in peak condition. Finally, the day of Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin's life or death battle arrived. A huge crowd had already formed at the Prodigy Arena early in the morning. Many of them were disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had come early to secure themselves a good seat. The day of the battle between the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's strongest disciple, Han Yunjin, and the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor's 7th prodigious disciple, Duan Ling Tian, is finally here. Duan Ling Tian is an up-and-coming star of the Heavenly Palace. Although he's not even 300 years old, he's already incredibly powerful. Since he dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death battle, he must have tricks up his sleeve. That's not necessarily true. I was there when he challenged Han Yunjin. He might have only done it to intimidate Han Yunjin and didn't expect Han Yunjin to accept the challenge. In the end, he was left with no choice but to continue on with what he had started. Well, it doesn't matter. Soon enough we'll be able to see who's the stronger one between the two of them. Hey, it seems like they're taking bets. Let's place a bet as well. Although Han Yunjin's odds are lower, I'll bet on him. I agree. I'm betting on him as well. Before the main stars of the battle arrived, there was already a huge buzz of activities around and in the Prodigy Arena. Chapter 3305 Wu Quan's Speculations. Many people were shocked when Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin decided to enter a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender 3 years ago. However, despite their shock, all of them were eagerly waiting for the day of the battle. 3 years passed by quickly in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. Even closed-door cultivations lasted much longer than that. Duan Ling Tian's battle with Han Yunjin, unsurprisingly, gained more attention compared to his battle with Fan Qi. One of the reasons was the opponent being Han Yunjin, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Another reason is Han Yunjin's opponent, Duan Ling Tian, who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago. Not only was Duan Ling Tian a new disciple, but he was not even 300 years ago. He was less than half of Han Yunjin's age. Could he really win against Han Yunjin? 6th junior brother, how many bets have you received? Ouyang Chi Fei could not help but ask as he stood at the side watching Hong Fei receiving bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. It's not too bad. So far, I've collected a little more than 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals, Hong Fei replied with a grin. He was extremely glad he decided to come to the Prodigy Arena earlier with his 5th senior brother. Otherwise, he would not have been able to receive bets from so many people. In fact, Hong Fei was not the only one who was taking bets for the battle. However, unlike the others, he only accepted those who bet on Han Yunjin and refused to accept bets from those who thought his little junior brother would win. Since the payout he was giving if Han Yunjin won was rather high compared to the others, many people who wanted to bet on Han Yunjin would place their bets with him. After some time had passed, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Chi Fei. I've received more than 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals now. Ouyang Chi Fei said bluntly, I want 20% of the profit. 5th senior brother, how can you be so shameless? You didn't even do anything, but you want 20% of the profit. This isn't fair, Hong Fei exclaimed indignantly. How can you say I didn't even do anything? Am I not standing next to you, guarding you and the celestial crystals in your possession? Ouyang Chi Feng said with a straight face. Hong Fei was rendered speechless by these words. After a beat, he said, 5th senior brother, how come I didn't realize you're so shameless until now? Let me tell you this, I'm planning to give little junior brother half of these celestial crystals. You can ask for your 20% from him. Xianxia remained unfazed as he said, "It's rare for you to be so generous. Since you're giving half to little junior brother, he should keep his half of the profit. I'll just take 10% of your half." Hong Fei could not refute Xianxia's words. He only continued to receive bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. Soon enough, he collected more than 2 million royal-grade celestial crystals. In fact, he was close to hitting the 3 million mark. Heaven-grade forces, naturally, owned many royal-grade celestial crystals. Therefore, they would give their disciples royal-grade celestial crystals every once in a while. They would also earn celestial crystals by accepting missions like hunting celestial beasts or trading with each other. Just when Hong Fei was about to hit the 5 million mark, he began to receive a lot of attention. Is that Hong Fei, Shu Lang's sixth prodigious disciple? He's Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, right? What's he doing? He's refusing those who want to bet on Duan Ling Tian and is only taking bets from those who bet against Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the payout he's giving is much higher compared to the others. Just how much confidence does he have in Duan Ling Tian? It seems like he doesn't doubt Duan Ling Tian would win. Hey, isn't this like insider trading? In any case, there are many people placing bets with him. Based on this, you can see the majority of the people think Han Yunjin will definitely win. However, as Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, his understanding of Duan Ling Tian is better than ours. Is it really possible that Duan Ling Tian might win? I'm going to try my luck betting on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Xianxia looked at Hong Fei meaningfully as he said through voice transmission, "Sixth junior brother, it's time to stop. What if Han Yunjin becomes frightened and refuses to fight?" Hong Fei chuckled and decided to listen to Xianxia. He said to those around him, "I won't be accepting any more bets. Junior brothers, I can only accept this many bets. If I accept any more, I won't be able to make the payout if Han Yunjin wins." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, many people felt like vomiting blood. So he's taking these bets not because he's confident that Duan Ling Tian would win. It seems like he's just doing this as a form of support to Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he being too extravagant? I think he has accepted roughly 4 or 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals in bets. Even if his payout weren't high, he would still need to fork out about 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins. I've heard that Shu Lang's sixth prodigious disciple comes from a wealthy clan. It seems like he's the only son of the clan leader. He can afford to be so extravagant with such a background. That's right, I also heard the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor only accepted him for his grandfather's sake. Otherwise, with his talent, how could he catch the eye of Lord Shu Lang? He's really wealthy. Comparisons are really hateful. In the end, almost everyone thought Duan Ling Tian, who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, stood a chance of defeating Han Yunjin, who had long established his status as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the bets were just a small matter, Han Yunjin, who had yet to arrive at the Prodigy Arena, had already heard about it. "Senior brother, do you think Lord Shu Lang's sixth prodigious disciple dares to accept the bets because he doesn't think you'll be able to win?" Among the profound heaven celestial emperor's prodigious disciples, Wu Quan, his third disciple, was the most intelligent. Even his senior brother, Han Yunjin, would listen to him sometimes. Wu Quan said solemnly, "Senior brother, it's possible they're trying to intimidate you into backing out, but I can't help but think there's something strange about this." In fact, Han Yunjin had confided in Wu Quan and told him that he had hired 2 titled celestial emperors to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, Han Yunjin had also complained that he was unable to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate to meet Dugu Wu. He had a feeling that Shu Lang's prodigious disciples were not trying to gather evidence or catch Han Yunjin in the act. He was inclined to believe Shu Lang's prodigious disciples were trying to prevent Han Yunjin from meeting Dugu Wu. Perhaps, Shu Lang's prodigious disciples were worried Han Yunjin would discover something if Han Yunjin met Dugu Wu. Although these were only his speculations, he was rather certain he was right. "Why, third junior brother, is your confidence in me really so lacking?" Han Yunjin asked with a smile. "It's not that, senior brother. I just find the entire matter strange. On the surface, it seems like Shu Lang and his prodigious disciples are trying to gather evidence and catch you in the act. However, I can't help thinking they're actually trying to prevent you from meeting Dugu Wu. Otherwise, why would they make it so obvious that they're watching you?" Wu Quan said worriedly. At this moment, a young man dressed like a scholar and was holding a fan said, third junior brother, you're overthinking things. This young man was Zhao Ji, the profound heaven celestial emperor's second prodigious disciple, Han Yunjin's second junior brother, and Wu Quan's second senior brother. Among the profound heaven celestial emperor's prodigious disciples, his strength was only second to Han Yunjin. Zhao Ji shook his head as he continued to say, "You're too paranoid. How many times did you misjudge a situation in the past? I think you're wrong again this time. Everyone knows Duan Ling Tian is human and isn't even 300 years old. Do you really think someone like that is capable of defeating eldest senior brother? Moreover, during the battle, one can only rely on one's strength, and external items, including celestial weapons, are prohibited. What tricks can he play? Nevertheless, I think it's better to be safe than sorry," Wu Quan said with a slight frown on his face. Indeed, he had misjudged many situations in the past. However, this matter was of utmost importance, it concerned his eldest senior brother's life. Therefore, he thought it was imperative they proceeded with caution. "Third junior brother," Han Yunjin said with a smile, "I appreciate your concern, but you know I'd be humiliated and my reputation would be tarnished if I back out of the battle today. Unless you're absolutely certain, I can't risk my reputation based on your speculations alone. If my reputation is tarnished, the other heaven-grade forces will hear about this and look down on me. Although I'm not someone who prioritizes reputation over life, I'm determined to fight Duan Ling Tian since my chances of winning are incredibly high." His eyes glinted with a vicious light at the end of his sentence. "Senior brother," Wu Quan said with a sigh, "of course the decision is up to you. I understand that you're in a difficult spot as well, and I can't guarantee that my speculations are 100% correct." Han Yunjin nodded. His eyes glinted coldly as he said with a faint smile on his face, "Let's go to the Prodigy Arena." Chapter 3306 The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. A huge crowd had gathered in the Prodigy Arena. From afar, one could only see a sea of heads. At this moment, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion was already waiting in the battle ring with his eyes closed. Many people were still swarming to the Prodigy Arena at this time. It seemed like there was an endless stream of spectators coming to the arena. "That's the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Sima Yu. Among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he's only ranked behind the top 5 prodigious disciples. I didn't expect he'd come to watch the battle as well." The first disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Sima Yu, was a young man dressed in a simple robe and carried a zither on his back. He had become a 10 Directions Celestial Lord before he reached the age of 1000. Apart from that, he had also comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage. In the past, he had fought Han Yunjin and managed to exchange more than 100 moves before he was defeated. Most importantly, he is only a Celestial Lord. Many people think he'll have no problem defeating Han Yunjin once he becomes a Celestial Emperor. That's right, I wonder when he'll have a breakthrough. It's really exciting. He must be really interested in Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin's battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Sima Yu caught many people's attention as soon as he arrived. After all, he was only second to the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This meant that he was the top 6th prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace, outsiders were only aware of the top 5 prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unless he defeated Han Yunjin and replaced Han Yunjin as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would only be known in the Heavenly Pool Palace. "Lu Baifeng is here." These words caught everyone's attention as soon as they were spoken. Soon enough, a woman dressed in a black loose and long robe that hid her figure and a hat that hid her face appeared. This woman's arrival caused another uproar because not only was she one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, but she was also the only female among them. Nevertheless, she was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3 among the top 5 prodigious disciples. Her talent and aptitude put many men to shame. She had also defeated Han Yunjin before. She was the disciple of the Yuhan Celestial Emperor, one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. "I didn't think Lu Baifeng would come. Not only is Lu Baifeng powerful, but she's the Yuhan Celestial Emperor's first disciple. However, she rarely shows herself in public. I didn't expect her to be interested in the battle today. It seems like many people are interested in today's battle. I wonder if any of the titled Celestial Emperors will show up. I heard a few titled Celestial Emperors showed up 3 years ago when Duan Ling Tian fought Fan Qi. Two titled Celestial Emperors came because the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came at that time because he was worried about Duan Ling Tian. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor came to stop the Verdant Prairie Celestial from intervening in Duan Ling Tian. Fan Qi's life or death battle. In another one of Duan Ling Tian's battles, apart from the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, the Merciless Celestial Emperor showed up as well. Those two battles had special circumstances. That was why the titled Celestial Emperors showed up. If there's nothing wrong with today's battle, I don't think any of the titled Celestial Emperors would come. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3. The 3 strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor, and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Following that, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and another titled Celestial Emperor were ranked behind them. The weakest among them was the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. After Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng's arrival, many other prodigious disciples of the various titled Celestial Emperors came as well. Nevertheless, the commotion they caused was not as big as the commotion Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng's arrival had caused until another young man showed up. The young man was dressed in a gray robe, and a gourd and a long rod hung from his waist. His messy hair that hung over his shoulders made him look unkempt. Many people's eyes brightened as soon as they saw him. It is Sun Xing. Even Sun Xing came. Sun Xing is the first and only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Apparently, he was once taught by Yang Jian, the Jade Emperor Heaven's 3-eyed Celestial Emperor. He's the most powerful among the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even Lu Baifeng and Lu Ji aren't a match for him. I heard that Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's true form is a Howling Heaven Celestial dog that stayed by the side of the Jade Emperor Heaven's 3-eyed Celestial Emperor. I wonder if this is true. I'm not sure. However, there's no doubt that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is a celestial beast. Many people have confirmed this. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was one of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. His strength was on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. However, the ranking was not especially accurate. This was because since he had joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, he had only battled and defeated the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, no one had seen him fight. For this reason, he was only ranked above the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. With Sun Xing here, 3 of the top 5 prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace are here. I think at least 4 out of the top 5 prodigious disciples would be here. Don't forget that Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother is Lu Ji. It's likely that Lu Ji will come. At this moment, 5 people appeared in the prodigy arena. There was a purple-clad young man standing in the middle while a white-clad young woman who was wearing a veil held onto his arm. The veil could hardly conceal the young woman's beauty. Next to the white-clad woman was a young woman who looked gentle and warm. At the far end, there was a stunning young woman with a captivating figure who was dressed in a tight robe. A young man with a cold and determined expression on his face flew next to her. These 5 people's arrival caused an even bigger commotion than the ones before. It's 4 of Lord Shu Lang's prodigious disciples and Pavilion Master Lei Ying's newest prodigious disciple. The one in the middle is Lord Shu Lang's 7th disciple, Duan Ling Tian, right? He's the one fighting the life or death battle today, right? The other young man in the group with a cold expression must be Lu Ji, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength is on par with Lu Baifeng and is only second to Sun Xing. The other 2 young women are Hu Mei and Wen Waner. Both of them are Shu Lang's prodigious disciples as well. Among these 5 people, Duan Ling Tian garnered the most attention even though Lu Ji was more famous. After all, Duan Ling Tian was one of the main characters of today's battle. At this moment, Ouyang Qifei and Hong Fei called out, "Little junior brother." Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the number of people who had come to watch the battle. He did not expect so many people to turn up. When he returned to his senses, he responded, "6th senior brother, 5th senior brother." Duan Ling Tian did not know Hong Fei and Ouyang Qifei had arrived early in the prodigy arena. Hu Mei tried looking for the duo before they left but could not find the duo. Hong Fei said with a grin, "Little junior brother, I have a surprise for you after you kill Han Yunjin." A surprise? Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. Then, he asked, Somewhat embarrassed, "Did you prepare a gift for me, sixth senior brother?" "You can see for yourself later," Hong Fei said mysteriously. Meanwhile, Hu Mei, who was looking around the prodigy arena, said, "Han Yunjin is still not here. Is he frightened and decided not to show up? If he doesn't show up, he probably has to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, he'd only be a laughingstock here," Hong Fei said as he laughed. Then, he turned to Wen Wanner and said, "Fourth senior sister, just watch how our little junior brother avenges you." "All right," Wen Wanner said softly. However, a hint of hatred could be seen in her eyes when Han Yunjin was mentioned. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Huaner and his seniors before he flew into the battle ring. Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. He had a good impression of this elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded with a smile. At the same time, he asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Are you confident?" Although the elder had no enmity with Han Yunjin, he despised Han Yunjin's actions. Therefore, he was rooting for Duan Ling Tian to win. "Elder, you'll just have to watch and see," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, clearly confident. The elder was puzzled. He could not figure out the source of Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Meanwhile, many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and discussed among themselves. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian had a death wish. Duan Ling Tian only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago, but he has caused so many commotions. Nevertheless, I don't think there's anyone in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace who progressed as fast as he does. Regardless, it's going to be tough for someone who's not even 300 years old to defeat, let alone kill, Han Yunjin. I wonder how long he'll be able to last. If I were him, I wouldn't show up even if it meant my reputation would be tarnished. Considering his age, it's an amazing feat that he managed to kill Fan Qi. No one would have thought worse of him if he didn't show up. After all, Han Yunjin was nowhere as talented as him when Han Yunjin was his age. Chapter 3307 The First Round. All of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples thought Han Yunjin would arrive first considering he had the upper hand in the battle that was about to take place. Who knew Duan Ling Tian, the prodigious disciple who was not even 300 years old and had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago, would show up first? After greeting the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, he closed his eyes and waited for the battle to start. His expressionless face showed that he did not feel any pressure and that today was no different from any other day. Duan Ling Tian seems really confident. Maybe he's unaware of Han Yunjin's strength. Not only is Han Yunjin a celestial emperor, but he has also comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Moreover, I heard he has begun learning how to fuse his profundities. Based on Duan Ling Tian's movements, it seems like he's just a 5-element celestial lord. For someone who's not even 300 years old to become a 5-element celestial lord and comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no doubt that Duan Ling Tian's talent and aptitude are heaven-defying. In fact, I dare say there's no prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace who has his innate talent. It's just a pity that he's foolish and agrees to a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin. Perhaps he had gotten arrogant after killing Fan Qi 3 years ago. The Heavenly Pool Palace disciples were busy discussing among themselves when 3 figures appeared in the distance. These 3 figures instantly caught their attention. Han Yunjin is here. He's here rather early. He seems rather confident, as expected of one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if he's here early, he's not as early as Duan Ling Tian. There's no point mentioning Duan Ling Tian. He's just seeking death. The 3 newcomers were Han Yunjin, his second junior brother, Zhao Jilai, and his third junior brother, Wu Quan. Normally, Zhao Jilai and Wu Quan would draw attention whenever they went out. However, their presence today was eclipsed by the battle and 2 main characters for today. He came even earlier than I did. Han Yunjin sneered inwardly when he saw the purple figure standing in the battle ring. The killing intent in the depths of his eyes intensified at once. Han Yunjin. At this time, Han Yunjin heard a familiar voice in his mind. It was none other than Lei Jun, the only son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. Lei Jun had arrived a while ago and hid among the crowd. Upon seeing Han Yunjin, he reminded Han Yunjin through voice transmission. "Be careful, you should go all out as soon as the battle starts and kill him with one move if you can. I have a feeling that Duan Ling Tian has some tricks up his sleeve. After all, He dares to enter a life-or-death battle with you. Lei Jun, I don't need your reminder, Han Yunjin said indifferently. Even a lion wouldn't hold back when hunting a rabbit. I won't even give him a shred of hope. I'll send him to the pit of despair and kill him. Good. Lei Jun looked at the purple figure in the battle ring with a grim expression on his face. In the past, he had thought he could easily crush this young man who was not even 300 years old. He did not expect the young man would be as strong as him, based on the power the young man had shown. If the young man was allowed to continue to grow, he would not be able to compete with the young man at all. Junior sister Huaner, you're mine. I'm the only one worthy of you, Lei Jun thought to himself as he shifted his eyes to a woman standing next to Shu Lang's prodigious disciples. She was dressed in all white, and her face was hidden by a veil. Nevertheless, the veil could barely conceal her beauty. While Lei Jun was looking at Huaner in a daze, Han Yunjin appeared in the battle ring in just a blink of an eye. After he took his place across from Duan Lingtian, he said, Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to show up. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He stretched his limbs and yawned before he lazily said, Oh, you're here. I thought you didn't dare to show up. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he said, I should be saying that to you. Stop talking nonsense and make a move already if you want to kill me. Huaner's waiting for me to return and cultivate. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Lei Jun who was hidden among the crowd. He could clearly see the killing intent in Lei Jun's eyes. He thought to himself ruefully, it won't be easy for me to kill Lei Jun after today's battle. Duan Lingtian knew once he killed Han Yunjin, he would not be able to hide his strength any longer. If he challenged Lei Jun to a fight, there was no way Lei Jun would accept it. Lei Jun would only secretly scheme to kill him. Outside of a sanctioned life-or-death battle, it would be difficult for him to kill Lei Jun in the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Lei Jun was the only son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. If he killed Lei Jun without a legitimate reason, not only would he incur the wrath of Lei Ying, but he risked defending the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. At that time, even his teacher, Shu Lang, would have a hard time defending him. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder announced, as agreed upon 3 years ago, today's battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin is a life-or-death battle without the option to surrender. The battle will only end once one of them dies. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two opponents in the battle ring. The tension between the two kept rising, and it was palpable. Although they were not in the battle ring, they could keenly feel the tension in the air. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, flames surged out of his body immediately. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yunjin shot toward Duan Lingtian like a ball of flames, leaving flames in his wake. He charged fiercely toward Duan Lingtian like an enraged beast. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Han Yunjin fiercely charging at him. With just a thought, he manifested the pine willow divine tree using the godly image phenomenon. After that, he borrowed the power of the clear heavens divine wood as well. The energy of the sixth form clear heavens divine wood surged into the pine willow divine tree. With this, the pine willow divine tree seemed to solidify into being. As the pine willow divine tree kept growing, it cast a shadow over Han Yunjin who had yet to get close to Duan Lingtian. By the time he drew close, Duan Lingtian was almost completely covered by the pine willow divine tree. At this time, Duan Lingtian used the branches from the pine willow divine tree and whipped them at Han Yunjin. Their movements were swift and powerful as they moved toward the fiery beast that was Han Yunjin. A series of explosions rang in the air when the two opponents collided. Soon after, Han Yunjin, who was still shrouded in flames, was forced to retreat under the fierce attacks. Nevertheless, he did not suffer any injuries. Just like that, the first round was over with no one gaining the upper hand. The energy from the collision rolled out in all directions, stirring up violent wind and causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. When the dust settled, one could see cracks on the ground where Han Yunjin stood. It should be noted that the Heavenly Pool Palace had used unique materials and spent a lot of effort to build the battle ring. To leave a mark in the battle ring, one had to be incredibly powerful. The pine willow divine tree. After retreating, Han Yunjin's expression changed drastically when he saw the pine willow divine tree in front of him. Why you managed to manifest the godly image phenomenon's pine willow divine tree by using my junior brother's dead body. Now that I think of it, I really have to thank him. Duan Ling Tian's mocking voice rang from within the tree. If it weren't for him, I might not be able to win today's battle. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, the branches from the tree continued to move as though they were provoking Han Yunjin. Meanwhile, the onlookers finally regained their senses at this moment. Duan Ling Tian mastered the godly image phenomenon. Isn't he too lucky? Where did he learn it? I had been thinking about this for some time. Although Fan Chi managed to last longer in the battle after reverting to his true form, he was still defeated moments later. He should be much stronger in his true form, and yet Duan Ling Tian easily killed him. In hindsight, Duan Ling Tian must have mastered some special technique that could overpower Fan Chi. It seems like he obtained the manifestation of the Pine Willow Divine Tree from Fan Chi. As it turns out, Fan Chi's death only increased Duan Ling Tian's strength. The onlookers could not help but be impressed by the sight before their eyes. Even Sima Yu, Lu Baifeng, and Sun Xing's eyes brightened when they saw Duan Ling Tian using the godly image phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian is really amazing, Sima Yu muttered to himself. Lu Baifeng did not say anything. However, her eyes indicated she was not as calm she seemed. Interesting. Sun Xing, who had seemed disinterested and lazy, looked as though he was in a much better mood as well. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think you'll be able to beat just because you can manifest the Pine Willow Divine Tree using the godly image phenomenon? Han Yunjin sneered and said contemptuously, I'll teach you a lesson today. You'll see that even if you've mastered the godly image phenomenon and comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, they still won't be able to make up the difference between a celestial lord and a celestial emperor. Chapter 3308, The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. We'll see. Duan Ling Tian remained unruffled by Han Yunjin's threats. On the contrary, Han Yunjin was further enraged by Duan Ling Tian's indifference. He began moving again, shrouded by flames. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian, who was now protected by the manifestation of the Pine Willow Divine Tree from the godly image phenomenon. The flames on Han Yunjin's body surged out and split into 10 balls of flames before falling toward Duan Ling Tian and the Pine Willow Divine Tree like a shower of meteorites. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian began to wave the branches from the Pine Willow Divine Tree again. However, whenever the flames touched the branches, they erupted in flames immediately. The flames seemed to be highly flammable and spread swiftly. In just a moment, the flames had already spread to the trunk of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples' eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this. Impressive. I've long heard the rumor that senior brother Han Yunjin managed to fuse his law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosive profundity. It seems like the rumor is true. The move he used earlier is a perfect fusion of the two profundities. That's right, although he hasn't completely mastered fusing profundities, the effect is already very impressive. Wow, he is so powerful. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples were impressed by Han Yunjin's move, Sima Yu, the plainly dressed young man carrying a zither on his back, shook his head and sighed. I thought my strength was, at least, on par with Han Yunjin. I didn't expect him to have fused law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosive profundity. Even if I'm a celestial emperor now, I still won't be able to defeat him. Despite his thoughts, Sima Yu did not seem defeated. Instead, his eyes glinted with determination. He grew even more motivated by this discovery. Han Yunjin managed to fuse two profundities. Lu Baifeng was slightly taken aback as well. She, along with Lu Ji and another prodigious disciple, managed to rank in the top 3 among the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace because she had managed to fuse two profundities. Although it could be seen that the fusion was not perfect, it was not hard to see that Han Yunjin would be able to perfect the fusion between the explosion profundity and the corrosive profundity soon. Han Yunjin improved so much. Even Lu Ji, Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother, was slightly taken back. In fact, he seemed slightly impressed as well. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Hong Fei's confidence in Duan Ling Tian did not waver. He said, so what? He hasn't even perfected the fusion. I'm sure little junior brother isn't afraid of him. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder was slightly anxious as he saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree being burned by the flames. On the contrary, a confident and victorious smile appeared on Han Yunjin's face as he watched the burning Pine Willow Divine Tree. A soft noise rang in the air at this moment. Following that, an energy as gentle as water surged out of the trunk of the Pine Willow Divine Tree from the godly image phenomenon, returning the charred branches to their previous states. As the energy flowed into the branches, not only did it heal them, but it began to put out the fire as well. What? The onlookers watched with their mouths agape, dumbfounded. Fire clearly trumps wood, we could see that earlier. What's with this sudden turn? Why is the godly image phenomenon's pine willow divine tree so strong? It seems like the water-like energy is putting out the fire. Although they could see the fire was being extinguished, they could really see the details. Duan Lingtian had discovered earlier that it would be difficult for him to defeat Han Yunjin just by relying on the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon and the strength from the clear heaven's divine wood. In fact, there was a chance that he might be defeated. Hence, he decisively borrowed the strength from the world-cleansing divine water. As the law of the universe dictated, just like fire trumped wood, water trumped fire. Although the world-cleansing divine water could not unleash as much power as the clear heaven's divine wood in order to hide its presence, it was still sufficient for Duan Lingtian to turn the tide of the battle. How's this possible? Han Yunjin was dumbfounded. This turn was completely out of his expectations. Kill him now. The Chaos Divine Earth's childlike voice rang in Duan Lingtian's little world at this moment. Then, it quickly sent its energy into the manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. With that, as though it had been given a boost, the pine willow divine tree that was the size of a hill earlier grew to the size of a mountain in just an instant. The branches from the pine willow divine tree were now thicker. They formed a cage around Han Yunjin, trapping him inside. Restraining profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to aid the branches in restraining Han Yunjin. With the Chaos Divine Earth's strength, he knew the battle was coming to an end soon. There was no need for him to hold back now. Do you really think it's so easy to kill me? When Han Yunjin returned to his senses, his gaze turned icy. As the flames on his body surged and burned hotter than before. In just a moment, the restraining energy from the law of space's restraining profundity was shattered by the growing flames. The speed of the growing flames seemed to have slowed down after breaking the restraint, but it did not stop growing until it was stopped by the branches that had formed a cage. Do you think these can hold me? The man shrouded in flames reached out and grabbed the branches to pull them apart. However, he soon discovered that even if he managed to destroy the branches, they would quickly regenerate. Was this not the law of wood's regenerative ability? How's this possible? How can your manifestation of the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon contain the regenerative skill from the law of wood? Han Yunjin could not conceal the shock and disbelief in his voice. He discovered that it was useless to pull the branches apart or burn them, they only kept regenerating. At the same time, the cage began to shrink. As a result, the surging flames grew smaller and smaller. Needless to say, the onlookers were equally shocked. The pine willow divine tree's branches grew stronger and stronger as they restrained Han Yunjin. In fact, they seemed indestructible. No matter how hard Han Yunjin struggled, he could not break free at all. It did not take long before the flames died off, and Han Yunjin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his energy was weak. It was clear that his life was hanging on a thread. The onlookers wore varying expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was going to win. All Duan Lingtian needed to do now was deal the killing blow. It was a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender after all. The battle would not end until one of them died. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Han Yunjin knew he could no longer turn the tide of the battle. An expression of despair appeared on his face as he said, I, Han Yunjin, am going to die in the hands of a man who's not even 300 years old. What a joke. This must be the first time in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a celestial lord to kill a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian only scoffed. The pine willow divine tree moved at this moment, ready to deal the killing blow. At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt an oppressive energy locking onto him. He could somehow feel that if he landed the killing blow, he would be instantly killed. Suddenly, an ancient and hoarse voice rang in the air. Young man, you should know when to stop. Soon enough, an old man dressed in a Taoist robe appeared. He had a full head of white hair and long white eyebrows. However, his face was rather young. All these combined made him look like an immortal sage. Master. Han Yunjin smiled pitifully when he saw the newcomer. I've embarrassed you, Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Based on the way Han Yunjin addressed the newcomer, it was clear the old man was the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the strongest titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This was his first time seeing the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Needless to say, the arrival of the profound heaven celestial emperor caused an uproar among the onlookers. The profound heaven celestial emperor is here. Since he's here, it seems like Han Yun-jin won't die today. Isn't that against the rules? It is a life or death battle without the option to surrender after all. Is it really going to intervene? It's an insult to those who died in this kind of battle. What rules? The titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace made these rules. That's right, not only is he a titled celestial emperor, but he's one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Although most people did not think it was right for the profound heaven celestial emperor to intervene, they did not dare to voice out their dissatisfaction. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned frosty as he stared at the profound heaven celestial emperor from a distance. He said in a low voice, "Senior, I'm fighting a life or death battle with no option to surrender with Han Yun-jin. The sword trial pavilion can stand witness to the legitimacy of the battle. Isn't it against the rule for you to intervene?" Chapter 3309 The Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lu Ji, his second senior brother, stepped forward and solemnly said, "Senior Zhan Tian, everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace has long known about this battle. If you don't want Han Yun-jin to die, you should have stopped him from challenging my little junior brother in the first place. You could have even stopped him from showing up in the Prodigy Arena today. However, you waited until he's about to intervene. Don't you think it's inappropriate?" His expression turned grave at the end of his words. Although the others did not speak up, all of them looked at the profound heaven celestial emperor with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The old man glanced at Duan Ling Tian briefly before he raised his hand and rescued Han Yun-jin. At this moment, the sword trial pavilion elder cupped his fists together and said, "My lord, the sword trial pavilion is the judge of today's battle. If Duan Ling Tian were the ones defeated today, I don't think you would have intervened, right?" Although a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes, he mustered all his courage to speak up. "Did I allow you to speak?" The old man looked at the elder indifferently as a powerful energy shot out and pushed the elder back, causing the elder to stumble. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood immediately, and his energy visibly weakened. The Heavenly Pool Palace disciples gasped. They whispered among themselves fervently. Although they disagreed with the profound heaven celestial emperor's actions, there was nothing they could say or do. It seems like the profound heaven celestial emperor is determined to save his disciple. Han Yun-jin has been his disciple for a very long time, right? Moreover, he's the profound heaven celestial emperor's most outstanding disciple. It's not surprising that the profound heaven celestial emperor couldn't stand and watch him die. The profound heaven celestial emperor is too arrogant. Well, the profound heaven celestial emperor has the strength to be arrogant. At this moment when everyone thought Han Yun-jin would be able to keep his life. "Zhan Tian, since it's a life or death battle, you shouldn't intervene." A voice echoed from the distance. It was hard to discern if it was a man or woman's voice. However, there's no doubt the person who spoke was drawing closer. Upon hearing the voice, the old man's expression changed slightly. Then, he cupped his fists together and bowed in the air. "Greetings, Palace Master." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distance. The 2 figures at the back belonged to Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, and Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. The person in the lead was a dignified middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion dressed in a long white robe. This man was none other than Yufeng Yu, the first trial celestial emperor. He was also the strongest titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was said that even if the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor joined forces, they were still not a match for him. Although this was not confirmed, based on the profound heaven celestial emperor's reaction now, it was possible there was a grain of truth in the rumor. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he first saw Shu Lang. After a moment, he figured Shu Lang must have predicted that the profound heaven celestial emperor would intervene. Shu Lang must have looked for the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace with Lei Ying before inviting the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace here. "Greetings, Palace Master." After the profound heaven celestial emperor bowed and greeted Yufeng Yu, everyone followed suit and greeted him. Many of them were excited as though they had just seen their idol. After all, it was their first time seeing the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. "I didn't expect to be able to see our Palace Master today." After joining the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 1,000 years, this is the first time I'm seeing the palace master. What's so great about 1,000 years? I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 4,000 years, and this is also my first time seeing the palace master. So, should we be grateful to Duan Ling Tian and Han Yun Jin for this opportunity? No, you should be thankful to the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. If he didn't intervene, we wouldn't be able to see the palace master today. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu looked at Zhan Tian, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and calmly asked, Zhan Tian, do you have any objections to the words I said? Despite the calmness of his voice, it was filled with unmistakable authority. It made one feel as though they could not defy him. The old man inhaled deeply before he solemnly replied, since the palace master has spoken, I've no other objection. After that, he cupped his fists together at Yu Fengyu before he said again, Palace master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Yu Fengyu nodded slightly, Zhan Tian seemed to turn into a streak of light before he vanished in front of everyone's eyes. Following that, Yu Fengyu shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian after he glanced at the despairing Han Yun Jin. You're Duan Ling Tian. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, he glanced at Shu Lang and said, Shu Lang, you're lucky to have such a talented student. Palace master. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response to Yu Fengyu. Since this is a life or death battle, leave the prodigy arena only after the life or death has been decided. Yu Fengyu left in a blink of an eye after leaving these words behind. Shu Lang and Lei Ying did not stay as well and soon left. After Yu Fengyu left, the awestruck disciples could not help but gush about him. The palace master is so cool. He made the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor leave in just a sentence. That's a matter of course. The palace master is the master of a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven's boundless territory. Not only did he fuse a few 2 profundity fusions, but he has also fused 3 profundities. He's not inferior to the top-titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is strong, but he's no match for the palace master. The disciples were still excitedly discussing Yu Fengyu when a miserable cry caught their attention. Duan Ling Tian was staring coldly at Han Yun Jin, who was restrained by the branches of the pine willow divine tree at this moment. With just a thought, the branches tightened themselves around Han Yun Jin, killing him. Eldest senior brother. Zhao Ji Lai and Wu Quan cried in unison with grim expressions on their faces. They had been relieved when their master showed up, certain that their eldest senior brother would live. Who knew the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor would invite the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace over? With the palace master's presence, how could their master do anything? However, despite being mentally prepared, they were still deeply affected by Han Yun Jin's death. Although Han Yun Jin was a bully to outsiders and was despicable in some of his actions, he had always been good to his people. Therefore, there were people who genuinely mourned his death. It's finally over. The Heavenly Pool Palace disciples felt chills running up their spines as they watched Duan Ling Tian kill Han Yun Jin. When they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with horrified expressions on their faces. Is Duan Ling Tian really just a 5-element celestial lord? How can a 5-element celestial lord kill a celestial emperor who had comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage and fused the explosion profundity and the corrosive profundity? I'd never believe it if I didn't witness it with my eyes. That's right, who would have thought that with such a huge gap between their cultivation bases, he's still able to kill Han Yun Jin? Hey, doesn't this mean that Duan Ling Tian has now replaced Han Yun Jin as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Wow, with this, 2 of Shu Lang's prodigious disciples are 2 of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The verdant prairie celestial emperor is really a winner in life. Not only is his daughter monstrously talented, but his 2 prodigious disciples are monstrously talented as well. Upon hearing the conversations in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian was even more eager to meet his eldest senior sister. I wonder what eldest senior sister is like. All Duan Ling Tian knew about his eldest senior sister so far was that she was incredibly protective of her juniors, but she would tease them and complain about them being useless and talented. Most importantly, it was said that her strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, who was standing behind a group of disciples, scoffed as he watched as Duan Ling Tian returned to Huaner and his senior's sides. His gaze turned colder when he saw the woman he yearned for holding on to Duan Ling Tian's arms. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It seems like it's going to be difficult to get rid of him. I should lay low first. If Dubu Wu doesn't complete the mission, I'll have to think of another way to kill him. Chapter 33:10 His home planet, Earth. Brother Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian left the prodigy arena, he discovered something was amiss with Huaner. He knew what was on her mind, so he sent her a voice transmission to reassure her. Huaner, don't worry, I'll find a way to investigate the location of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousands Chains prison. When Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared, even he was instantly reminded of Huaner's parents who were imprisoned, let alone Huaner. The reason Huaner's father was handed over to the Heavenly Pool Palace by the solitary destructive Heaven's Heaven-grade Heavenly Sword Mountain for punishment was due to the fact that Huaner's father annulled his marriage to Yufeng Yu's daughter. Alright, Huaner felt much more at ease after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, Hong Fei laughed heartily as he brought a spatial ring out and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Little junior brother, I had no doubt that Han Yun Jin was not a match for you. What's this? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. He did not know why Hong Fei suddenly gave him a spatial ring. Little junior brother, there are 2,500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals in there, Hong Fei said happily. 2,500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the number of celestial crystals. Although he had never used celestial crystals after joining the Heavenly Pool Palace since the cultivation resources were free, he knew that with 2,500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals, he could trade for many celestial fruits that were helpful to celestial lords. Sixth senior brother, why are you giving me so many celestial crystals? Duan Ling Tian did not accept the spatial ring. Xianxia Fei, Duan Ling Tian's fifth junior brother, said at this moment, little junior brother, just accept it. This fatty collected 5,000 royal-grade celestial crystals worth of bets for your fight with Han Yun Jin. He only received bets from those who bet on Han Yun Jin. For this reason, he won a lot of celestial crystals. You deserve half of the celestial crystals he won. Hu Mei looked at Hong Fei from the corners of her eyes before she said with a giggle, sixth junior brother, sharing is caring. Since little junior brother expended so much effort to kill Han Yun Jin, I won't ask for part of his share. I won't ask a lot from you, 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals will do. Third senior sister, that's unfair. Hong Fei said indignantly. Unfair, okay, why don't we settle this with a duel then? I remember before eldest senior sister left, she asked us to spar with you frequently to help you improve, Hu Mei said with a charming smile. Hong Fei was not in the mood to admire Hu Mei's smile at this moment. He said bitterly, third senior sister, isn't that blackmail? Nevertheless, in the end, Hong Fei gave 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals to Hu Mei. Not only that, but he gave his other seniors 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals each as well. After all, since they were present, it would be inappropriate if he did not give them a share. As for Xianxia Fei, he had given Xianxia Fei the number of celestial crystals they had agreed upon earlier. When Hong Fong was done distributing the celestial crystals, he sighed bitterly. After everything, I'm only left with 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals. Meanwhile, upon seeing the bitterness on Hong Fei's face, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, sixth senior brother, the celestial crystals are rightfully yours. Keep it, little junior brother, don't be deceived by him. Xianxia Fei smiled and said, these celestial crystals are nothing to him. He's not lacking in celestial crystals at all. He just likes to grumble. Hong Fei glared at Xianxia Fei before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, little junior brother is the only one who truly cares for me. Little junior brother, keep it. Like fifth senior brother said, I'm really not lacking celestial crystals. Then, he handed the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian again. Sixth senior brother, can you help me to procure celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help celestial lords? I'll leave my celestial crystals with you. Due to my cultivation base, my comprehension of the law of space has stagnated. Therefore, I hope to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as I can. Hong Fei nodded and put the spatial ring away. Alright, I'll trade these celestial crystals for the celestial fruits and pills you need. Hong Fei nodded and put away the spatial ring. At this moment, a voice rang out in the air. Lu Ji. Soon after, two figures approached Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was a man and a woman. The woman who had called out to Lu Ji wore a hat and a long black robe that hid her curvaceous body. She flew over at top speed. The man was a sloppy young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. He was dressed in a gray robe, with a gourd and a long rod hanging from his waist. Hong Fei's eyes rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little junior brother, the young woman is Lu Baifeng, and the young man is Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng, Sun Xing. Duan Lingtian had heard of these two names before during his time in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lu Baifeng, similar to Lu Ji, was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and her strength was on par with Lu Ji. He also knew Sun Xing was the strongest among the top 5 prodigious disciples. Lu Baifeng is the Yuhan Celestial Emperor's disciple and Sun Xing is the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's only disciple. Hong Fei continued to say, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was on par with the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, only second to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's said that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor used to be the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of the Three-Eyed Celestial Emperor, Yangjian. Based on the ancient legend on Earth, he should be the Erlang God's Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, Duan Lingtian mused inwardly. Despite the tenuous connection, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Sun Xing, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's only disciple. At this moment, Lu Ji introduced Duan Lingtian and Huaner to Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing since this was their first meeting. Junior brother Duan, junior sister Huaner. No one knew if it was for Lu Ji's sake or because of Duan Lingtian's earlier performance. Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing greeted Duan Lingtian and Huaner warmly. Senior sister Baifeng, senior brother Sun. Duan Lingtian promptly greeted the duo. Lu Baibeng said, junior brother, you've been famous since 3 years ago, especially after you accepted Han Yunjin's challenge. Initially, I thought your actions were tantamount to seeking death, but I have to say your performance today really blew me away. It's not just me, but the others didn't expect you to kill Han Yunjin as well. They thought, she suddenly trailed off. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, they thought I'd died instead, right? Duan Lingtian, it's too bad you've already joined Lord Shu Lang. Otherwise, I'd invite you to join my master, Sun Xing said jokingly. In the past, I assumed Sima Yu, the disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, would replace Han Yunjin. However, your victory came as a bolt from the blue. Did I say it correctly, Sun Xing? At the end of her sentence, Lu Baifeng looked at Sun Xing for confirmation. You're right, Sun Xing nodded. A warm smile appeared on his face as he said, a bolt from the blue, is a saying from my home planet. A bolt from the blue. A saying from his home planet. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly after Sun Xing finished speaking. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, senior brother Sun, are you from planet Yanhuang in the Yanhuang realm? Sun Xing was astonished. You know about planet Yanhuang? Don't tell me you're from planet Yanhuang as well. Is that so? Sun Xing's eyes brightened immediately. Junior brother Duan, which era are you from? I returned to planet Yanhuang 200 years ago, but everything had changed. I was born in 2000 AD, Duan Lingtian said. Then, he asked, senior brother Sun, how old are you now? Slightly above 800 years old, Sun Xing replied. Slightly above 800 years old? That's about 500 years older than me. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Senior brother Sun, does this mean you were born in 1500 AD? Were you from the Ming dynasty? Although Duan Lingtian was not particularly knowledgeable about history during his time on Earth, he knew 1500 AD was during the Ming dynasty. Yes, Sun Xing nodded and said, not only are you an ascender like me, but you also came from the same place as me and my master. Duan Lingtian asked curiously, senior brother Sun, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Was he really the Three-Eye Celestial Emperor's Howling Heaven Celestial Dog? Yes, Sun Xing nodded. Master was originally from the Jade Emperor Heaven, and he used to stay with senior uncle Yangjian. However, due to some conflict, they had a fallout. For that reason, my master came to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. Many years ago, after I obtained his legacy in the mundane realm, he personally brought me to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:11 Inquiring about the Thousand Chains Prison. Duan Lingtian was enlightened upon hearing Sun Xing's words. He used to wonder how the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace was related to the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog that belonged to Erlang God. If he was indeed the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, he should be in one of the heaven-grade forces in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Why was he in the boundless heavens heaven-grade heavenly pool palace instead? As it turns out, the howling heaven celestial dog and Yang Jian had a fallout. He was rather curious about the conflict that made the howling heaven celestial dog leave the Jade Emperor heaven for the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven that he was not familiar with. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly, perhaps, Sun Xing doesn't know the reason as well. After all, he joined the heavenly pool palace as soon as he left the Yanhuang realm and ascended to the boundless heaven. Both of you are from the same planet. Lu Baifeng was surprised when she heard Duan Ling Tian and Sun Xing's conversation. Even my master is from the same planet. Sun Xing smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Junior brother Duan, let's exchange soul pearls. Let's have a drink when I'm free. When it's convenient for you, I'd like to bring you to meet my master. He'll definitely be happy to meet you. He was much friendlier now compared to earlier where he was just polite. It was as though he had known Duan Ling Tian for years. Alright, similarly, Duan Ling Tian also felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xing due to them coming from the same place. Therefore, he did not hesitate to exchange soul pearls with Sun Xing. After a moment, Sun Xing nodded to the others and bade Duan Ling Tian farewell before he left. Junior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. After Lu Baifeng spoke a few more words to Lu Ji, she took her leave as well. When Duan Ling Tian continued on his journey back to the cultivation ground, Hong Fei said, Little junior brother, you can't trust him completely even if both of you came from the same place. I've never seen him so enthusiastic and friendly towards someone before. He was suspicious since he felt Sun Xing's behavior was unlike him. Fatty, senior brother Sun Xing doesn't necessarily have any bad intentions. Moreover, with his strength, he doesn't benefit from being friendly to little junior brother, right? Hu Mei said after she shook her head. Third senior sister, I beg to differ. From what I know, there are many beautiful female disciples in the heavenly pool palace who are interested in Sun Xing, and yet, he ignores them. Isn't that weird? Maybe he likes men. Little junior brother is so handsome, it's not surprising if he likes little junior brother, Hong Fei replied. Wen Wanner laughed upon hearing Hong Fei's words. Then, she asked meaningfully, Sixth junior brother, are you still upset about junior sister Xiao Feng's rejection? Do you dislike senior brother Sun Xing because she said she likes a man like senior brother Sun Xing? Fourth senior sister, Hong Fei exclaimed, flustered. Wen Wanner had hit the nail on the head. Alright, I won't say a word anymore. Wen Wanner shook her head and chuckled. Hu Mei laughed. Fatty, I didn't expect you to hold a grudge against senior brother Sun Xing because of this matter. Didn't he reject junior sister Xiao Feng anyway? Little junior brother, Hong Fei ignored Hu Mei and said to Duan Ling Tian, I'm saying this not because of that matter. I really think he's weird. Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face, Sixth senior brother, you're not an ascender, right? Hong Fei was confused by Duan Ling Tian's question, but he still nodded. You're right, however, what does that have to do with this matter? Not only was Hong Fei born in a Devata realm, but he was also a direct descendant of the Hong clan, a supreme grade force in the boundless heaven. His grandfather was the clan leader of the Hong clan. Those who are not ascenders will never understand the feelings when ascenders from the same place meet in a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he explained, not only is each Devata realm extremely vast, but there are 81 Devata realms as well. What are the odds of meeting someone from your home planet in a Devata realm? The probability of 1 in a million is not an exaggeration in this case. After discovering Sun Xing was from Earth, Duan Ling Tian had an inexplicable sense of camaraderie with Sun Xing. Although they were from different times, he felt like Sun Xing was an old friend. At this moment, Lu Ji said, Little junior brother is right. I'm an ascender as well, so I understand his feelings. If I meet someone from the same place I came from, I'd probably have a good feeling about him immediately. Hong Fei fell silent. He dared to refute his other seniors' words, but he did not dare to do so toward Lu Ji and their eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Mei and asked, Third senior sister. A few days ago, I heard someone mention the Thousand Chains prison. Does such a place exist in the Heavenly Pool Palace? The Thousand Chains prison. Huaner's eyes lit up instantly when she heard Duan Ling Tian mention the Thousand Chains prison where her father was imprisoned. Her body involuntarily stiffened as she waited for Hu Mei's reply. The Thousand Chains prison. Hu Mei seemed startled by Duan Ling Tian's question. She asked curiously, Why are you asking, little junior brother? I'm just curious, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly with a smile. Before Hu Mei replied, Hong Fei said, "Little junior brother. I know about the Thousand Chains prison. It's a prison built by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Members who have committed grave sins are imprisoned there. It's said that there are all kinds of physical and soul punishment devices there. Many perish in there because they were unable to withstand the torture." Upon hearing Hong Fei's terrifying description of the Thousand Chains prison, Huaner paled, and her grip on Duan Ling Tian's arm tightened. Duan Ling Tian gently patted Huaner's hand before he continued to ask, "Where's the Thousand Chains prison located?" "It's a slight distance away from the back of the Prodigy Arena," Hong Fei replied. "It's constantly guarded by powerful elders. No one's allowed to enter without permission. Only disciples who volunteer to be wardens have access to the prison." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed upon hearing Hong Fei's words. He asked, "Volunteer to be a warden? What are the requirements to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison?" Hong Fei replied, "Only prodigious disciples are allowed to volunteer as wardens." This was a rule created by one of the former palace masters of the Heavenly Pool Palace. What was he thinking when he stipulated only prodigious disciples can volunteer? Is there any prodigious disciple who has the time to become a warden in the Thousand Chains prison? Lu Ji looked at Hong Fei before he said, "Volunteering at the Thousand Chains prison comes with huge responsibilities. Not only are members of the Heavenly Pool Palace imprisoned there, but there are outsiders as well. In fact, it's said there are a few titled celestial emperors imprisoned there as well. It's likely that those titled celestial emperors tried to harm the palace or slighted the palace. I heard some of them can't be killed due to their comprehension of the law of Earth. After all, with the law of Earth, their defenses are extremely good. One can only dream about breaking them out of prison. In the past, there was a titled celestial emperor who was freed by his descendant. After that, he massacred many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. In the end, he was captured and defeated by the palace master again. Since prodigious disciples were carefully selected, there was a low chance of them being spies who came to release prisoners. As expected, after the rule was created, there were little to no incidents of prisoners escaping from the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the Thousand Chains prison from Lu Ji. The wardens will be stationed at the Thousand Chains prison for a certain period of time. Apart from that, they'll be rewarded generously with royal-grade celestial crystals for their services, Lu Ji added. Second senior brother. Hu Mei looked at Liu Ji. "I remember, you and eldest senior sister used to be wardens in the Thousand Chains prison, right?" "That's right," Lu Ji nodded. "In fact, there's something none of you know. Eldest senior sister started to comprehend the law of death because of the Thousand Chains prison. The Thousand Chains prison is filled with death auras, so it's the best place to comprehend the law of death. Before eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace, she was the head of the Thousand Chains prison wardens." Duan Ling Tian was surprised. The eldest senior sister he had yet to meet used to be the head of the Thousand Chains prison wardens. Chapter 33:12 Prison Warden. Eldest senior sister did not comprehend the law of death previously. Hu Mei, Wen Wan'er, Ouyang Qifei, and Hong Fei turned to look at Lu Ji in unison, shocked. Eldest senior sister only switched to comprehending the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple. Lu Ji smiled faintly as he looked at his confused juniors. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "It's only normal that none of you knew about it. After all, you haven't joined us. There were only eldest senior sister and me at that time." Still stunned, Hong Fei asked. Hong Fei was stunned as he looked at Lu Ji. "Second senior brother, eldest senior sister is highly skilled in the law of death. Not only did she comprehend all the profundities to the mastery stage, but she also confused 3 profundities. I can't believe she only began to comprehend the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple." On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian was not shocked since he knew nothing about their eldest senior sister at all. Before eldest senior sister started to comprehend the law of death, she had comprehended many profundities from the law of water to mastery stage as well, Lu Ji added. This time, not only Hong Fei and the others were shocked, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were shocked as well. The mysterious eldest senior sister comprehended many profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage before she started comprehending the law of death. Duan Ling Tian had assumed his comprehension skill and talent in regard to comprehending the law of space was incredibly rare. It seemed like that was not entirely the case. Moreover, I relied on the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. Even if eldest senior sister had some fortuitous encounters, it's unlikely to be able to compare to the supreme powerhouse divinity. With this new information, a sense of reverence toward his eldest senior sister began to take root in Duan Lingtian's heart. When Duan Lingtian returned to Shu Lang's cultivation ground, he returned to his cultivation place with Huaner after bidding farewell to his seniors. "Brother Lingtian," Huaner called out with unconcealed excitement. How could Duan Lingtian not know what Huaner was thinking about? He smiled faintly and said, "I'll speak to 6th senior brother and find out how to become 1,000 chain prison's warden." After speaking to Hong Fei through his soul pearl, Duan Lingtian found it was rather simple for a prodigious disciple to become a warden of the 1,000 chain prison through his soul pearl. All he needed to do was sign up for the position, and when there was a vacancy, he would be called up for duty. The permanence of the position naturally depended on the type of vacancy as well. Sometimes, there were wardens who had personal matters to attend to, such as going into closed-door cultivation. At that time, a prodigious disciple would be called in as a substitute warden instead. "Huaner, let's apply for the positions of wardens in the 1,000 Chains prison." After learning about the ins and outs of the matter from Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian did not waste time and brought Huaner with him to volunteer at the 1,000 Chains prison as wardens. When they arrived at the 1,000 Chains pavilion that was located on another floating island, Duan Lingtian discovered it was even more isolated than the sword trial pavilion. There were no human activities at all during their journey here. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up and scattering the fallen leaves at the entrance of the pavilion. This is the 1,000 Chains Pavilion. The 1,000 Chains Pavilion was the headquarters of the 1,000 Chain Prison. This was where one signed up to become wardens. Since there were only 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly palace and only prodigious disciples could apply to be wardens, the registration process was incredibly simple. "It looks abandoned," Duan Lingtian mused inwardly as they entered the pavilion. It was dusty and cobwebs hung everywhere. It seemed like nobody had visited this place in a long time. "Is there anyone here?" Duan Lingtian called out. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the sound of a door creaking rang from the depths of the pavilion. An ancient and emotionless voice rang in the air. "Are you here to apply to become a warden?" "Yes," Duan Lingtian responded. "The prodigious disciple identity token." Duan Lingtian and Huaner quickly brought their identity tokens out. A gust of wind surged out and brought their identity tokens away. It was rather strange. "You're Duan Lingtian, the latest prodigious disciple to join Shu Lang. You're a talent indeed." Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huaner identity tokens were returned to them. Additionally, they received 2 jet black tokens that glowed with faint red light. Their names and the words, 1,000 Chains Prison, were engraved at the back of the tokens. "Has that girl, Xianxia, returned?" The old man's voice rang in the air again when Duan Lingtian and Huaner collected their tokens. "Xianxia?" Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. "You don't even know the name of your eldest senior sister. Aren't you here to be a warden because your eldest senior sister was the head warden of the 1,000 Chains prison and to comprehend the law of death on the life or death platform?" Although the old man did not appear in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner, it felt as though he could see them. However, Duan Lingtian did not sense any divine consciousness at all. Who was this old man? Based on the old man's words, it was clear that the life or death platform was where one could comprehend the law of death in the 1,000 Chains prison. After a moment, Duan Lingtian asked respectfully, "Senior, may I know who you are?" "Me." The old man remained silent for a moment before he replied, "I'm supposed to be a dead man." Immediately after that, the sound of a door banging shut rang in the air. Duan Lingtian tried calling out a few times, but the old man no longer responded to him. Following that, he tried to detect the old man through his divine consciousness only to discover the pavilion was impenetrable. "Senior, I'll be taking my leave." Since the old man was not responding to him, Duan Lingtian did not stay any longer at the pavilion. Moreover, he also achieved his purpose of coming here after receiving the warden token. He said, "Huaner, let's go to the 1,000 Chains prison." In order to become a warden of the 1,000 Chains prison, one must first obtain a warden token from the 1,000 Chains pavilion before registering with the 1,000 Chains prison. After that, when there was a vacancy, they would be called up to carry out duties. The 1,000 Chains prison was located a distance away behind the Prodigy Arena. A huge floating island could be seen in the air above a towering mountain. The island seemed to be wrapped with numerous thick chains. The mountain was carved with many intricate and incomprehensible patterns and words. The 1,000 Chains prison. The words, "Thousand Chains Prison," hung in front of the mountain, covering half the mountain. Similar to the island, numerous chains crawled all over the mountain. In the center of the mountain, there was an entrance that seemed to lead to a cave. The entrance was so exquisitely decorated that it seemed as though it was the entrance to a luxurious palace instead. "This must be the entrance to the Thousand Chains Prison," Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner. A hint of excitement could be seen in Huaner's eyes as she gazed at the Thousand Chains Prison. Her body began to tremble slightly as she struggled to control her emotions. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Huaner, we'll enter after you've calmed down a bit." Huaner nodded slightly. After a dozen breaths, she finally managed to calm down. At the entrance, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner saw 4 old men guarding the entrance. They were in groups of 2 standing at each side of the entrance. Before the duo could speak, one of the old men said menacingly, "Unauthorized personnel isn't allowed to enter the Thousand Chains Prison." The old man looked like a white lion with his full white beard, messy long white hair, and white brows. Elder, were prodigious disciples who just applied to become wardens of the Thousand Chains Prison. Duan Ling Tian brought out their warden tokens and handed them to the old man. After receiving the tokens, the old man turned the tokens around to have a look. His eyes seemed to widen slightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's name. "You're Duan Ling Tian, the one who killed Han Yunjin, the eldest disciple of the profound Heaven's celestial emperor at the Prodigy Arena today." The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Although he was not present at the Prodigy Arena, news of Duan Ling Tian's battle had spread all over the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:13 Life or Death Platform. "Senior, do you know me?" Duan Ling Tian asked the 2 old men who were clearly shocked. "Everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace should have heard of you by now," the old man, who was unfriendly in the beginning, said with a smile. "Since your head warden Shu's little junior brother, the Thousand Chains Prison can be considered your second home in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Thousand Chains Prison can be considered my second home." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard these words. When he regained his senses, he smiled wryly. If he were back on Earth and someone had said a prison was his second home, he would have slapped that person. The old man laughed before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, let me show you around. This must be your first time in the Thousand Chains Prison. After I show you around, I'll bring you to the Internal Affairs Pavilion to register your warden token. When there's a vacancy, you'll be informed of it. However, since you're head warden Shu's little junior brother, you can visit the Thousand Chains Prison whenever you like even if you're not on duty." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised upon hearing the old man's words. He did not expect his eldest senior sister's position and reputation would grant him such a privilege. After a beat, he replied with a smile, "Thank you, elder." The old man seemed pleased with how polite Duan Ling Tian was. This prodigious disciple with a bright future did not look down on him because he was just a mere elder guarding the Thousand Chains Prison. After all, the elder was just an ordinary member of the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was not even as strong as Han Yunjin whom Duan Ling Tian killed. Therefore, he knew Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian did not put on air but treated him politely instead. How could he not be pleased? "Let's go." The old man gestured to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before leading them into the Thousand Chains Prison. The Thousand Chains Prison was dark and had many mountains. The entire place seemed to be cast in a faint red light. Metal pillars could be seen at the sides of the mountains to support the building structures. After walking along a wide path, the old man led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to a spacious square. At the end of the square was another pathway. Apart from this pathway, there were no other paths. At this moment, the old man said with a faint smile, "Duan Ling Tian, this is the Thousand Chains Prison's Deadly Square." The Deadly Square, Duan Ling Tian was curious. Based on the name of the square, it seemed like a dangerous place. The old man said, "I bet you're wondering about the name of the square, right? It's called the Deadly Square because it has a killing formation that's capable of seriously injuring titled celestial emperors. Ordinary celestial emperors have no chance of surviving the killing formation, let alone those who are below the stage of a celestial emperor. That's why it's called the Deadly Square," the elder explained. "It can seriously injure titled celestial emperors, and those who are below the stage of a celestial emperor will definitely die." Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply upon hearing the old man's words. He was instantly wary of his surroundings. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the old man chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You won't trigger the killing formation in the deadly square. Only prisoners who attempt to escape will trigger the killing formation. Even if we're in the square when it's triggered, we won't be harmed. Duan Ling Tian inwardly sighed in relief upon hearing these words. Based on the old man's words, he guessed the killing formation must contain the blood or soul auras of the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison for it to specifically target prisoners who tried to escape. After leaving the deadly square, they traveled on a long pathway before arriving before a medium-sized pavilion. A plaque with the words, Internal Affairs Pavilion, hung at the entrance of the pavilion. I'll bring you in to register, the old man said as he led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner into the pavilion. The registration process simply involved Duan Ling Tian and Huaner showing their warden tokens to an elder in the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Following that, the elder recorded their names and exchanged soul pearls with them, which would allow the elder to contact them where there were vacancies. If they were unable to report for duty, the elder would then summon the next person on the list. To be placed on the list again, they would have to speak to the elder again. The elder in the Internal Affairs Pavilion was rather friendly. He said, Duan Ling Tian, since your head warden Shu's little junior brother and a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, you can come here even if you're not on duty. You can go to the life or death platform to comprehend the law of death if you so wish. However, the area where the prisoners is kept is strictly off limits when you're not on duty. Only the head warden has the authority to enter the prison. The elder continued to say, however, since you're a newcomer, you're allowed to familiarize yourself with the prison once. Normally, you'd have to make an appointment beforehand to visit and familiarize yourself with the prison. Since your head warden Shu's little junior brother, I'll make an exception. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing these words. Thank you, elder. At this moment, the elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion looked at the elder who led the duo here and said, show them around the prison and explain the situation inside to them. After he finished speaking, he tossed a token to the old man. After the old man caught the token, he motioned Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to follow him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lingered briefly on the black token that the elder received. The token carried a cold and oppressive aura. He was certain that the token contained many kinds of formations. When the old man saw Duan Ling Tian looking at the token, he explained, this is the entrance token to the prison that is issued by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. This token contains our soul auras from our soul pearls so we can freely enter the prison. Those without this token wouldn't be able to enter the prison. With everything he had learned so far, it was clear to him that the Thousand Chains prison was tightly guarded. As though the elder could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, he explained, in the past, the Thousand Chains prison didn't have so many rules and restrictions in place. However, after a prisoner, a titled celestial emperor, escaped and slaughtered many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the past, the palace began to put strict restrictions on the prison and limit those who have access to the prison. What are the duties of the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Ling Tian asked. Wardens are to supervise and keep a close eye on the prisoners. It's imperative that a warden reports any abnormalities in a prisoner to the Internal Affairs Pavilion immediately, the elder replied. I see. How many wardens are on duty? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. There'll be 6 wardens on duty, and they'll be divided into groups of 2. Each of the time will be in charge of guarding and patrolling a section of the prison. The prisoners are separated and placed in different sections according to their identities. There's the area for titled celestial emperors, the area for those who were below the stage of a titled celestial emperors, and the area for disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace who have committed crimes. Wardens will be on duty for a year after being summoned and will patrol a section for 4 months before switching to another section, the elder explained. After a beat, the elder continued to say, since only prodigious disciples are allowed to become a warden, the Thousand Chains prison is rather short-handed. Therefore, elders in the prison will act as wardens as well. For example, out of the 6 wardens on duty this year, only 3 are prodigious disciples. The other 3 are elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Both of you will have to wait for 11 months before you'll be summoned to report for duty since we've just changed the wardens. In any case, there's no need to worry. You'll definitely get your chance. After all, not many prodigious disciples are willing to come here even if the reward is lucrative. Those who volunteer are mostly here for the life or death platform. As mentioned earlier by the elder in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, you're free to come to the life or death platform whenever you want. It's an extremely good place to comprehend the law of death, since the Thousand Chains prison contains the death auras of countless prisoners who were sentenced to death on the life or death platform. Chapter 33:14 A Pitiful Woman. This was not the first Duan Ling Tian had heard of the life or death platform. He knew before he came here that the platform was highly conducive to comprehending the law of death. After listening to the old man speak about the life or death platform again, he was eager to explore the platform. None of the prodigious disciples who signed up to be wardens in the Thousand Chains prison were here for the celestial crystals. All of them were here to comprehend the law of death on the life or death platform. The old man said, each warden is only given a year to comprehend the law of death on the life or death platform, similar to the time they're on duty. If they want to comprehend the law of death again on the platform, they'll have to sign up for another year of service in the Thousand Chains prison. There are some prodigious disciples who worked continuously for a few years before comprehending the law of death all at once on the platform. After saying that, the elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before he added, however, an exception will be made for both of you. You're free to go to the life or death platform whenever you want and to stay for as long as you need, since you're head warden Shu's Jr. A hint of envy could be seen in the old man's voice when he spoke. If he wanted to comprehend the law of death on the life or death platform, he would have to contribute accordingly before being allowed to do so. Since head warden Shu is also the pavilion master of the life or death pavilion, she has ordered her subordinates in the pavilion to allow her juniors to have free access to the platform. Naturally, this means only Shu Lang's prodigious disciples have such privilege in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the old man explained. Not only is eldest senior sister the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison, but she's also the pavilion master of the life or death pavilion. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian felt there were still many things he did not know about his eldest senior sister. It seemed like what he had learned so far was just the tip of the iceberg. As Duan Ling Tian continued following the old man, he asked curiously, how many head wardens are there in the Thousand Chains prison? There are 3 head wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. They're in charge of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, the Life or Death Pavilion, and the Purgatory Pavilion respectively, the old man replied. The Purgatory Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian's interest was piqued. He had learned that the Internal Affairs Pavilion managed the Thousand Chains prison, and the Life or Death Pavilion was where prisoners were executed, and it was also where the life or death platform where one could comprehend the law of death was located. He had yet to hear about the Purgatory Pavilion. The Purgatory Pavilion is also known as the Punishment Pavilion. Apart from those on death row, it deals with the punishment of the other prisoners. As you already know, those on death row are sent to the Life or Death Pavilion, the old man replied. After a brief pause, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, the pavilion master of the Internal Affairs Pavilion has a rather good relationship with head warden Shu. However, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion and head warden Shu are bad terms. If it's possible, try to avoid the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion. He's certain to give you a hard time. After all, head warden Shu isn't around now. If she were around, he wouldn't act so recklessly. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and asked, how strong is he? His strength is almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor, the old man replied. Almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. When he regained his senses, he asked, Elder, do you know the strength of my eldest senior sister? It seems like her strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing the reply, Duan Ling Tian realized the people of the Thousand Chains prison seemed to be unaware of his eldest senior sister's true strength. He did not find it surprising. After all, as her juniors, it was natural that they understood their eldest senior sister's strength more than outsiders. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes glinted coldly, Elder Xie, if the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion master comes looking for trouble, will there be a problem if I retaliate? The old man, Elder Xie, was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian, his strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Are you confident you're able to stand against someone like that? In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there isn't anyone below the stage of a titled celestial emperor who's capable of defeating him. At most, the fight would end in a draw. Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face, I'm just asking. There's no other meaning to the question. You can naturally retaliate if he attacks you, but he'll definitely accuse you of disrespecting your superior. He won't be able to kill you, but he can bring you to the Purgatory Pavilion to punish you, the old man said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he asked, "What if he's not a match for me?" The old man replied, well, if he's no match for you, he won't dare to provoke you in the first place. However, if he does, if you retaliate, the Heavenly Pool Palace will let the matter slide as long as you don't kill him." "I see." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he added, "Elder Xie, you can lead us to the prison now." In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the prison was more important than the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion Master and the life or death platform. After all, the only reason he and Huaner joined the Heavenly Pool Palace was to rescue her parents. How could visiting the prison not be important when they had all but confirmed Huaner's father was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Although they had yet to confirm Huaner's mother's whereabouts, it was likely that she was also imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Although Huaner possessed her mother's soul pearl, her mother did not possess her soul pearl. Therefore, even if they could communicate through soul pearls, it was impossible for Huaner to contact her mother. She had obtained her mother's soul pearl from the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan when they returned to the overarching spirit heaven with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect Zug siblings. Duan Ling Tian asked. Curiously, "Elder Xie, can we communicate using soul pearls in the Thousand Chains prison?" The old man shook his head. "No, there's a formation that restricts the use of soul pearls in the Thousand Chains prison. Naturally, this is to prevent prisoners from colluding with outsiders to escape." After listening to the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. "If your mother is here, this is probably the reason why you've not received any replies from your mother despite sending so many messages through the soul pearl." Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked, "Elder Xie, one of my senior brothers told me that someone from the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Sword Mountain is imprisoned in our Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison for breaking a marriage alliance. Is it true?" "You mean the proud prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? He's rather pitiful." The old man shook his head and said with a sigh, "By right, it's a blessing that he's able to marry a female prodigy from our Heavenly Pool Palace. However, he broke the marriage alliance because of another woman. How could the Palace Master not be furious? Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Mountain did not hesitate to hand him over to our Heavenly Pool Palace. Before our Palace Master even went to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to demand an explanation, they took the initiative to send the prodigy to our Heavenly Pool Palace." "Is he still imprisoned here?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." The old man nodded. "If you're curious about him, I can bring you to meet him. He's truly worthy of being called the proud prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Even after being imprisoned here, he's fully focused on his cultivation. Currently, his strength is comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor. When the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion challenged him to a duel recently, their duel ended in a draw." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's eyes lit up immediately. "All right, I'm curious about the person who refused the marriage to the Palace Master's daughter," Duan Ling Tian said. On the other hand, Huaner was overwhelmed by her emotions when she thought that she would finally be able to meet her father. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, "Elder Xie, do you know the woman who caused the proud prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain to reject the Palace Master's daughter?" "I do. That woman is imprisoned here as well." The old man nodded as he said, "She's not human but a celestial beast. To be precise, she's a phantom fox. The Palace Master had ordered for them to be jailed next to each other. They can only see each other but are unable to be together. Every once in a while, the woman would be tortured as well as a form of punishment for the proud prodigy. The woman is mostly unconscious. Whenever she regains consciousness, she'd be tortured again." The old man paused briefly before he continued to say with a sigh, "In fact, she's rather pitiful. She didn't commit any crime but was tortured only because she fell in love with the wrong man." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly upon hearing the old man's words. On the other hand, Huaner trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, the old man was startled by the duo's reactions, but he did not seem suspicious. He looked at Huaner and said with a smile, "Miss Huaner is really kind to sympathize with that pitiful woman." Chapter 3315 The Prison. "Brother Ling Tian." Huaner's voice trembled with fury when she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian understood her feelings. After all, he would be furious as well if his mother was treated in such a manner. He solemnly vowed, "Don't worry, Huaner. Trust me, I'll definitely find a way to rescue your parents." Huaner nodded imperceptibly in response to Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, the old man was unaware of the emotional upheaval in Huaner's heart. The duo continued to follow the old man as they traveled on a long and narrow path. Soon enough, they arrived at a spacious area after leaving the path. That's the Purgatory Pavilion. The old man pointed at the pavilion in front of them. The pavilion occupied a vast area. A stone with the words, Purgatory Pavilion, engraved on it was even taller than the pavilion itself. Duan Ling Tian finally saw the first sign of human activities since he entered the Thousand Chains prison. He saw many people entering and leaving the pavilion. Most of them were carrying people who were covered in blood in and out of the pavilion. Some of the people they carried seemed unharmed physically, but all of them without an exception only stared at the air lifelessly as though they had lost their souls. I'm sure you've already guessed these people being carried in and out of the pavilion are the prisoners who are brought here to be punished, the old man said emotionlessly, clearly desensitized, as he led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to a short tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, another vast space appeared in front of their eyes. Duan Ling Tian saw a pavilion suspended in the air at the right corner. There was a floating stone platform behind the pavilion where people could be seen sitting cross-legged. A grayish-black energy could be seen lingering on the bodies of these people. It was obvious that the energy was from the law of death. This is the life or death pavilion, the old man promptly said. Needless to say, even without the old man's reminder, Duan Ling Tian knew this place was the life or death pavilion and the platform was the life or death platform. Eldest senior sister is really capable. Before coming to the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Ling Tian was already convinced of his eldest senior sister's abilities. However, after coming here, his regard for her grew even higher. Nevertheless, he was not interested in the life or death pavilion at this moment. He looked at the old man who seemed to have slowed down before he said, Elder Xie, there are things I need to attend to after this. Can I trouble you to lead us to the prison now? All right. The old man picked up his pace as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary prodigious disciple, he would not have been so easygoing. However, he was willing to oblige since Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister was the head warden and the pavilion master of the life or death pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, among the three head wardens, she was very strong despite being the youngest. He mused inwardly, with head warden Shu's talent and comprehension skills, it's likely that she'd return to the Heavenly Pool Palace a titled Celestial Emperor. After leaving the life or death pavilion, they entered a seemingly endless tunnel. When they finally exited the tunnel, a gargantuan cube-like metal building with only one entrance appeared before their eyes. At this moment, an old man and a young man who had just exited the building walked over when they saw the old man. Elder Xie. When the duo arrived, they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner curiously. Who are these people? Upon hearing these words, the old man tactfully began to make the introductions. They're the new wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. He's Duan Ling Tian, Lord Shu Lang's newest prodigious disciples, and she's Lord Lei Ying's third disciple, Huaner. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, this is Elder Wang. He's also an elder in the Thousand Chains prison. This young man is also a prodigious disciple. He's Hu Yi, the second disciple of the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing Elder Xia's words, Hu Yi and Elder Wang were clearly taken aback. After all, they had heard about Duan Ling Tian's life or death battle with Han Yunjin, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. When they heard about the battle, they thought that Duan Ling Tian had overestimated his strength. Naturally, they did not dare to say this bluntly since Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister was a head warden in the Thousand Chains prison. After a brief silence, Hu Yi smiled faintly and said, Duan Ling Tian, your life or death battle with Han Yunjin should be due soon, right? It's too bad that I'm on duty and would have to miss such an exciting battle. A hint of contempt could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He continued to say, seemingly concerned, heed my advice. It's best if you forfeit your battle with Han Yunjin. No one will think any less of you since you're still young. Upon hearing Hu Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. When he recovered, he could not help but chuckle. Hu Yi frowned, he did not understand Duan Ling Tian's reaction. At this moment, Elder Xie, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, spoke up. Hu Yi, you must be unaware that Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin's battle took place early this afternoon. What? Hu Yi's eyes widened upon hearing Elder Xia's words. The battle took place earlier. Did the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor intervene on your behalf? In Hu Yi's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's teacher, Shu Lang, must have intervened and prevented Han Yunjin from killing Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to survive a life or death battle with Han Yunjin. Elder Xie shook his head and said, Han Yunjin is dead. In fact, when Duan Ling Tian was about to kill Han Yunjin, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor showed up with the intention to intervene. However, the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the merciless Celestial Emperor brought our Palace Master to the arena at the critical moment. For this reason, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor failed to save Han Yunjin. News of the battle had already spread. I'm sure you'll hear more about it once you leave the Thousand Chains prison. Hu Yi and Elder Wang were dumbfounded. It took them a long time to regain their senses. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian gently urged Elder Xie. Elder Xie, shall we? All right. Elder Xie no longer wasted time and led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to the entrance of the metal building before showing the token he obtained from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to the prison guards. As soon as they stepped into the prison, the miserable cries of men, women, and beasts rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Elder Xie said, I'm sure you've guessed these are the cries of the prisoners. However, they're mostly prisoners with low cultivation bases. Those with high cultivation bases naturally wouldn't make such a huge ruckus. When they arrived before a stairway that led up and down, Duan Ling Tian discovered the cries were coming from the bottom of the stairs. On the contrary, no sounds could be heard at the top of the stairs. When you're on duty, it's not necessary for you to patrol the prison underground. However, you can go and have a look if you want. However, when there are wardens around, these prisoners usually don't dare to cause such a huge commotion since wardens can kill them for the disturbance. They only dare to make so much noise when there are no wardens around, the old man said, clearly disdainful of the prisoners underground. Following that, Elder Xie continued to explain, there are 3 floors above ground. These are the important areas. A warden will have to patrol a floor when they're on duty. They will patrol each floor for 4 months before switching to another floor. We're now heading to the first floor where Heavenly Pool Palace disciples and elders are imprisoned. Duan Ling Tian had to tamp down his urge to bring Huaner to the higher floor to look for her parents in order to prevent rousing the old man's suspicion. In the end, he only asked, Elder Xie, what kind of crimes did they commit to be imprisoned here? The elders and disciples here had behaved unethically by murdering others, harming others, abusing their powers, accepting bribes. Duan Ling Tian also learned that the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples and elders' time in the prison was proportional to their crimes. The second floor is used to imprison outsiders below the stage of a titled celestial emperors. The proud prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and his wife are imprisoned here, the old man said as he led the duo to the second floor of the prison. Chapter 33:16 Huaner's father. When they climbed to the second floor, Huaner's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Brother Ling Tian, I can sense my mother's aura. There's no doubt she's here as well. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of Huaner's gaze, but he could only see the rows of cells. He could not see the prisoners at all. At the same time, Elder Xie began to explain the crimes the prisoners here had committed. The prisoners here were outsiders who had seriously offended the Heavenly Pool Palace. Soon enough, Elder Xie came to a stop in front of 2 cells that were separated by 1 empty cell. A middle-aged man with white hair at his temples sat cross-legged in one of the cells while the other cell held a motionless white fox whose fur was stained with blood. The fox's aura was so weak that one could mistake it for a carcass. Duan Ling Tian knew the white fox, a phantom fox, was Huaner's mother, Duzan. With this, it was not difficult to figure out that the middle-aged man was Huaner's father, the former proud prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Duxian's pure white fur was stained red by the pool of blood she was lying in. It was a gruesome and horrifying sight. Brother Ling Tian, that's my mother. Huaner's agitated voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Despite being overwhelmed, she managed to keep a straight face to avoid rousing suspicion. She knew she would lose access to the prison if acted suspicious, after all. At that time, it would be even more difficult for her to rescue her parents. Her voice quivered as she continued to say through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, I sent a voice transmission to my mother, but she's not responding to me at all. She must be gravely injured. Huaner, I've checked your mother using my divine consciousness. Her life is not in danger. I'll speak to that middle-aged man, it's likely he's your father, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Following that, he sent a voice transmission to the middle-aged man. Is that phantom fox? Duzan, the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes immediately as he looked at Duan Lingtian warily. In the old man's opinion, the middle-aged man had only opened his eyes because he sensed their presence. "Who are you? How do you know my wife's name?" the middle-aged man asked through voice transmission. "Do you know you have a daughter?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes," the middle-aged man replied warily. "Who are you? How do you know Shuaner's name, and how do you know we have a daughter?" Duan Lingtian replied, "Your daughter is standing next to me. Watch your reaction. If her identity is exposed, she might be imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace as well." As soon as the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's reminder, he hurriedly averted his eyes away from Huaner. He could only look at Huaner furtively. To avoid suspicion, he even regarded them with a cold expression on his face. However, when the elder was not looking, his gaze would soften when he looked at Huaner. Elder Xie glanced at the middle-aged man and explained, "He's the proud prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain we spoke of earlier, Lian Chu. He's the one who broke the marriage agreement between our Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain. As I said earlier, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was tactful enough to take the initiative to send him to us. The white fox in the other cell is his wife. I don't think I've said it earlier, but she came to us on her own accord." He shook his head at the end of his words. A hint of pity shone in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the unconscious white fox. Duan Lingtian nodded as he held Huaner's hand and followed the old man who had begun to walk away. Meanwhile, Huaner's expression remained indifferent when she looked at the middle-aged man intently. "Huaner. She's our daughter, Huaner. Her eyes are just like Shuaner's eyes. In fact, I can tell she resembles Shuaner even though her face is hidden by the veil." Lian Chu thought to himself as he closed his eyes after the trio walked away. His emotions were in turmoil now that he finally saw his daughter. For the longest time, Lian Chu was unaware that he had a daughter. It was only when his wife, Duzan, came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for him and was imprisoned along with him in the Thousand Chains prison that he found they had a daughter who was in the spirit overarching heaven. When he had first learned about his daughter's existence, he had been angry that his wife had left their daughter alone and walked into the lion's den by coming to the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his anger soon vanished when he was forced to watch his wife being tortured in front of him. At that time, he only felt distressed. He could only pray that their daughter was alive and well. He had come to terms with the fact that it was unlikely for him to meet his daughter in this lifetime. Who knew one of the two strangers who appeared today, a purple-clad young man and a young woman, would turn out to be his daughter? In fact, when Lian Chu saw the young woman, before he even received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he had a strong feeling the young woman was his daughter due to her resemblance to his wife. Before Duan Lingtian and the others vanished from Lian Chu's sight, Duan Lingtian solemnly said through voice transmission, "Senior Lian Chu, Huaner and I will find a way to rescue you and Senior Duzan." Huaner. Upon hearing Huaner's name, Lian Chu was even more convinced of Huaner's identity. How could there be any doubt when the young woman not only resembled his wife but had the same name as their daughter as well? "Rescue us." Lian Chu's expression changed drastically when he realized what Duan Lingtian had said. His daughter and the purple-clad young man, who seemed to be his son-in-law, intended to rescue them. "I hope those silly kids don't act recklessly. It's not easy to escape from the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. If it's so easy, the titled celestial emperors on the third floor would have long escaped," Lian Chu thought to himself worriedly. Although he wished he could escape this place with his wife, he was unwilling to leave if it meant putting his daughter at risk. "Shuaner, I'm sure you feel the same way I do." Lian Chu's body trembled slightly as he looked at the injured white fox. Due to being constantly tortured, she had to revert to her true form to recuperate. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian tightened his grip around Huaner's hand as they made their way to the third floor of the prison. At the same time, he asked the cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, do you have any ideas about how we can save Huaner's parents?" Previously, Duan Lingtian had confided in the world-cleansing divine water about the reason he decided to volunteer in the Thousand Chains prison in hopes that it would be able to help him find a way to rescue Huaner's parents. To be honest, it's going to be a difficult task. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's reply, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It must be incredibly difficult if even the world-cleansing divine water said so. After a moment, Duan Lingtian asked, "Seniors, if lend Huaner's father, Lian Chu, the 5 divine elements, to increase his strength, will he be able to escape from the 1,000 chains prison? Although Duan Ling Tian knew it was risky to expose the existence of the 5 divine elements, in order to rescue Huan'er's parents, he did not hesitate at all. Moreover, his instincts told Huan'er's father would not betray him. However, if Huan'er's father escaped using the 5 divine elements, it would expose the 5 divine elements' existence and make him a target. After all, even heavenly emperors of Devata realms would covet the 5 divine elements. Nevertheless, the world-cleansing divine water quickly refused his suggestions. No, things aren't as simple as you think they are. Only the host of the 5 divine elements can unleash our strength. You're mistaken if you think others can easily unleash our power with just a thought like you. Chapter 3317 The World-Cleansing Divine Water's Suggestion. Although it's possible for you to lend the 5 divine elements' strength to others, they'd only be able to utilize less than 1% of our strength. Only the host is able to exert the full strength of the 5 divine elements. Unless the host dies, and the 5 divine elements acknowledge a new host, no one else can use the full power of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, if your idea is possible, does it mean that someone who has evolved the 5 divine elements to their highest forms and became a supreme powerhouse can lend the 5 divine elements' strength to another person to help them become a supreme powerhouse as well? Therefore, it's impossible to lend our full strength to another person. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian grew anxious. Sister Water, do you have any other suggestions? I do, but it'll be very dangerous for you, the world-cleansing divine water said. What is it? Duan Ling Tian hurriedly asked as his eyes brightened. He did not care if it would be dangerous for him as long as there was a solution. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. He had experienced many hardships from the time he was in the mundane realm and after he had ascended to a Devata realm. The world-cleansing divine water said without beating around the bush, release a few of the titled celestial emperors imprisoned on the 3rd floor. In fact, if it's possible, release all of them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing these words. Then, he said with a wry smile, Sister Water, is that feasible? Even if I release them, could they really leave this place? Would they even listen to me? As Elder Xie said, the 1,000 Chains prison is different from what it was in the past. The dangerous formations in the 1,000 Chains prison are the formation here in the prison and the one in the square in front of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, I can deal with both of them. You can tell them about this. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Perhaps, he would be able to convince the titled celestial emperors to escape this place if he told them he had a way to deal with the 2 dangerous formations in the 1,000 Chains prison. At this moment, Elder Xie suddenly rang in the air. The prisoners here are all titled celestial emperors. As of today, we have 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned here. They had finally arrived at the 3rd floor of the prison. The prison here was different from the bottom 2 floors. The cells were more a cultivation place than a prison cell. To the naked eyes, there were no bars or anything on the cells. Each cell had a person sitting cross-legged in it. There were an old man with messy grayish-white hair, a bald and burly man, a skinny old lady, and a young man. When Duan Ling Tian and the others appeared, the bald and burly man opened his eyes and looked at them indifferently before he closed his eyes again. Elder Xie said, this bald man is the touching cloud celestial emperor. Previously, he killed 2 of our elders. Since our palace master couldn't kill him, he was captured and imprisoned here instead. After a brief pause, he continued to say, all of the 6 titled celestial emperors here, including him, comprehended the law of earth. Therefore, their defenses are really strong. Although they specialized in defenses, it doesn't mean their offensive strength is weak. They're titled celestial emperors, after all, so their attacks can't be that weak no matter what. For example, I'm sure you've noticed the difference in the cells here compared to the ones below. These cells are special and have special formation to prevent them from breaking free. Normal cells can't hold them captive at all. For people like Lian Chu on the 2nd floor who's almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor, apart from the physical restraints, we have a slightly weaker formation compared to the ones here restraining him as well. Following that, Elder Xie listed the crimes of the other 5 titled celestial emperors as well. All of them had either killed members of the Heavenly Pool Palace or provoked the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were stronger than these titled celestial emperors, it was still rather difficult to kill them. For this reason, they were captured and imprisoned in the 1,000 Chains prison instead. Apart from that, the cells holding them cause their speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy to be incredibly slow. The cells also prevent them from comprehending profundities. Duan Ling Tian had studied the second floor of the prison earlier with his divine consciousness earlier. Now that he used his divine consciousness to check the third floor, he realized the cultivation restriction Elder Xie spoke of only existed on the third floor. Elder Xie, are these restrictions from the formations on the third floor? Duan Ling Tian asked despite knowing the answer to this question. That's right, there are unique formations here that prevent the titled celestial emperors here from growing stronger. There's no shortage of talented prisoners. If they were allowed to grow stronger, it wouldn't take long before they're capable of escaping from the prison. In fact, the prison is very secure, they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when you're on duty, you can actually just find a place to cultivate. There's nothing much you have to do. Once the time is up, you can just leave. After showing Duan Ling Tian and Huaner around the Thousand Chains prison, Elder Xie led the duo out of the prison. Meanwhile, Huaner was still overwhelmed by her emotions when they returned to the second floor. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian consoled her through voice transmission before he spoke to the world. Cleansing divine water again. Sister Water, can I help Huaner's parents to escape by sneaking them into my little world? My little world is special after all. Is there a way for them to avoid detection if they hide in my little world? If there's a simpler way, I would have suggested releasing the titled celestial emperors on the third floor, the world cleansing divine water replied. Although your little world is special, the Thousand Chains prison isn't an ordinary prison. Moreover, the prisoners' soul auras have already been recorded. Therefore, it's almost impossible for them to avoid detection. From what I gathered, the only way is for you to release the titled celestial emperors. After a pause, the world cleansing divine water continued to say, however, like I said earlier, this method comes with a lot of risks and danger. It won't take long for the Heavenly Pool Palace to find out that the prisoners have been released. If you're exposed, you'll be an enemy of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't forget the blood ties between the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Therefore, not only do you risk making an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but the Heavenly Emperor's force will certainly hunt you down as well. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water clearly analyzing the pros and cons, Duan Ling Tian fell silent. He did not tell Huaner about his conversation with the world-cleansing divine water. After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner flew back to their cultivation place, Huaner still failed to calm down. As soon as they arrived at their cultivation place, she broke down immediately. She could no longer hold back her tears, and let them stream down her face. A pained expression could be seen on her face as she said through her tears, "Brother Ling Tian, my mother. She suffered so much. I'm really useless, I can't even do anything for her." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian slightly regretted his decision to bring Huaner to the Thousand Chains prison. He thought he should have gone alone instead. At least, he would be able to soften the blow for her. "Huaner, I have a way to save your parents," Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes gleamed with determination. So what if he ended up making an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace and being hunted down by the Heavenly Emperor's force? He was not from the Boundless Heaven anyway. He had only come here to save Huaner's parents. "Brother Ling Tian, is that true?" Huaner stopped crying as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although she trusted Duan Ling Tian with all her heart, she could not help but ask this question. "Huaner, have I ever lied to you?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Huaner shook her head. The expression on her tear-stained face turned solemn as she asked, "Brother Ling Tian, how long do you plan to wait before executing your plan? If it's too dangerous, I'd rather you take your time to grow stronger before we rescue my parents." After their trip to the Thousand Chains prison, Huaner was aware of the many obstacles that stood in their way. Although she had never doubted Duan Ling Tian, she did not want him to unnecessarily put himself in danger. "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Duan Ling Tian patted Huaner's head as he said with a smile, "When have I ever done something that has no chance of success? Don't worry." Chapter 33:18 Returning to Fresh Breeze Town, his hometown. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Hong Fei was incredibly efficient. A few days after his visit to the Thousand Chains prison, Hong Fei sent him 3 celestial fruits that could boost the cultivation of celestial lords. Moreover, the 3 celestial fruits were rather rare. Fruits. Little junior brother, cultivate diligently. All of us are depending on you to make us proud when eldest senior sister returns, Hong Fei said. He was smiling so widely that his eyes looked as though they had disappeared into his chubby face. Thank you, sixth senior brother. Duan Lingtian was sincerely grateful for Hong Fei's help. He could not help but sigh inwardly. If he followed the world-cleansing divine waters solution to save Huan'er's parents, he knew it was inevitable that he would stand on opposing sides with Shu Lang and his seniors. He did not care about the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace except for Shu Lang and his seniors. If it was possible, he would rather choose another way that would not ruin his relationship with Shu Lang and his seniors. Alas, he had no other choice. Huan'er, brother Lingtian will not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched Hong Fei leave. He would begin to carry out his plan once he was called for duty in 11 months' time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out, Huan'er, come with me. He led Huan'er out of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate before he made his way south. In the end, they finally came to a stop above a vast bamboo forest. Brother Lingtian, why did you bring me here? Huan'er looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. He did not say anything before he brought her here. After all, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Huan'er, didn't you say you wanted to see the place where I grew up? We're going to the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian said. All right. Huan'er nodded. She knew Duan Lingtian wanted to bring her out so she could relax. Following that, celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body before it dissolved into spots of starlight that gently fell on the bamboo forest. When the spot of light touched the bamboo forest, a gentle energy rippled out as a beam of light shone on Duan Lingtian and Huan'er. When the light finally disappeared, the duo could no longer be seen. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked for Hong Fei's help to build a transporting formation in this bamboo forest that connected the Devata realms and the mundane realms. He planned to travel to his hometown in the mundane realm that was known as the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian and Huan'er's visions turned black. When their visions returned to them, they found themselves hovering above the ocean. They could sense the extremely weak heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings immediately. It was so weak that they felt rather uncomfortable. It took a while for them to get used to the heaven and earth spirit energy. Is this the secular karma that I heard of? Duan Lingtian wondered inwardly. He could sense a strange energy trying to enter his body. Fortunately, it was easy for him to keep the strange energy at bay. This was his first time encountering this since it was also his first time returning to the mundane realm after ascending to a Devata realm. Huan'er, don't let that strange energy enter your body, Duan Lingtian reminded Huan'er. This should be the secular karma in the mundane realm. If cultivators from Devata realms fail to keep the energy at bay, it'll negatively impact their cultivation in the future. There are some who not only fail to improve, but their cultivation base regressed as well. Okay, Huan'er nodded slightly. Similar to Duan Lingtian, it was easy for her to stop the secular karma from entering her body. Let's go, I'll show you the place where I grew up. Duan Lingtian held Huan'er's hand before he flew to his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. The duo arrived in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian saw the town had changed since he was last here, but he was not surprised at the development. After all, it had been more than 200 years since he was last here. It would have been strange if Fresh Breeze Town did not change at all. Huan'er, this is where I grew up, Duan Lingtian said as he led Huan'er around. There was a granny who used to sell sugar-glazed candies here. There was an old man who used to sell candies there as well. They're long gone now that more than 200 years have passed. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he finished speaking. It was not just the vendors, perhaps, most of his friends in the mundane realm were also long gone. The Li clan. When Duan Lingtian passed by the Li clan, he noticed the estate was much bigger compared to before. Since he and Huan'er had used a technique to stay invisible, they easily entered the Li clan without anyone's notice. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped into the estate, he was stunned by a statue near the entrance. At the same time, Huan'er exclaimed, Brother Lingtian, the statue resembles you a lot. This is how I used to look. For a moment, Duan Lingtian did not know how to react to the statue in his likeness. There was a plaque next to the statue that was inscribed with his name and listed his achievements. Naturally, these achievements were only those that the Li clan was aware of. There were many of his achievements that the Li clan, and those in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, were unaware of. At this moment, a teenager led a little girl who looked to be about 5 to 6 years old over. The boy pointed at the statue and said, See this. This statue is of a famous outer disciple in our Li clan in the past. Legend has it that when he was young, he was already capable of suppressing the 10 great dynasties. His mother, Li Ru, was the 9th elder of our Li clan. Capable of suppressing the 10 great dynasties. The little girl was surprised. A dynasty is far superior to kingdoms and empires who are already powerful in their own right. Our Fresh Breeze town is just a small town in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. That's why he's the pride of our Li clan. The reason the Li clan in Aurora City is so courteous to us is due to this senior. We've been blessed by him, so we built this statue to honor him. No one in the Li clan has ever received such a treatment. To think he was just an outer disciple at that time. The little girl stared at the teenager with wide eyes as she said excitedly, "Fourth brother, I want to hear more." All right. The boy began to recount Duan Lingtian's life story in the mundane realm. How Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town for Aurora City before making his way to the Imperial Palace in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Listening to the teenager's story was like a trip down memory lane for Duan Lingtian. There were many things that he himself had forgotten about. Huaner said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, these children really idolize you." Duan Lingtian sighed. 200 years passed in just a blink of an eye, and all the people I know are long gone. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the Li clan's estate. They continued to wander the streets when Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt. He was frozen in place as he stared at a corner in a daze. Huaner remained silent. She did not want to disturb Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian sighed after regaining his senses did she ask, "Brother Lingtian, did you remember something?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes inadvertently fell on that corner again. "That's where I first met my wife, Ka. At that time," Duan Lingtian recounted the time when he first met the young girl trying to sell herself just so she could give her mother a proper burial. She had matured over the years, and her identity had undergone a huge change. She was now waiting for him to save her in the divine offering land, a realm of gods. Apart from her, his family and friends were also captured by Yunqing and brought to the divine offering land. He could not wait to kill Yunqing with his hands. Chapter 33:19 Duan Lingtian's objective. Duan Lingtian could still vividly remember the day he met Ka. That once pitiful had grown so much and even gave birth to an adorable daughter for him. In just a blink of an eye, he had been separated from his wife and his daughter, Duan Xiling, for more than 200 years. Ka. Xiling. Once the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms is open, I'll come and look for both of you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Brother Lingtian. Huaner could sense Duan Lingtian's emotions were in turmoil, so she hugged him and consoled him. Sister Ka and the others will be fine. Huaner, whose parents were being imprisoned, could naturally empathize with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and forced a smile on his face. Huaner, after leaving Fresh Breeze Town, let's go to Aurora City. That's the first place I went after leaving Fresh Breeze Town. The main Li clan was also located in Aurora City. The clan in Fresh Breeze Town was just a branch of the clan. Okay. Huaner nodded obediently. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes at this moment. Hearing Duan Lingtian talk about his family and friends reminded her of her parents who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousands Chains prison. However, she quickly concealed her feelings. She did not want Duan Lingtian to worry about her. However, Huaner's actions did not escape Duan Lingtian's notice. He knew she was trying to be strong in front of him, so he did not bring it up. Moreover, he already had a plan to save her parents. In fact, even this trip to the Saint Province realm was one of the necessary steps in his plan to save her parents. When Duan Lingtian arrived in Aurora City, he discovered the changes here were even bigger than that of Fresh Breeze Town. Not only did it double its size, but many areas were well developed now. Soon enough, he saw another of his statues in a spacious square in the heart of Aurora City. Huaner said with a smile, Brother Lingtian. It seems that you're well respected in your hometown. I didn't expect this as well. Duan Lingtian did not have many friends in Fresh Breeze Town compared to Aurora City. However, perhaps for a handful of them, the rest were probably long gone. Duan Lingtian felt his heartache again. He said, Huaner, I met my wife Li Fry in Aurora City. Li Fei, along with their son, Duan Niantian, was also in the divine offering land, waiting for him to rescue them. Back then, as he stood in front of the Li clan's main entrance, His thoughts wandered to the time he first met Li Fei. After he finished recounting his story, he took a deep breath to gather his thoughts before he walked away. Instead of going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after leaving Aurora City, he made his way to Iron Blood City instead. Duan Ling Tian assumed the genius camp of the past might not exist now that 200 years had passed. Perhaps, the Iron Army was still around. Unbeknownst to him, both were still around. In fact, a lot of importance was placed on the genius camp now because of him. It was all because of him that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family strongly supported the Iron Blood Army's genius camps. Over the past 200 years, many outstanding talents had come from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. However, none of them could compare to Duan Ling Tian. Huaner. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is where I first met Su Li, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. You've met him before. He's the same Su Li in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't know you met him at such a young age. No wonder both of you have such a strong bond, Huaner said, slightly surprised. Huaner, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's capital. That's the Paladin Academy. Su Li and I were students once. It was during our time in the academy that I realized Su Li's a good friend. Duan Ling Tian told Huaner about the time Su Li decided to leave the Paladin Academy instead of letting the Su clan harm him. It was what cemented their friendship. After leaving the Paladin Academy, Duan Ling Tian led Huaner to the Duan clan. Both the Duan clan and the Li clan still existed after 200 years. Both clans seemed to be more powerful than before. There were many clans from the past that had ceased to exist, with new clans rising to take their places. This is the Duan clan. My father Duan Rufeng is from the Duan clan. Following that, the duo left the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Their first stop was the sect he joined, the Seven-Star Sword sect. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian had a lot of memories in the Seven-Star Sword sect. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had been traveling around the Saint Province for a month now. During that time, he would reminisce and recount his experience to Huaner. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner solemnly and asked, Huaner, do you know why I brought you here? Huaner shook her head. Huaner, although I tried to suppress my feelings, it had the opposite effect. Sometimes the more you try to suppress the feelings, the stronger they become. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he said, all this while, I have no intention of starting another relationship because of my wives, Ka and Li Fei, and also Tian Wu. Moreover, they were all captured and brought to the Divine Offering Land. Even if none of that happened, I still wouldn't start a relationship easily. They're my greatest blessing, and I don't want them to have to share my love with another person again. However, I began to change my mind when I met you. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, all men would be captivated by your beauty, and I'm no different. However, at that time, I had too much on my mind. As I got to know you, my heart was moved, but I tried to hide it. In fact, I've always told myself to treat you like my younger sister. I've fallen for you, but recently, when I heard that Lei Jun is interested in you after we returned from the Tidal Temple, I was incredibly furious. It was at that time that I further realized your importance in my heart. After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze back to Huaner. He was stunned. Silly girl, why are you crying? He quickly reached out to wipe her tears away as he said, it's okay, Huaner. Don't cry. At this moment, Huaner reached out and hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly as though she would never let go. Brother Ling Tian, do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? I'm only crying because I'm really happy. She was so happy that she had a difficult time articulating her thoughts. Huaner, Duan Ling Tian said, I want to tell you that your parents are also my parents now. I'll definitely save them. Following that, Duan Ling Tian said, I hope you'll stay in the Saint Province realm in the meantime. I'll definitely come back for you. Upon hearing these words, Huaner's expression changed drastically. No, I want to go with you. I won't allow you to risk your life on your own. Realization finally dawned on Huaner at this moment. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian planned to rescue her parents on his own. Huaner, I've made up my mind, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, listen to me, alright. This time, Huaner was not so easily convinced. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, Huaner, don't worry. I'm confident that I'll succeed. I promise I won't act rashly. I told you about the 7 Absolute sect previously. Senior Feng Qingyang, whose inheritance I received as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm planning to seek his help. With his help, it'd be much easier to save your parents. Although Duan Ling Tian was not lying about his plan, he was not certain if Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. However, to reassure Huaner, he could only put on a confident front. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Huaner was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When she regained her senses, she said, "If that's the case, why do I need to stay in the mundane realm? I can follow you to the solitary destructive heaven to meet Senior Feng Qingyang." Upon seeing Huaner being so stubborn, Duan Ling Tian grew impatient. He said in a deep voice, "Huaner, if you don't listen to me, I won't see you again after rescuing your parents." He knew these words were hurtful, and he would not say such words unless it was necessary. However, in order to make Huaner listen, he could only say these words. Chapter 33:20 Heading to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I hope everything goes smoothly. After Duan Ling Tian left Huaner in the Saint Province realm, he did not immediately return to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Instead, he found a transporting formation and went to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. To be precise, he went to the Solitary Destructive Territory in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The territory was the heart of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, and it was also where the Heavenly Emperor's palace was located. His only purpose for coming here was to look for Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Although I obtained Senior Feng Qingyang's inheritance in the mundane realm, he's a Heavenly Emperor now. I'm sure he has many disciples now. Perhaps, to him, I'm just a random person who inherited his legacy. Moreover, I'm the cause of him being hunted down and forced to escape to the Asura hell. I don't know if he blames me for that. Duan Ling Tian felt heavy-hearted when he arrived in the solitary destructive territory. If it were not for the fact that it was too dangerous for him to save Huaner's parents, he would not look for Feng Qingyang. He wanted to try his luck no matter what. After all, if Feng Qingyang agreed to his request, Feng Qingyang might be able to set Huaner's parents free with just a few words. With Feng Qingyang's current strength, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would have to show a little respect to Feng Qingyang, let alone the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, a mere heaven-grade force. For Huaner's sake, I must swallow my pride and look for Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. If it were not for the severity of the matter, he would be too embarrassed to seek help from Feng Qingyang. Following that, Duan Ling Tian began to ask for directions to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was such a well-known place, so there would definitely be people who knew the location of the palace. When Duan Ling Tian was about to stop someone to ask for directions, a thought suddenly occurred to him. That's right, how can I forget him? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled Meng Haozan, who was the junior brother of Huaner's brother in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Previously, before they parted ways, they had exchanged soul pearls. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to contact Meng Haozan. When Meng Haozan first received a message from Duan Ling Tian, he was surprised. He stopped what he was doing and agreed to meet Duan Ling Tian in 3 days. When Meng Haozan saw Duan Ling Tian, he said enthusiastically, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come to the solitary destructive heaven so soon. What brings you here?" Meng Haoyuan was happy to see Duan Ling Tian. He truly admired this prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, to a certain extent, he was only able to survive the title temple because of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and said, "I'd like to go to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Do you know where it's located?" Although Meng Haozan was confused, he nodded. "I do. Why do you want to go to the Heavenly Emperor Palace? You must know not everyone can just enter the palace." Duan Ling Tian replied honestly, "I'm looking for the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." "You're looking for the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Haozan was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Why was Duan Ling Tian looking for Lord Feng Qingyang? When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "Duan Ling Tian, it won't be easy for you to meet our Heavenly Emperor. Why do you want to look for him?" "I'd like to ask for his help to save 2 people, Duan Ling Tian replied. "You know one of them. He's Lian Chu, your eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother. When Meng Haozan heard Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to ask for Feng Qingyang's help to save 2 people, he thought Duan Ling Tian was too naive. Why would the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven concern himself with the affairs of a disciple from the heavenly pool palace? Regardless of how talented Duan Ling Tian was, Duan Ling Tian would only invite disdain by acting in this manner. After all, it could be seen that he deserted the heavenly pool palace for the solitary destructive heaven. In other people's opinions, if Duan Ling Tian could betray the heavenly pool palace, he could betray the solitary destructive heaven as well in the future. However, he did not expect one of the people Duan Ling Tian wanted to save was Lian Chu, his eldest senior brother. You want to save my eldest senior brother? Meng Haozan asked in confusion. Following that, Duan Ling Tian explained everything to Meng Haozan. I see, I didn't expect your partner to be eldest senior brother's daughter. Meng Haozan did not think there was such a coincidence until today. As it turned out, the heavenly pool palace's prodigious disciple whom he met in the tidal temple. In fact, Duan Ling Tian could be considered his senior brother's son-in-law. When he finally regained his senses, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I understand your intention. However, it'd be difficult for you to obtain the heavenly emperor's help. Perhaps, if you were a sectless cultivator, you could have offered to join the heavenly emperor's force in exchange for his help. However, you're already a disciple of the heavenly pool palace. Regardless of your talent and aptitude, he won't have high regard for you if you abandon the heavenly pool palace to join him. You think I'm planning to leave the heavenly pool palace to join the heavenly emperor's force in the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He did not expect Meng Haozan to arrive at this conclusion. Isn't that the case? Meng Haozan was confused. Apart from this method, there was no way Duan Ling Tian would be able to get the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although I only joined the heavenly pool palace to save Huan'er's parents, I have received a lot of warmth and care from my seniors. After joining the verdant prairie celestial emperor Shu Lang. For that reason alone, I won't easily betray the heavenly pool palace. However, how are you going to get our heavenly emperor to help you then? Perhaps, he would help you if he personally knew you. Although he can solve this matter with just a few words, it's unlikely that he'll simply help a stranger. Duan Ling Tian replied, we come from the same mundane realm. I inherited his legacy and became his successor after joining his sect when I was in the mundane realm. I see. Meng Haozan nodded. After a moment, he added, Duan Ling Tian, I still think it's best to not place too much on this. After all, if heavenly emperors placed huge importance on their successors, they would personally bring their successors to the Devata realms. Did he contact you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Based on this, it's possible that he doesn't even know you exist or that you've inherited his legacy, Meng Haozan said bitterly. I don't know why, but I feel like I have a chance. Didn't you say he's known as the Fog Rain Hermit? In our mundane realm, I was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. He might have just used the nickname out of nostalgia. Meng Haozan was rather certain Duan Ling Tian did not have a high chance of succeeding. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with determination as he said, it doesn't matter. I'd still like to try. Since you insist, I'll bring you there. It's quite hard to find the place if you've not been there before even if you have the directions, Meng Haozan said. The duo took flight immediately. While they were flying, Meng Haozan asked, Duan Ling Tian, how's my eldest senior brother? Duan Ling Tian had mentioned earlier that he had seen his eldest senior brother in the Thousand Chains prison after all. He's alright, his strength has improved as well. Currently, he's almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian replied. Meng Haozan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing these words. My master will be very proud when he hears about eldest senior brother's achievement. It's a pity the heavenly pool palace imprisoned him. We don't even know when the heavenly pool palace will release him. I don't think the heavenly pool palace has any intention of releasing him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent. If the heavenly pool palace intended to release Lian Chu at some point, they would not have tortured Huan'er's mother to punish him. Based on this alone, it was clear that the palace master of the heavenly pool palace and his daughter still held a grudge. Chapter 3321 The Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. The heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven was located in the sky, high above a barren land. It would be almost impossible for someone who had not been to the palace to find it. However, Meng Haozan was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Even if he had not been into the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had seen it before. When Duan Lingtian and Meng Haozan were near the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haozan grew more and more excited. He said enthusiastically, "There are many people like me who would come to the Heavenly Emperor Palace even if we can't enter it. It's almost like a pilgrimage." Most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven revered and worshipped their Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, the residence of the Heavenly Emperor had become a special place to them. "I see." Duan Lingtian nodded in response. When he was still in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace, he had read up about Feng Qingyong. He knew that Feng Qingyong was not only the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but Feng Qingyong was also idolized by most sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, most heavenly emperors were not idolized or revered to this extent. Usually, only those who had become gods would receive this level of adulation and reverence. It was rare for heavenly emperors to have almost half of the population in their Devata realms to worship them so much. Perhaps, only a handful of heavenly emperors received this kind of adoration. "Duan Lingtian, before we arrive, I should remind you that you might not even make it past the gates. Perhaps, at most, you can get someone to help you send a message," Meng Haozan said when they were almost at the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Although you have a connection with our Lord Heavenly Emperor, the connection is from your time in the mundane realm. To a Heavenly Emperor, the legacy they left behind in a mundane realm might not mean anything to them. Moreover, such a long time has passed, it's likely that he might not place much importance on things from the mundane realm anymore." Although Meng Haozan had learned about Duan Lingtian's connection to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven during their journey here, he was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chance to meet the Heavenly Emperor. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was undeterred and wanted to give it a try anyway. "Don't worry, I know." Duan Lingtian knew Meng Haozan's intentions were good. Therefore, he responded with a slight smile on his face even though he was feeling troubled. Naturally, he hoped Feng Qingyong would be willing to help him, but he was also prepared to be turned away. If he failed to obtain Feng Qingyang's help, he would have to rely on his own strength to save Huaner's parents. After some time, Meng Haozan's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "That's the Heavenly Emperor Palace." Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked in the direction of Meng Haozan's gaze and saw a floating island in the air that was shaped like an upside-down sword. Apart from that, there were many floating islands around the sword-shaped island like the stars around the moon. It's said that one of the smaller islands around the main island is the Lord Heavenly Emperor's cultivation ground, Meng Haozan said as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor Palace with a burning gaze. Although he had been here more than once, he was still in awe. "This aura feels very familiar." Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Meng Haozan, thought to himself when he sensed a faint hint of sword chi from the main island that was shaped like an upside-down sword. After a moment, he realized why it seemed so familiar. This sword chi is similar to the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyong left behind in the mundane realm. However, the sword chi here is naturally much more piercing and powerful. Duan Lingtian did not even realize that his eyes had begun to shine with anticipation at this moment. "Let's go to the entrance," Meng Haozan called out to Duan Lingtian before the duo made their way to the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. This was in fact the first time Meng Haozan was so close to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. In the past, he would only stand in the distance and look at the palace like what they were doing earlier. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Meng Haozan entered the range of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, a figure swiftly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Soon after, a few more figures joined the first figure. "This is the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter." The person who blocked their path was a heavenly guard. It was no surprise that his aura was oppressive. After all, the heavenly guards here were all celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian was rather surprised by this discovery. It's true. Even the heavenly guards are celestial emperors. During their journey, Meng Haozan had told him the Heavenly Emperor Palace was different from ordinary sects that had many members and disciples. The Heavenly Emperor's force was only made up of various titled celestial emperors and their disciples, and the heavenly guards. Most of the heavenly guards willingly volunteered to become part of the Heavenly Emperor's face. Naturally, one would only be accepted if one successfully passed the assessment. Once accepted, one had to stay a heavenly guard for 1,000 years at least. many cultivators who were being hunted would volunteer to become heavenly guards as a means to seek refuge. However, in exchange for the protection of the Heavenly Emperor and the other titled celestial emperors, these people would have to sign an agreement that bound them to their positions for 10,000 years. This had always been the way of the world. There was no free lunch in the world. To obtain something, one would have to give up something as well. Senior, we're here to see Lord Heavenly Emperor, Meng Haozan said politely. Although the Heavenly Guards were not celestial emperors, they were still stronger than ordinary celestial emperors. How could the Heavenly Emperor's guards be ordinary celestial emperors? You're here to see Lord Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Guards seemed taken aback by Meng Haozan's words. They sized Meng Haozan and Duan Ling Tian up before one of them finally stepped forward and said, "Both of you, follow me." Upon hearing these words, the other Heavenly Guards left and returned to their duties. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Guard who had spoken led Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan away. He did not speak as he led the duo to the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. After they arrived at the entrance, the Heavenly Guard said to the 4 Heavenly Guards at the entrance before he left, they said they're here to see the Heavenly Emperor. I'll leave them to you. After that Heavenly Guard left, the 4 Heavenly Guards guarding the entrance turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haozan. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was looking at the majestic entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Even the Grand Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven paled in comparison. You're here to see Lord Heavenly Emperor? One of the Heavenly Guards asked solemnly. In his opinion, since these people were here to see the Heavenly Emperor, they must not be ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he was not rude to the duo. The Heavenly Guard asked, "May I know how you're connected to Lord Heavenly Emperor or what business you have with Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Upon hearing this question, Meng Haozan turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. "I inherited Senior Feng Qing Yang's legacy in the mundane realm," Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. The Heavenly Guards were slightly surprised when they heard this. Based on what they knew, their Heavenly Emperor did not accept any direct disciples and only had 2 nominal disciples. They did not know their Heavenly Emperor had left his legacy in a mundane realm, nor did they hear anything about someone inheriting any legacy. "May I know your name, sir?" The Heavenly Guard asked respectfully. Although Duan Ling Tian was just someone who inherited Feng Qing Yang's legacy in a mundane realm, he did not dare to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied, "May I know why you're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" The Heavenly Guard asked again. "It is a long story. Can you announce my arrival to him? If he's willing to see, I'll speak to him myself. If he isn't willing, it's fine as well." Despite his words, Duan Ling Tian was in fact very anxious. He really could not say for sure if Feng Qing Yang would see him. With Feng Qing Yang's current status, would Feng Qing Yang care about some inheritance in a mundane realm? "All right, I'll send the word." The Heavenly Guard nodded. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoyuan's sight. The duo waited patiently for the Heavenly Guard's return. After roughly 15 minutes, the Heavenly Guard returned with a green-clad middle-aged man whose appearance and body were average and ordinary. Despite his average appearance, based on the Heavenly Guard's attitude, it was apparent that his status was not ordinary. "This is the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor from our Heaven Emperor Palace," the Heavenly Guard said respectfully. "He's one of the titled Celestial Emperors who's close to Lord Heavenly Emperor." The middle-aged man did not beat around the bush and asked, "You said you inherited Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm?" The middle-aged man stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as he waited for Duan Ling Tian's reply. At the same time, an extraordinary aura surged out of his body. Chapter 33:22 Dugu Wu appears. Yes, Duan Ling Tian felt pressure from the middle-aged man's aura. He did not know the middle-aged man's precise strength, but he was sure the middle-aged man was much stronger than Dugu Wen, whom he had killed in the past. In fact, he was sure the middle-aged man was even stronger than his teacher, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. The middle-aged man was, at the very least, on par with the Heavenly Pool Palace's profound heaven celestial emperor. The Jade Bow Celestial Emperor's strength was likely comparable to the profound heaven celestial emperor and was weaker than the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. "I'm Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. I'm a subordinate of Lord Heavenly Emperor," the middle-aged man said to Duan Ling Tian. "Lord Heavenly Emperor isn't here at the moment. He has left to attend to some matters." "What brings you here? Is it urgent?" "He's not here." Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. After a moment, he revealed the purpose of his visit. I'm here to ask for a favor from Senior Feng Qingyong. A favor? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he said, I'll pass your message to Lord Heavenly Emperor, but I'll need to verify your identity first. You said you inherited Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, so you shouldn't have a problem proving that, right? Yes, of course. With just a thought, he cast the sovereign heart sword that he had not used for a long time. In just a moment, the heart sword's deadly and terrifying sword intent permeated the air. The sovereign heart sword, Meng Chuan's eyes lit up. Although Duan Ling Tian's sovereign heart sword could not compare to Feng Qingyang's sovereign heart sword, there was no doubt they were one and the same. With this confirmation, he nodded and said, it seems like you really inherited Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. Tell me, what's the purpose of your visit? After confirming Duan Ling Tian was not lying, Meng Chuan's attitude changed for the better. Since he had a certain understanding of Feng Qingyang, he knew Feng Qingyang would treat Duan Ling Tian, his successor, differently even if Duan Ling Tian only inherited Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. Moreover, up until now, Feng Qingyang did not have a formal direct disciple. I'm here because, since Feng Qingyang was absent, he could only reveal everything to Meng Chuan. Moreover, Meng Chuan was close to Feng Qingyang. Meng Chuan nodded after he listened to Duan Ling Tian's words. He said, rescue 2 people from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace is related to the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven will still have to show our Lord Heavenly Emperor some respect. After a brief moment of silence, Meng Chuan said, I've already sent a message to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Please wait for a moment. However, after an hour passed, there was still no reply from Feng Qingyang. In the end, Meng Chuan had to send a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was one of Feng Qingyang's strongest subordinates. He was a top-tier titled Celestial Emperor in all Devata realms. His strength was not inferior to that of the leaders of heaven-grade forces in all the Devata realms. Meng Chuan had sent a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo, because Meng Luo had left with Feng Qingyang. However, Meng Luo did not reply to Meng Chuan's message as well. Lord Heavenly Emperor and my elder brother didn't reply to my messages. It seems like they're busy or in a place where they couldn't receive the messages. Meng Chuan shook his head as he said, Duan Ling Tian, even my elder brother who's with Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't reply to my message. They must be busy or they didn't receive my messages. How about this? Why don't I follow you back to the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian had been disappointed when he heard Feng Qingyang was absent. He grew even more disappointed when there was no reply from both Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo. However, his eyes lit up when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He asked tentatively, Senior Meng Chuan, are you serious? I, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor, am a man of my word, Meng Chuan said with a faint smile. Since you're our Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm, you can be considered as half his disciple. Since we don't know when Lord Heavenly Emperor will return, I'll follow you back to the Heavenly Pool Palace since I can tell the matter is urgent. Thank you, Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. Meng Haozan was also delighted that Meng Chuan was willing to help Duan Ling Tian. After all, one of the people Duan Ling Tian wanted to rescue was his eldest senior brother. Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the solitary destructive heaven alone, but he left with another person. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian recalled something and asked, Senior Meng Chuan, is it possible for you to get the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to release them without revealing my identity? Initially, Duan Ling Tian planned to meet the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace with Meng Chuan. However, after giving it some thought, he thought it was not necessary to reveal his identity if Meng Chuan could get the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to agree to release Huaner's parents for the sake of Feng Qingyang. After all, if his identity was revealed, there was no doubt his relationships with Xu Lang and his seniors would be estranged. If his identity was not revealed, he would still be able to maintain a good relationship with Xu Lang and seniors even if he had to leave eventually. That's not a problem, Meng Chuan said without any hesitation. He did not care about the reasons Duan Ling Tian wanted to conceal his involvement in the matter. He only cared that Duan Ling Tian was possibly the successor that Feng Qingyang had mentioned to his elder brother in the past. Even if Duan Ling Tian was not the successor whom Feng Qingyang had mentioned, Duan Ling Tian was still someone who comprehended and mastered Feng Qing Yang's sovereign heart sword. Even Feng Qing Yang's two nominal disciples did not comprehend or master the sovereign heart sword. When they were about to arrive at the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Ling Tian exchanged soul pearls with Meng Chuan. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air. Soon after, a figure appeared near Duan Ling Tian and Meng Chuan. It was an old man. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the old man, he exclaimed in surprise, "Dugu Wu." The old man was none other than Dugu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor. He was one of the two titled celestial emperors who was hired to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. His brother, Dugu Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor, was killed by Duan Ling Tian during their assassination attempt. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet Dugu Wu at all. It's obvious Dugu Wu has been waiting for me here for a long time. How did he know I left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate? It did not take long before the answer came to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, Lei Jun. Apart from Lei Jun, he could not think of anyone who would constantly keep a close watch on him and waited for him to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, Lei Jun was the one who had gotten Dugu Wu involved by hiring him and his brother to assassinate him. Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian wasted no time in sending Meng Chuan a voice transmission. This old man is a titled celestial emperor. His name is Dugu Wu, and he's known as the indestructible celestial emperor. He's an assassin in the boundless heaven, and he was previously hired to kill me. Meng Chuan's eyes flashed coldly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. A sword appeared in his hand as he stepped forward. In just a second, his formidable aura permeated the entire place. At the same time, countless energy swords appeared around him. His aura. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he sensed Meng Chuan's aura. It was as though Meng Chuan had turned into a different person. With this, he also realized he had underestimated Meng Chuan's strength. Although he was not wrong when he assumed Meng Chuan was weaker than Yufeng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was wrong in his assumptions that Meng Chuan's strength was on par with the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. In fact, Meng Chuan was stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and only slightly weaker than Yufeng Yu. Who are you? Dugu Wu's eyes narrowed when he saw Meng Chuan stepping forward with an emperor-grade celestial sword in hand to protect Duan Ling Tian. Someone who'll stop you from killing him, Meng Chuan replied indifferently. Dugu Wu's expression turned unsightly as he said coldly, heed my advice and stay out of this matter. Duan Ling Tian killed my brother, and I'll kill him today to avenge my brother. We'll see if you're capable of that. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, blue energy surged from his body and shrouded him. Based on this, it was obvious he had comprehended the law of water. When the energy swords were boosted by the law of water, they turned turquoise under the sun. In just a moment, the dazzling bow-like energy swords shot out. Duan Ling Tian finally understood Meng Chuan's title, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. When he had first heard Meng Chuan's title, he thought it was more suited for a moment. However, at this moment, he thought this title suited Meng Chuan perfectly. Chapter 33-23 Mixed Elemental Sword. So you insist on interfering in this matter? Dugu Wu's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw Meng Chuan preparing to fight. He was certain Duan Ling Tian had told Meng Chuan he was a titled celestial emperor, and yet, Meng Chuan was undeterred. Based on this, he knew his opponent had to be a titled celestial emperor as well. This made Dugu Wu reconsider his plan for a moment. Put Meng Chuan aside, Duan Ling Tian was likely not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor. Otherwise, how could Duan Ling Tian kill his brother, Dugu Wen? Moreover, Dugu Wen, the 100-variant celestial emperor, was not weak. Even if Duan Ling Tian used tricks or other means to kill Dugu Wen, there was no doubt Duan Ling Tian was not simple. At this moment, Meng Chuan scoffed. Following that, he swept toward Dugu Wu like a tide of waves as tens of thousands of turquoise energy swords shot out as well. Meng Chuan's aura was so domineering that Dugu Wu's expression changed immediately. He could tell Meng Chuan's strength was at least on par with his. Not only did Meng Chuan manage to fuse 3 profundities from the law of water, but Meng Chuan had also fused 2 other profundities from the law of water. With the 2 fusion profundities and individual profundities, Meng Chuan was on par with him. Senior, if you don't intervene in my conflict with Duan Ling Tian, I promise I'll owe you a favor. Dugu Wu said. His heart sank when he discovered Meng Chuan's strength. He had assumed Meng Chuan was weaker than him earlier. At this moment, killing Duan Ling Tian had become his second priority. The most important thing was to leave unharmed. After all, even if he did not kill Duan Ling Tian now, he was not certain Meng Chuan would let him go. As soon as Dugu Wu's words fell, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared behind Dugu Wu. In just a second, he released the two Ning dragons in his little word. He had spoken to the world-cleansing divine water earlier and requested it to ask the Ning dragons to attack as soon as they were released. The Ning dragons roared and jointly attacked Dugu Wu as soon as they appeared. A terrifying energy that caused the void to quake in its wake shot toward Dugu Wu's back. This joint attack by the Ning dragons was not weaker than that of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Dugu Wu narrowed his eyes and instantly reverted to a towering bamboo tree in just an instant to defend against the Ning dragons and Meng Chuan's frontal and back attacks respectively. A loud noise rang in the air as the towering green bamboo rooted itself in the ground, sitting up dust. The earth quaked violently at the same time. So this is the tenacious heavenly bamboo. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Dugu Wu's original form. A tenacious heavenly bamboo, Meng Chuan said in an even tone. I've heard that the tenacious heavenly bamboo's defenses are almost indestructible. Let me see if that's true. Meng Chuan's body flickered as he shot out again with his sword in hand. At the turquoise energy swords he manifested fell like torrential rain. At this time, the surging waves beneath Meng Chuan's feet and the Ning dragon's joint attack landed on the towering bamboo. It swayed and bent low as it got caught in the two attacks. At one point, it was bent so far back that it seemed like it was going to snap into two. However, green energy surged out at the critical moment and seemed to boost its strength. Following that, the energy swords fell on the bamboo. The force was so strong and terrifying when the energy swords landed on the bamboo that it seemed capable of eliminating everything that stood in its way. After the dust settled, Duan Ling Tian saw the tenacious heavenly bamboo remained unharmed. Dugu Wu's confident voice rang from within the bamboo. Senior, if we fight, it'd only end in a tie. Even if you and Duan Ling Tian work together, it'll still be difficult for you to kill me due to my original form. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Dugu Wu's words. He had been shocked when he saw how sturdy the tenacious heavenly bamboo was. No wonder he dares to use the title Indestructible Celestial Emperor. It's indeed a fitting title. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent. He knew this was the best chance for him to kill Dugu Wu. With Meng Chuan around, he was confident both of them would be able to kill Dugu Wu. However, that was only if he used the 5 divine elements' strength. How could he risk exposing the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body? Although Meng Chuan was a member of the Heavenly Emperor's force in the solitary destructive heaven and he had been nothing but nice to Duan Ling Tian was not sure if Meng Chuan would covet the 5 divine elements. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he decided not to take the risk. You think I can kill you? Meng Chuan looked at the tenacious heavenly bamboo from afar. As his robes fluttered in the air, he said with a faint smile, take this. The blue energy suddenly surged and formed a seemingly translucent humanoid figure around Meng Chuan. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan wielded the sword with both hands and pointed the tip at the sky. In the next moment, a turquoise energy sword shot out of the Emperor-grade celestial sword and shot into the sky. The gigantic figure followed suit after a sword formed in its hand. Similar to Meng Chuan, a turquoise energy sword ray shot out as well. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor taught me a method to merge 2 techniques from a fused profundity. It's called the mixed elemental sword. Let's see if the tenacious heavenly bamboo will remain indestructible faced with my mixed elemental sword. Meng Chuan said nonchalantly as he brandished his swords. Following that, the giant figure's sword imitated Meng Chuan's move. The mixed elemental sword. Dugu Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He exclaimed in shock, why you're from the Heavenly Emperor's force in the solitary destructive heaven. The mixed elemental sword was a technique created by Feng Qingyong, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It drew on the strength of fused profundities and was incredibly effective in taking down strong defenses. It could even take down the defenses of an opponent who was stronger, let alone Dugu Wu whose strength was on par with Meng Chuan's strength. This was a perfect situation for the mixed elemental sword to display its power. At this moment, the turquoise energy sword landed on the tenacious heavenly bamboo despite the bamboo's attempt to avoid the attack. It was cleanly cleaved into 2 from the top to the bottom. As soon as the tenacious heavenly bamboo was cleaved into 2, the ground where the bamboo was rooted suddenly split open and formed a wide chasm. Trying to recover, Meng Chuan said contemptuously when he saw the tenacious heavenly bamboo trying to heal itself. At the same time, blue energy exploded around the tenacious heavenly bamboo, reducing it to ashes. No! Du Bu Wu's cry of despair rang loudly in the air. It seems like the tenacious heavenly bamboo's defenses are just average, Meng Chuan said nonchalantly as he put his sword away. At the same time, the translucent humanoid figure and its sword vanished as well. So powerful. Duan Ling Tian thought he would need to borrow the Ning dragons and the 5 divine elements' strength to kill Du Bu Wu even if he worked together with Meng Chuan. He did not expect Meng Chuan to kill Du Bu Wu so easily with just a strike from the mixed elemental sword. The mixed elemental sword's offensive power was weaker than the offensive power of Meng Chuan's previous attacks. However, the mixed elemental sword specialized in destroying defenses. The mixed elemental sword, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as his heart raced in his chest. Senior Feng Qing Yang created this technique. Chapter 33-24 I can't wait that long. Even those titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison whom the Heavenly Pool Palace can't kill due to their high defenses won't be able to do anything faced with the mixed elemental sword. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. You can summon Ning dragons. Meng Chuan had been surprised earlier when he saw Duan Ling Tian summoning the 2 Ning dragons. Initially, he had been confused when he saw Duan Ling Tian teleporting behind Du Bu Wu. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to hurt, let alone kill, Du Bu Wu. It was when he sensed the power of the joint attack from the Ning dragons that was comparable to that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor that he realized he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor isn't simple, Meng Chuan thought to himself, as expected of someone who inherited Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. Moreover, his Ning dragons even know how to combine their strength. Meng Chuan looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. The tenacious heavenly bamboo is very sturdy. Without the mixed elemental sword taught by Lord Heavenly Emperor, we couldn't have taken him down even if both of us joined forces with your Ning dragons. How did you provoke this titled celestial emperor? His ability is above average among second-tier titled celestial emperors. In the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors were divided into 3 tiers according to their strength. Meng Chuan was a second-tier titled celestial emperor while his eldest brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was among first-tier titled celestial emperors. In fact, we had no enmity between us initially. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, like I told you earlier, he was an assassin. Someone in the Heavenly Pool Palace hired him and his brother to assassinate me. During the assassination attempt, I managed to kill his brother, so he was even more determined to kill to avenge his brother. Someone must have told him that I left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, and he must have been waiting here ever since. Lei Jun, if it were not for the fact that he had to rescue Huaner's parents, he would have looked for Lei Jun to settle the scores immediately. It's best to kill the one behind this matter as soon as possible, Meng Chuan said. Those who deal with you directly aren't dangerous. It's those that lurk in the dark, waiting for a chance to strike you like a venomous snake, who are dangerous. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His eyes glinted coldly. Don't worry, his days are numbered. After that, he said, Senior Meng Chuan, we'll part ways here. I'll return to my cultivation ground while you meet the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As Duan Ling Tian made his way back to Shu Lang's cultivation place, he could not help but sigh in relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like there was no need to resort to force to free Huaner's parents. The palace master should acquiesce to releasing Huaner's parents, right? Senior Meng Chuan is powerful. Most importantly, he's a titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Emperor's force in the solitary destructive realm. Since Senior Meng Chuan is representing Senior Feng Qing Yang to ask for Huaner's parents' release, there shouldn't be a problem. With Senior Feng Qing Yang's status, strength, and reputation, I don't think the palace master will refuse Senior Meng Chuan. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian managed to calm down. If it was possible, he really did not want to have any conflict with Shu Lang and his seniors. All of them treated him sincerely after all and made him feel at home. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at his cultivation ground, he decided to cultivate while he waited for news from Meng Chuan. However, he found that he could not focus at all. In the end, he could only wait as the time passed. After 2 hours, Duan Ling Tian finally heard from Meng Chuan. I've met with the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace Master and spoke to him about this matter. However, he refused to oblige unless Lord Heavenly Emperor personally attends to this matter. Based on his behavior, it seems like even if my elder brother is here, he'd still refuse us. Duan Ling Tian could sense the anger in Meng Chuan's voice when he listened to the message. Even when the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace refused Meng Chuan did not bring up Duan Ling Tian's name. After all, Duan Ling Tian had only obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. Without an official acknowledgement from Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian had no official connection to Feng Qingyang at all. It was useless even if Meng Chuan brought up Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like we can only wait for Lord Heavenly Emperor's return. I'll convey your message to him, Meng Chuan said to Duan Ling Tian. There was nothing he could do now. Based on his understanding of Feng Qingyang, he was certain Feng Qingyang would help Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was the person who inherited his legacy in the mundane realm. He knew Feng Qingyang was someone who believed in fate. Wait for senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He had been surprised when Meng Chuan agreed to help him. He was not sure Feng Qingyang, who was now the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would be willing to help him. Moreover, no one knew Feng Qingyang's whereabouts, and Meng Chuan was unable to contact him. How long would it be before Feng Qingyang returned? 100 years, 1,000 years. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian asked, Senior Meng Chuan. In your opinion, how long will it take before we hear from Senior Feng Qingyang? It's hard to tell, Meng Chuan replied. It could be today, tomorrow, or even 100 years. There's even a chance we have to wait 1,000 years. Meng Chuan had learned from his elder brother, Meng Luo, that Meng Luo and Feng Qingyang had gone to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms. It was difficult to communicate with the duo since they were in the Asura Hell. That's too long. I can't wait for that long, Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile on his face. Soon after, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. His eyes shone with determination as he asked, Senior, if I plan to rescue them by force, can you help me fend off some of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace? I have at least 6 other titled celestial emperors who have comprehended the law of earth to help me fend off the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. However, the number isn't enough since the Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled celestial emperors. After a brief pause, Meng Chuan said, although Yu Feng Yu is slightly stronger than I am, I'll be able to delay him for a while. However, I can only deal with him alone. The 6 titled celestial emperors you mentioned are unlikely to be able to hold up against the remaining 8 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can ask the titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace if they're willing to help us, but it's unlikely that they'll agree since they'll be risking their lives. I'm different from them in that sense. If I were just a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven like them, Yu Feng Yu would not hesitate to kill me if he were given the chance. However, because Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who's the right-hand man of our Lord Heavenly Emperor is my elder brother, Yu Feng Yu won't dare to kill me. Duan Ling Tian realized Meng Chuan was able to help him because Meng Chuan knew Yu Feng Yu would not dare to kill him. However, the most Meng Chuan could do was stall Yu Feng Yu. There were still 8 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace that he had to deal with, and the 6 imprisoned titled celestial emperors would not be enough to deal with them. Similar to Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian did not think the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would help him since they would risk deaths. Even if Yu Feng Yu could not kill them, they risked incurring the wrath of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was Yu Feng Yu's maternal grandfather after all. Meng Chuan was relatively safe since his elder brother was highly valued by Feng Qingyang. If Meng Chuan died, it was highly likely that Feng Qingyang would disregard diplomatic relations with the boundless heaven to avenge his trusted subordinate's brother. To succeed, we need at least 1 or 2 more titled celestial emperors to help us. Unless not all 8 titled celestial emperors are present in the Heavenly Pool Palace when we make a move, Meng Chuan said. Although he had a few close friends who were also titled celestial emperors and were likely to help him out, he did not want them to risk dying because of him. They were his friends after all. Moreover, if his friends died, he was not even sure Feng Qingyang would avenge them. Apart from that, he was not even certain if Duan Ling Tian was the successor whom Feng Qingyong had been searching for after he returned from the Asura Hell. He could not risk the lives of his friends over an uncertain matter. Meng Chuan thought to himself, if I can confirm he's the person Lord Heavenly Emperor has been searching for, all the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Palace would probably volunteer to help. At that time, there's no need for us to be afraid even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven were present. Another one or two titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Where was he supposed to look for titled celestial emperors? Zhuge Feng, Zhuge Yun. No, although they're strong, they can only kill ordinary titled celestial emperors if they join forces. They won't be a match for any of the stronger Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian thought about the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny and the Ning dragons. Similarly, the Ning dragons' joint attack is only enough to deal with the weakest titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, there's a possibility that teacher might not even bother with the other titled celestial emperors and come after me instead. After all, I'm his student. Freeing the prisoners is no different from betraying the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 3325 The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. What should I do? I don't have enough people on my side, and I don't know when Senior Feng Qingyong will receive Senior Meng Chuan's message. Even if he received it, he might not help me. I can't wait any longer. Huaner's mother is being tortured every once in a while. As a result, her father is suffering as well. Huaner's still waiting for me in the Saint Province realm, and she told me not to take the risk if I'm not confident. Otherwise, she'd take her life. Must I disappoint her then? Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. He racked his brain for a solution. After 15 minutes, his eyes glinted like the stars in the night sky. It seems like I'm only left with this choice. Following that, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly sent a message to Meng Chuan. Senior, is it possible for you to stay near the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for a period of time? I hope you'll be able to help me stall Palace Master Yu in half a year's time. I wouldn't have asked this of you if I weren't confident, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, I won't leave the Boundless Heaven for now, and I'll wait for you near the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for half a year, Meng Chuan responded without hesitation. This was because he thought it was likely that Feng Qingyong would accept Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. After all, from what he knew, Feng Qingyong did not leave many legacies in both the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Apart from that, there was a chance that Duan Ling Tian was the successor that Feng Qingyong had been searching for. If Duan Ling Tian was indeed the person Feng Qingyong was looking for, it would be beneficial to have Duan Ling Tian owe him a favor. Moreover, he would not suffer any loss by agreeing to help Duan Ling Tian. After all, he knew Yufeng Yu would not dare to kill him even if he was not a match for Yufeng Yu. Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was present, he still would not dare to recklessly kill him. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was mostly inhabited by celestial beasts. The Dragon Clan and the Blood Dragon Clan were both heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Blood Moon Ridge was also one of the heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. It was located in a remote area in the 10,000 Beast Heaven where it was shrouded in a blood mist all year round. At night, the sky here was illuminated by a blood-red moon. From this, one could easily guess how the name came to be. At this moment, a pretty golden-clad young woman with a mischievous glint in her eyes looked at a gray-clad old man and asked excitedly, Elder Ju, are you sure this information is true? Little Gold, why are you doubting my words? Little girl, I'm in charge of the Blood Moon Ridge's intelligence network. How's it possible that my information is wrong? The old man shook his head helplessly and said helplessly, the information is 100% true. Everybody in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory has heard of Duan Ling Tian. He's always dressed in purple and very handsome. I even obtained a portrait of him. Take a look. Is he the person you're looking for? The gray-clad old man raised his hand and handed a scroll to the golden-clad young woman. The young man in the portrait was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Although the portrait was crudely drawn, the golden-clad young woman recognized the person in the portrait immediately. It's true. It's Brother Ling Tian. It's Brother Ling Tian. I finally found Brother Ling Tian. Little Black and Little White are really unreliable. In the end, I'm the one who found Brother Ling Tian. The golden-clad young woman laughed happily. Meanwhile, the old man only shook his head when he saw the young woman's reaction. He did not understand why their grand elder was so fond of this crazy girl that he even adopted her as his foster daughter. Was it really just because they were both jade-eyed heavenly mice? On the other hand, after the young woman regained her senses, she hurriedly sent a message to her friends in the dragon clan. Little black, little white, I have news of brother Ling Tian. When a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman in the dragon clan received the golden-clad young woman's messages, they instantly left their respective cultivation ground to meet each other. Little Gold said she has news of brother Ling Tian and told me to meet her at the Blood Moon Ridge. I received the same message as well, the cold and aloof black-clad young man replied. There was a hint of warmth of tenderness in his eyes when he looked at the white-clad young woman. After a moment, he said, you should inform the fourth elder about this. She'll understand since she knows of our relationship with brother Ling Tian. The white-clad young woman nodded. She did not waste time and left in the direction of a mountain peak in a corner of the dragon clan's estate. After some time had passed, the black-clad young man was surprised when he saw the white-clad young woman returning with an extra person. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a white robe. She was none other than Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the dragon clan. Fourth elder. The black-clad young man bowed immediately when he saw the beautiful woman. Little Black, I heard that you've received news about your brother Ling Tian. Are both of you prepared to meet him? Ji Ning Yun asked with a faint smile on her face. Yes. Little Black nodded. I have plenty of time on my hands recently. I'll follow you and Little White if you don't mind. I'd like to meet the human both of you think so highly of. I can treat this trip like a vacation as well. Ji Ning Yun said with a smile. Little White nodded and chimed in, that's right. Little Black, we won't need to be afraid of encountering humans with bad intentions if Aunt Yun comes with us. Although Ji Ning Yun was her master, she preferred to address Ji Ning Yun as Aunt Yun since it sounded more affectionate. Little White and Little Black were 9-clawed divine dragons. Every part of their bodies was valuable and had its own uses. If their identities were discovered, those with bad intentions might kill them. Little Black nodded. He knew it was useless for him to refuse since Ji Ning Yun would not let them go alone because she was concerned about their safety. That old man hasn't left the dragon clan in years as well. This is a good opportunity for us to take him out for a trip, Ji Ning Yun said with a smile. Little Black and Little White were taken aback when they heard these words. They, naturally, knew the old man that Ji Ning Yun mentioned. He was the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. His strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 16 titled Celestial Emperors in the Dragon Clan. Soon after, before Little Black and Little White regained their senses, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a dark golden long robe appeared next to Ji Ning Yun, seemingly out of thin air. His facial features were sharp, and he had a pair of thick eyebrows. Apart from that, he carried a dignified air about him. When he looked at Ji Ning Yun, a rare smile appeared on his face as he asked, Ning Yun, what's the matter? Little White, Little Black, and their friend from the Blood Moon Ridge are going to the Jade Emperor Heaven. I'll be joining them as well. Since you have time recently, why don't you join us as well? Ji Ning Yun said. Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, was a rather famous figure in the Thousand Beasts Heaven. Grand Elder. Little White and Little Black bowed in unison. The Grand Elder's status in the Dragon Clan was comparable to the clan leader. Let's go. Ji Yunyan nodded as he looked at Little Black and Little White. With a wave of his hand, Ji Ning Yun, Little White, Little Black, and he vanished into thin air. He had cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. As it turned out, he had mastered the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In the Blood Moon Ridge, Little Gold was shocked when she saw Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. She said to Little Black and Little White through voice transmission, Little Black, Little White, both of you are really amazing. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan even came just protect both of you. Little Black ignored Little Gold while Little White replied, Little Gold, it's Aunt Yun who invited the Grand Elder to join us. The old man has been worrying about my safety. Now that the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan is accompanying us, he must feel relieved. Little Gold laughed as she led the group of people to the Blood Moon Ridge's Devata Realm transportation formation. In just a moment, they arrived at the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. They did not waste time and immediately made their way to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Based on the information, Brother Ling Tian has joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and became a disciple of the Ganjiang progeny, Little Gold said when they arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate. the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate was heavily guarded. Ji Yunyan did not barge in even though he was capable of doing so. It was impolite after all. Moreover, they were here for a friendly visit, not to start a war. This Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is only a mere grade 1 force, but their sect guarding formations are so powerful, Little White said with a sigh. Little White, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is just a grade 1 force, its strength is comparable to heaven grade forces. In the past, they were a heaven grade force, Ji Ningyun explained with a smile. The sect guarding formations in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is comparable to our Dragon Clan's sect guarding formations. They used to be a heaven grade force. That makes sense. Little White nodded. Moreover, although they're only a grade 1 force now, it's said that they have a celestial emperor who's comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Apart from that, it's also said that the combined strength of the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny is capable of killing ordinary titled celestials. Based on Ji Ningyun's explanation, it was clear she had some knowledge of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Chapter 33-26 Entering the Thousand Chains Prison again. At the entrance of Thousand Chains Prison. This day has finally come. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the Thousand Chains Prison's entrance coldly. Previously, he had made a few preparations. For example, he had arranged for a voice transmission in his voice to be sent after he entered the prison to Shu Lang, his teacher, and Sun Xing. His voice transmissions informed them of a place that had traces of a divine element and that he was on the way there. Duan Ling Tian was certain Shu Lang would not doubt the veracity of the voice transmission. As for Sun Xing, he was certain Sun Xing would not doubt his words either. At that time, Sun Xing would definitely inform his master, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. With this, the trio would definitely leave the Heavenly Pool Palace to head to the place he mentioned in the voice transmission. With Shu Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's speed, it would take them 10 days for a round trip. By the time the two titled Celestial Emperors returned after discovering they had been lied to, he should have already rescued Huaner's parents. Teacher, senior brother Sun Xing, although I don't have any malicious intentions, there's no doubt that I'm still tricking both of you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely apologize and make it up to both of you. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he flew toward the Thousand Chains Prison. Once Duan Ling Tian entered the Thousand Chains Prison, he would be completely cut off from the outside world. Therefore, before he entered the prison, he brought out 2 communication talismans. Duan Ling Tian used one to send a message to Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor. Senior Meng Chuan, once I free the others and leave the prison, I'll contact you immediately. At that time, I'll have to rely on you. All right. Meng Chuan's reply was short and direct. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent another message using the second communication talisman. I'm about to enter the Thousand Chains Prison. Imitate my voice and send it to the 2 owners of the soul pearls that I gave you in an hour. Make sure you imitate me properly. Don't screw it up. The second person was a voice imitation expert whom Duan Ling Tian found. In order to get the person to help him, he had used a lot of royal-grade celestial crystals. Don't worry, my lord. I'll make sure to complete this mission without any problem. After he received this reply, Duan Ling Tian walked up to the entrance of the Thousand Chains Prison and showed his warden token. After entering the prison, he made his way to the Internal Affairs Pavilion immediately. In a small town not far from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, a black-clad young man who looked like a ruffian walked out of a restaurant, whistling happily. Although he could not be considered handsome, his appearance was quite pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, he mumbled to himself with a smile on his face, as it turns out, I'll be able to earn so many celestial crystals just by imitating someone's voice. Perhaps, I should consider developing into a business in the future. There, it's him, Li Yujia. As it turns out, he's right under our nose. We finally found him. I didn't expect him to hide in this small town. Upon hearing these voices, the young man's expression changed drastically. After all, the person they mentioned, Li Yujia, was him. How did they find me here? Li Yujia did not have to look to guess the identities of the people behind him. In just a second, celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he took off at the speed of lightning. Alas, although Li Yujia's speed was not slow, his pursuer's speed was faster than his. It did not take long before a few men appeared in front of him, blocking his path. A few of them stood behind him to prevent him from escaping in the other direction. These men watched Li Yujia like a tiger watching its prey. Gentlemen, Li Yujia said with a gloomy expression on his face. He had to think of a way to talk himself out of this. Alas, before Li Yujia could even finish his words, the leader of the group interjected, "Kill." The men charged at Li Yujia immediately. In just a blink of an eye, they killed him. After Li Yujia's death, the leader, a middle-aged man, claimed ownership of Li Yujia's spatial ring. After checking its content, he nodded slightly. "It's here." Following that, the middle-aged man threw away the dozen or so soul pearls in Li Yujia's spatial ring. After all, the soul pearls were of no use to him. 2 of the soul pearls belonged to Shu Lang and Sun Xing, which Duan Ling Tian had given Li Yujia 2 days ago. After a moment, the middle-aged man said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the person he had hired to imitate his voice had already died. This meant that his plan to lure Shu Lang and the Howling Heaven's Celestial Emperor away had failed. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was with 5 others who were on duty in the Thousand Chains prison. Including Duan Ling Tian, there were 4 prodigious disciples and 2 elders from the Thousand Chains prison who were in charge of patrolling the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with one of the elders. It was none other than Elder Xie, who had shown him and Huaner around the prison during their first visit. "Duan Ling Tian, how come you're here alone? Where's Miss Huaner?" Elder Xie asked curiously when he saw Duan Ling Tian was alone. Based on what he knew, the white-clad woman almost never left Duan Ling Tian's side. "She's close to a breakthrough, so she didn't come," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile on his face. Elder Xie did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words and nodded faintly in response before he introduced the elder next to him. "Duan Ling Tian, this is Elder Hong. Elder Hong, this is Duan Ling Tian. He's the prodigious disciple who's become famous in our Heavenly Pool Palace recently." While Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hong greeted each other, one of the prodigious disciples frowned deeply as he thought to himself. "Junior sister Huaner isn't here." The prodigious disciple was none other than Lei Jun, the only son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. When Duan Ling Tian had seen Lei Jun earlier, he had been rather surprised. After all, Lei Jun did not comprehend the law of death as far as he knew. However, seeing Lei Jun here, he knew Lei Jun must have found out about his and Huaner's visit to the Thousand Chains prison previously. It was not difficult to guess that Lei Jun had come for Huaner. "He sure is persistent," Duan Ling Tian sneered inwardly. At the same time, he wondered how he could get paired with Lei Jun when he had to patrol the 3rd floor. When he released the 6 titled Celestial Emperors, he could seize the opportunity to deal with Lei Jun as well. With how chaotic it would be at that time, it would be easy for him to kill Lei Jun. Alas, to Duan Ling Tian's disappointment, things did not develop in the direction he hoped for. When he revealed his intention to be paired with Lei Jun refused him immediately. Lei Jun said righteously, "It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with how things work here. It's best for me to be paired with one of the elders. If I'm not mistaken, it's your first time here as well, right? I advise you to follow an elder as well. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you come with me?" Elder Xie said when he heard Lei Jun's words. Seeing that Lei Jun had refused him, Duan Ling Tian did not insist. He glanced at the other 2 prodigious disciples before he nodded in Elder Xie's direction. After everyone had paired up, Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile on his face, "Elder Xie, can we choose the floor we want to be assigned to? I feel like I'm close to a breakthrough recently, so I hope that I'd be able to choose a floor that has left work." Although Duan Ling Tian did not directly state the floor he wanted to be assigned to, everyone knew he was referring to the 3rd floor. Elder Xie replied helpfully, "The Internal Affairs Pavilion will assign the floors to us. However, we can work it out among ourselves and switch floors if no one has any objections. I don't mind going to the 3rd floor with you first if the other 4 have no issue with it." "I've no issue with that." Elder Hong agreed immediately. Put aside that Duan Ling Tian was a prodigious disciple who had recently rose to fame in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Ling Tian was the little junior brother of head warden Shu. How could he refuse Duan Ling Tian's simple request? As for the other 2 prodigy disciples, they did not object either. After all, even among the prodigious disciples, Duan Ling Tian was extraordinarily talented. In their opinion, it was not a bad thing to build a good relationship with him. As for Lei Jun, despite hating Duan Ling Tian, he did not think it was a big deal as well. Therefore, he did not object to it either. With this, it was decided that Duan Ling Tian and Elder Xie would patrol the 3rd floor first. as Duan Ling Tian and Elder Xie made their way to the prison area to assume their posts, Duan Ling Tian said to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, I'm about to head to the 3rd floor. Once I'm there, I'll look for an opportunity to free the 6 titled celestial emperors." The world-cleansing divine water replied, "All right. Let me know when you arrive. At that time, I'll teach you how to break the formations in the prison in the square. Otherwise, you won't be able to break the formations at all with your strength." Even among those 6 titled celestial emperors, at least 3 or 4 of them would have to work together to break the formations. Chapter 33:27 Arrangements. To go to the 3rd floor, one, naturally, had to go through the 2nd floor. Hence, Duan Ling Tian once again passed by the cells where Huaner's parents were held. Duzan, Huaner's mother, was still unconscious. The injuries on her body were different from last time, making it clear that she had suffered another round of torture. Upon seeing this, his eyes glinted coldly and his expression turned grim. While Duan Ling Tian was passing by the cell where Huaner's father, Lian Chu, was held, he sent a voice transmission to Lian Chu. Senior. Qian Lu was currently resting with his eyes closed. When he received Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, his eyebrows moved imperceptibly. Although he had heard people arriving earlier, he did not know it was Duan Ling Tian since the restriction from the formation prevented him from sensing people's auras. Since Duan Ling Tian was here, he assumed his daughter was here as well. However, when he opened his eyes, he discovered his daughter was absent. Before Lian Chu could ask about Huaner's whereabouts, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his mind. "I plan to save you and Senior Duzan today." Lian Chu fell into a daze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly replied through voice transmission, "Don't do anything stupid. If something happens to you, who's going to look after Huaner?" Although Qian Lu had only seen his daughter once, he could clearly see his daughter's reliance and affection for the young man in front of him. With his experience, how could he not see that his daughter was completely in love with the young man? It was the kind of love that one would not regret even if one died. "Senior, I'm confident." Duan Ling Tian only said these words when Lian Chu tried to dissuade him. Following that, he said solemnly, "I'll teach you the way to break the formation in Senior Duzan and your cells. Although it's the same formation, breaking it from the outside and the inside are completely different matters. With your strength, it won't be difficult for you to break the inside of the formation, but it'll be difficult for you to break it from the outside. Therefore, I'll break the outside of the formation when the time is right." Following that, Duan Ling Tian taught Lian Chu the technique to break the formation, which the world-cleansing divine water taught him, before Lian Chu could even reply. After that, he explained his plan in detail that included freeing the 6 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor and how there would be someone helping them after they escaped from the heavenly pool palace. Lian Chu did not expect the man whom his daughter loved had made such arrangements. He even planned to exploit the 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on the 3rd floor. "I understand." Lian Chu's eyes shone brightly after he listened to the entirety of Duan Ling Tian's plan. He, naturally, hoped he could leave this place as well. However, since his face was lowered, even if someone were close to him, they would not have been able to see the changes in his expression. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Elder Xie finally climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, one could not absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, nor could one comprehend profundities from a lawn near the cells where the 6 titled celestial emperors were held. One could only do so near the stairs. "Duan Ling Tian, if you're in a hurry to cultivate, you can start now. In the meantime, I'll have a look to make sure there's nothing abnormal with formation here." Elder Xie said at this moment. The most important task for those guarding the 3rd floor was to check there was nothing wrong with the formation. If they found any abnormalities with the formation, they would have to report them immediately to the heavenly pool palace. At that time, a formation master would be sent here to repair the formation. "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "I should come with you to learn how to check the formation." Duan Ling Tian, naturally, had no wish of cultivating near the stairs. What he had to do now was talk to the 6 titled celestial emperors through voice transmission and teach them how to break the formation that would allow them to escape. All right, Elder Xie did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. As he led Duan Ling Tian away, he taught Duan Ling Tian how to check for abnormalities in the formation. Duan Ling Tian replied perfunctorily to Elder Xie while he surreptitiously sized up the 3 individuals in the cells. These 3 people were among the 4 he had seen previously. Previously, he had seen a muscular man, an old woman, and a young man. However, the young man was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Duan Ling Tian decided to send a voice transmission to the old woman first. Senior, I have a way to free you. However, I'll need the cooperation from the other 5 seniors. The old woman who was sitting with her eyes closed opened her eyes immediately. Her eyes, voice, and words were dripping with contempt as she said, "Just you alone. Senior, why don't you hear me out?" Duan Ling Tian asked before he explained the method to break the formation that had been taught to him by the world-cleansing divine water earlier. Although the old woman was not a formation master, as a titled celestial emperor, it was only natural that her knowledge about formation was more than ordinary people. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, she discovered that his plan was rather feasible. Following that, she asked curiously, "Why do you want to free us?" The old woman naturally knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. She would not believe it even if Duan Ling Tian said he had no motive for freeing them. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and replied honestly, "Senior, there's naturally a reason I'm helping all of you. However, it won't affect you and the others. I want to save 2 people from the 2nd floor, but it's impossible if I rely on my strength alone. Therefore, I can only ask for Senior's help. I wish all of you will be able to stall the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, even if I manage to free those 2 people, I won't be able to escape the Heavenly Pool Palace's pursuit. We only have 6 people on our side while the Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled celestial emperors on their side. Moreover, a few of them are stronger than us. If 9 of them act together, 6 of us are simply no match for them. Just you Feng Yu alone can suppress 2 to 3 of us," the old woman said after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes when she mentioned Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly, "Don't worry. I've arranged for someone to keep him occupied." The old lady was surprised when she heard Duan Ling Tian had found someone to deal with Yu Feng Yu. She asked curiously, "Whom did you find to deal with him? You should know that ordinary titled celestial emperors aren't a match for him at all. Senior, you might not have heard of him since he's from the solitary destructive heaven. To be precise, he's from the Heavenly Palace in the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Ling Tian replied, "The Heavenly Palace in the solitary destructive heaven?" The old lady was briefly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. When she recovered her senses, she chuckled before she said, "What a coincidence. I'm also from the solitary destructive heaven. When I came to the boundless heaven, I killed some people from the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why I'm imprisoned here. Unless they've just joined recently, I know all of the titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace." "Whom did you find to help you?" "The Jade Bow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Meng Chuan." The old woman's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. "Kid, you're not lying to me, right? You really managed to get Meng Chuan to help you?" "Senior, why would I lie to you?" Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "There's no reason for me to lie to you, and I'm not so bored to create such elaborate lies. If Meng Chuan is helping you, your plan might work. Even if Meng Chuan is weaker than Yu Feng Yu won't dare to kill Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan's brother is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Sage Celestial Emperor, and he's not a simple character. If Yu Feng Yu dares to harm Meng Chuan, Meng Luo will definitely turn the Heavenly Pool Palace upside down. Although Yu Feng Yu is quite strong, he's nothing compared to Meng Luo. Although Yu Feng Yu has the support of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, Meng Luo has the support of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It's no secret that the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. After all, there are rumors that the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven has already attained godhood." The old woman grew more and more enthusiastic as she spoke. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. "Senior, you're saying Feng Qingyong, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, has attained godhood?" "That's right," the old woman said. "It's said that after he returned from the Asura Hell, he easily killed Chen Chu Bo, who had recently become a Heavenly Emperor. Although there's no confirmation that he has attained godhood, I think it's not impossible since he killed Chen Chu Bo so easily." Senior, since you're aware of this matter, it seems like you've not been imprisoned here for long. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old woman would be privy to matters that happened about 100 or 200 years ago. In any case, kid, even if you found someone to deal with Yufeng Yu, the remaining 8 titled celestial emperors aren't easy to deal with as well. Senior, don't worry, Duan Lingtian said confidently, before I entered the Thousand Chains prison, I'd already made other arrangements. At this moment, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor should have already left the Heavenly Pool Palace. Then, he added, Senior, can you speak to the others? If it's possible, we should act in 5 days and break free from this place. Chapter 33:28 An old friend. Duan Lingtian decided to act after 5 days had passed because he estimated that the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor would arrive at the location he lured them to at that time. Once they arrived at the place he designated, it would take them at least 5 or 6 days to rush back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Alright, I'll convey your message to them and speak to them. They'll definitely cooperate since this is a golden opportunity for all of us, the old woman replied as her eyes flashed near the end of her words. This was the best chance for them to regain their freedom. After all, even if they failed, they would only be thrown back into prison. That's great. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly when the old woman agreed to speak to the other 5 titled Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, if he had to speak to them individually and teach them the way to break the formation, he would have to expend a lot of effort and waste a lot of time. After a moment, his expression turned solemn as he reminded the old woman, Senior, when you convey my message to the others, please tell them to be patient. The reason we need to wait 5 days is to make sure the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor won't be able to rush back in time to help the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't worry, the old woman replied, those 5 have been imprisoned here much longer compared to me. If I can wait for 5 days, I'm sure they'll be able to wait as well. Following that, Duan Lingtian no longer spoke to the old woman through voice transmission. After inspecting the 3rd floor, Elder Xie said with a smile, the formation here is working as it should. We'll spend the next 4 months here before we switch to a different floor. Since there's nothing much to do for now, we can use the time to cultivate. After the old man finished speaking, he walked to the area near the stairs before he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian followed suit and took a seat next to the old man before he closed his eyes as though he was cultivating. After a few moments, he opened his eyes that flashed with complex emotions as he thought to himself, 5 days. In 5 days, the 6 titled Celestial Emperors would break the formation here and escape. The formation in the square would also be broken at that time. During the chaos, he would bring Huaner's parents away from this place. When the time comes, I should release the other prisoners as well if it's possible. After all, the more chaotic it is, the higher the chances of us escaping. At the end of his thought, Duan Lingtian sent another voice transmission to the old woman. Senior, have you conveyed my message to the others? Have a look. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look. He saw 5 titled Celestial Emperors had come out from the depths of their cells and were staring at him at this moment. Even the aloof young man who had been missing earlier was present. There was a slightly obese old man whom he had not seen prior to this as well. Only one of them was missing at this moment. The old woman sent Duan Lingtian a message at this moment. Boy, what's your name? Duan Lingtian replied, Senior, my name is Duan Lingtian. Following that, the old woman introduced herself. I'm Shui Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. Following that, the old woman began to introduce the others to Duan Lingtian. She started with the old man with disheveled white hair. The old man on the left is Ke Bai Lu. He's not human but a celestial beast. Despite his title, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, his true form is actually that of a wolf. Then, the old woman introduced the other titled Celestial Emperors. That muscular baldy is Teng Xiangba, the Swirling Cloud Celestial Emperor. As for that fat old man, he's Ma Kai, the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor. Due to his title, most people are under the assumption that he comprehended the law of thunder, but just like the rest of us, he comprehended the law of earth. If he didn't comprehend the law of earth, he would have been killed by Yufeng Yu. The old woman paused briefly as she looked at the aloof young man. The young man's aura was so cold that Duan Lingtian felt as though he was in an ice cave. The old woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Similar to Ke Bai Lu, the young man isn't human. His name is Zan Bing, the profound ice celestial emperor. He's a profound ice flower that lived in the frost for 1 million years. His strength is only second to that person who has yet to emerge from the depths of his cell. Not only did he master the law of earth, but he has also mastered the law of ice. His comprehension of the law of ice is higher than his comprehension of the law of earth, but it's the law of earth that allowed him to live. When Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the young man nodded slightly before he smiled awkwardly. After Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze away from the young man, he asked curiously, "Senior, how does the strongest person among the 6 of you fare against Yu Feng Yu?" The old woman replied, "Yu Feng Yu isn't a match for the person." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He asked in confusion, "Yu Feng Yu isn't a match for him? Then, how did he end up being imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? He's highly skilled in defense while Yu Feng Yu is skilled in offense. However, his offensive strength isn't bad. If both of them fought fairly, he'd only need a day and a night to defeat Yu Feng Yu." Alas, at that time, before he could defeat Yu Feng Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived just in a nick of time to help Yu Feng Yu. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless had intervened, he was captured in the end. "He's so powerful." Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. He did not expect the person who had yet to show himself was stronger than Yu Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The old woman continued to say, "Speaking of which, both of you are rather similar." "Why do you say that?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue people as well. He had tried persuading Heavenly Pool Palace to release the prisoner, but the Heavenly Pool Palace refused him. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to use force. When Yu Feng Yu discovered he was no match for him, Yu Feng Yu asked the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven for help. Even with the help from the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, it took a lot of effort just to capture and imprison him here in the Thousand Chains prison, the woman said as she shook her head. It's too bad he only comprehended the law of earth. If he had comprehended an offensive law as well, he would have been able to break free from this place. The law of earth's defenses were so strong that even the 4 supreme laws could not compare to it. However, its offensive power and speed were really lacking compared to the other laws. The woman continued to say, "He's much stronger than Meng Chuan. In fact, his strength is comparable to Meng Chuan's older brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with curiosity when he heard the old woman's words. At this moment, the old woman suddenly said, "He's coming out now." Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the cell that held the mysterious titled celestial emperor. Soon enough, he saw a young man dressed in a white long robe. His bearing was extraordinary, and his sword-like brows made him look heroic. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the young man's appearance. He was acquainted with the young man after all. Brother Pei. The young man was none other than Pei Yuanji, the person who had loaned him the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring in the past. Chapter 33-29 Breaking the Formation. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison at all. In the past, he had met Pei Yuanji to obtain the concealment pendant for Huaner. At that time, he had asked Pei Yuanji if Pei Yuanji was a celestial lord, but Pei Yuanji had said no. Therefore, at that time, like a frog at the bottom of a well, he had assumed Pei Yuanji was a celestial king or a celestial duke. It was beyond his expectations that Pei Yuanji was not only a celestial emperor but a titled celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian. Pei Yuanji was similarly shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Although it had been 200 years since the last time they met, he recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. He remembered the young man he had met in the spirit overarching heaven and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, a royal-grade celestial weapon, he had loaned to Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian could help him obtain the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in a little world. At that time, he had left the spirit overarching heaven because of Duan Ling Tian. During his journey, he had overheard a Heavenly Pool Palace disciple talking about a woman who was captured and imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. What caught his attention was the woman's name Duzan and her being a phantom fox. Pei Yuanji had heard this name countless times from Dufei, so he knew that Duazan was Dufei's niece. In the past, when he used to wander the Devata realms, he had met Dufei. Both of them grew incomparably close during that time. At some point, He realized she had left a lasting mark on his heart and discovered that he had fallen in love with her. Alas, it was too late. At that time, he had tasked Duan Lingtian with obtaining Du Fei's mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring because he wanted it as a keepsake. Due to his feelings for Du Fei, when Pei Yuanji heard Du Fei's niece was imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he decided to save Duzan. The rest was just as the old woman had said. When Yu Fengyu discovered he was no match for Pei Yuanji, Yu Fengyu had sought help from the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. In the end, not only did Pei Yuanji fail to rescue Du Fei's niece, but he was captured and imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison as well ever since then. He did not even know if Duan Lingtian managed to obtain the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in the end. He did not expect to meet Duan Lingtian 200 years later in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, based on the situation, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was now a warden in the Thousand Chains prison. With this, he deduced that Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? Did you join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Pei Yuanji asked in shock through voice transmission. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor told me someone is going to help us escape from prison. Are you that person? The old woman had told Pei Yuanji that a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace was going to help them escape from prison. Since there was only Elder Xie, whom he knew was an elder, and Duan Lingtian on the third floor, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Duan Lingtian was the person who intended to free them. That's right, Brother Pei, Duan Lingtian replied. After that, he asked curiously, Brother Pei, how did you end up here? The Golden Flower Celestial Emperor told me you came here to rescue someone but was captured by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven during your battle with Yu Fengyu. That's right, Pei Yuanji said, it's because I was imprisoned here that I didn't manage to meet up with you. In fact, I didn't even have time to carry out the matter you entrusted me with. A hint of guilt could be heard in his voice nearing the end of his words. Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Brother Pei, who did you come to rescue? In his opinion, the person must be important to Pei Yuanji since Pei Yuanji left the overarching spirit heaven for the boundless heaven just to rescue that person. Moreover, the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Even if Pei Yuanji was strong, it still would not be beneficial for him to provoke a heaven-grade force. I'm here to rescue an old friend's niece, Pei Yuanji said with a sigh. An old friend's niece. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind immediately when he heard Pei Yuanji's words. Brother Pei, the old friend you mentioned. Is it Senior Du Fei? Pei Yuanji's eyes widened imperceptibly as he asked anxiously, how do you know Du Fei? Did she leave behind her memories in that little world? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After you gave me the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring to look for the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in that little world, I managed to find it. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring was with the remnant of her soul. After giving the ring to me, she asked to tell you to look after Huaner. Huaner. Pei Yuanji knitted his brows together. That woman by your side is also a phantom fox. Based on what I know, Du Fei wouldn't ask me to look after someone who has no relations with her. What's Du Fei's connection to Huaner? Pei Yuanji asked. Huaner calls her grandaunt. Duan Lingtian wryly smiled as he said, Brother Pei, if I'm not mistaken, you're here to rescue Senior Du Fei's niece, Duzan, right? Yes. Pei Yuanji glanced at Duan Lingtian. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he asked, could it be that the person you're here to rescue is Duzan as well? That's right, Senior Duzan is Huaner's mother. Apart from Senior Duzan, I'm also here to rescue Senior Lian Chu. Brother Pei, you should know that Senior Duzan is imprisoned here because she tried to save Senior Lian Chu. What a coincidence, Pei Yuanji said with a sigh, young man, what have you been doing over the past 200 years? You've grown so much that you even know how to break the formations in the Thousand Chains prison. What's your cultivation base now? I just became a 6-combo Celestial Lord, Duan Lingtian answered. A 6-combo Celestial Lord? Pei Yuanji was shocked by Duan Lingtian's answer. After all, the last time he met Duan Lingtian was just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly after learning the reason behind Pei Yuanji's imprisonment in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. The world was truly small. After conversing with Pei Yuanji a little longer, he also learned of Pei Yuanji's relationship with Du Fei. Therefore, he said, "Brother Pei, the yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring is with Huaner. After rescuing Senior Duzan and Senior Lian Chu, I'll bring them to meet Huaner. At that time, I'll tell Huaner to return the yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring to you." "There's no need for that," Pei Yuanji said with a smile. "Since Huaner is Du Fei's grandniece, she can have the yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring. The yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring are just celestial weapons that Du Fei and I used in the past. At that time, she hadn't even become a celestial lord." A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Pei Yuanji's eyes when he spoke. It was as though he was transported back to the time when he was with Du Fei. After meeting Pei Yuanji, Duan Ling Tian felt even more confident about rescuing Huaner's parents. The other titled celestial emperors might not care about him after they were freed, but he knew Pei Yuanji would definitely stay by his side and help him to free Huaner's parents. After all, the reason Pei Yuanji was imprisoned here was due to him wanting to save Du Fei's niece, Duzan. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Brother Pei, what's your title?" "The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor," Pei Yuanji replied. "The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The title suits you," Duan Ling Tian said. Pei Yuanji asked in return with a smile on his face. "What about you? Did you obtain a title from the Title Temple?" "I just obtained it not long ago." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "What's your title?" "The Fog Rain Celestial Lord." Duan Ling Tian, who did not expect to meet Pei Yuanji here and to also share the same objective, conversed with Pei Yuanji frequently over the next 5 days. He would also occasionally chat with the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Apart from that, when Xie Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, found out he was acquainted with Pei Yuanji, her attitude toward him grew even better. Although Pei Yuanji was only imprisoned relatively recently compared to the others, they all respected him since he was the strongest among them. He was a top-tier titled celestial emperor after all. In this world, the strong were always revered. In just a blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At this moment, Pei Yuanji said to the other 5 titled celestial emperors, "Let's begin." Subsequently, the 6 titled celestial emperors began to break the formation in the prison. Boom. 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 Soon enough, the formation on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison was broken. Chapter 33:30 Leaving the Thousand Chains prison. "No." Elder Xie, who was sitting with his legs crossed and cultivating next to Duan Ling Tian, widened his eyes. His eyes brimmed with horror when he felt the formation break. "How's this possible? How did they break the formation? He escaped as well." Elder Xia's face turned ashen when he saw Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. He was familiar with Pei Yuanji since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless had to intervene to catch Pei Yuanji. After all, even the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was no match for Pei Yuanji. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless did not intervene, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would have been defeated. How could he not be horrified now that he saw Pei Yuanji, along with the other 5 titled celestial emperors, was free? Elder Xie did not even bother to put up resistance at this moment. In his mind, he thought death was imminent. However, to Elder Xia's surprise, Pei Yuanji and the others did not seem like they intended to kill him at all. Pei Yuanji only smiled at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to him, and said, "Let's go." "What's going on?" Elder Xia's expression changed drastically as he turned to look at the person next to him, the student of Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and the junior of their head warden. He would have lived for so long in vain if he still could not figure out what was going on at this moment. It was clear that the purple-clad young man was the one who released the titled celestial emperors. Upon seeing the complex expression on Elder Xia's face, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face, "Elder Xie, it's best for you to stay here. It's too dangerous outside." Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji left the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. The other 5 titled celestial emperors, despite their arrogant and prideful nature, followed after the Pei Yuanji obediently. Before leaving, the fat old man, Ma Kai, the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor, patted Elder Xia's shoulder and said with a grin, "Little Xie, you should thank that boy, Duan Ling Tian. If he didn't ask us to spare your life, you would have died." Elder Xie was left dumbfounded as he watched the titled celestial emperors leave. He smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have such a scheme." Nevertheless, Elder Xie was not angry after being tricked by Duan Ling Tian. Instead, He felt rather grateful. He knew the Thunder Hurricane Celestial Emperor did not lie and that he was only alive because of Duan Ling Tian. After all, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to spare his life. Even if Duan Ling Tian used and deceived him, nothing was more important to him than preserving his life. It seems like chaos is about to descend on the Thousand Chains prison. Happen in the Thousand Chains prison. I should stay here for a while since it's safer here. Elder Xie recalled Ma Qi's reminder and decided to stay put even though he felt restless. Meanwhile, as soon as they left the third floor, Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji rushed to Lian Chu and Duzan's cells. The two prodigious disciples who were guarding the second floor were puzzled when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be guarding the third floor? Who is he? Soon enough, they noticed Pei Yuanji who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. This was not the first time these two prodigious disciples were assigned to the Thousand Chains prison. Although they had guarded the third floor before, they had never seen Pei Yuanji who remained hidden in the depths of his cell. Nevertheless, their expressions changed drastically when they saw the other 5 titled celestial emperors coming down the stairs. Their faces paled, and their legs weakened immediately as realization dawned on them. How did they break free? Did they break the formation on the third floor? This means the white-clad young man is the mysterious Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor, right? All 6 titled celestial emperors have broken free of their cells. Duan Ling Tian moved with a flash and caught the shocked prodigious disciples off guard. Before they could react, he quickly knocked them out and moved them to a corner. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji were standing in front of Lian Chu's cell. Lian Chu had opened his eyes as soon as he heard the heavy footsteps approaching his cell. It did not take long before he saw 7 people standing in front of him. One of the 2 people standing in the lead was none other than the young man his daughter was in love with. Brother Pei. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Pei Yuanji. Pei Yuanji did not hesitate and began to use the technique that Duan Ling Tian taught him and easily broke the formation along with the cell. Thank you, my lord. Lian Chu could tell Pei Yuanji was a titled celestial emperor. He rose to his feet and cupped his fists together at Pei Yuanji to express his gratitude. A man who failed to protect his woman isn't a good man, Pei Yuanji said harshly before he broke the formation and cell that held Duzan. Lian Chu was confused by Pei Yuanji's hostility. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, Senior Lian Chu, Brother Pei and Senior Du Fei, who was Senior Duzan's aunt, were lovers. She can be considered as Senior Duzan's uncle. Brother Pei was imprisoned here because he tried to rescue Senior Duzan. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lian Chu's eyes widened. He's Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, whom the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven personally captured. 200. Years ago, Lian Chu had learned that a prominent figure was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison through the conversations between the wardens. The prominent figure was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. Lord Pei Yuanji was imprisoned because he tried to save Xuaner. He's Xuaner's uncle. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you rescuing your woman? Lian Chu was pulled back to his senses when Pei Yuanji's voice rang in the air. He hurriedly entered the cell that was destroyed by Pei Yuanji and carried the bloodstained white phantom fox out. Hints of distress could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the phantom fox. If you let her suffer again, I'll never forgive you. Pei Yuanji was filled with remorse because of Du Fei's incident, to begin with. Now that he saw Du Fei's niece in such a state because of Lian Chu, his expression was incredibly dark. Rest assured, Senior, Lian Chu replied as he looked at the phantom fox in his arm, I'll use my life to protect Xuaner. No one will ever lay a finger on her again. Pei Yuanji did not respond to Lian Chu. Instead, he addressed the prisoners on the second floor in a low voice, everyone, listen up. I'll free you from this prison. After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, you're free to do whatever you want. However, before we leave, stay behind us. I'll kill those who dare to act recklessly. Following that, Pei Yuanji stomped on the ground, and a mustard energy surged out from the ground before it split into thousands of energy swords, destroying all the prison cells on the second floor. Thank you, my lord, the prisoners on the second floor said in unison after being released. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian, Pei Yuanji, and the others made their way to the first floor. Since each floor had a noise-canceling formation, those on the first floor were unaware of the commotions on the third floor and the second floor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian came face to face with Lei Jun on the first floor of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian. Lei Jun frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian on the first floor. On the contrary, the elder next to Lei Jun gasped, and a horrified expression appeared on his face immediately. Why why are you here? Since he was an elder of the Thousand Chains prison like Elder Xie, he naturally recognized Pei Yuanji, unlike the prodigious on the second floor. Elder, who is he? Lei Jun asked curiously. The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, Pei Yuanji, the old man said bitterly. The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. Needless to say, Lei Jun was shocked by the elder's reply. This was not the first time he had heard of Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. He had heard about Pei Yuanji from his mother, Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he was aware that even Yu Feng Yu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was no match for Pei Yuanji. Chapter 33-31 Lei Jun begs for his life. The battle between Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, and Yu Feng Yu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had shocked the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. The battle took place outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, and only 7 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace had witnessed the battle. Lei Jun's mother, Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, was one of the titled Celestial Emperors who had witnessed the battle. Therefore, Lei Jun was aware of how formidable Pei Yuanji was after his mother recounted the battle to him. The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. Why is he here? Why is he with Duan Ling Tian? Questions raced through Lei Jun's mind, but it did not occur to him that Duan Ling Tian was the one who released Pei Yuanji. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was capable of such a feat. When Pei Yuanji was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, the formation was reinforced so he could not break free. Even elders would not be able to break the formation, let alone Duan Ling Tian, who was just a prodigious disciple. Moreover, the formation on the third floor, even before it was reinforced, was much stronger. Only the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison knew how to deactivate the formation. That's right, Xu Yaxi is Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister. Is it possible that Xu Yaxi taught Duan Ling Tian the way to deactivate the formation? Before Lei Jun could continue to speculate, he and the elder next to him were further shocked when they saw a few titled Celestial Emperors descending from the second floor before moving to stand behind Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji. Heavens! They broke free of their cells. The elder even recognized the rarely seen Pei Yuanji. How could he not recognize the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors as well? Lei Jun's expression changed drastically when he heard the elder's words. All the titled Celestial Emperor imprisoned on the third floor had escaped. Following that, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and grimly said, Duan Ling Tian, how dare you and Xu Yaxi release these prisoners? Do you know you'll be sentenced to death for this? The Heavenly Pool Palace won't let you get away with this. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned when Lei Jun mentioned his eldest senior sister. It did not take long for him to figure out that Lei Jun most likely assumed he released the titled Celestial Emperors with help from his eldest senior sister. Following that, he scoffed before he said, Lei Jun, are you stupid? If eldest senior sister wants to release them, why would she need help? It'd be more efficient for her to release them herself. Lei Jun retorted, if it wasn't Xu Yaxi, how did you manage to deactivate the formation? Deactivate the formation? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Who said I deactivated the formation? Brother Pei and the other titled Celestial Emperors broke the formation. Impossible. The elder cried out upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He shook his head and said, the formation is special. If they could have broken it, they would have broken it a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, I taught them the way to break the formation. You. The elder narrowed his eyes and his expression darkened as he said threateningly, Duan Ling Tian, even if you manage to escape now, do you know you'll be hunted down by the Heavenly Pool Palace for what you've done? The Heavenly Pool Palace has the support of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor was the one who personally captured Pei Yuanji and imprisoned him here. He'll be furious when he finds out that you set him free. He'll definitely kill you for this. After the elder finished speaking, Zan Bing, the profound Ice Celestial Emperor, scoffed. In just an instant, a freezing energy swept through the entire first floor. All of a sudden, an ice crystal shot out from where the elder stood and impaled him before freezing him solid. Shatter. Zan Bing's voice rang in the air. With that word, the frozen elder shattered into pieces. If one looked closely, specks of blood could be seen on the ground. Lei Jun's expression changed dramatically as he watched the elder die in just a blink of an eye. His voice trembled as he said, My mother is Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. Why you can't kill me? Faced with death, the usually arrogant Lei Jun was as timid as a mouse. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lei Jun and sneered. Lei Jun, do you know why I released them? Lei Jun glanced at Pei Yuan Ji and the other titled celestial emperors fearfully before he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lian Chu descended from the second floor with a white phantom fox in his arm. It's them. A bewildered expression appeared on Lei Jun's face immediately. There's another thing I want to tell you. Huaner and I only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to save her parents. Duan Ling Tian said, How dare you? You joined the Heavenly Pool Palace with ulterior motives. Lei Jun's expression soured immediately. He did not expect his junior sister and the purple-clad young man in front of him had only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue the prisoners here. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he had a closer look at Lian Chu and the white phantom fox in his arms. A phantom fox? He's Lian Chu, the proud prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain who annulled the marriage alliance with the daughter of our palace master. Junior sister Huaner is their daughter. Elder brother Pei, seniors. Duan Ling Tian called out to Pei Yuan Ji and the others before he continued to say, Lei Jun and I have unresolved enmity between us. Is it okay if we leave after I settle the grudge between us? Sure, take your time. Pei Yuan Ji smiled faintly. After all, no one knows what's happening in here now due to the formations. We can leave when you're done. The prison had incredibly high security due to the formations that noise and all forms of communication were completely cut off. Therefore, those outside of the prison would not know what was going on inside unless they entered the prison. Boy, I haven't seen you fight before. I can finally watch your performance now, Ma Kai, the Gale Thunder Celestial Emperor, said with a smile on his face. Hints of curiosity could be seen in the eyes of the other titled Celestial Emperors and Lian Chu as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were all curious about Duan Ling Tian's strength. On the other hand, Lei Jun's expression turned fearful upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, is there a misunderstanding? How is there any enmity between us? Lei Jun was aware that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, not to mention Duan Ling Tian now had a group of titled Celestial Emperors supporting him. Even Han Yunjin, who had been stronger than him, had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands a year ago during a life or death battle. How could he hope to defeat Duan Ling Tian? You dare say there's no enmity between us? How shameless. Duan Ling Tian laughed mockingly. His gaze turned frosty as he said, Didn't you and Han Yunjin hire Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu to assassinate me? Lei Jun feigned a baffled expression on his face, but his eyes darted around nervously. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Dugu Wen, Dugu Wu, I don't understand. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned frostier as he said, After I left the Heavenly Pool Palace a few months ago, Dugu Wu had been waiting outside ever since. Are you really going to deny telling him that I had left the Heavenly Pool Palace as well? It wasn't me. Lei Jun shook his head vehemently, continuing to feign innocence. Duan Ling Tian, we have no enmity between us. Why would I harm you? There's no reason for me to go to such trouble to harm you. There's no enmity between us. You're really shameless. Do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts about Huaner? Duan Ling Tian said before he laughed disdainfully. Furthermore, we discovered your soul pearl in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Huaner had verified it herself. Celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body as soon as he finished speaking. Lei Jun's face turned ashen, and he fell to his knees immediately. Duan Ling Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted junior sister Huaner. Please don't kill me. You can use me as a hostage so my mother won't intervene when you escape. Please, I beg you. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh again. Your mother. It doesn't matter if your mother intervenes or not. The outcome will remain the same. There's no need for me to hold you hostage. I wanted to kill you with my own hands, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. At the end of his words, Duan Ling Tian released the two Ning dragons in his little world. The Ning dragons roared before shooting a terrifying energy out of their mouths toward Lei Jun. Chapter 3332 The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion. No, Lei Jun was helpless when faced with the joint attack from the two Ning dragons, especially since he was caught unprepared. The attack washed over him, killing him immediately. There were no remains at all. In this regard, the elder was slightly better off than him since there were some blood and bits of pieces left behind. That are those Ning dragons. Ling Tian, who knew you'd have such a trick up your sleeve? The joint attack of the two Ning dragons was as powerful as that of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. The Gale Thunder Celestial Emperor, Ma Kai, and the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Shui Jinhua, were surprised when they saw Duan Ling Tian releasing the Ning dragons that killed Lei Jun with just a strike. What was most shocking was Duan Ling Tian being able to control savage celestial beasts such as the Ning dragons. Moreover, the Ning dragons were known to be stubborn, and it was almost impossible to make them submit. If you didn't do stupid things, you wouldn't have this outcome, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after killing Lei Jun. He did not have enmity with Lei Jun until Lei Jun repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he let Lei Jun go? He had to kill Lei Jun today. After leaving today, he did not know if he would have a chance of coming back to even the score with Lei Jun. It was a pleasant coincidence that Lei Jun had also volunteered to guard the Thousand Chains prison, presenting him with an excellent opportunity to kill Lei Jun. If he did not seize the opportunity, who knew if such an opportunity would come by again? Seniors, let's leave. We can talk after leaving this place, Duan Ling Tian said after he moved the Ning dragons back into his little world. Now that two people have died, I'm sure the others will be alerted. Even if they can't send any messages from here, the shattering of their soul pearls will definitely raise the alarm. The man I just killed is the son of Lei Ying, the Heavenly Pool Palace's merciless celestial emperor. Once Lei Ying finds out her son is dead, she'll definitely come to investigate immediately. It won't take her long to arrive at the Thousand Chains prison at that time, Duan Ling Tian continued to say. When she realized we broke free of the prison, she'll definitely inform the others titled Celestial Emperor. It's best if we leave this place before she arrives. With that, we have more time before the palace master and the others come after us. The titled Celestial Emperors agreed with Duan Ling Tian. They did not wish to face the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors if it were possible. Although I've arranged for someone to deal with the palace master, the best that person can do is stall for time. Moreover, once the palace master discovers all of you, especially Brother Pei, have escaped, he'll definitely inform the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. If the Heavenly Emperor arrives before we escape, I'm afraid all of us will be killed or imprisoned. Since Duan Ling Tian knew even the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven could not kill these titled Celestial Emperors, the worst that could happen was for them to be imprisoned again. However, that did not apply to him. He would definitely be killed instead of being imprisoned. Let's go, Pei Yuanji said, leading the other prisoners out. He quickly broke the formation at the entrance of the prison using the technique Duan Ling Tian taught him. Initially, Duan Ling Tian planned to release the prisoners on the first floor as well. However, he changed his mind at the last minute since he was afraid it would draw more attention once they left the prison. After leaving the prison, they continued to move without stopping. At this moment, they had arrived at the Life or Death Pavilion where the Life or Death platform was located. Currently, there were a few people comprehending the law of death on the Life or Death platform. Duan Ling Tian and the others were just about to leave using the corridor that led to the Purgatory Pavilion when a few people flew out of the Life or Death Pavilion toward them. Hold up. The two men, one old and one middle-aged, were elders from the Life or Death Pavilion. At this point, there were more than 100 prisoners in Duan Ling Tian's group. It was not surprising that they caught the elders' attention. Zan Bing, the aloof Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, stepped forward and said, "Go back to where you came from if you don't want to die." The Profound Ice Celestial Emperor. The elders from the Life or Death Pavilion had guarded the prison before. It was only natural that they recognized Zan Bing immediately. At this moment, Ke Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, an old man with disheveled hair, stepped forward as well and said with a grin, "If you're still here after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not showing mercy." The White Deer Celestial Emperor. The elders were further shocked when they saw the White Deer Celestial Emperor. For a moment, they wondered if they were dreaming. How could two of the titled Celestial Emperors imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the prison escape? "Let's go. Don't waste time here," Pei Yuanji said indifferently. It did not take long for the elders of the Life or Death Pavilion to figure out Pei Yuanji's identity. Pei Yuanji was standing at the lead and dared to speak to the other titled Celestial Emperors in such a manner. even if they had not seen Pei Yuanji before, it was not difficult to guess that the young man dressed in a long white robe was the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The faces of the elders of the Life or Death Pavilion turned ashen immediately. They exchanged a look before they fled for their lives. Meanwhile, the other elders of the Life or Death Pavilion and the prodigious disciples comprehending the law of death on the Life or Death platform had also noticed what was happening. Hell has arrived in the Thousand Chains prison. The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, and the White Deer Celestial Emperor have escaped. It's likely the other 3 titled Celestial Emperors are with them as well. When has the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison encountered such a situation? How did they break free? Do you think they can make it past the Deadly Square? The formation in their cells aren't that different from the formation in the Deadly Square. If they can break the formations in their cells, they should be able to break the formation in Deadly Square. Despite the uproar in the Life or Death Pavilion, no one dared to make a move. After all, there were 6 titled Celestial Emperors among the group of prisoners. If they made the wrong move, they would surely die. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the Purgatory Pavilion after leaving the Life or Death Pavilion. There were people coming in and out of the Purgatory Pavilion at this moment. In fact, there were more people here compared to the Life or Death Pavilion. Since there were more than 100 people in Duan Ling Tian's group, it was inevitable that they caught people's attention. Duan Ling Tian and the others paid no attention to those who were staring at them in bewilderment and continued to make their way out. They made their way to the corridor that would lead them to the Deadly Square. Once they make it past the Deadly Square, they could be considered to have successfully escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. After that, they would be free to go wherever they wanted. Initially, I was worried the titled Celestial Emperors won't fight the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors wholeheartedly. At that time, it'd be difficult for me, Senior Lian Chu, and Senior Duzan to escape unnoticed. However, it seems like I don't have to worry about that any longer. Even if the other titled Celestial Emperors have no regard for our lives, Brother Pei will definitely help us. With Brother Pei's presence, we should be safe unless we encounter someone who's stronger than him. Duan Ling Tian finally felt more at ease after thinking about this. Just as Duan Ling Tian had told Lei Jun earlier, he was not worried once they left the Thousand Chains prison. He had arranged for Meng Chuan to help them and had also lured the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Among the 7 titled Celestial Emperors left in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Yufeng Yu, the strongest among them, would be dealt with by Meng Chuan, the Jade Bow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. With Yufeng Yu distracted, it would be easy for Pei Yuanji and the other titled Celestial Emperors to deal with the remaining 6 Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. In fact, if Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors worked together, the 5 Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors would not be a match for them at all and could only helplessly watch them escape. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the others were about to step onto the corridor that led to the Deadly Square, the sound of wind howling rang in the air, heralding the arrival of more than a dozen people who were dressed in long black robes. The group was led by a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. The black-clad middle-aged man arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others in just a blink of an eye. He asked frostily, "Who are you?" Among the group of prisoners, there were quite a few of them who recognized the black-clad middle-aged man. Their eyes shone with hatred when they looked at him. "It's him. He's one of the 3 head wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. Pavilion Master Fang Chi Han of the Purgatory Pavilion." Most of the prisoners were tortured in the Purgatory Pavilion. Fang Chi Han, the Pavilion Master, had personally ordered for them to be tortured. Many of the prisoners did not make it out of the Purgatory Pavilion. Therefore, many of them hated him. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the black-clad middle-aged man. He had heard that his eldest senior sister disliked this man. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.